Okay, Nerd Squad, it is 5:53 a.m. PST, Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Wind pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant since the last week of June 2024. That being said, there was a brief delay between the preceding live stream and the inception of this one. That's because I began one, then I began another, and the domestic terrorists in Unit 207 were actively hacking and going into the YouTube live stream while pretending to be me. They've also set it up so none of my live streams are visible and manually overridden my channel account for the only channel that's functioning, changing the channel account's name, which I don't believe is a new thing. I believe that that's something that's been going on most likely for probably the half a year. They've been holding me hostage after their, well, in some instances, over a year and a half of stalking and abusing me and stealing from me and abusing my children in front of me. And for others, 11 months at that point, depends on who you're looking at. And for others who are newer blood, they weren't here for all of that. They came in and became members of their domestic terrorist organization, which was previously an aggravated criminal conspiracy that went around touting fraudulently that they were part of a legitimate operation that has never existed. I repeat, never. Perhaps for day one of its inception, it existed. But it was actually a catalyst and opportunity for the lieutenants turned sergeants, etc., of the North Everett precinct and various other individuals who were all reported in 2017 to make actionable their years of threats and covert stalking, and to utilize a bevy of employees here in this municipality who have been getting paid to perpetrate over 250 separate criminal actions against myself and my sons, and who are actively torturing me, holding me hostage, attempting to starve me and my cat, and doing so many crimes that I refuse to list them all, because at this point it is very apparent that there are numerous men and women who are deriving sexual satisfaction from the torture they've perpetrated against me. And I'm going to derive sexual satisfaction when they're being anally penetrated in a federal penitentiary by large men who don't like child abusing, kidnapping, stalking, thieving men and women who torture women. And the lesbians end up eating muff. Now, there's a lot of things we need to go over. But because of the criminal antics of every individual in Unit 207, I'm disinclined to do it all right here in this video. So I'm going to open up a separate window, and I am going to play a preceding live stream that I would say you should be able to see. But again, because of this domestic terrorist organization, the likelihood of you being able to see this at any point prior to them all being in jail is substantially low. Okay, so I am going to play the live stream. Let's go way back. Actually, I'm trying to remember what day was the one that, oh, it's the 8th. I am going to play, to begin with. No, I won't actually play that one. I'll play the 16th one. Fuck it. I'm playing a live stream from February 16th at 3 a.m. that is simply titled Debrief Judicial Notice. Let's go over all of the things that we need to go over that haven't already been gone over. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm so... There we go. Again, this is a recording It is from February 16th. It's
All
titled
right.
3 a.m.
Good
debrief.
morning. Good morning. Good
This will
morning.
go
I'm
over
so
the
happy.
things that
Thank
the
you
FBI
so
wants me
much,
to go over at the start of each day.
Sheriffs, various police departments in Snohomish County who are aware of the situation, that unfortunately there's going to be an exodus at the North Everett precinct, and that unfortunately the North Everett precinct stopped being a police precinct and became an aggravated criminal conspiracy in March of 2023 and became a domestic terrorist organization in August of 2024, and now as of 2025, in less than 5 weeks, there will be a quote exodus at the North Everett precinct. So it is 3:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not employed by the FBI. I am an authorized to state informant for the FBI, one of many. There are over 20 plus individuals that will be testifying against this domestic terrorist organization. Some of them are, unfortunately, members of the domestic terrorist organization who will be getting a plea deal and immunity because of the fact that they, like me, are at risk of severe retaliation, like I've had to endure, by the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, which the FBI renamed to the North Everett precinct of stalkers last month. Now, there's quite a few things that we're going to go over in this video, but since I've had to go over them, like, I don't know, over 80 times or something like that, how many live streams have they criminally and illegally shut off since February 11th? I lost count once it got over 50. Anyway, we're going to begin by going over the February 13th, 3 a.m. report / addendum. Which, like all of the legal documents, should be visible for all of you at facebook.com/mysticgwenlivesonlyyou. But Unit207's been using their law enforcement portal for a lot of felonies, including felonies attached to my Facebook. So whether or not it's actually visible to you, I can't tell you, because they've been using their fraudulent North Everett precinct Facebook accounts, which I think this is a good time to note that some of the officers have been using since 2017 to terrorize me. If you missed it, part of the reason the FBI has full jurisdictional authority is because in 2017 there was a series of crimes that were perpetrated against me and threatened, which were reported to the FBI, as the threats came from police officers at the North Everett precinct, the multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, some friends / drug users of the multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, DCYF employees, and a lawyer of mine that I used to have a sexual relationship with, who I was friends with before he was ever my lawyer, and had a relationship with before he was ever my lawyer. And then the domestic terrorist organization upstairs, in an attempt to create that non-existent federal defense, you know, the one that was reported about in the August 14th tort claim, where all the remaining felonies that they were hoping to perpetrate were also recorded. Well, according to the FBI, every one of those named individuals that were reported 8 years ago for the very crimes your domestic terrorist organization perpetrated, well, get this.
They're all going to prison with you.
Going to prison with you guys. They're all part of it.
-1.
Part of the reason why the FBI has full jurisdictional authority. Now, again, we're going to go over that February 13th report first. And for that, I am going to play a preceding live stream. One that they criminally and illegally shut off on the 13th. This is from the live stream on my channel. It is titled 2-13 4 something a.m. in the morning. I'm going to the YouTube channel right now. Still recording offline on the laptop where they didn't disengage and disable the camera. Indigo's laptop, remember, they also broke Garetts' brand new laptop yesterday. One of thousands of dollars of technological devices they've criminally and illegally broken. Most notably, the multiple things that they broke in February of 2024. Again, never part of any sort of legitimate operation. This is a domestic terrorist organization. It's an aggravated criminal conspiracy and a criminal enterprise. It's never been a legit operation since its inception. It's been a criminal enterprise, an aggravated criminal conspiracy. And again, in August, because of more than 5 felonies that y'all have perpetrated, you became a domestic terrorist organization. So this is from the live stream 2-13, 4:32 a.m. I'm going to click on it, and then I've got to fast forward about 2 hours in, and you will hear this is the addendum from February 13th at 3 a.m. The FBI feels that this one is very important. So I'm fast forwarding an hour and 57 minutes into that live stream. And here you go. Pay attention. And here we go. Here's the Snohomish County Superior Court. Sheriff's Office, the Snohomish County prosecutors, et al. Forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, subject supplemental information regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, evidence tampering, continued child abuse, and incurred penalties February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Immediate action required. Criminal enterprise in domestic terrorist organization. No immunity for unlawful directives. This document serves as the fourth addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST and previously supplemented. It provides further critical updates regarding the relentless and escalating criminal conspiracy orchestrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their expanding network of co-conspirators. This addendum also functions as a formal police report detailing new criminal acts perpetrated between February 10th and February 13th, 2025. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all subsequent addendums February 6th, February 7th, and February 8th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This explicitly includes, but is not limited to, Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to Declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum in Amendment to Declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10500593 served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Supplemental information, criminal acts from February 10th to February 13th, 2025. The following criminal acts have been perpetrated by Unit 207 and their co-conspirators, further demonstrating the ongoing and escalating nature of this criminal enterprise. February 10th, 2025, just before noon, a male individual from Unit 207 briefly appeared to deliver written materials. The content and purpose of these materials are currently unknown but are considered suspect in the context of ongoing harassment and conspiracy. February 10th, 2025, 2 p.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct predictably and unlawfully rejected the police report/addendum filed on February 8th. This blatant act of obstruction of justice is consistent with their ongoing efforts to shield themselves and their co-conspirators from accountability. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing their intent to feign cessation of stalking while continuing these criminal activities. They also discussed plans to dispatch multiple individuals to my residence before February 23rd, under the false pretense that my participation is required for some unspecified purpose. February 10th, 2025, 12 a.m. and 8:37 a.m. PST. YouTube live streams initiated by me were criminally and illegally terminated. These actions are consistent with evidence tampering, witness intimidation, and obstruction of justice. February 11th, 2025, 8 a.m. to 5:16 p.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in a cybercrime spree, illegally shutting off an astounding 23 live streams. February 11th, 2025, 5:20 p.m. PST. A male individual from the upstairs unit known to be actively stalking me with neighbors Andy and Kelly, the DCYF employee and brother of an EPD officer who left harassing notes in the summer of 2023, entered the balcony door of Unit 207. This further illustrates the coordinated stalking and harassment efforts involving multiple individuals and potentially implicating members of law enforcement and DCYF. That shouldn't say potentially. That should say it implicates. Everything that is written here, there is evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt, and the FBI has confirmed that damn near every day that I've been illegally detained. Moving on. February 13th, 2025, 1:55 a.m. PST. During a live stream, Unit 207 illegally terminated the broadcast and, in a significant escalation of evidence tampering, erased a 20-plus hour recording stored offline. This act was concurrent with the criminal and illegal erasure of over 4 hours of the YouTube live stream from the previous night. Prior to the termination, I had explicitly noted in the live stream description a threat from the female occupant upstairs to terminate the broadcast while I slept, which she subsequently carried out. This erasure is believed to be for the same reason speculated in the February 8th addendum: obstruction of justice, intimidation of a federal witness, and tampering with evidence of their ongoing criminal conspiracy. Ongoing cybercrimes and live stream interference, February 12th to the 13th. February 13th, 1:55 a.m. PST. Live termination, noted above. February 12th, 9:11 p.m. PST. Female felons in upstairs unit explicitly planned to terminate the live stream while I slept. This threat was typed into the live stream description in an attempt to preemptively deter their criminal actions and document their intent. February 12th, 8:57 p.m. PST. Female felons engaged in further cyber tampering, illegally cutting and tampering with the live stream. February 12th, 8:02 p.m. Live stream terminated from 7:56 p.m. to 8:02 p.m. February 12th, 7:51 p.m. Update. Unit 207 activity since noon indicates female felons are anticipating imprisonment but express high expectation for next week and further crimes, believing, quote, court, quote, will favor them. They also suggest co-conspirators are, quote, even more excited for next week. February 12th, 9:02 a.m. PST. Unit 207 terminated a prior live stream. February 12th, 6:43 a.m. to 7:43 a.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning out and conspiratorial. There we go. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning and conspiratorial discussions involving both male and female occupants, continuing as of 7:44 a.m. PST. February 12th to February 13th at 3 a.m. Unit 207 has criminally and illegally tampered with, obstructed, and committed cybercrimes against at least 9 live streams. 3. This is not an operation. This is a criminal enterprise and domestic terrorist organization. It is important to state unequivocally that the actions documented herein and in all prior filings are not part of any legitimate law enforcement operation, nor are they justifiable under any legal pretext. This is an aggravated criminal conspiracy, a criminal enterprise, and constitutes the actions of a domestic terrorist organization. The perpetrators, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals in Unit 207, and their co-conspirators, are engaged in a systematic and sustained campaign of felony stalking and harassment, constant surveillance, intimidation tactics, and deliberate disruption of my peace and safety, cyber crimes and evidence tampering, illegal termination of live streams, erasure of recordings, and hacking attempts to obstruct justice and conceal their criminal activities. Obstruction of justice, rejection of legitimate police reports, fraudulent court maneuvers, and concerted efforts to impede any investigation into their crimes. Child abuse and exploitation, the continued and deliberate exploitation of my disabled sons to perpetrate felonies and further this criminal conspiracy. Illegal detainment and kidnapping, ongoing illegal detainment within my own home, and prior actionable kidnappings of my disabled sons. Civil rights violations and ADA violations. Systematic deprivation of my civil rights and targeted discrimination based on disability. Financial fraud and extortion. Attempts to extort and defraud me through various illegal means. 4. No immunity for unlawful directives. Let it be explicitly stated. Following unlawful directives from superiors or co-conspirators provides absolutely no immunity for these criminal acts. Every individual involved, regardless of their position or perceived authority, is personally and criminally liable for their participation in this conspiracy. The willingness to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness only deepens their culpability and ensures the maximum penalties under the law.
Maximum penalties.
Echoes of January 2024 pattern of criminality confirmed. It is critical to note that this pattern of criminal behavior is not new. January 2024, individuals from Unit 207, including the same two males who initiated my illegal detainment on August 6, 2024, were actively engaged in indoctrinating and exploiting disabled minors, directing my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser to indoctrinate our disabled sons based on their disabilities, and to plan their kidnapping until August 17, 2024. Destruction of personal property, deliberately destroying my brand new laptops in January 2024. Theft, stealing money from each and every delivery I received for all of my deliveries from September 2023 to August 2024. These actions, like the ongoing crimes, were never part of any legitimate legal operation. They are, and always have been, components of a premeditated and aggravated criminal conspiracy targeting me and my children. The abuse of disabled minors for 13 months, their exploitation to perpetrate felonies, kidnapping, ADA violations, stalking, harassment, and all other documented crimes are not and cannot be construed as any form of legitimate operation. They are the hallmarks of a criminal enterprise, operating with impunity and a complete disregard for the law. 6. Financial penalties updated. The following financial penalties previously invoiced and contractually agreed upon are reiterated and updated to reflect the additional criminal acts documented in this addendum. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now totaling over 187 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the breaking and entering on January 29th. $10 million for the use of my sons and or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. This applies to all reports rejected to date, including the rejection of the February 8th report. 10 million for each instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date, including the numerous terminations between February 10th and February 13th. 10 million for each and every instance of stalking. 10 million for each and every instance of harassment. 10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations. 10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations. Additional penalties incurred February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Obstruction of justice. Rejection of 2-8 report. 40 million. Quadruple penalty. Live stream terminations February 10th to the 13th. At least 30 terminations times 10 million equals 300 million. Ongoing stalking, harassment, and cybercrimes penalties continue to occur daily and per incident. The criminal actions documented in this fourth addendum, alongside those previously reported and consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, further and exponentially increase the financial liability of these conspirators. 7. Conclusion. This fourth addendum provides further damning and irrefutable evidence that the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their co-conspirators are not engaged in any legitimate operation, but rather are actively perpetuating an aggravated criminal conspiracy, functioning as a criminal enterprise and a domestic terrorist organization. Their actions represent a grave threat to my safety, the well-being of my children, and the integrity of the justice system. The FBI is fully aware of these rapidly escalating developments and the increasingly egregious nature of these crimes. This document serves as formal legal notice of these ongoing and new crimes, a demand for immediate and decisive action to dismantle this criminal enterprise, protect myself and my children, and ensure that all individuals involved are held fully accountable under the law. There is no immunity for these actions, and the perpetrators will be pursued to the fullest extent of the law. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 13th, 2025, time 3:49 a.m. PST. Now, I don't have any intention of ending this live stream anytime in the immediate future. Unit 207 may have material ideas, but per the FBI's latest briefs to me that I'm not off.
Okay,
Out loud,
so
some of the people
you're listening still to that recording. Let me pause this. Pause. That was the February 13th report, which is far more important than the one that went out on the 14th. The one that went out on the 14th became completely irrelevant because of Unit 207's ongoing criminal conduct since then. Now I am going back to a video that has the remaining documents that the FBI would like to put an emphasis on for those of you that, again, are indeed going to prison. But hey, guys, the good news is it's February 16th. And if you didn't notice, in December and in the last 12 days, the FBI has had me submit legally binding paperwork informing you all that the plan is, and it can change subject with your domestic terrorist organization's criminal conduct. The plan is for you all to go to jail next month. And then I did you all a favor because I said it would be after the 10th.
So courteous.
I mean, that's pretty nice of me to just let you know like that ahead of time, that at least for the first 10 days of March, as long as your domestic terrorist organization can control themselves, you won't be in jail yet. You won't have been arraigned yet. See, isn't that nice?
Now I am
Nice
going
to
back
know.
to the 2/8 live stream. 2/8, 5:20 p.m. Part 2, Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters. I'm going to press play here, and this you're going to want to listen to roughly 30 to 45 minutes. Also, keep in mind it is 3:27 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally telling you the end time and explicitly stating a new live stream is initiating in 90 seconds or less, the domestic terrorist within Unit 207 and the revolving door of North Everett precinct officers that have come over to aid and abet their fellow domestic terrorist are 100% responsible. They're going to be charged for that. And I don't know that the live stream has ended and or they're preventing me from initiating another. But again, as of the preceding live stream, according to the FBI, it shouldn't be a problem going forward. It's not a problem the FBI is expecting will be persisting. The rampant criminality, again, from 2/11 to the live stream that preceded the live stream, which preceded this, did a lot evidentiary-wise for the FBI. So, I'm going to press play. You're going to want to listen. These are the documents that were filed this month. Prior to that one you just heard from February 13th, which is an important one, but another one that's important is the February 4th judicial notice, which is what I'm going to begin with reading in this very live stream that I just clicked on. Again, this is 2/8/520.
Accidentally paused that. I didn't. Unit 207 did.
2-2. The North Everett precinct. We have a bounce back. I got to fast forward to the right spot.
That have been
Here we go.
made as a result of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters and stalkers
Also,
and their litany of crimes.
I am recording offline again because if you missed it, Unit 207 attempted to completely remove the camera off the device that's currently running the live stream, so that this device that I'm holding in my hand usually runs the live stream. And since they did that to the Lenovo ThinkPad, now this is recording offline, and the Lenovo ThinkPad is recording the live stream. That's why you're recording it on ceiling.
/Mystic Gwen Pod. But the criminals of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, who will soon be provided with their unsealed indictments and whatnot, have prevented that from being available for you all, except for via a YouTube video at present. So there is a YouTube video that has the same title as this one. It does not say part 1, and the title is complete. This one, it cuts out at the word extortionist and et al. It says ... So this is also doubling as a recording for the time period that it's running. I am going to now read you the updates since the preceding less than 2 hours long video titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist.
I don't know what Unit 207 is doing, but they keep stopping this playing from playing. So pushing play again.
This is part 2.
Oh, they're attempting to
Again, no longer
fuck
available
with the
on
current
podcast
live stream
because
is
of
what
these
they're doing.
criminal idiots. Okay, we are going to do a recording of the latest addendum / police report. I'm not recording this one on Twitter since we know that Unit 207. That is one of the recordings we're going over, but it's not the one that we're to start with. This is the one the FBI wants us to start with. Correct? And now I am going to the February 4th, 2025 judicial notice. I'm going to read it verbatim on Facebook, which does include a first paragraph that isn't any actual filing. Second police report of 2/25 at 10 a.m. Also served on federal felons via email and provided to law clerks at Snohomish Superior Courthouse via email. ADA mandatory filing in any/all cases with my legal names. Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Law clerks, urgent, please and thanks. ADA mandatory file in any/all cases with my legal names. Mystic Gwen, aka Lynette Renee Hansen. Subject: aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy. Obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207. And associated individuals. 1. Incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct. Individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington at 2120 and their co-conspirators. This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents which detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed. Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST, specifically noting the 8:07 p.m. revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum 2 Declaration, dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and Amendment to Declaration, dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, in case number 10-500-5934, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al., 9 days before the second actual kidnapping of my sons and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14th, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to reports regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the premeditated acts to obstruct justice, such as the rejection of legitimate police reports, the exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29th, 2025 involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence, facilitated by the use of my disabled sons, after 19 days of planning by individuals in Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. All other incidents documented on my YouTube live streams and other recordings. 2. Critical context and ongoing illegal detention. As of today's date, February 4th, 2025.
Unit 207 is actively attempting to find a way to terminate this live stream.
August 6th,
At 3:35 a.m., men and women.
January 2nd, 2025. Per explicit instructions from the FBI, with the sole exception of the illegal forced entry on January 29th, 2025. I have not, nor will I interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home per FBI instructions. 3. Pattern of criminality, fraudulent court orders, and retroactive fabrication of legal basis. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and other co-conspirators, has engaged in a persistent and egregious pattern of obtaining and utilizing fraudulent court orders to harass me, obstruct justice, and further their criminal conspiracy. These orders are obtained through fraudulent means, without proper service, and in violation.
They are now using real-time e-support at 3:37 a.m. Nerd Squad.
And all court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, issued in 2024 or 2025, are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy. The possession, attempted enforcement, or any involvement in the acquisition of these orders implicates individuals in multiple felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. There are mandatory minimum sentences for anyone involved in these fraudulent orders. The ongoing attempts by these individuals to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions will fail. This is a desperate and transparent maneuver that will not shield them from liability. Their attempts to legitimize their actions through fraudulent means are an exercise in futility and further evidence of their guilt. 4. Financial penalties. As previously documented, the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, with an enhancement to $25 million if I am asleep at the time of the attempted entry. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons to commit any illegal act on behalf of the conspirators. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal entry, attempted illegal detention, or any other criminal act against me. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 5. Absolute lack of immunity. Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct.
Let it be known.
County Prosecutor's Office.
Miss 80 plus years is upstairs at 3:39 a.m. That's a weird thing.
Including but not limited to Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, and Anne-Marie Bauer. There is no immunity, nor will there ever be, for any of the criminal acts perpetrated against me, past,
Present, or future.
Every individual involved in this conspiracy, regardless of their position or title, is personally liable for their actions. This includes any and all attempts to follow unlawful directives, 6 recent events, and further obstruction of justice. February 4th, 2025, 8:49 a.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct, in furtherance of their ongoing obstruction of justice, rejected the police report I filed earlier today regarding the events of January 29th, 2025. This rejection occurred less than an hour after the report was filed and significantly just prior to further criminal and fraudulent court maneuverings that were attempted and are believed to still be in progress as of 10:08 a.m. PST today. Unit 207 activity. Occupants of Unit 207 have indicated that their second premeditated breaking and entering of my residence is planned to occur expediently. While the exact timing remains unclear, their discussions suggest it could be today, tomorrow, or within the next 7 days. They have previously made over 38 attempts to illegally enter my home since the first week of August 2024. Based on their comments, they intend to use either the Owens and or another co-conspirator such as Anne-Marie Bauer for this subsequent breaking and entering. January 31st, 2025, the occupants of Unit 207 expressed confidence in the issuance of fraudulent court orders dated January 31st, 2025. They believe these fabricated documents provide them with immunity.
This is a delusion.
7. Conclusion. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public trust. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. Accountability is imminent. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date, February 4th, 2025. Time, 10:08 a.m. PST. Okay, now we're moving on to the next one. So I am recording now again on Twitter, but you all saw what Unit 207 has added to their police report today in addition to
Unit 207, as of 3:43 a.m., believes that again they're going to be able to terminate the live stream. A female upstairs said C as they criminally and illegally accessed the link for this video, which was set to private for the first part of the recording per the FBI's instructions.
Snohomish County prosecutors, DCYF, neighbors, parentheses, DCYF and EPD, Owens, Garcia, et al. Via Unit 207. Addendum to formal judicial notice filed February 6, 2025, 7 a.m. PST. Original filing, formal judicial notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals, mandatory filing pursuant to ADA in any/all cases with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. Date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. PST. 2. Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al., and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. This document serves as an addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST, and provides further information regarding subsequent events and the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2020 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. 1. Incorporation of prior filing. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025 are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Supplemental information, subsequent events. The following events have transpired subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned formal judicial notice, further demonstrating the ongoing criminal conspiracy, the imminent threat posed by the perpetrators, and their continued obstruction of justice. This section details further criminal acts and ongoing conspiracy subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned document on February 4th, 2025, at 10:08 a.m., further demonstrating the blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing threat posed by the individuals involved. February 5th, 2025, 11:52 a.m. to 11:58 a.m. PST.
Unit 207 is actively attempting to hack this video in my YouTube channel at 3:46 a.m. February 16th.
2023, and despite his protege of the woman facing over 80 years in prison, was observed engaging in frantic cellular phone communications. During this period, she actively attempted to prevent me from overhearing her conversations. Based on the context of the ongoing conspiracy, the nature of her actions, and my informed perspective as a designated FBI informant, it is reasonably speculated that this individual was engaged in acts of perjury, further conspiracy to obstruct justice, and or furthering the aggravated criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, DCYF. February 5th, 2025, 8:20 a.m. to 8:27 a.m. PST. Male individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in furtive and suspicious behavior, interpreted as an attempt to test the FBI's surveillance capabilities or to provoke a reaction. This behavior is consistent with their ongoing pattern of attempting to catch the FBI, as they phrased it, demonstrating a continued disregard for the federal investigation and to their ongoing stalking, hacking, and
Unit 207 is actively attempting to terminate this live stream, screenshotting it. They may have been successful at that. I'm not tinkering around with that at present myself.
February 6, 2025, that they are planning to break into my home and detain, arrest, and or unlawfully commit me. They stated that this will occur either today or by Monday. Premeditated second/third break-in. Individuals in Unit 207 have reiterated their intent to perpetrate a second or third, depending on whether prior attempted entries are included. Breaking and entering of my residence. The first incident occurred on January 29th, 2025, and involved the exploitation of my disabled sons. The prior attempted illegal entries and stalking, moving of private property to do so, peering into my windows, numbering at least 38 separate instances. The current plans apparently involve the utilization of co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica and John Owens and or Anne-Marie Bauer. Child abuse and exploitation. The continued involvement of and planned use of my disabled sons in these criminal activities constitutes aggravated child abuse and endangerment. These actions are a direct result of a year-long campaign of targeted abuse designed to exploit their disabilities and cause regression and escalation, which has been perpetrated by these individuals and their co-conspirators as outlined in the incorporated documents. They instructed their named co-conspirators, Erica Owens and Richard Garcia, to perpetrate abuses upon my sons on a weekly basis. Planned, quote, defenses, end quote, and obstruction. The planned defenses of this criminal enterprise, as articulated in the tort claim filed on August 14th, 2024 in case number 10-500-5934, and incorporated herein, are demonstratively fraudulent and constitute further acts of obstruction of justice. These defenses were conceived prior to many of the overt acts of this conspiracy and are now being pursued in a desperate and illegal attempt to retroactively justify their criminal conduct. They are attempting to make me cooperate with some form of prosecution via coercion of Erica Owens. Their stated motives to the FBI and others continue to be self-serving. Protecting their careers, reputations, and income has always been of primary concern to them. Coordinated, aggravated conspiracy.
The entirety of their actions, as detailed, form the basis of a coordinated and aggravated conspiracy to deprive myself and my sons of our civil rights and liberties. 3. Conclusion. The information presented in this addendum, taken in conjunction with the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all previously incorporated documents, paints a damning picture of escalating criminal conduct. The individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrate not only a blatant disregard for the law, but a stubborn commitment to their
A
failings.
stubborn commitment to going to prison.
Despite clear warnings, despite the weight of evidence accumulating against them, and despite the ongoing federal investigation, they persist in their obstruction of justice, their evidence tampering, their threats, and their unconscionable exploitation of vulnerable children. Their attempts to retroactively fabricate a legal justification for their actions are transparently fraudulent and will not succeed. They continue to dig a deeper hole for themselves.
Digging? Yeah,
Their
you're
recent actions
digging
include the
today.
continued plotting, the frantic communications, and the blatant attempts to interfere with this ongoing investigation are not signs of strength. They are signs of desperation. The quote, cycle of subterfuge, end quote, as previously noted by the FBI, continues, but it is a cycle that is rapidly spiraling towards its inevitable conclusion. Full accountability under the law.
Amen.
I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Okay, then we have a third one. Stay tuned for the fourth one. It's actually very powerful according to the FBI. It's contrast unnoticed formal judicial notice filed February 7th, 2025 to the PST. Original filing, formal judicial notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals, mandatory filing pursuant to ADA and any/all cases. With my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. Prior addendum, February 6th, 2025, 7 a.m. PST. To Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, and to all, and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Subject, supplemental information regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, and incurred penalties, February 7th, 2025. This document serves as a third addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m.
It was actually only the second.
And supplemented on February 6th, 2025. It provides further information regarding the subsequent events in the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. 1. Incorporation of prior filings. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and the addendum of February 6th, 2025,
and all police reports filed are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Supplemental information, subsequent events. The following events have transpired subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned addenda, further demonstrating the ongoing criminal conspiracy, the imminent threat posed by the perpetrators, their continued obstruction of justice, and the accrual of additional financial penalties. A. February 7th, 2025, 12:50 p.m. PST. Individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in aggravated stalking, harassment, and criminal trespass by repeatedly and forcefully knocking on my front door. This occurred in the afternoon and was clearly intended to intimidate, harass, and disturb my peace. This action constitutes a renewed and egregious threat, escalating a prior criminal conduct. Due to the quadrupling clause triggered by the prior rejection of police reports detailing the ongoing conspiracy and threats, this incident incurs a $40 million penalty as previously invoiced and agreed upon. B. February 7th, 2025, 8:48 a.m. PST. The North Everett Precinct continuing its brazen and criminal obstruction of justice rejected 2 more legitimate police reports. The report filed on January 4th, 2025, that should actually say February 4th, at 10:08 a.m. PST, and the report filed on February 6th, 2025, at 7 a.m. PST. These rejections are further evidence of the North Everett Precinct's active participation in the criminal conspiracy and their deliberate attempt to shield their officers and co-conspirators from accountability. Due to the quadrupling clause triggered by the ongoing conspiracy and the subsequent criminal acts documented herein, this act of obstruction incurs a $40 million penalty as previously invoiced. C. February 7th, 2025, 5 a.m. PST. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing plans to, quote, double down, end quote, wage a war, end quote, specifically targeting this coming Monday and/or Saturday for further criminal actions against me. This demonstrates a clear and present danger and an escalation of their threats. D. February 6, 2025, just before 4 p.m. PST. A female identified by the FBI as a federal felon visited Unit 207. During this visit, she provided directives to the occupants regarding actions to be taken against me, specifically while I was asleep. This is further evidence of the coordinated nature of the conspiracy and the ongoing planning of criminal acts. E. February 6th and 7th, 2025, multiple live stream terminations. Individuals associated with Unit 207 have on 5 separate occasions since the filing of the first addendum on February 6th, criminally and illegally terminated my YouTube live streams. These acts constitute further evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Each instance of illegal live stream terminations incurs a $10 million penalty as invoiced without the quadrupling due to the terminations taking place prior to the ongoing obstruction and conspiracy of the North Everett Precinct's deliberate rejection of valid police reports. Ongoing pattern of criminality. These recent events are part of a continuous and escalating pattern of criminal behavior that has persisted for over 17 months. The individuals involved have demonstrated a complete disregard for the law, a willingness to exploit vulnerable individuals, including my disabled sons, and a commitment to obstructing justice at every turn. Financial penalties. I reiterate that the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now exceeding 180 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, decreased to $25 million if I'm asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons and or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts. $10 doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. 10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, APA violations, criminal trespass, witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. 10 million per instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. The current actions of the North Everett Precinct in Unit 207 as documented in this report have incurred an additional 130 million in penalties. 80 million from today's AM and noon crimes, and 50 million for the live stream terminations. Conclusion: the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their associated co-conspirators continue to operate with impunity, escalating their criminal activities and demonstrating a blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing federal investigation. Their actions are not only criminal, but also morally reprehensible. This report serves as further documentation of their crimes. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. I demand immediate action to stop this ongoing criminal conspiracy and to hold all those involved accountable for their actions. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 7th, 2025, time 1:45 p.m. PST. Now I'm going to go over to now we're going to go to the latest one from today, which Unit 207 thinks that they somehow manipulate or use in their favor. They plan on proceeding with their planned crimes. Remember, they've had crimes planned for Monday since last week when I made the first filing on February 4th. So pay attention to this one, because contrary to Unit 207, the FBI is very confident that this one right here, this one right here, stalkers, this one right here, stalkers, is going to prove very important to your entire spring season. Okay, we are going to do a recording of the latest addendum / police report. I'm not recording this one on Twitter since we know that Unit 207 has technically destroyed that as well in their ongoing pattern of obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. Third addendum to formal judicial notice filed February 8th, 2025 at 7:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Aloha, motherfuckers.
Date of original filing February 4th, 2025.
Hey, just remember, it's not March yet. You should have 2 weeks at minimum. It's not March yet, babies. February 16th.
25, 7 a.m. PST.
Unit 207's whole domestic terrorist organization has actively been trying to terminate this. They've been running in and out of their unit for hours this morning. And you had lots of people running in and out of it to perpetrate your domestic terrorism, most notably preventing me from sending those offline videos to the FBI yesterday morning. Huge no-no. Huge
criminal activities.
Anyway.
Escalation of threats, evidence tampering, continued child abuse, and incurred penalties. February 8th, 2025. Demand for immediate action and notice of intent to seek maximum.
Or to put it another way, the FBI has stated they have surveillance of everyone that went in and out of your unit since the 11th.
The formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST and previously supplemented. It provides further crucial information regarding subsequent events, the continued escalation of the criminal conspiracy, the blatant
which is part of the evidentiary value. Apparently somebody was up there they wanted to catch footage of going in and out.
Further acts of retaliation, and the accrual of additional financial penalties against those perpetrating these crimes. This addendum also serves as a formal police report documenting these new crimes. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, the addendums of February 6th and 7th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This specifically includes, but is not limited to, Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to Declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and Amendment to Declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 105005-934, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors et al. This document details planned felonies, named conspirators, prior child abuse, and plans for super felonies. The dated signage referenced within and photographed for that last page predated even that filing. It is to be noted per that tort claim, those named within it and their co-conspirators had planned to not only have the actual kidnappings take place using my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and my extortionist mother, but they also, and I quote, had, quote, super felonies planned. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Correction to the previous addendum from February 7th, 2025. Any reference to the February 7th, 2025 addendum to January 4th, 2025.
I'm pausing this video. It is 7:05 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I just emailed my northern neighbor, Russ the Hero. He's a guy who has done me a favor at least once a month the entire time I've been illegally detained, including being the reason why the domestic terrorist upstairs plan initially for this month to prevent me from having internet at all, to prevent any YouTube live stream recordings, were sabotaged. So I just sent him an email, FBI, obviously I CC'd you. That email reads as follows, again, sent to Russ, 7:05 a.m. Morning, afternoon, evening, Russ. Hope all bodes well on your side of my northern wall. Ha, things to relay. Am limited at present to this email address and potentially the one I CC'd that isn't the Seattle FBI. This is the real Mystic Gwen at gmail.com. Also, Unit207 / North Everett Precinct keeps telling people they're running an operation. It is not that. It has been since its inception, and my ongoing torture has been an aggravated criminal conspiracy that turned into a domestic terrorist organization on 8/6/24 when they began illegally detaining me, kidnapped my sons, yada yada. Since my door cannot be opened until they are detained and or they break in again using adults, and are then arrested in short order. Can you come through my boy's bedroom window again sometime tomorrow with more supplies? They have rendered my PayPal useless. They have a series of additional felonies. They have extended their deadline out to, now it's April 21st, 2025, which means they will continue attempting to starve my cat and will continue torturing me. This entire month from the 11th today has been nonstop cyber stalking, cyber crimes, obstruction, tampering, intimidation. I will pay you another 1G as soon as I am able. FBI is firm on the latest being that I have a huge sums in all of my accounts is June 20th, 25. And that was moved to significantly sooner prior to Unit 207 North Everett Precinct DCYF prosecutors Unit 207's terrorist organization attempting to push their detainment and arraignments back to April 21st, 2025. 2025. So I am only able to say June 20th, 25 is the latest. The settlement from Tubi updated their site to state that they project payouts before April 2025. That is set to go to my PayPal. So either it will arrive and I can send whatever that amount is directly to you, and or they'll attempt to transfer and Unit207 will block it, and a check will be mailed that I can't get since I can't get my mail. There is officially no way I can pay for anything, including my Wi-Fi, next month. Doesn't expire until 3/4 in the AM, I believe. Need a new one on 3/3, but with a different email address to be used for the past registration. I'm redacting that email address and my same redacting that. Again, thank you so much for helping me with that this month. But since the 11th, they have been using a loophole to terminate over 100 live streams, destroyed 2 new laptops, Indys and Garetts, new ones, one on Saturday and one yesterday on Tuesday to do so. I need to have Wi-Fi. I also need cat food, have about 2 days worth. I also want the usual and some conversation from someone that's not going to prison. I will only be able to check this every 8-ish hours. It's 7:03 a.m. Wednesday. Thank you so much for everything, Russ. Hoping you're doing 100% better than I have been. P.S. The FBI is CC'd. Again, it's 7:09 a.m. It is Wednesday. It is February 19th, 2025. Resuming that recording.
Is hereby corrected to read February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. EST. 3. Supplemental information, subsequent criminal acts and escalation. A. Status of front door and illegal detention. My front door has remained continuously closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit FBI instructions. The sole exception was the forced entry on January 29th, 2025, perpetrated by my disabled sons and illegally kidnapped sons under the direction of this criminal conspiracy. The FBI has instructed me to keep the door closed until the perpetrators are apprehended or until they attempt another illegal entry. As of today, February 8th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own residence for 184 days since August 6, 2024. B. February 7th, 2025. Evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and continued threats. Livestream interference. While preparing and filing the previous addendum and police report on February 7th, 2025, individuals associated with Unit207 criminally and illegally terminated 4 separate YouTube live streams. They also retroactively erased over 1 hour of footage from certain recordings. These actions constitute blatant evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and witness intimidation.
Someone the FBI is really excited to put in prison was in Unit207 at some point after 2:33 p.m. yesterday.
Exit from my residence. Or B, to get evidence of their planning and preparation for their next planned break-in and other felonies. 12:50 p.m.
I'm guessing it's Mrs. 80 plus years, because we all know her and her mini-me. They got to go. They got to go to the prison. They got to go to the prison. Like they've been requesting and trying to make you all go to, while they don't go.
On February 8th, 2025, a male in Unit207 confirmed plans for an imminent break-in involving numerous officers from the North Everett precinct. This is consistent with the ongoing threats and plans that have been documented for over a year, and specifically reported to the North Everett precinct's Snohomish County prosecutors, DCYF, and others. The conspirators in Unit207 have stated that this needs to occur prior to February 23rd,
And I
because
want.
the
So
attorneys
it's like cat
involved
rape
at
if you're gonna
least
cling
two
to the
of
chair
whom
like
are
that.
facing federal disbarment,
Not gonna
are
cat
aware
rape
that
you.
this conspiracy will result in
I'll wait till
additional
you're
and
walking.
more serious charges being
I'll wait
filed.
till you're walking. Then I'll sneak up on you.
Prior knowledge and warnings. It is crucial to emphasize that the North Everett precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, DCYF, and named individuals, including Richard Garcia and Erica Owens, have been repeatedly warned about their illegal activities and the consequences thereof. These warnings include 11 months of cease and desist letters directly sent to the involved parties and their revolving cast of third, fourth, and fifth parties beginning in September 2023, 11 months prior to their illegal premeditated felonies since August 2024. August 7th and August 13th, 2024, signage, dated signs photographed and included in the August 14th, 2024 tort claim were placed on my property, explicitly addressed to the North Everett Precinct. The Owens, Richard Garcia, DCYF and Unit207, prohibiting trespassing, knocking without a warrant, stalking, and other criminal activities. These signs were in addition to signs that had been in place for over a year prior, and that the FBI had me add them to the last page of the August 14th, 2024 tort claim. August 14th, 2024 tort claim. This document was made after 11 months of cease and desist letters failed to do anything, and the kidnappings, legal detainment, etc. were planned for the weeks after. This document detailed the planned felonies, named the conspirators, and outlined the financial penalties for their actions, including their defenses, i.e. obstruction / conspiracy / etc. Numerous police reports, repeatedly filed police reports documenting the ongoing threats and criminal activities have been consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, including before their actionable kidnappings reported for weeks to months prior, published about in December 2023 on my personal Twitter account, x.com/realisticwed. Direct communication. All conspirators except Erica and John Owens were explicitly informed beginning August 6, 2024, that I was not authorized to communicate with them, read anything from them, or cooperate with them in any way. The Owens were informed shortly after their involvement in the second actionable kidnapping. Per the FBI's instructions, cease and desist letters end August 14th toward claim filed in case number 10500594. Despite these warnings, the conspirators have sent over 48 individuals to my door and engaged in constant exterior stalking just since the first week of August. They did the same thing for the 11 months prior when they were giving cease and desist letters. Involvement of Everett Public School District.
Such a little puff. You know what? I just did the math and I realized, Hunter, you have eaten like 14 pounds of food pretty much. In 7 weeks. That's a lot of food, I feel like. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's over double your weight. I guess it's not over double. It's about double your weight in 7 weeks, 6 weeks, since the first week of January.
I volunteered in 2012/2013
but you're not even fat.
and donated tens of thousands to the school district.
In fact, you're smaller than
Unit207
everybody I know's cats, except for
Pax.
Pax.
My podcast from being uploaded to Spotify, iHeartRadio, and Audible. They have also had x.com block all access via my dedicated podcast Twitter, x.com/mysticwendpod. I will create a YouTube live stream part 2 of my prior, titled Mystic Wind versus the North Everett Precinct, the fraudsters, the stalker, the extortionists, et al. By 8 p.m. PST today. G. FBI timeline and intent. The FBI informed me in December 2024 of their plans to incarcerate officers involved in the conspiracy in March 2025. Subject to change based on the conspirators' actions. Unit207 statements indicate they believe they have no alternative but to proceed with their planned illegal entry, arrest, committal, or kidnapping before February 23rd. As the involved attorneys are aware of the increased severity of charges they will face after that date. 4. Financial penalties updated. The following financial penalties previously invoiced and contractually agreed upon are reiterated and updated. 100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now totaling over 180 days. 10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to 25 million if I was asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. 10 million for the use of my sons and/or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering. Doubling of all penalties of fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. This applies to all reports rejected to date. 10 million for each instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date. 10 million for each and every instance of stalking. 10 million for each and every instance of harassment. 10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations. 10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations. 10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, ADA violations, criminal trespass, and witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. Additional penalties for February 7th events subject to quadrupling. The 40,000 for the knocking, or the 40 million for the knocking and 40 million for the obstruction based on the 2 rejected reports. Additional penalties for live stream termination, 4 terminations times 10 million equals 40 million. The actions documented in this addendum and those rejected in prior reports significantly increase the financial liability of the conspirators. 5. Conclusion. This addendum provides further irrefutable evidence of the aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy targeting me, a designated FBI informant. The individuals involved, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, members of the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, occupants of Unit 207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrates a complete and utter disregard for the law, for my rights, and for the well-being of my children. Their attempts to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness are not only failing, but are actively strengthening the case against them. The FBI maintains that anyone and or everyone sticking to the perjurious and fraudulent proclamation that any of their actions were, quote, reactive and not the premeditated, illegal, and consistently reported felonies that they were and are, will be the recipients of the longest prison sentences. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is fully aware of these developments.
Fully aware, guys.
There's this formal legal notice of these crimes and a demand for immediate action to protect my safety and ensure accountability. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date February 8th, 2025. Time 7:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Okay, it is now 6:13 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Torment. That's the key word, guys. Torment constitutes torture
not just as the part 2 for Mystic Gwen versus
after 5 days.
fraudsters.
Torment
Let me end
becomes
this here.
torture.
Remember, you're hearing a prior
We also
recording right
have
now
a live stream
and me at the
for
same
the
time.
next, we'll say 12 hours. I have zero intention of
Okay, so we have one more addendum to go over, but again, like I said at the beginning of this live stream, this one sort of became irrelevant based on the litany of additional crimes. There are updates in the description for some of the preceding live streams that tell you things about like police officers coming over here just to help with the obstruction, evidence tampering. The big kicker is the fact that they had the gall to prevent me from sending offline videos to the FBI yesterday in the morning. Huge criminal no-no. But so is so many of the things they're going to be convicted for that they've perpetrated and that they truly actively believe they're going to get away with. I mean, it is mind-boggling. But remember, a lot of it boils down to those in positions of power, which the FBI is, quote, abdicating, end quote.
Like the lady that was here yesterday after 2:30.
Forcibly removing from power.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to read one additional. This one is from 214. It is the 5th and final addendum to the formal judicial notice. But before I get to that, I just want to clarify a few things. During the entirety of this live stream, there have been numerous individuals in Unit 207 coming and going for over an hour, actively attempting to once again end this live stream, erase it, prevent it from functioning, and their entire legal defense right now in their minds, they don't have a legal defense. They don't realize that.
That's the funny thing. There is no
I
defense. If
said
you didn't
that
blow
they've
the
been a
whistle
domestic
and you're
terrorist
not actively
organization since
blowing it,
August,
you are Already
That is
sentenced, baby. It's
something
literally
even the federal marshals
matter
know.
of
These people haven't been allowed to enter
seasons.
into a country without an extradition agreement with the United States since August, not one of them. They can fly to Indonesia, for instance, but they can't enter Indonesia. They might even get all the way to customs only to then be greeted by a couple of federal marshals who would put them on a plane and promptly bring them back to the U.S.
While holding hands.
And so let's go over some quotes from the FBI. Following has been said by the FBI since August. Quote, most officers take an oath to serve and protect. The North Everett Precinct takes an oath to abuse and deflect.
That constitutes
domestic terrorism. End quote. Another quote on the North Everett Precinct. Quote, they've been renamed the Precinct of Stalkers, end quote.
Rebranded.
That came in January. For those of you that don't know, the North Everett Precinct has been known by every FBI employee in
Literally
this state.
Every employee in the state.
For well over a year.
For well over a year.
Collectively, as the Precinct of Fraudsters.
As the Precinct of Fraudsters.
If you say Precinct of Fraudsters.
If you say Precinct of Fraudsters.
Even to the paper pushers of the FBI in this state.
Even
they
to the
know
paper pushers.
Instantaneously. You're referring to the North Everett Precinct.
The North Everett Precinct. There is only one.
So they've also said the following quote. Quote, there will be an exodus at the North Everett Precinct, end quote. And on Unit 207 explicitly, they've said this
Unit
quote,
207 is
since
actively
prior
attempting to
them
terminate the live stream at
making the jump
7:24
from an
a.m.
aggravated
and
criminal
failing.
conspiracy, which is what they've been, again, since March/April 2023 for many people's indictments, particularly the women they're so excited to throw in prison. Since September 2023 and others. And then there's some new blood up there, and I don't really know where they sit or stand.
Yeah, I feel so bad for them, dude.
Have only been there since it's been
All
a
the
domestic
new blood.
terrorist organization.
New blood, you
not
and I
just
would
the
be
aggravated criminal
besties, and
conspiracy
you would be
criminal enterprise
actively
that it's
aiding
actually
me
been
if
for
you
the years up to August.
could see.
So here's that quote
the
on Unit
lies.
207.
Everyone you're
explicitly.
surrounded
Quote,
by, just literally
they are
imagine a
not
swastika on the
nearly
fucking
as
forehead.
smooth as they like to imagine, end quote. So it is now 4:24 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, February 16th, 2025. Again, I want to say thank you so much to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to the Snohomish County Sheriffs, to the Seattle Federal Marshals, to the Attorney General's Office, and to every other individual that sent off my SOS as a result of the federal felons upstairs and
Yeah,
their
huge
variety
thanks
of
to that, because I was
felonies and
informed
ongoing
that it was
criminality
many people
just
other than
since
just
the
enforcement.
fifth addendum that I'm about to read to you. And then I also want to let everybody know this is now the updated part 2 of Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. There was a previous video that was labeled as such, but since then, there's been so much rampant criminality that this video is necessary. So it is going to serve as another part 2, but this is the real part 2. I may or may not throw it onto mysticgwen.com on the page I dedicated to the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters. Currently, the video that's up there is the video that was marked as part 2, but that was missing February 13th addendum, which again, the FBI feels is a very powerful addendum, even though Unit 207 does not agree with that assessment. And it also does not include the addendum I'm about to read. The addendum I'm about to read, though, basically, it's sort of irrelevant at this point because, again, this was submitted February 14th in the morning. And if you just take a look at my YouTube channel, you'll see every video that has either an image that's like a decade old of my kids at the beach and or no photo of me from last month is a different video they've criminally and illegally shut off, knowing that that costs them.
I'm going to pause that there and just make an addendum to that, because this, again, is a previous recording. It is 7:27 a.m. It is now February 19th. It is a Wednesday. You're listening to a recording from the 16th. The preceding live stream should all have different photos of different screenshots of different criminal activity of these stalkers, child abusers, tormentors, torturers, cyber criminals, their loopholes, their hacks. They're completely relying on their ability to not only be smarter than the FBI, but to make it appear as though I, when it's really been them for these 2 years, have been destroying my own laptops and brand new phones for years and perpetrating all of the 100+ terminations. The notion that any sort of person in a robe would ever believe that any individual would actively sit at their laptop for damn near 7 days straight, starting a new live stream every couple of minutes for full 10-hour blocks of time, is a sign of your guys' mental illness. Okay, back to the recording.
10 million a pop, or as is the case right now, 40 million a pop due to their rejection of legitimate police reports as recently as Friday the 14th.
Oh, and just to be clear, when I made the comment earlier, torment turns into torture after 5 days. That's from the FBI, guys. Yeah, the latest brief I got is that you're all looking at torture charges at this point because of what you've done to me as far as your cyber crimes go since the 11th. After 5 days, that torment that's required for cyber stalking, well, it becomes torture and a completely separate or additional criminal charge for you. Back to the recording.
An hour after
It's been 8
Mrs.
days.
80+ years was here and actively telling everyone upstairs to terminate my live stream, and she did. And then she prevented me from making any live streams. And then the next day, I speculate, she instructed them to prevent me from sending those offline recordings to the FBI and the sheriffs. Now, I don't know for sure that she instructed them of that, but that level of crime is heinous, it's egregious, and it's something that only someone knowing they're going to prison for the rest of their lives would ever have the gall to instruct a citizen, a civilian, let alone a public servant.
And you've actively been doing
do.
that unsuccessfully, I might add.
Block
For the last 8
FBI
days, all of the
informant
domestic
from
terrorists
sending the
upstairs have
offline
thought that the
videos
FBI, and I
to the
can't talk,
sheriffs and the FBI.
we can talk,
Now,
but
that being
they
said,
can't
some of you
send
may
me
be
full
wondering, well, why
documents
did
to
it
be
persist for so many
submitted.
days, all of the stress for you? I was wondering the same thing. The FBI said it's because it provided a litany of evidentiary value, i.e., really big deal that you guys were preventing me from sending the offline recordings to the FBI.
And if you're wondering about the
Really
second
big
to
deal.
last brief, it was that yesterday
Really big
was
deal.
worth a lot of evidentiary value because of the images
let's
they
go
got
to
of the
the,
individuals
fifth
you
addendum.
had going into multiple units to commit domestic terrorism. And
All
stalk
right,
me.
so I'll read this, but
Not
really,
just Unit
you should
207.
only primarily pay attention to
Also,
the first hour and
basement
25 minutes
units.
of this video, because this part is just going to be like a regurgitation of everything you already know. Even if you're not a member of the domestic terrorist organization, if you've been following along at all, even just once a week, you've already picked up on it because you've looked at my YouTube channel. So here we go. This is going to be read verbatim via the Facebook post. And then I'm going to post this on Facebook at facebook.com/mysticgwenlovesonlyyou. And I think I will add it to mysticgwen.com, the page that's dedicated to this domestic terrorist organization, this aggravated criminal conspiracy, this criminal enterprise. Here we go. 2:14, 3:28 p.m., Unit 207, North Everett Precinct. Snohomish County prosecutors et al. Unit 207 blocking all YouTube live streams as of 2:26 p.m., 2:14. Fifth addendum to formal judicial notice filed February 14th, 2025, 10:56 a.m. PST. Original filing. Formal judicial notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, aggravated, I might add, aggravated.
And it'll be aggravated kidnapping
Stalking.
in 4 days, fools. all of you that are getting those
Harassment.
charges, remember, more than one count
Extortion.
of that on your indictments.
Fraud.
Miss 80 plus years is getting them all.
Civil rights violations.
Miss 80 plus years is getting every single charge I've said. Some
ADA
of you have these
violations.
charges and some of you don't.
And pay attention to this one. Retaliation against FBI informant. By North Everett Precinct, Unit207, and associated individuals. Mandatory filing pursuant to ADA in any/all cases with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date of original filing. For those of you that are like, oh, I've already heard all of this, you're right. I have to go over this because it lets everybody know what other documents they should be looking at and considering while hearing this to have the totality of the situation. All right, so date of original filing, the February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. PST judicial notice. That was the second document you heard in this specific recording because we began with the February 13th one. And that was more as a courtesy for those people who haven't been able to get any sort of updates since the 13th, basically, because of the rampant criminality of Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, and everyone else that the FBI appreciates. They got video recordings of entering the unit, being called even at 1:55 in the morning. You know, the evidentiary value that the FBI said was why they allowed it. Okay. Previous addendums. February 6, 2025, 7 a.m. February 7th, 2025, 1:45 p.m., correcting previous documents error, which incorrectly labeled it as third addendum. February 8th, 2025, 7:12 a.m. February 13th, 2025, 3:49 a.m. To Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors et al., and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, a.k.a. Mystic Gwen. Subject, fifth addendum. Further criminal acts, including attempts to suborn perjury for fraudulent court orders, cyber crimes, and continued retaliation against FBI informant. February 14th, 2025, specific criminal statute violations. This document serves as the fifth addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025. It details further criminal acts perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, NEP, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. This addendum also functions as a formal police report and includes specific references to applicable Washington State RCW, Washington Administrative Code, WAC, and United States Code, USC, violations. 1. Incorporation of prior filings, all facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents from the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all subsequent addendums, February 6th, 7th, 8th, and 13th, 2025. And all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present are incorporated by reference. This includes, but is not limited to, the tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10-500-5934. All police reports filed since June 2024 by Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. New criminal acts, February 14th, 2025, with statutory violations. The following criminal acts have occurred since the fourth addendum, demonstrating a continued escalation and brazen disregard for the law. Each act is followed by the relevant statutes potentially violated. 10:34 a.m. PST, Unit 207 is actively attempting to acquire further fraudulent court orders to terminate my entire YouTube channel. They've already blocked the creation of new channels via any email since my illegal detention began on August 6, 2024. RCW 9A.72, perjury in the second degree if false statements were made to obtain the orders. RCW 9A.72, false swearing. RCW 9A.60, forgery if documents were falsified. RCW 961, cyber stalking using electronic communications to harass, intimidate, torment, or embarrass. RCW 9A.72.120, obstructing a law enforcement officer. That one applies because you prevented me from sending those offline recordings to the FBI, so it applies extra hard.
Yes, you did. On top
and this is
of
just regarding
over 100 terminations of live streams you knew
back to,
were running
the
per
reading.
their instructions.
U.S. Code 18, Section 1512.
Or to put it another way, that's the rest of your life in jail if that's all you did.
U.S. Code 18,
And
Section
you've done so
242,
much more.
deprivation of rights. U.S. Code 18, Section 1519, destruction, alteration, or falsification of records in federal investigations.
That's what you've been
That's
doing.
an important one, too. Because according to the FBI, you guys have done nothing but that since
Nothing
August.
but that since August. You're doing that
A lot
right
of counts
now.
of that one. Where were we at? Okay, U.S. Code 42, Section 12203, prohibition against interference and coercion under ADA. Ongoing obstruction, 211 to 214. Unit 207 has continued to obstruct and tamper with nearly all live streams, except for 2 or 3 between February 11th and 3 in the morning on February 14th. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness. RCW 9.61, cyberstalking. U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with the witness, victim, or informant. U.S. Code 18, Section 1519, destruction, alteration, or falsification of records in federal investigations. 10:13 a.m. Per their domestic terrorist organization, Unit 207 is actively using 3 domestic terrorists soon to be detained to terminate the current live stream. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness. RCW 9.61, cyberstalking. RCW 9A.76, obstructing a law enforcement officer if hindering an investigation, preventing me from sending those offline recordings to the FBI yesterday morning. Did I mention how very, very much of a no-no that was?
Huge no-no.
U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with the witness, victim, or informant. U.S. Code 18, Section 2331, definitions related to domestic terrorism. U.S. Code 18, Section 2332B, acts of terrorism transcending national boundaries. U.S. Code 42, Section 12203, prohibition against interference and coercion under ADA. 8:55 a.m. One domestic terrorist left Unit 207 to go to the North Everett precinct, their base of operations. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness if purpose was to coordinate further obstruction, and it was. RCW 9A.04, liability for conduct of another, complicity. U.S. Code 18, Section 2, principles, aiding and abetting. U.S. Code 18, Section 371, conspiracy to commit offense or to defraud the United States. 8:52 a.m., Unit 207 ended a prior live stream and is actively deploying the 3 domestic terrorists to end the current one. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness. RCW 9.61, cyberstalking. U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with the witness, victim, or an informant. 7:23 a.m. PST, Unit 207, responsible for more than one ingestion, is using the primary URL. Send one stream to the primary ingestion URL and one stream to the backup URL. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness. RCW 9.61, cyberstalking. U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with the witness, victim, or informant. U.S. Code 18, Section 1519, destruction, alteration, or falsification of records in federal investigations. Did I mention how big of a no-no it was to not send the offline videos to the FBI yesterday?
Colossal
I
no-no.
did. Quite a few
Colossal.
times, eh? All right, continuing.
Life-changing, career-ending,
1:56
colossal.
a.m. PST. A North Everett precinct officer entered Unit 207 to aid fellow domestic terrorists in terminating the live stream and furthering their plans for a third break-in, their own detainment and derangement.
Spoiler alert.
RCW 9A.52, burglary in the second degree if entering a dwelling with the intent to commit a crime. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness. RCW 9A.76, obstructing a law enforcement officer. RCW 9A.04, liability for conduct of another. Complicity.
Complicity.
U.S. Code 18, Section 2, principles, aiding and abetting.
Aiding and
U.S. Code
abetting.
18, Section 242, deprivation of rights under color of law.
You know
U.S.
what
Code
that
18,
means.
Section 371, conspiracy to commit offense or to defraud United States. U.S. Code 18,
All
Section
you've been
15,
doing
12,
since
tampering with
August.
a witness, victim, or an informant. U.S. Code 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights. U.S. Code 14, Section 12203, prohibition against interference and coercion under ADA. Midnight, 213 into 214. Unit 207 planned another break-in in collaboration with fellow domestic terrorists from the North Everett precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al. RCW 9A.52, burglary in the second degree if entering a dwelling with intent to commit a crime. RCW 9A.28, criminal attempt. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness. RCW 9A.76, obstructing a law enforcement officer. RCW 9A.04, liability for conduct of another. Complicity. Fortunately, this isn't in the report, but some of the people in Unit 207, like I've already stated, are not only whistleblowers and not only victims themselves, but also they are not tolerating that shit anymore. They may be at risk for retaliation, which again, the FBI has stated they absolutely are, more severe than what I've experienced. And I have experienced everything short of murder and my own personal kidnapping at this point. Oh, and I haven't been unlawfully and illegally arrested and or committed and or kidnapped personally yet. Okay, back to the reading. Where was I at? We did the midnight, aiding and abetting, deprivation, complicity. Okay. U.S. Code 18, Section 2, principles, aiding and abetting. U.S. Code 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights under color of law. U.S. Code 18, Section 371, conspiracy to commit offense or to defraud United States. U.S. Code, which, let's go back to that. This one, guys, U.S. Code 18, Section 371. You're guilty of that every time you've been in the Snohomish County Superior Courthouse since August. Let that sink in. Did you catch that? Conspiracy to commit offense or to defraud the United States.
Every time you thought you were defrauding the United States and your
Which used to
employer
just
at the
be an
state of
aggravated
Washington,
criminal conspiracy.
remember, the Attorney
Every court
General's
document,
office is going to be
all of which
providing
are
all of you
fraudulent,
getting an
all
FBI
of which have been
indictment
illegally enforced
with
at
an
the risk of
indictment
putting
from the
everyone
state
enforcing them in
too.
prison
You're
themselves.
going to be tried in Snohomish
Each and every one
Superior
of those
and King
constitutes
County.
you attempting to defraud the United States because you've known since before you got any of them. Weeks before. Months before that the FBI was investigating you. You got those because some of those attorneys that are facing federal disbarment thought they were smarter than the FBI.
They know they're not, but they also know they can blame all of you.
And that they wouldn't
And you
get
would
caught.
go to prison if it weren't for the fact that over 20 plus people have
Each and
tattled on
every
their
one
dumb
of those
fucking
was an
dirty
attempt
vaginas.
to
Et
impede
al.
a federal investigation by your domestic terrorist organization.
Also, they don't realize
and to
they've been under
defraud
24/7
the
surveillance
United States.
for 2 years next month.
And also per the FBI and according to the Attorney General, the state of Washington, your employer.
And that's because the FBI is smooth.
Back to the report. Where were we at? U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with the witness, victim, or an informant. U.S. Code 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights. U.S. Code 42, Section 12203, prohibition against interference and coercion under ADA. 3, status of front door and illegal detention. My front door has remained continually closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit FBI instructions. The sole exception was the forced entry on January 29th, 2025, perpetrated by my disabled sons under the direction of this criminal conspiracy, following 19 days of constant planning, discussions within Unit 207, and numerous rejected police reports regarding it 2 hours prior to the crimes, and even an hour after the criminal act, and one other 12 hours earlier, 3 total on January 29th. The FBI has instructed me to keep my door closed until the perpetrators are apprehended or until they attempt another illegal entry. As of today, February 14th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own residence for over 190 days, since August 6, 2024. The door will remain closed regardless of any attempts by the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, or their co-conspirators to force entry, whether through physical means, fraudulent court orders, or the continued illegal termination of my YouTube live streams or deactivation of my channel. These actions are intended to prevent their further criminal actions, which include but are not limited to breaking and entering, unlawful arrest / committal / kidnapping, and their stated plans to illegally search, seize, and plant / tamper with evidence. 4, clarification regarding detention and restrictions. Have spent 1 hour 5 feet away from my living room in December. There was one exception in late December 2024. On that single occasion, I briefly entered the living room of my immediate neighbor's apartment, with whom I share a northern wall, and which is less than 5 feet from my own living room. This visit was conducted while my live stream was running. This brief visit does not alter the fact of my ongoing illegal detention. Furthermore, due to the actions of this criminal conspiracy, I have been unable to access my mailbox, take out garbage, or dispose of recycling since August. 5, no immunity, domestic terrorism clarification. The actions of the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their co-conspirators, individually and collectively, are not part of any legitimate law enforcement operation. These actions were never part of any legitimate operation. They constitute a premeditated, ongoing, and aggravated criminal conspiracy and a domestic terrorist organization. 6, financial penalties updated. All previously invoiced financial penalties remain in effect and are curing daily. These include, but are not limited to, $100,000 per day for illegal detention, now over 190 days. $10 million per illegal entry attempt, increased to $25 million if asleep, plus multipliers for fraudulent court orders and rejected police reports, 10 million per instance of live stream termination, 10 million for stalking, 10 million for harassment, 10 million per offense per day for all other crimes, including but not limited to civil rights violations and ADA violations. Additional penalties continue to accrue for the February 14th, 2025 crimes. I declare in a penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 14th, 2025, time 10:56 a.m. PST. Okay, it is now actually 4:50 a.m. Sunday, February 16th, 2025. Per the instructions of the FBI, I am going to end this live stream. A new live stream should initiate in 90 seconds or less, and I'm going to post this and pin it on my Facebook account, which I will orally talk about the process of as I've been instructed to every time I log into Facebook. The superseding live stream. Now, remember, if you're looking for the full story, you want more information, more evidence, you want to watch the video that used to be a podcast that Unit207 has actively been attempting to destroy and has not allowed me to add the appropriate episodes that should be on there since December 14th too, and then did the same thing with the Twitter account created just for the podcast per the FBI's instructions. Well, anyway, for that, you're going to need to watch the other video that is also almost the same amount in length, that covers a breadth, not all of it, but a substantial amount of need-to-know knowledge. And that video is just simply titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, Extortionists et al. Don't choose the one that says PT22 that was dated on February 8th, because that is everything you've just heard, plus the February 13th and 14th addendums are not incorporated in that part 2. They're only in this video. So per the FBI's instructions, I'm to end this. I'm to post it on Facebook. And then I may or may not post it on mysticgwen.com on that page designated to this domestic terrorist organization. So it is 4:51 a.m. PST, Sunday, February 16th. I'm ending this live stream, and a new live stream should commence in 90 seconds or less, unless the domestic terrorist organization decides to break in the immediate 90 seconds ahead, which I don't think they will.
News Channel 5 Snow Watch is sponsored by Tennessee Stars.
Okay, it is now 7:55 a.m. That concludes the things that we needed to go over. Unit 207 is actively hacking the offline recording that was running. That was also why that preceding pause that occurred within the recording was because of their hacking that. I didn't realize, though, that they had it flashing left, right, like they did. So starting another offline recording at present. the domestic terrorist of Unit 207, i.e. the North Everett Precinct, et al., the child abusing, hostage holding, thieves, fraudsters, property destroyers, mail interceptors, actively defrauding their employer, the state of Washington, who will be arraigning them and indicting them at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse after they are arraigned, indicted, and booked in King County by the FBI. Hacked the preceding offline recording this morning. So it is 7:58 a.m. PST. I have been running a live stream since 5:52 a.m. that they've attempted to criminally and illegally shut off and failed. So I'm not too concerned about the preceding offline recording that they were fucking with as well. So it's 7:58 a.m. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Men pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not employed by the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. And that's because so many of your criminal charges will be because of that, and things like when I was calling you 911 and saying the FBI is recording this call. They were. So if this offline recording ends for any reason without me orally stating the end time, it's the result of the domestic terrorist upstairs, Unit 207. Employees include those in the dwindling Department of Child Abusers / Stalkers, the North Everett Precinct, and various other associates that they have had join their domestic terrorist organization, in most instances under a fraudulent pretense that they are still police officers, something some of them haven't actually been in 2 years next month. Others haven't been since September 2023. You get the picture. Oh, okay.
You're such a little butthead. You're the cutest kitty, but you're a butthead. You're such a little butthead. You're the cutest kitty, but you're a butthead.
Unit 207, once again, actively attempting to terminate the live stream at 8 a.m. And once again, failing. I'm pretty sure the only way you guys are going to be able to do it is the way you did it the couple of times you were allowed to do it yesterday, which is by criminally and illegally turning off the internet that you're pretending to be my service provider of. In your active attempts to defraud your employer in the United States. Also be advised, Nerd Squad, although there should not be any saved information on Spotify. Oh, no, I take that back. There should be. Never mind. Never mind. Disregard. So it's Wednesday morning, and on Wednesday mornings, I like to listen to a girl podcast with two girls Brittany Schmidt and Tommy Lee, his new wife, Brittany Furlan. I love Brittany Schmidt. I've never met her. She is definitely one of the few females that I know I could absolutely spend an extended weekend with or go camping with and have a damn good time. This podcast is called This Is the Worst. Sometimes this podcast totally sucks, but Brittany Schmidt always says at least one thing that I like to hear. Brittany Furlan, we have a lot of mutual friends. It's my understanding that she is a really nice girl. And I like her too. I just really
Like, who did I
like
think I
Brittany
really
Schmidt.
literally was? I don't know.
You're like, I'm the Corona girl.
I am.
They will know me.
I'm like, I am.
You're like,
Oh,
Spanish.
Brittany Furlan looks the cutest
You're
in
like,
this
hola.
episode. Look at
I
her
was
fun
like,
little
hola,
updo and
motherfucker.
leopard
Yeah,
print.
so I like read the whole timeline. And it's like a lot. I mean, this is back and forth since 2012. This is like
Girl,
crazy.
you're just catching
I'm
up.
just catching up. This is 12 years of beef.
I know.
That's crazy. And Drake has tried to like call a truce so many times too.
Oh yeah, that.
Oh, I thought he has. All right, maybe I read the wrong article.
No, he responded to Not Like Us, being like, I'm not a pedophile, I'm too famous. If I was a pedophile, they would have caught me. That was like the gist of it. And then they're like, all right, Drake, you're cooked, go home.
Oh my gosh.
And then he sued Apple.
Oh
and
yeah, is that why he
Kendrick.
said I want to sing this song, but they like to sue?
Yes. He tried to hit them with a lawsuit so that he wouldn't sing it at the Super Bowl, and then he sang it anyway.
Did he win
That's why.
the
No, it's still in litigation. That's why when he said, "Hey Drake," that's why he looked right at the camera, like, "Hey Drake, I heard you like him young." It was diabolical.
But then like
That's why you don't fuck with a Gemini man. A Gemini
who's
man.
Gemini? Kendrick?
Fucking Kendrick.
Oh,
a Gemini from
shit.
Compton. I don't even want to see his chart. I don't even want to see his chart.
Dead.
It's got bullet holes in it.
They have it down at the police station.
What'd you say?
I said they have it down at the police station.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. No,
Like,
that's
according to
crazy.
his zodiac, he's going to strike again now.
No, but you know what's crazy is that, like, basically because, and for worsties, we're talking about the Kendrick Lamar Drake beef. Basically because, like, here's the thing. Drake might win that lawsuit because it technically is defamation if he has to prove it's true.
Right. No.
So if Drake does sue Kendrick for calling him a pedophile publicly and like hurting his career, he could win.
He probably will win because there are no cases against Drake. There's like, they can
Oh.
look at like the Millie Bobby Brown friendship and be like, this is fucking weird. But I just think it's one of those things where like if someone in the music industry or several people in the music industry are saying it, even if there's not a case against, like, they probably know what's up.
Whoa, dude.
But we'll see. I mean, Drake already took the L from a like career standpoint, but I actually do bet he wins in court.
I would say, because if they can't prove it, then it is like career altering, damaging, whatever. That's, so
I was like
they might
that.
have to pay him a lot of money.
What?
All right. Well, that's with
Hopefully
this.
he can build a bunker because he needs to hide from Kendrick for the rest of his life.
With that said, this episode is brought to you by Alibaba. Beep, 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 beep.
This episode of
Yeah.
Beefing with Kendrick and Drake is brought to you by Olipop. Olipop, you guys, it's the best. You know the drill. You know
I got
the
the bananas
drill.
and cream. I'm on my cycle today.
Is there cranberry ollipops for periods?
Oh, there should be a cranberry. What do you want, your period?
You know what I want? A Shirley Temple.
Oh.
Olipop.
Oh.
I'm a Shirley Temple girly.
Oh, that would be good. Like a little splash of cherry in the Ridge Rush.
Ugh. I
Can we-
need Shirley Temple Olipop ASAP.
APAP.
APAP. APAP. Anyway, drinkolipop.com/Brit. You know
Oh,
the
and
deal.
True Fruit, you guys. We won't eat them on air, but
Brittany
I was
eating
just
them when I came in.
I was just eating these before Brittany got here. They're True Fruit. I was eating the strawberries, hyper dried, fresh in cream. So it's more of like a vanilla flavor with brewberry.
Teeny's like, I will try that.
Strawberry brewberry.
I like brewberry. And I had the strawberry, the raspberry, and the brewberry.
I'm having a stroke. Today's
I'm
not my day.
screaming, you guys. It's been a week. It's always been a week.
It's
And
been a week and it's only Monday.
It's only Monday. It's been a week. And, you know, we're doing our damn thing over here. I got a worse.
I'll do it.
Okay, so Tommy was out of town. He's home now, so don't think about coming to see me.
Okay, I won't.
No, not you.
You're like, okay, so we're done hanging out.
I meant like burglars. I have to say that. So he went snowboarding with his kids, and I was like, oh, that's so nice, have fun. And then, like, while he was gone, our front door is like a piece of plywood because like our original front door had like broken. So they're like replacing it. And so like when I was like trying to set the alarm, it like wouldn't set. And so I was freaking the fuck out because, you know, obviously like it's just weird when you're by yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know. As a girl, I'm just very, I don't know.
And in big houses, you're like, I don't know what's around the corner.
Yeah, and like there's so many like nooks and crannies and fucking.
You're like, anyone could be anywhere.
It's a big nook and cranny house.
Yeah.
Okay, like I'm like it's dimly lit and it's dark, and so I was like, great. And so, but I'm like, you know, I was like, you know, I'll be strong. I'm working on my anxiety. I'll be strong. So I did pretty good for a couple days, and then like the second to last night, I'm sleeping. And it's like 4 o'clock in the morning, and out of nowhere, this one just goes, teeny, scream barking at the like doorway to my bedroom, and like I couldn't see because it's dark, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? My heart, like, you know how when you're completely asleep and then you're jolted awake by something, your heart just like takes like a fucking. It's so
like
crazy.
You just dropped off on a roller coaster.
Yeah, it's such a bad feeling, and my heart started pounding, and then I'm like, hello? I don't know why we do that. Hello? Are you going to kill me? Like, it's such a, such a stupid thing to do. Hello? Like to say hello, and then they just go, hello?
Hi.
Like, what do I think they're going to say back?
Oh, hi.
Like, what do I think they're going to say
What
back?
are you wearing?
Yeah, like, it's such a dumb thing to say, but I'm all, hello? And then I turn all the lights on. I'm freaked out. She's still freaking out. She runs into the living room because she's brave. I mean, look how little she is. Like, she's
brave.
So brave for
Little tater tot brain.
She's such a small brain, and she's so little, and like Nina doesn't care. And then I go out I turn all the lights on.
Nina's about to jump right now.
I know Nina's about to commit suicide.
Yeah, she's about to nosedive
She wants water. She wants water. I'll give it to her in a second. Anyway, I got it, Mike. It's okay. I have a little cup for her. So I fucking freak out. I call Tommy. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning. He's like, hello. So then Tommy bought me a gun a while ago just so I would feel safe. And I'm like, how do I use this thing? Like, I mean, like, I went to a shooting range like once, you know what I mean? So I don't really know. And he's like, you just have to click the bottom in and then pull the top part back and you're good. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so, like, I'm so scared. I'm shaking. I'm looking around the house. I'm checking all the doors. Obviously, everything was fine. I never figured out what this bitch was barking at. Like, I swear she just wanted to, like, give me a heart attack. Like, I don't know what she wanted.
She
like,
wanted true fruit.
She's like, she's had a dream because she, like, didn't have true fruit. I'm screaming.
She's yelling at your Alexa in the living room.
Dude, I don't know what it was. Like, to this minute, like, I turned literally.
Both of them are about
bro,
to jump.
chill. They just want some water really quick. But anyway, it was really scary.
Well,
and,
also,
like,
if you have a gun, you should definitely learn how to shoot it. So we should go to the shooting range, and I will teach you.
I mean, I went to the shooting range, but I only went, like,
well,
once,
but you have to
so.
retain the information.
Yeah, I didn't feel confident at all. I got too scared because there was, like, some kids there that looked like school shooters, and I was like, they're just going to turn it on us. Like, I know. I was, like, too paranoid.
It was you in the mirror.
Yeah, it was just my reflection. Whoa, this person looks like
I don't trust her at all.
Joint. Like, it was pretty crazy. Like, I didn't really retain any of it, to be honest. But now, like, once he explained it to me on the phone, but I couldn't get back to sleep. It was actually the worst. So, I mean, it was the worst. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, my worst. I mean, you know, when I can't sleep, I'm just, like, not myself. It's like it's like the Snickers commercial.
No,
like, just like, I'm not myself.
Yeah.
I had Big Dick 26 was in town, which was good. It was fun. He's cute and fun, and it was whatever. But just having someone in my space.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Well, you can because you live with someone.
Well, no, I mean, like, if they're my husband, but like, I can't do it. Like, if it's like just someone I'm like in the beginning, it's very hard.
Yeah. And also, like, I was thinking about this. I haven't had anyone sleep at my house since I got divorced.
Yeah.
So I dated that one guy from Wisconsin
Yeah.
for like 6 months, but like
Uh-huh.
he lived in Wisconsin, so he only came and stayed with me like 2 or 3 times.
Uh-huh.
Aside from that, I've had nobody sleep over.
Right.
I've had nobody in my bed. I've had nobody in my space, and my God, is it nice? I
Listen.
have gotten so accustomed to just my space, my schedule. I do what I want. I wake up when I want. Like, literally, because he works a really early job, so his clock is different, and he just wakes up early. And so I told him, I was like, do not wake me up.
Yeah.
And he tried his hardest to not wake me up, but then finally he was like when I woke up, he was like,
just staring at you,
Yes.
waiting for you to
yes.
wake up.
He's like, what's for breakfast? I was like,
Oh, that's a lot.
You guys, factor meals, if you don't know, you know now. They are my favorite thing. My fridge is stocked full of factor meals. They're the best. They are dietitian approved and ready to...
Shit.
They've been real bad.
They've been really
They've
bad.
been real
I
bad.
don't ever want any part of that.
But then when I got married, I was like, I am never getting divorced.
So
I
what
am
changed
never
your
getting
opinion on
divorced.
marriage was like meeting
It was Chris, yeah.
Chris?
I just met him and I was like, oh, I don't ever want to not be with this person.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah, so anyway, my point being, I say right now, I don't think I'll never live with someone again. I'm sure I will, but
Yeah.
just know in my heart I don't want to.
It has to be the right person.
Like, just having a man in the other bathroom brushing his teeth, like the way that he was like doing that into the sink, I was like, I'm gonna fucking
Yeah.
kill
Like
you.
they're talking up like their lung. Yeah. Why do they do that?
Who taught you that? Do you guys know about tongue scrapers?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
no,
like a
that's
non-violent
a
way
real
to do
man
that.
thing to do is
Yeah.
the hawking into the sink. That kind of stuff doesn't bother me. I get what you mean. Like I feel like for me it's like such an expose of like, because I have such like violent cycles and I have like, and that's like very embarrassing for me because like I don't like to like have a guy know. Like the first time I started getting my cycle living with Tommy, he was like, Jesus Christ, like I mean, like it's so much, and it's so intense that it's like hard to hide. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like I'm dying. I'm like, I'm fine. He's like, are you okay? She's like crying. I'm like, I'm fine. It's all good. He's like, why is your stomach bubbling from the heating pad? Like, literally, I have like a
Like, did you just
lidocaine
give
patch
birth?
on right now on my tummy. Like, it's all the way down here. But yeah, no, I got prescription lidocaine patches, by the way. Game
Oh, nice.
changer for all my endo PCOS girlies. Prescription lidocaine patch on the ovaries is very game changing.
Do you think if I put one on my brain, it would stop hurting?
Maybe. Just no thoughts. Just numb. Just numb brain.
Numb,
But I know how you feel.
Smooth brain.
Smooth brain. Smooth brain. No
Yeah.
thoughts.
Yeah.
I'm like, she must be so happy.
That's definitely Tommy's dog.
Literally. And this is me.
yours.
She's like lived 700
Yeah,
lives.
she
This
just
is her
looks
like.
at you like, let me tell you about the Holocaust.
Yeah, this is Nina's
Yeah.
700th incarnation.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Teeny's like,
Hello.
I like the squirrels, and I like my ball, and I like you, and you're really pretty. And like, this is Teeny, literally. They're so different.
Yeah.
But no, like it was crazy when I first moved in with him. But like I get how you feel because like when you do live by yourself, you're like it's kind of fun to like have your little secrets. Like I go home, I take my makeup off, and I turn into a and then when you go out, you're like I look so cute, and you never have to see me not cute, you know. Like
literally, when he was on his way to me, I was like counting down the minutes until I couldn't rip ass.
you remember that?
I was
You
like,
texted
oh, no.
me. You're
I
like,
was in bed like just farting. I'm like, oh no, someone's coming to take away my freedom. Donald Trump is
you
coming
hold
over.
it in all weekend, farts all weekend,
I did.
and then he left, and you were just like,
That's how we got to the airport. It's just propelled him there.
I can't breathe. That's hilarious. So
Yeah, but no,
No, I
he
get it.
was fine. Definitely not him. That was the worst of the week. It's just
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
presence
the,
of another person.
in
I
your
want to
space.
specify that he's not bad. He was
No,
lovely.
it's great. See,
Just
we don't
lovely.
talk shit on guys all the time, you guys.
He was really lovely.
haters. We don't talk shit on every man, only the ones that deserve it. No, that's so funny, dude.
Yeah.
I feel the same way. So fun. But now, like, I'm so like, I guess like you get so used to like I got so used to Tommy. At first, I was like so nervous, and then I got really used to him, and now it's like now I just don't like when he's gone. You know, because like he's like,
That's
don't you
called
enjoy like
codependence.
yeah? Well, he's like, don't you enjoy like your free time? But like, no, I'm just scared all the time.
Yeah.
I don't like
Well,
being on
that's
my
the other
own.
thing is you guys do have a big house and you're kind of in the woods.
Yeah.
So it's like that. Those things would be scary to me too.
I have really bad anxiety, man.
Yeah.
And so I'm just like,
Well, I tried to spend as much time with you
I
as
know, I
I could.
appreciated it. That was nice. Thank you.
What's your win of the week?
My win of the week. Oh fuck, I did have a win too. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Okay, I'm gonna say mine, and then maybe yours will come to you.
Back.
Okay, so this is no win, but this is a theory I want all of us single girlies to adopt.
Okay.
So I met this girl.
Cool.
This girl.
A girl.
I think I told you about how I met her. I was literally just grabbing a tea at I forget what it's called. Doesn't matter. Anyway, I had Biggie with me, and she was like, "Oh my god, he's so cute," and she was just like very, very sweet. And she's like, "What's your name? Where are you from?" Like just being like very outgoing. Yeah, and I was like, "Oh, you're sweet." And she's like, "I moved here like a year and a half ago from Cleveland," and she's like a Midwest girly, but I could tell she was young, like real young, you know.
And like not jaded by LA yet.
No.
She's so friendly.
Yeah, so friendly, so like just bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Aww.
And she just had a very cute vibe and good energy, and so we exchanged information. I was like, let's grab coffee sometime. And then we ended up going weeks ago. I've been wanting to talk about it on the podcast for a while, but it was her and one of her friends, and they're like 24 young, like young.
Yeah.
And it was her and one of her friends and then me, and we were just like all talking about boys, which was funny. But like her friend started bitching about this guy who's like super hot, but he's like really hot and cold with her, and she's like, I just don't know where I stand, and like he wants me to drive to Ventura tonight. And for those of you who don't know, Ventura from Soho House in West Hollywood is like an hour and a half, like minimum.
Insane.
So far. And then so she was like getting ready to go to Ventura, and then he last minute was like, never mind. And she was then crushed and felt horrible. And I was like, oh, it's happening at all ages. It's happening just across the board. These guys are being fuckboys. But the girl that I met, her name's Marie, this little like sweet one who obviously has two parents who love her a lot, because she just said, she's like, you get a new one. You get a new one. And
You get a new one.
you get a new one. That needs to be our new motto for men, because I think what's at that core of that is I'm grouping myself into this, operate from such a lack mentality in dating, where it's like you find someone you kind of like, there's a few things that are good about him, a few things that we're going to ignore that aren't good about him, and then there's a few things that are bad about him, but we're going to ignore all that stuff because we want to make it fit when it doesn't fit. But it's just like, there are so many people out there. There are so many options. It's like, if something fundamentally isn't fitting, or he's not treating you right, or if he makes you feel bad, or if your body gets anxiety when he texts you, or when you guys are hanging out, you don't feel safe, like, you get a new one. You get a fucking new one.
That's so true. And like, I know it's like weird because, although I will say this, don't you feel like when you go out, like the chances of you seeing like a really cute girl are really high, but the chances of you seeing a guy that's actually your type is very minimal. So what I think is happening is, it's like, ooh, get a new one, but I feel like there's not a lot of the type of guys that girls are after, and then that pool is really small of like guys that these girls want, and then all these girls are going for those guys, and so the pool is actually kind of like smaller than what you think it is, right? Because like, think about when you're scrolling on the dating apps, right? You're scrolling and you're like, no, and then there's that one golden goose, and you're like, oh fuck, that one's really hot. Well, he's a lot of people's golden goose, and so that's how the guys end up kind of in the superior position, I think. Because there's not that many of them that we want to go out with. And then the ones that we do want to go out with, everyone wants to go out with.
So I think that's the mentality we need to get rid of.
Okay.
Because I think it's just like, we're in Los Angeles. It is one of the biggest cities in the country.
Yeah.
There's so many guys.
There are like, so many guys. Listen, I will say this, not to interrupt you. When I go out to dinner with Tommy, and I've been going out to dinner with Tommy a lot, I see some really handsome guys sometimes. And I want to ask you, should I sneak a picture and send it to you and go, should I like ask them if they want to go out with you? Because I see these guys and I'm like, we were at dinner at Forma in Santa Monica.
Yeah, I love Forma.
And there was the most handsome guy there, and he was tall, and I was like, I gotta hook him up with Brittany. And I'm like, but like, I didn't want to be a creeper, and I was like, is that weird? You know?
No, I love
should
that.
I next time
do it.
snap a pic, go
100%.
yes or no? Should I?
Yes.
Hey, are you single? I have a girlfriend. I know this is weird, but you guys should go out.
I'll be like, she really wants to fuck with you.
Yeah, Tommy's like, she likes big dicks. She loves fucking. Her special's called horny.
You want a hot blonde, dude?
Yeah, dude. You should just go fuck her, even if you don't want to like date her. Just the worst. I'm like, babe, please, babe. I'm screaming, but I've been thinking I'm going to do that for you.
Yeah, do that for me. Also, I really like that you get a new one theory, and it's not
Yeah,
like
that is
everyone's disposable. I think it's obviously when you're building something with someone and something goes wrong, there are things you need to work through. You have to like meet in the middle.
No, I didn't mean that. I just meant like there's not as many options. Like,
but I think there are.
You think there are?
I think there are. I think there are. I think it's just a matter of where we're looking.
Yeah.
And I think I got rid of my Hinge.
Yeah, you did.
Because I
You gave up
just
too quick, I think.
I think it became abundantly clear I needed to do more work on myself. Like, I was not okay.
Yeah.
And I don't want to date from a place where I'm not feeling mentally stable.
I just think some of these dudes were not okay, and then it made you feel like you were.
Exactly.
It made you feel like you weren't okay, but it was actually them that wasn't okay.
But I should be unshakable in my okayness when I'm dating. Do you know what I mean? I shouldn't have like the opinion of some guy I met twice debunk all the things I think about myself or make me feel not worthy.
Respect.
Yeah.
But it was actually crazy when you would come back and tell me the shit that they would say. And
Like
I was
what?
like, oh, like, just like, rich boy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the craziest shit. I'm like, anyone would think that this is crazy. And so, like, you were coming back and having, like, some visceral reactions to stuff, but I feel like that was normal for what was being said.
Sono bello.
Doesn't it sound like an opera?
It does.
Like, Sono bello, mi amoro. I just keep going. Yeah, all right,
okay.
anyway. So,
guys,
I want to win a Grammy next year. It's my goal.
Let's submit that to the Grammys. Lipo used to be such a bad word, but we're also supposed to act like we love every part of our bodies. It's BS.
It's Brittany Schmidt.
It's Brittany Schmidt. Listen, you guys, getting your body back is hard. I get it. That's why I want you guys to check out Sono Bello. Our friends at Sono Bello are offering you their best deal. You're now included in their winter savings event, but appointments are limited, so please get in on this.
Guys, the Sono Bello doctors are masters in micro laser fat removal. It's a brilliant technique that removes stubborn fat permanently, wherever your problem areas are, the tummy, the love handles, thighs, or arms. It's gone in one comfortable visit. Obviously, eating healthy and workouts are great. This is just something else that you can do. If you want to lose that stubborn fat in one visit, check out Sono Bello. You can save big during their winter savings event. Sonobello.com, SONOBELLO.com/worst. That's sonobello.com/worst. And actually, it's so crazy. I've never had lipo or laser lipo, but I'm like seeing a lot of this stuff online about lipedema, which is like a lot of girls who are like really thin, but then they get like this, like, it's like a diseased fat called lipedema, and like they get it removed, and then they're okay. It's like very weird, but I've been seeing a lot of it, like in my For You page and stuff. And then a lot of girls, like, they're like in really good shape, and then I saw this other girl, she's like really good shape, and then she just wanted what they call ballerina arms. I guess they would say I have ballerina arms, like very thin arms. And she did laser lipo and got her little ballerina arms.
I want ballerina arms.
Yeah, so if that's, I guess, something you can do.
Big bad wolf arms. I've got big bad bitch arms.
I got big back arms.
Yeah.
I got fucking football play. No, you don't.
Girl.
I'm screaming. Anyway,
Sono Bello. How many times have you Facetune those bitches?
Shut up.
Listen, Sono Bello, if you want to Facetune yourself in real life, go get it. Yeah, but like, not even that. I just don't know if online dating is going to be how I meet someone, because I'm such a vibes girly.
Yeah, meeting someone in person is kind of important. But...
And I, like I said, some of the dates were good, some were whatever, but I just know in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
If this is a vibe
and then you don't want to have to sit through the whole rest of the date, like,
Yes.
pretending.
because that's the other thing. I value my alone time so much.
Yeah.
Like, I love sitting home after I work out and make myself a factor meal and sit on my couch.
You love
Like,
a factor
I love factor
meal,
meals. Like, I really love that. So, voice noting you, FaceTiming Claudia, just doing all my little, like, things.
Are guys sliding in your DMs at all?
No.
Nobody?
Well, they are, but, like, you know, they have families. Like, they're just, like, bad men.
There was like a guy who like commented on our podcast page something mean, and then I went to his page and like every picture of him was with like him holding a dead animal. I was like,
Oh, yeah, I saw that, too. I was like,
oh, are we safe? Are we
Are we
safe?
good?
Are we okay?
I was going to clap back
Do you
at
want
him.
to hang us on your wall?
Yeah.
Like,
I was going to clap back at him, and I saw he was a hunter, and I was like, never mind.
yeah, exactly. We become next on
Yeah,
his
we're
like
like,
fucking
right.
scary list.
Um,
But yeah, no, I thought I had a win. I think I wrote it down. I have such a short-term memory. I'm like a goldfish. Hang on. I know I wrote some stuff down that I wanted to say because I was like, wait a minute. I know I have stuff. Nope, that's not it.
Nina, do you have a win?
Nina has a win every day because he didn't get eaten by a coyote.
Oh, yeah.
He got to live. I wrote this down, but this is like not great. Next time your feelings are getting hurt by a guy, try remembering he's literally just some dude. Just a guy. Hope this helps.
That's not helpful at all.
He's just some guy, though. He's just some guy.
Just
It's
some
just
dude.
some dude.
Don't worry, if he's disappointing you, he's also disappointed others, including his parents.
Oh, this is a win. I ran into Irene Neuwirth, who is an amazing jewelry designer. And I had met her because we were on a flight together a long time ago, and I had the dogs, and she has dogs, and we were still like chatting it up, and that's how I met her. We were both on the plane, and I was telling her like how sad I was at one point about, you know, trying to get the dogs to come with us on tour overseas and stuff, because it was like, it's very difficult. You
Oh,
know?
yeah, like,
So
especially
it's
Australia
nightmare,
and
right?
stuff, yeah.
But she said there's a company called Canine Jets, and you can fly with your dogs, and it's like a dog flight, and you can go fucking anywhere, and they take care of all the paperwork.
How much money?
So expensive.
Yeah.
But I was like, I love them so much.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, when we were in Japan and Australia, we were there for like a month and a half, and
Yeah.
not having them for a month and a half was like, I mean, it's like physical torture. They're
Yeah.
literally like my children.
I know.
And so, like, I can't, like, I don't like being without them for long amounts of time. And, like, you can take these fucking planes anywhere. Canine Jets. And there's, like, a couple different companies that do it.
But, like, ballpark, how expensive are we talking?
All right. So, she had, like, 3 dogs.
Uh-huh.
So, hers was really expensive. So, like, for one ticket, one way for a dog that I looked, it's, like, $12K.
Okay, well, that's just like flying business somewhere.
I feel like that's fair.
That's not
But
bad.
then also, and that's one way.
That's not.
And then I
Well,
feel like
yeah.
it's to put,
It's a little steep.
it's steep, but also like for small dogs, I think you can put 2, because you're basically buying a seat
Mhm.
on a plane for yourself, and then they have like an area for the dog.
Mhm.
And so if they're 2 small dogs, the site was like, you can put them, because they go together in their little Sherpa
Right.
anyway, because those teeny gets freaks out if she's not with Nina when we're traveling. So usually that might be like the price one way for one. I mean, it's so expensive.
Yeah.
Like, it's like,
Well, yeah.
if
but
there's anywhere
business-
I really want to go, to be honest, but I'm too freaked out to fly anywhere at all. Like, I'm just so scared now after everything that's happened. I was already
Don't
scared.
be.
Now I'm scared. You're not scared at all? No. You're not scared of anything.
God, let me be on the plane that goes down.
Me and Brittany were watching this show last night, which is called Apple Cider Vinegar, and it's on Netflix right now. And it's about this girl. They call her Belle Gibson in the show. I don't know what her. Mike, will you look up what the girl's real name is, please? It's who is Apple Cider Vinegar based on? The show. It's on Netflix. Who is it based on? Is it really did they use her real name? Is it Belle Gibson? I can't read. Who's
Bill
Apple
Gibson's
Cider?
Shocking Life Lives they didn't show you on TV. Yeah,
Oh
that's her
my
name.
God! So her real name is Belle Gibson. They didn't even change the
That's
name.
funny. I thought it was like a
I-
Mel Gibson.
I thought they were trying to like,
Be
you know,
funny.
whatever. Okay, so this show, if you haven't watched it yet on Netflix, I'm not going to spoil it for you, but basically the show's based around a girl who lied about having cancer and made a whole career out of it and all this stuff like that, right? So we're watching this show. I'm watching this show with Brittany, and there's a girl in the show who really does have cancer. She has like a sarcomas in her arm, and she has to get her arm like amputated or die. And I go to Brittany, I'm like, what would you do? Would you get your arm amputated or would you die? And without even looking at me, she goes, die. Before I even finish the question, I'm like, would you
Well, you
get
didn't
your
say
arm-
that because, like, I think the girl's like fighting with the doctors, being like, there has to be a different
Yeah,
way, like
yeah.
da 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 da. And you're like, what would you do?
Yeah.
I was like, die. I would die.
Would you really, though, if you got cancer right now, would you fight it?
Probably.
Yeah.
I
Try.
talk shit, but I would probably
Try. That's cool.
but not like that hard. You know.
You're like, I don't like it. Anyway.
I would like dance around in some sage.
You just take one sip of soursop tea and you're like, I don't like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. I mean, it's a crazy show. If you guys haven't watched it yet, it's a fucking unbelievable show. I mean, the things that people lie about to get, like, I mean, but how many people are there that are like this in the world? I'm sure so many.
Well, it's like that one girl. What's her name? She was in Silicon Valley. She pretended she made that blood machine.
Oh yeah,
Mike, what was her name? The girl.
They did a movie about her too.
Yeah, she pretended to make basically this blood machine that could detect if you had cancer. Elizabeth.
Oh yeah, Elizabeth Smart. No, Elizabeth.
What's her name? Oh yeah, there it is. What's her name? This is very annoying to me that I don't know
And
this
who
right
played
now.
her?
Elizabeth Holmes.
Elizabeth
Holmes. I'm so annoyed that I
And
didn't
so
know that.
it was like
So the
all
company
not real, right?
the company was called Theranos, and basically they got caught using machines that were already on the market, like blood machines, and pretending that they were doing all this work, but like with this little box. But the thing that was crazy is like she was ruining people's lives. Like she was telling them they had cancer when they didn't, or telling them they had diabetes when they didn't. And then they would go on like the course of action for somebody who has cancer or diabetes. And
Oh my god, they probably fucked themselves.
there's blood on her hand. She killed people for sure. And she just did it because she got in over her head and she couldn't admit the machine wasn't what she said it was.
700 million from investors. Wow.
But here's the crazy thing. So when I used to work in recruitment, I worked in advertising, recruitment, and as a headhunter, when you headhunt, you work for a bunch of different agencies at once.
Yeah.
So I worked with Facebook, I worked with Google, I worked with whatever. We worked with Theranos.
Oh boy.
And one of the designers that I placed there was working on everything. And I remember he called me and he's like, I can't keep going on this assignment in good faith. And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, I think this place is a scam. And I was like, oh, okay. But like as a recruiter, I don't really care. I'm like,
You're like, do you want to get paid or
Yeah,
not?
I was like,
all right, I'll find someone else to pop little
exactly.
graphics on the machine.
Yeah, I was like, I'll just find someone else. But he's like, I would be surprised if this doesn't blow up. And then I had another guy who worked there for like a year and a half who loved it, who was all in, who was drinking the Kool-Aid, who was like, this is like the best job
I get my
ever.
blood tested every day.
Yeah.
Says I'm HIV
But
positive, but it's okay.
They cured it.
Turns out I have full-blown AIDS.
Yeah,
Whatever.
whatever.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah,
dude.
but I think people just get in over their head on the lie, and then especially like this, where she's getting hundreds of millions of dollars in investment.
Yeah.
People think that you're getting a pinprick of blood, and it's doing the kind of testing that like so many
different
labs.
machines would have to do,
Because-
and they're saying all one machine did it.
Yes, but
Wow.
also the amount of blood you would need to take to get the information that she said these tests were. Mike, can you Google and see what the Theranos test was saying that it tested for? It would have had to been like, how I did the function lab draw.
Yeah, you had to do tons of.
2 different days and 14 different vials a day. So
Oh my god.
So what she is saying, Theranos claimed to test for many conditions, including diabetes, cancer, cardiovascular disease, and more, using a blood test that only required a few drops of blood. However, the
Whoa.
company's tests were unreliable and often provided false results.
That's so sad.
Theranos used a finger prick to collect blood in a nanotainer, which was then analyzed by a device called the Edison. The company claimed that the Edison could perform many tests quickly and cheaply. However, the Edison didn't work as advertised. So they would take the Edison, basically what they said was going into the Edison, and they would put it into, I can't remember what the ones that are like tried and true for years are called. But
anyway, probably good shows to watch, right?
Yeah, that one, I think it was on Hulu, that series.
Yeah,
That series
and then
was
this
great.
one, the apple cider vinegar one, I'm like, whoa, dude. Like,
yeah.
so many, and that's why, like, whenever people always, like, hit me up to, like, share, random people I don't know hit me up to share, like, GoFundMes and stuff, and I'm always very nervous about that, because I don't know, you know? I always, like, I don't know. It's just, you never know. It's just a lot out there that...
People are scammers. People are
Yeah,
scammers.
they
They love a
are,
tragedy.
and they prey on people that are, like, nice.
Mhm.
You know what I mean, too. But anyway, so I don't even know how I got there with my, like, what was my good thing of the week. I don't even know.
Everything's good.
Everything's
should we click
good.
over
Life
to
is
Patreon?
good. Yeah, let's fucking do it.
Welcome back to hell. It's me, Satan. I saved you a seat.
Guys, welcome back. We switched back from the we switched back from the Patreon. This week is worst style.
Which I have impeccable style always, so I don't have.
I saw some of your pictures, bitch. That headband.
I know, I was joking. I'm making a joke. I have bad style right now. Like, we could go through this podcast and all the outfits I wear, and we could just tell by the way you look at me.
You know what's fucking crazy is
When
that
when you're trying to figure out why would someone wear that. When you were just looking at me and shouting, you're saying nothing, but you're shouting.
There's
You're
a
like,
show called "Why Would You Wear That?" That's
wear
a be funny show. But yeah, no. Listen, I have some pictures, and I'm gonna submit these so you guys can see. But at every point, I thought I looked so good. That's the
thing.
crazy point. Is a delusion.
It's not delusion. That's the style at the time. Like, you are doing what everyone else is doing. You just look like a fucking idiot.
An idiot.
An idiot. Like, the picture I have, I mean, I'll throw it up, but it's my first picture when I first moved to LA. I'm wearing, and it's not even really.
Show Brittany.
It's not even really what I'm wearing on my body, because I'm just wearing like this little black jumper. My bra's hanging out, no big deal. But I have this headband on and these cheetah print earrings that are just these big circle cheetah print earrings, and then these crazy big sunglasses, and we'll
put the picture up, guys. There it is. But how old were you in that picture?
21, 22.
Oh, just a little chicken.
Just a little baby.
Okay, I'm going to show you my pictures, and then I'm going to text them to the chat as I show you them. Okay, so I wanted to be a model. Very clearly.
Weren't you one for Van Dutch?
I was a model for Von Dutch, but I wanted to be like a model.
Yeah,
I wanted to be like Kate Moss.
Christy
you know
Brinkley.
what I mean? And I was a fit
Was
model.
Christy Brinkley a model?
Of course. And I was a fit model for years where, like, I would go to downtown LA and they would make clothes on my body. Anyway. But I wanted to be, like, a runway model. Way too short. Not the right size. But I used to, like, do, like, weird themed photo shoots. And this was like,
first of all, hip bone.
This was for like a Corona like calendar, but not even Corona, like some off-brand. Like, my face does not match my body.
Not even close. It's like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs went to Cancun on the bottom.
From the waist down, from the neck down.
Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs up, and then Spring Break.
Yeah, exactly. And then Spring Break. I'm sending this picture right now to the chat. This is the first one we talk. Oh, I can't believe, like, I thought I looked really hot. I was like, I'm killing it.
Is that we think we look good in the time, and we do. That's the thing. Also, we do.
I don't know, Britt.
Listen, I am going to always be kind.
I love you
about your outfits from here on out.
Thank you. I mean, here's the full size shot, and this was for like a calendar, like. I don't even know what it was for. It was like, I used to take like weird, odd jobs of like, you're going to be a model for like probably like chips and dip calendar.
The Frito
hanging in the bathroom.
Frito-Lay calendar. It's also like poorly shot. The background is blown out.
So poorly shot. Yeah. Well, these were like
you can barely see your margarita.
I never even got to see the final pictures.
It's very funny.
Dude, can
It's
you
very
believe the
funny.
things we did? And like, look at my outfit.
It's very
Like, who did I think I really literally was? I don't know.
You're like, I'm the Corona girl.
I am.
They will know me.
I'm like, I am
You're like,
Hispanic.
you're like,
Even though
you're
I'm
like,
not.
hola.
I was like, hola, motherfuckers. I am clearly not. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
And then I went through a really crazy hat era.
Okay.
Where all I wore was like cowboy hats. Or like big hats. Like this. Like I would wear big hats.
Oh.
Like, what do you
that's
even
not a
call
cowboy
that?
Hat. That's a,
Kentucky Derby hats.
that's a
No,
it's
not a derby
funeral
hat. It's like funeral hats. And I thought I
Yeah.
was like,
But I kind of like this vibe.
you do?
Yeah,
You don't
like
think I
this
look
vibe.
stupid?
No, you look stupid, but I like it. I like the brand of stupid you are.
I wore a hat like
It's giving Cruella de Vil.
I wore a hat every day. It was
Yeah.
like classic hats. I'm sending this picture. This is a hat picture. Classic hats, like black outfit, and then not classic hats. And then I started to go like, so I was really into like all black at one point, black with the hats. And then I went on to the hats with Bohemian, and it's like I'm like Samantha Ronson or something. Like I wanted to do
Yeah, this is a tragedy.
like I wanted to do like bowler
Also,
hats.
this face doesn't even look like your face.
Yeah, I was like 100 pounds. I'm like a skeleton.
Yeah, you look
Yeah, I was really sickly.
St. Jude's ad.
sickly.
Sick child.
Sick
Sick child ad.
child. So sickly. I was literally, I had no, look how small, you can't even see
No,
boobs.
you're
I was like
tiny.
flat chested because I was
Yeah.
so skinny
You
there.
know, like, you know how you have to have a little fat in your face?
I had
There is
nothing. Skeleton. When I
Skeleton
lose
vibes.
weight, it goes off
Well,
from my
everyone,
face.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the hat pictures. And then I have, like, I literally thought I was a model here with my heart sunglasses and my, like, nasty gal outfit. Like, everything was, like,
That one's cute.
nasty
That
gal.
one's not bad.
This is cute.
It's not atrocious. We need, like, truly atrocious.
Okay, guys, this is what I would wear to go out in LA, and this is 2012. 2012,
That's
going
around the
out
time my picture
in
was.
LA, 2012. Like, that's what I would wear. You guys are listening to the pod, you have to watch it. It's the
Yeah.
heart sunglasses. Like, I wore heart sunglasses, not ironically. Like, I thought they were really cool. And I had
Really a
one, you
vibe.
can't really tell, but I had one really giant cross earring on.
Nice. Those are back in.
Yeah. I mean, Brittany.
Okay, let's do the worsty.
Wait.
Oh boy, that's the worst. Like, why'd you save that one for last? That one is atrocious. You look like that jacket's like a baked potato.
I don't know
Like
what I
baked
was
potato
thinking. I was
vibes.
like edgy, but like not. Like I don't know what I was
know.
doing. Like I loved like the faint and like I would go to these like weird emo clubs, but like I did my hair weird. I looked like a member of The Cure. Like I don't know. Like it's just bad, you guys. I have a lot of bad pictures. Anyway, I think I've gotten better with time.
I think your style's great.
I think it's gotten
I love your
semi
style.
better. Anyway, so there's that. But
Every
we can't
time-
wait to hear your guys's.
People talk about you. They always mention how great your style is.
Do they?
Oh yeah.
Like random
To
people?
me, no, or like podcasties, little worsties. I
Oh.
mean them out in the wild. Like, Brittany always looks so cool, and I'm like,
Thanks,
what
guys.
about me?
Please don't cancel me for this hair. I got it as a gift.
I mean, listen, let's overlook the fact that she's in dreadlocks right now. Let's overlook the locks.
I didn't feel like doing my hair, and it's like all on a hair tie, and you just like wrap it up, and I'm like, I kind of like it. Whatever.
I like it. It's a vibe.
Anyway, okay, let's read your worst stories.
Okay, here's my worst style story. My husband had just bought me a new Nike outfit, a really cute set with leggings and a short sleeve top. We went down to our local hot dog stand for lunch, and when I walked up to the window to order, I noticed all the women coming to the window and staring at me weirdly. I looked at my husband like, what the hell are they looking at? Jealous.
Yeah.
We live in a small town where everyone eats there and everybody knows everybody. Well, turns out my leggings were the exact same color as my skin.
I've seen people do
They
this.
thought I wasn't wearing
naked.
any pants. I'm pretty sure that they thought I lost my damn mind and showed up to eat with no pants on. They didn't realize I was actually wearing leggings until they got super close. LOL. Needless to say, those leggings went straight on Poshmark as soon as we got home. They sold instantly. I pity the next bitch who wears them. Better yet, why did my husband set me up like that?
Oh my god!
I have seen that. Like when
And
girls.
there's no picture. I've seen on Instagram. I'll be scrolling really fast, and some girls will be having nude leggings on, and I think they're naked, and I'm like, oh my god, this
Whoa.
girl's naked,
Yeah.
and it's not. It's the leggings.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love a Poshmark sale though. Here, babe. Poshmark's the best. Okay, can I eat one? No? Ooh, these are...
You can eat
Nina?
afterwards.
Nina wants it.
Look
Okay,
at both of them.
look at the dogs. They
They're
can
like,
probably have this,
"Blue."
or is it white chocolate?
White chocolate.
It's in cream. Blueberries and cream. There's no chocolate.
Well,
Okay, guys, maybe you can have one later. I'll have to read the ingredients. Okay. This is more of a style fail, but it's too hilarious to not share. When I was a teenager in the late 90s, there was this trend where people would rip open their jeans along the seam up to the knee, insert a strip of funky fabric, and then sew it back up to create a bell-bottom shape. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
For some reason, I loved this hideous trend. The problem, I knew nothing about crafting or sewing, and neither did my parents or my sister. I had an old pair of jeans that were embarrassingly narrow below the knee, slim, skinny jeans that weren't in style yet. So I decided to use those along with some fabric that I had bought. Since I had no sewing skills or even sewing supplies, I figured I'd just staple the fabric in place. Not stapling your jeans.
Not even clothespins.
Jesus, genius, right? I turned the jeans inside out and stapled the material along the seams. And you know what? They looked great. I even got a ton of compliments on them at school. Then after school, I was running through the quad with some friends when I tripped and fell. And yeah, it was not pretty. By that point, many of the staples had loosened, shifted, and since I had used regular paper staples, not fabric ones, they pierced me, and I ended up with severely bloody legs from the knees down. Lesson learned, fashion is pain, but maybe not that much pain. Damn,
Lots of bloody
stapling the
legs.
clothes is hilarious.
I think I did that for something. I specifically remember stapling clothes, but I don't remember what I was doing.
Oh my
But I
God.
remember doing it. Okay, my coworker was wearing a soft cotton jersey maxi tube skirt with a little brand tag hanging off the bottom hem. It looked like she had it on inside out and upside down. I thought, this is it. I get to exercise girl code, discreetly pointing out a fashion mishap that's easy to fix. She'll no doubt be thankful for it. So as we were about to leave lunch with our coworkers, I WhatsApped her about it. She quietly replied, "Call out the fashion police." That's how it's supposed to be. The walk back to the office was so awkward. I wanted to jump to the nearest pond. My difference was it was the ugliest. I think she meant defense. Okay. To my defense, it was the ugliest outfit I ever saw. LOL.
I'm screaming. I have this off-white sweatshirt, and it has tags hanging on it, and you're not supposed to cut them off.
Yeah.
You're supposed to just let them hang.
Yeah.
And people stop me
All the time.
when I'm wearing it, and they're like, "Hey, your tags are,"
Yeah.
and I'm like,
I know, but also those are dumb. But also,
I know.
I think the off-white shoes with the tags on
Yeah,
them
those are the
look
ones I have
cool.
too.
Yeah, I've seen those, but with the shirts, it's a different.
It's a sweatshirt, and I'll wear it. I'll show you. I'm gonna wear it. I'm gonna wear my dumb sweatshirt. It has like a thing on the side, a loop, and then the tags are like rubber, and they hang on the side.
Yeah. No, I know.
People always
I'm
are like,
familiar with the product.
yeah, everyone's like, you need to cut your tag off. Someone just does it, though they don't even say it. Tommy just does it.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, babe, I got you.
Hey, babe.
You just ruined the sweatshirt. Now the sweatshirt's worth $1. More stories than I can share, but possibly my
Unit207 is
worst,
attempting
or
to
should I
terminate the
say
live stream and
best, fashion
selling
mishap
and
happened a
failing
few
again
years
at
ago.
8:49
I lived in London,
It's
and I
now
was heading
8:50.
to the tube at Tottenham Court Road Station. I was wearing a lovely olive green maxi skirt and definitely feeling myself as I swooshed about. As I stepped onto the escalator, I didn't realize my skirt had gotten caught. Oh my God.
Oh no.
By the time I reached the bottom, I finally noticed and panic set in. A wave of people were heading straight towards me, and I was stuck. The emergency stop button was too far away, so I had two choices. Take the skirt off, not a great underwear day, or two, rip it free. I went for the ripping option. With one desperate yank, my skirt tore from the hem to the waistband. I had no choice but to embrace my newfound freedom and run away in shame. I can only imagine what the guys monitoring the CCTV had an absolute field day. Oh my God, have you ever had that happen to you? Get stuck in an escalator or elevator or anything?
Yeah, but now that I said that, I'm sure it'll happen.
Escalators at the mall, I used to wear like ripped jeans on the bottom, and when I was going up the escalator, I used to wear super shredded jeans, at the bottom. They got caught in the escalator, and they just went, same thing, fucking ripped the shit out of my jeans, and I was like, I thought I was gonna get like sucked into it. And Nina's actually really funny. I always pick her up for escalators, but she hates them.
Yeah.
Like when we go towards them, she always backs up. 'Cause she's like, my little Grinch feet are gonna get stuck in the escalator. She hates them. Hi, Nina.
Biggie loves escalators, but every time I take him to the airport, they're like, pick up your dog. And I'm like,
Oh
okay.
yeah, no, I know. I always pick both of them up, but like it's so funny how much she hates them. She
Biggie
literally
loves
backs
them.
up. Oh, Biggie's
He likes
brave.
it. I mean, he jumps
he's
on,
got-
he jumps on.
Oh, and
yeah.
he's got like long, skinny legs, so he's good.
And like no hair.
And no hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, bad
Bad
advice.
advice. Bad
Okay.
advice.
This is a long one. Sorry, ladies, but your girl needs help. One of my guy friends and I have been friends for over 10 years. We've never dated, but anytime we're both single, we eventually end up sleeping together. Recently, he's been going through a really hard time, and as a concerned friend, I went to check on him with my pussy. No, I'm just kidding. I added that. Okay,
Pussy,
sorry.
hey, are you
Yeah, hey. While catching up, I realized how lonely and bored I was feeling in my relationship with my boyfriend at the time. After communicating my needs and seeing no change, I was ready to end things and move out. But where I live, the cost of living is insanely high, and there's a housing shortage. She lives in the Palisades.
I'm screaming.
When venting to my guy friend about my situation, he mentioned that his roommate would likely be moving out soon, and that if I felt comfortable, I could take the empty room. We had a long conversation and agreed that neither of us wanted a relationship, so if I moved in, things had to stay strictly platonic. Things did not stay platonic. Bad idea? Yes. The messiest part? No. Because of our living situation, I've become friends with his other friends, including multiple women. One in particular, who has become one of my closest girlfriends, I had a gut feeling he used to date, but I wasn't sure. Last week, she texted me asking me if I wanted to get my nails done with her. While chatting, I casually asked how things were going with the guy she was seeing. She responded by saying she was only dating other guys to pass time, hoping my roommate would eventually give her another chance. In the moment, I told her I appreciated her trusting me with that, but because of my friendship and living situation with my roommate, I couldn't be involved in that conversation. Help! What should I do now? Is there anything I can do? Things between my roommate and me have been effortless so far. If I suddenly move out or stop sleeping with him, he's going to figure out that she said something, but if I bring it up to him, it could blow everything up. And if I tell her not to get her hopes up, that could also cause problems. I feel like no matter what, someone is going to get hurt. If I had known about their history, I probably wouldn't have moved in, and I definitely wouldn't have started sleeping with him again. And any and all advice, good or bad, is greatly appreciated. What advice do you give? Whoa, dude.
What would you do?
Well, I don't know. I just think that she's known the guy longer and been sleeping with the guy longer, and they have more history. So it's like this girl that she just met because of the guy comes around and says she wants another chance with him. I don't think she necessarily has to be like, I have to stop sleeping with him. I would probably distance myself from that girl a little bit, because you don't
want
want
to be like a fake friend.
Yeah, you don't want to be like, you know, the two-faced duplicity of like getting your nails done and listening to her vent about this stuff when you know you're sleeping with him.
Or if she's not really into the roommate, she could just stop sleeping with. But she said,
He knew
I
something
don't
would
want
be
to
up.
suddenly. And obviously the guy's into her because he's sleeping with her. So fuck yeah, I guess
And he invited her to move in.
Yeah,
You don't do that if you're not into someone.
It's kind of hard. Kind of a hard situation. I would just probably do the same thing and not. I wouldn't get close to the girl, and I would kind of keep my distance.
Yeah.
And let them figure it out.
Yeah.
Because that's like, you know, she'll have to talk to the guy about that.
Yeah. And there is also a world where, you know, I hate to admit that we do this as girly pops, but sometimes we do, where we get close to people strategically to figure out what's going on with the man that we're interested in.
Oh, maybe that's what she's doing.
Yeah. She's like, oh, the person that has the most proximity to this guy is his roommate, so I will befriend the roommate to get as much information out of her as I can. And also, when you befriend her, it does make it seem like, oh, if something goes on between you guys, then you broke girl code. Girls do that.
Yeah, that's
girls
weird.
do that.
I feel like girls always try to become friends with me to get to Tommy, and I'm like, no, we're not being friends. I have like a really good radar for that now. I've had it happen to me like maybe twice, but
yeah.
Anyway, hey, here's some good vibes from the listeners. Hey, ladies, I've been listening to the podcast for about a year now, and the episodes never fail to make me laugh out loud in public. I recently moved all the way to Japan, wow, from Florida to work at Disney as a dancer.
Ooh.
Congratulations, that's so cool. Japan is awesome. And the podcast has gotten me through the first month of being away from family and my boyfriend. Oh, I've never left the country before. Wow, and
That's a big
still
move.
lived at home, I just wanted to say thank you for doing what you do. And I always listen to the podcast when I'm having a tough time and when I miss home. Japan is the coolest place you could live. Like, it's so clean and nice, and like, congratulations. Like, what a cool place. And I love Japan personally, so that's rad.
I can't wait to go to Japan.
You're gonna love it. It's just the people are incredible. The place is incredible. The sites are incredible. It's clean. It's beautiful. It's evolved. It's everything.
Okay, great. Can't wait to go.
Yep.
Can't wait for you to take me.
Yeah, no, we will go.
Brits, I love listening to your podcast as a way to make my boring workday go by faster. I actually get excited to go to work on days that new episodes are released. So thank you. I love you guys so much. We love you guys.
Thank you so much for always being supportive of us. And, you know, we're just really grateful for this little family that we have. We love you guys. Make sure to write in your worst, or for bad advice, you can write in your experiences at This Is the Worst Pod to our Instagram.
One of the female federal felons that the FBI is excited to put in prison is upstairs feeling successful about
we
something.
Have the tea on there. The tea was
So I'm going to open up the live stream that's running from
Brittany is the
YouTube
queen.
app,
I
which they're hacking into to prevent anything from showing up. I have noticed they've put a line through all of the updates that the FBI
see you next Wednesday.
requested on
Bye.
all of the live streams, which
thank you guys for
already
listening
had
to
that.
This Is the Worst podcast, powered by Just Media House.
So
This
I
Is the
will
Worst is
orally
hosted and
read that
executive
aloud
produced
for you
by Brittany
guys.
Ferlenley and Brittany Schmidt. If you enjoyed our show, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment,
Silly
rate,
domestic
and review.
terrorists and
Stay
child
connected with us
abusers.
on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube,
And stalkers
Facebook,
and hostage
Snapchat,
holders
This
and
Is the Worst
destroyers
Pod.
of property
Studio
and
provided by
thieves
Second
and
Floor
professional
Studios,
disgraces to
podcast
every
and
man and
social
woman
artwork produced by The Forward
who works as
Digital
a
and
public
Product
servant.
Limited. Thank you to our post-production team at Creative Evolution Studios. Theme song to This Is the Worst podcast, performed by Midnight Noise. This is the worst, where we are going to make the best of the worst.
No one upstairs is not going to prison, except for the whistleblowers.
Except for the whistleblowers.
Hello, my fellow.
What?
This BBC podcast is
This
supported by ads
podcast has an
outside the
interesting
UK.
story I've never heard before, guys.
All aboard Alaska Railroad, next stop, Seward.
This is today's episode. BBC trending quadruple panic in Russia over craves to dress and walk on all fours like animals.
Take you to do all sorts of fun things, from glacier cruises to rafting.
Honey, they have guided dog sledding.
Oh, we're so doing that.
I
Your
wouldn't
next
even
stage of adventure
turn
is
my
now
head,
arriving
dude. Why
at
not? Why not? Let people who
AlaskaRailroad.com.
want to dress up
Ranked
like
number
animals
one
walk
in
on all
innovation
fours
10
do it.
consecutive years, Arizona State University isn't just ahead of the curve.
It's
creating new
2025.
paths to success.
Be
Learn from
inclusive,
notable
people.
clinical and research faculty. Online, that's a degree better. Explore programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
Moscow, Red Square, the historic heart of the Russian capital. As on most days, tourists are milling around, taking pictures of the Kremlin and St. Basil's Cathedral. Suddenly, a commotion erupts on one side of the square. Camera phones swivel away from the famous landmarks towards an astonishing, unexpected sight. A group of 9 children, barely in their teens, are swiftly moving across the cobblestones in a line. Their faces are partially covered by animal masks. Some are foxes, others are cats. Several have bushy fake tails trailing behind them. But even more striking than what they're wearing is what they're doing. Instead of running on two legs, they're bent over, scampering along on all fours. The scene I'm describing is from a TikTok video, part of a youth craze which has taken Russia by storm. Quadrobics is a form of exercise which involves walking on all fours, using your hands as your front legs. But quadrobers, as enthusiasts are known, don't just copy the way animals move, they also dress up a bit like them. However, the explosion in the popularity of quadrobics has also sparked a moral panic. Religious leaders have condemned quadrobics as dehumanizing, and senior politicians claim it's undermining Russian values. They've even threatened a law to ban its promotion.
Those who make this movement popular and
Okay, I'm going to pause that for a second, and I'm going to read to you what should be visible in the description. But as far as I'm seeing on my end, the federal felons upstairs have put some sort of line through full paragraphs in an attempt, I can only speculate, to further obstruct and temper, because that's all they've been doing. To do what? To defraud their employer, the state of Washington, who will be dealing with them at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse, as well as the United States of America, who will be dealing with them first at the King County House. So I'm going to click on the video that you're all watching, and I'm going to read to you what should be visible, and perhaps it is, but I've never seen, and I've seen it now for the last 24 hours. I've never opened up a YouTube video and seen full descriptions that I've written having lines completely through them. In fact, I'm screenshotting it. Oh, interesting. Right when I said that and I went to screenshot it, all of the lines disappeared. Let me refresh it and see if we get it again. It's 9:03 a.m. And now they're hacking the interface to try and prevent it from showing up, screenshotting that at 9:03 a.m. Now I can see the video and everything else is white because a man upstairs said shit and he's trying to fix it. Okay. Still got lines through it. Screenshotted with the lines. Did it take? I don't know. I'm opening up the screenshot because once again, they made the lines disappear upon the second screenshot. Oh no, we got it. I got it. I got one image that shows the lines. All right. So in the event that there's nothing extra criminal about their activities during this live stream, I'll use that as the thumbnail for the superseding one. In the interim, let me read it out loud. 218, Nerd Squad data on Indys HP. 134.0.6998.11. In parentheses, platform 161.81.0.0-25.02.11. And then another parenthesis outside of the parentheses, SN:5CD1412HBN. Again, SN:5CD1412HBN. Third time, SN:5CD1412HBN. And dev134.0.6998.11. Also, the multiple devices they keep using to perpetrate their domestic terrorism are on Bluetooth, PRBT 7000, PRBT 7000, PRBT 7000, PRBT 7000, and also Sony KD55X80CK. Now reading the rest. 3:36 p.m. thumbnail of screenshot in prior live showing they're cutting off the internet to terminate live. Thumbnail in this video, that's the video from 2:18 that was running at 3:36 p.m. Thumb shot in this video is one of many fraudulent Google certificates they have used for 2 years, wherein their criminal enterprise aggravated conspiracy turned domestic terrorist organization sets the expiration date for their super felonies, August 14th, 24, tort quote, i.e. April 21st, 2025 is a big super felony day, and or April 20th, 2025. 3:05 p.m. Unit 207, following the lady who the FBI is most excited to detain, the lady who is first up to be disbarred. 2:36 p.m. Unit 207 once again cuts off internet to appease female mini-me upstairs, and that is the only way they can end the lives at present. Men and women upstairs believe that by hacking the interface, they can do it again without cutting off my internet. 1:40 p.m. Male North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, stalks me on exterior at 1:40 p.m. to attempt to use tools to destroy another laptop, and domestic female terrorist upstairs demand they shut off the internet temporarily to obstruct, tamper, and kill live at 1:50 p.m. DCYF, Unit 207, North Everett Precinct, frantic coming and going, various officers coming and going, stomping, door slamming, conspiring, perping more terrorism, and attempting to kill all lives from ever starting. 5 a.m. to 6:11 a.m. Unit 207, North Everett Precinct, hack Indy's new laptop and render it so it is in developer mode by them. Info on that, bottom left side states developer, all the information I went over. Manually blocking any lives from starting and making it so they can destroy another device, something they have done to thousands of dollars in devices since September of 2023. As recent as Garetts' new Hewlett-Packard laptop on Saturday and NOW Indys as of Tuesday. They have utilized the following devices, Bluetooths, to attempt to defraud, obstruct, tamper, intimidate during the same time. Again, those devices, Sony KD55X80CK, and PRBT 7000. And then this isn't written in the description yet for the video, but also when I woke up this morning, I woke up because a woman upstairs last night had sent a big guy downstairs with the Bluetooth devices to try and corrupt and tamper with this laptop, the only laptop that can now run YouTube live streams at all. And then just keep in mind, now that their plans are extended into April 21st, it's worth noting that there have been discussions about their plans for about a month from now, the end of March, lots of discussions about the end of March, in the beginning of April. I had previously given the FBI consent till February 23rd for a series of things, namely, allow them to perpetrate any and all crimes against me that they want to, that the FBI signs off on, and allow them to prevent me from seeing my kids up to February 23rd. And then I inadvertently, at the end of January, gave them permission to extend that into April. I didn't know what date in April. And then I looked at this fraudulent Google certificate that you can see for yourself in one of the preceding live streams screenshot, the thumbnail. And it has that expiration date for April 21st. So I now know that it's not just April I inadvertently gave consent to. It's potentially the third week of April, which just doesn't sound like much of a difference. But you have to keep in mind, these individuals, primarily the females and some men that the FBI are most excited to throw into prison, have literally destroyed 2 years of my life. These psychopathic, soon to be convicted domestic terrorist. Others up there have only done it since September of 2023. And for all of the new blood, I feel like they're very much victims, dude. If they had any idea that everything I'm saying is true and correct, and I speculate they do because the FBI has told me more people know I'm telling the truth than anyone upstairs is fully aware of. Anyway, they would be totally disgusted to be up there and be asking, why the fuck did they send me here? They sent me here to go to prison with these idiots? And seriously, that's what happened. Whoever sent you upstairs, dude, they sent you to go to prison with those idiots. Okay, back to the podcast. Anyway, after this long of time, it really sucks to me to know that April 21st, possibly.
And attractive must be punished.
Especially with the taunting torture they've done without abatement
Perhaps a hobby is
for the last
unconventional,
8 days.
But this is not the reason to accuse us of all sorts of stupidity and fight us.
Welcome to the documentary from the BBC World
and
Service.
keep trying to do right
I'm Ed
now
Lane from BBC Trending.
with this
And I've been
live.
investigating why the fur is flying over quadrobics. We'll also hear from the Japanese godfather of quadrobics, Kenichi Ito, the fastest.
And on
human
that
on
note,
4
I've
limbs.
never hit a person in anger in my entire life, and I have been in fights. I've been in fights with stupid women who decided to punch me and attack me, and I've told them all the same thing. They come and they punch me, or they slap me, or they pull my hair, and I say, if you hit me again, I'm going to hit you like a man. And then I allow them to hit me 2 more times. And then I restrain them. And in one instance, I physically walk them out of my home. And I don't hit them. But I assure you, there are 2 women that will be upstairs. And I would love for us to put on some boxing gloves, because I will knock your fucking ass out with 1 hit, the only punch that I will make. And I will let each of you hit me 3 times. It'll never happen because you're going to prison. But the satisfaction that I feel, that I would feel, to hit you with an undercut and watch your asses fly up into the air would be better than an orgasm. Happy hump day.
I was struck by how agile and fast they were. I wanted to be able to run just like them.
Humans have always envied birds for their ability to fly. The attraction of moving on all 4s is perhaps less obvious. After all, walking upright is a hallmark of human evolution. As we'll hear later, quadrobics isn't a new thing, and it's not entirely clear why it's recently taken off in Russia more than in other countries. But over the first 9 months of 2024, Russia's largest online retailer, Wildberries, experienced a massive 50-fold increase in demand for quadrobic-related products, such as masks and tails. And the prestigious Pushkin State Institute of the Russian language named quadroba as one of its words of 2024 after it decisively won a public vote. So what's the appeal?
Quadrobics is an unconventional sport, and that's why it attracts many children and teenagers.
18-year-old Maria from Moscow got into quadrobics last spring after discovering it on social media. She posts videos in which she shows off her skills wearing a mask that looks like a fantastical version of a fox.
And you may be thinking, you've probably
Maria's
been
not her
attacked
real
by
name,
small
and to
girls.
protect
No,
her
every
identity,
girl that's
her
actually
words are
attacked
spoken
me,
by a BBC
the shortest
producer.
one
Quadrobics
was
combines both
5'10".
play and acting.
They're all
It
much
is unusual
bigger than
and
me.
develops many skills, from
And some of
strengthening
them
muscles and coordination
were
to creativity.
known to be
Many
tough
fitness
fighters.
experts believe walking on all
When I
4s
say
is a great full
one
body
punch
workout
from
for
me,
the gym.
after I
But
let you
being
punch
a
me
quadroba
twice,
is a very
your
distinct
asses will be
youth
in the air
subculture.
and knocked out.
Quadrobas
I
are
mean it,
also
you dumb
different
cunt.
from furries, who are largely older people who meet up at conventions wearing cartoonish, all-over animal costumes. Maria and quadrobas like her put on their animal masks and gloves and go out on the pavement or into the countryside to get closer to nature.
Quadrobics can also be good for making new friends and meeting like-minded people. Many are really very kind.
There's a lively quadroba community on TikTok and Telegram. They complement each other on their mask making or a particularly high jump. Meetups or rambles, like the one in Red Square, are arranged. Some even write songs about their hobby.
Goodbye to the walls, goodbye to the chains. We're off on our quadrobics journeys.
The general impression is of children and teenagers having fun. So why has quadrobics provoked so much hostility?
There is a lot of disinformation about quadrobics, which is why many people don't like us. For example, that quadrobers lead the life of animals, they eat animal food, can damage property, and even attack people. But this is not true at all.
What is true is that some quadrobers also claim to be therians, meaning they feel a special connection with a particular type of animal. Maria thinks this concept has been misunderstood.
In simple terms, being a therian means you have a spiritual association with some animal, but in no way do you feel that you are an animal. All Therians understand that they are people. They feel and behave like people. Neither quadrobics or being a Therian is a way of life.
However, critics of quadrobics have portrayed it as an existential menace, one that's encouraging Russia's youth to reject their sense of humanity. Freedon Courier from BBC Monitoring has been tracking developments. So when did this all blow up?
Quadrobics started becoming a hot topic in Russia in autumn last year. The issue has been raised in parliament, and it even surfaced at an international diplomatic meeting. In October, the Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, was filmed asking his Armenian counterpart, Ararat Mirzoyan, if they also had quadrobbers in his country. Lavrov later told a TV reporter he had seen a video of a mother taking a quadrobber child for a walk on a leash. He said he found it hard to understand. When the reporter asked about talk of quadrobics being banned in Russia, Lavrov replied that legislators were working on it. Other politicians have claimed quadrobics is a sinister influence from the West, which is corrupting Russia's youth. Some have even linked it to homosexuality, which the Russian government regards as immoral. Andrei Svintsov is a deputy in the State Duma, the lower house of parliament.
Вы знаете, в России ЛГБТ-движение запрещено, признано...
As you know, the LGBT movement is banned and labeled as extremist in Russia, so we cannot allow the quadrobics movement and the LGBT movement to merge and be displayed openly in our streets.
Senior figures in the Russian Orthodox Church have called for action against the parents of quadrobbers. In a televised sermon, one prominent priest, Gennady Shkil, said that if quadrobbers copy animals, they should be treated like them.
Take toilet paper away from them. What does a cat need toilet paper for? Let them lick everything just like a cat does. When they get sick, take them to the vet, not the doctor.
Schools in some regions have even held lectures to warn pupils that imitating animals and following quadrobics could be harmful to their mental health. And the backlash against quadrobics has also extended to former Soviet states like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan.
Could we actually see a law to introduce a ban?
Well, President Putin declared 2024 to be the year of the family. And in November last year, the State Duma passed a law outlawing the promotion of what it called child-free ideology. The legislation imposes fines on anyone spreading what is deemed to be propaganda.
And just a friendly reminder, there's never been a legitimate operation. There was an opportunity that was jumped on for an aggravated criminal conspiracy. And then there were a series of crimes perpetrated in the month of August, which made you guys become a domestic terrorist organization. And that's what you very much are right now. And every crime you've perpetrated that you've been saying was an operation carries with it the lack of immunity and criminal charges you will face via the Attorney General in the state of Washington after you've been detained and arraigned and given your indictment out of King County for your being a domestic terrorist. So friendly reminder, Erica Owens is going to jail with you. She was very much a part of your aggravated criminal conspiracy beginning in 2024. And then you made her a fellow domestic terrorist in your domestic terrorist organization in August 2024. She'll be in jail with you. Now, I highly doubt it'll be for as long as you. Because you're all looking at the rest of your lives in prison.
Quadrobics has been talked about as a similar
maybe none. Oh, they're actively trying to terminate the live stream and failing again at 9:20 a.m.
told the RIA Novosti news agency in October.
I am developing a bill to ban the propaganda of destructive ideology, including quadrobbers. Those who make this movement popular and attractive must be punished.
Freedom, while many pro-Kremlin figures have supported a ban, not everybody's been so keen or think it's even workable.
Yes, there are other commentators, including those strongly supportive of the government, who have dismissed the issue as unimportant. For instance, Margarita Simonyan, editor-in-chief of the Russian state broadcaster Russia Today, wrote this on Telegram. Is this really what we should be focusing on right now? Have we solved all other problems?
And some parents have
And
also
what's
been
funny
critical.
about it is I'm not
Here's
only
Julia,
100%
the mother of
right
a
about
12-year-old
everything I've said,
quadrober, speaking to the AFP news agency.
but now I
My
know
friends started sending me videos
April
about lawmakers
21st
looking into voting on some bills. This
will
felt
be
so
the
surreal
end,
to me.
if not
Don't they have
sooner.
anything better
And
to
I
do
kind
than
of
ban
suspect it'll be
quadrobics?
sooner
Might
because
as
the
well
FBI
ban kids
made
from
a
playing in the
comment
sand
that
pit.
next
This is ridiculous.
semester you
Yes,
will
it's
all
just
be
our
in
children
jail.
having fun. There
And
will
next
come a time when they will
semester
grow out of
was
it
a
and become
reference to
boring
North Seattle
adults.
College, one of the
Adults
institutions
being
you
boring
corrupted and tried
may
to
be
make
part of
domestic
the problem,
terrorists, but every
according to
single one of them
Starko,
tattled on
a
you, so they're
YouTuber
not
who posts
facing any
about
sort of
Russian
problem.
culture.
And they
In
will be
one
testifying
video, he
against you
suggested
idiots.
politicians demanding a ban have conveniently
But next semester
forgotten
starts
their
the
own
first week of
pasts.
April.
Just don't
So
remind
I
them
am
of their own
speculating
childhood in Soviet
you won't really
kindergartens,
have till
where on
April
every
21st.
holiday all boys were
You'll
dressed
be
as
in jail
bunnies
next
and
month unless
girls
your
as foxes
conduct
and kittens.
means you don't go to
Otherwise,
jail
it would be
next month like the FBI
He
has
thinks the
had me
generation
write
gap
in
has
legal
helped
filings
fuel
in
the
December
controversy.
and this month
As a
in February.
millennial, I don't understand youth activities anymore
Or
either. But just
you'll
because I
all
don't
be in
understand
jail.
something doesn't mean it should automatically
The
be
start of
banned.
next semester
Does it
is the
look
first week of
cringy?
April.
Oh,
So maybe
yes.
on April Fool's
But
Day. That would be
Fool's is not
hilarious
banned
if
yet.
that's when the Blitz sweep is. Because if you missed it last year,
Quadrobics may look cringy to some
I was
adults,
calling
but Maria,
all
the
of you
quadrober we heard from earlier,
fools
believes that the
and letting
outrage
you all
over
know
her
that
hobby
your
has
criminal
been
activity
manufactured for cynical
for
purposes.
April Fool's month,
It's a
you
view
were going to
shared
pay
by
for.
some political
And that was
commentators.
before the
My
FBI
personal
let me know
assumption is
they've
that
been on
now,
it the
since
whole time.
quadrobics is a very popular topic
Because of
and
my
everyone has heard of it,
2017
it has
reports.
become a tool for politicians to distract
know,
people from other, more
involving some of your
significant
fellow
and global
domestic
problems,
terrorists.
such as the special military operation in Ukraine.
Everyone I
And she says
reported,
the backlash is causing
except for one
real
individual.
world harm.
Because of this disinformation, a huge number of innocent children are suffering. Even those who just put on animal ears as an accessory, they got called quadrobbers because this is the only thing not everyone sleeps right now. Innocent people can simply be beaten up because they are engaged in quadrobics or simply look like a quadrobber.
We approached Yana Lantratova for comment and to ask when she would be bringing forward her anti-quadrobics bill in the State Duma, but we received no reply. Coming up, we'll find out what the fastest human on all fours thinks of the battle over quadrobics. This is a documentary from the BBC World Service.
I think that quadrobics should be allowed. If kids want to exercise,
Ahorra
by
hasta
pretending to be
50%
animals,
en la
let
venta
them
del
play
hogar de
pretend.
President's Day de
It's cute.
JCPenney. Y refresca tu hogar de piso a techo con tus marcas favoritas. Usa el cupón y ahorra hasta 30% extra. Encuentra lindas colchas para usar todo el año, ollas livianas en variedad de colores y hermosas cortinas para decorar tus ventanas. Actualiza cada rincón de tu hogar con descuentos que te harán sentir como en casa. JCPenney. Vale la pena. Ofertas válidas hasta el 23 de febrero en selección de estilos. Aplican algunas descripciones. Detalles en la tienda jcp.com.
The noble samurai, guided by their unyielding code of honor. The shadowy ninjas, or shinobi as they are truly known, masters of stealth and intrigue. But how much do we really know about Japan's legendary warriors? I'm Matt Lewis, presenter of the Echoes of History podcast, and I'm joined by experts from the worlds of history and video games for 5 special episodes, Chasing Shadows. We'll compare the real shinobi and samurai's deadly skills and tactics and examine how history has been given new life in the new video game, Assassin's Creed Shadows. Join me in Chasing Shadows from Echoes of History, wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Ed Main, and this is a documentary with BBC Trending. Not surprisingly, the events in Russia alarm the man widely credited with inventing quadrobics.
I think it's utterly ridiculous for any government to think of banning quadrobics, something that has so many benefits as a sport.
That's Kenichi Ito from Japan. He's officially the fastest human on 4 limbs. Kenichi has held the current Guinness World Record since 2015, when he covered 100 meters in a remarkable 15.71 seconds. Even before that achievement, he'd already broken or reclaimed the record for running on all fours a number of times. A record he was the first person to set back in 2008. Kenichi lives in Tokyo, where he's something of a celebrity. Now 42, he devotes much of his time to training and promoting quadrobics as a sport. With a wiry physique and collar-length brown hair, he was dressed in a tracksuit and battling a heavy cold when we spoke. Despite the poor connection and his illness, Kenichi's passion for quadrobics shone through. So how did it all begin?
I've always loved monkeys. When I went to the zoo and saw patas monkeys running, I was struck by how agile and fast they were. I wanted to be able to run just like them.
One day, when he was 20, Kenichi decided to go to a park to try to mimic what he'd seen at the zoo. He discovered he had a talent for it.
When I got home, I started researching running on four limbs on the internet. It looked like nobody had thought of doing it competitively yet. I started training and researching because I wanted to turn it into a competitive sport.
At the time, Kenichi was studying in the US. He must have got some bemused looks when he started practicing on the streets of New York.
When people asked, "Hey dude, what are you doing?" I told them that I wanted to be able to run quickly on all fours and was training for that. They'd encouraged me once they learned that. Even police officers encouraged me after I explained to them what I was doing.
However, when Kenichi moved back home, he received a very different reaction.
After I got back to Japan and started moving around on all fours in the same way I'd done in the US, there was a major cultural shift in the way I was perceived. People would report me to the police, or they'd avoid me on the streets.
In an effort to escape that hostility, Kenichi headed for the countryside.
I went to go and stay with a friend who was a monk, as he owned a hut in the mountains. I thought I'd be able to roam around freely on all fours, 24/7.
However, this almost proved fatal when a hunter mistook Kenichi for a wild boar.
One day, when I was going about my business on all fours, I heard a loud rustling noise in the distance. And when I looked up, I could see the muzzle of a gun pointed at me. I sprang up and yelled, "I'm human!"
So how do you actually go about learning to move on all fours?
I used to break dance, which involved me being close to the ground, so I adapted pretty easily to running on all fours. I also teach others, and I've seen how difficult it is for them to start running on all fours. It's because humans are so used to moving about on two legs, so we start off by just walking, not running.
It must be really tough on your hands.
I just wear regular gloves. Actually, your wrists are the most prone to injury, so I wear support bands around my wrists when I train.
Kenichi trains 6 hours a day, 6 days a week. He even spends part of his time at home moving around on all fours. But unlike quadrobers in Russia, Kenichi's not really into dressing up as an animal, though there are photos of him pretending to be a monkey for fun. He's not a therian, but he doesn't have a problem with people who are.
I think people doing quadrobics want different things. For instance, I'm in awe of an animal's physical capabilities, and I train daily to acquire that same speed and agility. But I feel other quadrobers might be entranced by an animal's appearance. I also understand their feeling of having an animal they like and really wanting to become more like it.
Kenichi rejects claims by Russian officials that quadrobics has a negative effect on young people.
In Japanese public elementary schools, pupils get taught something called bear walking. This consists of pupils walking along a straight line on all fours. This activity really reveals someone's sense of balance and is a good way to evaluate someone's physical abilities. So then you might ask, did these children grow up to become evil? But that wasn't the case. As for me, I've been running on all...
Okay, it is 9:30 a.m. PST, Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. I am going to go and take a shower. I think I might take a bath and a shower. I like to do the whole cold plunge, but first a bath, the shower. And Unit 207, if they are able to criminally and illegally tamper with this video for an evidentiary value for the purpose of investigation and/or the Attorney General's office,
then tell this man to stay off that phone and get his rest.
The work has to get done.
the only way that they've been able to do
Yes,
that
I don't love it, but right now I'm the face
is
of this
by
movement.
criminally and illegally shutting off my internet, which they're pretending to be.
I'm dead. I am losing myself. This man could do
And
so
I won't
much.
know because I'll be in the shower
This movement.
or the tub. The offline recording is still going.
Yet another telegram for you, Dr. King.
Sorry, Irma. I know it's a bother.
Still here, Mr. Thurman?
Still.
What's a couple of hours between old friends?
Good Lord, Mike, this whole corner is nothing but cards and letters.
Postman says they brought in almost 2,000 pieces of mail today.
Could you open the
I don't know what you think it is. You think it's a little snake? It's not a snake. It's not a little snake.
Those people are still out there.
It's even more than when I came in.
Offering to donate blood for them. We've had crowds outside almost the entire time.
Okay, enjoy the MLK podcast. We'll point this at the door / living room. This way, if the domestic terrorists decide to break in, which again, we can all speculate now that they're aiming for the end of March, because that's, you know, when they have big plans. So. And or right around April 21st.
Dr. King, look at what they did to your house. Be calm. That's my family and I are.
That's my front door, some dresses, the big TV, the curtains with the sheet over them because the FBI told me to put it up there due to the rampant exterior stalking.
Turn the radio on.
Just a minute, I was listening.
What's it turn on?
Lord, you're sweating.
I'm fine. Irma, I'm sorry. It's not like me to.
It sure isn't.
Martin, would they just shut up?
Dr. King,
Just want to breathe.
lay back a moment.
Feel my hand, Mike. Focus on my flesh. Breathe. Feel my hand in yours. It's warm. Think about the lines in my palm. Think about them crossing the lines in yours.
While I'm in the shower tub, they will likely send one of the males upstairs that keeps coming voluntarily to get the women to shut up outside of my condo with their Bluetooth devices to perpetrate some more domestic terrorism.
Are you here?
Remember to smile and wave at the FBI, guys.
I'm fine.
You had a pulse of 135. That's not fine for a 29-year-old who is supposed to just be laying in the bed.
Listen, Irma, I just needed a pause.
Mr. Thurman, can I see you outside for a moment?
Yes, of course.
What exactly did you do to him in there?
A simple meditation is all. He was losing himself. I had to bring him back in touch with his body.
Well, I need you to teach me whatever that was. He cannot afford too many more episodes like that. And I'm telling you this, Dr. Thurman, as a medical professional with over 20 years experience.
Should you be telling me this?
Sir, other than that man's wife, you are the only person who's been coming to visit him that hasn't been demanding things from him. Maybe that means he'll actually listen to you. Please, help me get him to rest.
I understand. Irma, Dr. Thurman, I'd appreciate it if we kept all this to ourselves. I just need to not let myself get so overwhelmed. Well, on that we can agree. And if I'm going
keep your confidences, why don't we dispense with the Dr. Thurman? Call me Howard.
Just don't tell Daddy.
It's a deal. Now, all these calls and telegrams, all this violence, do you have some place you could get away from all this?
You can't get away from your calling, Howard. These calls, the organizing, it's my work, it's my purpose.
Yeah, well, you know, there have been times in my life when to do my work, I had to go away from the work.
A vacation wouldn't work right now.
Who said anything about a vacation? I spent over 10 years of my life at Howard University running Rankin Chapel, teaching, advising, preaching, being a voice of conscience, meeting political leaders. And I lost sense of me. What my little self needed, I had to get out.
Sending Howard off tonight to a quaint church in San Francisco is a woman for whom no introduction could do justice. First Lady of the United States, Eleanor Roosevelt.
It's a rare and yet difficult pleasure to be asked to speak about the work of Howard Thurman. We are losing one of the sharpest critics and supporters of the New Deal when Howard leaves us for the wilds of San Francisco. But for now,
if only she knew we were walking away for the princely sum of $200 per month.
Darling, we are about to embark on an adventure.
And now, some words from Mr. Thurman himself.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My move to San Francisco no doubt seems like the height of insanity to some of you. Sue was against it at first. It's likely hard to see why I'm leaving a center of political power where I've invested no small amount of time and effort. Now, it may look like a retreat to you. Perhaps it is. Mrs. Roosevelt calls it the wilds. Consider, though, beloveds, my dream of a socially integrated world. Envision a community of love bonding all races, creeds, and cultures. Perhaps it takes a strategic retreat and insane getting away to make it possible to achieve my unique and insane ends.
And off you went to a place where you didn't know a single soul.
When I first told Sue, she looked at me like I told her to join me in Eastern Siberia.
Shoot, there are probably the same number of Negroes there.
No, on the contrary, Irma. Black folks have been trooping out there by the thousands ever since the war.
Well, excuse me then.
Now, I was on a very clear path at Howard University, a secure position, but it just didn't feel right.
So you left that path.
Absolutely. People will tell you where they think the center is, where they think the heartbeat of a movement or revolution should be. But the ivory tower Washington politics were in my way. San Francisco, that was a chance to try something new and unorthodox.
It seems to me they are both big cities, Mr. Thurman.
Well,
what could you do out in San Francisco that you couldn't do in D.C.?
Well, a lot, Irma. Wait a minute now. There are times when you know something is speaking to you about a patient, and it's not something you can really figure out with that stethoscope, a voice inside you that says, wait now, Irma. Listen, Irma. Look closer, Irma.
Well, yeah, sure, but I don't see how that answers my question.
Well, I think we all have that voice in us that steadies our hand, that whispers to us when we are walking in our calling. I have been chasing that voice from continent to continent my entire life. And I had to blow open my tiny little world to do it.
The small voice, I understand. Chasing it over continents?
No, I think we need to follow wherever it leads. Back in 36, I was in South Asia. My wife and I hiked up to the Khyber Pass.
Howard! Howard, love! The Khyber Pass.
It's high up in the mountains between Pakistan and Afghanistan.
Howard! Hold on.
Howard, what are you doing out here? We're all looking for you.
Slow, quiet a moment. Listen.
But we're behind schedule.
Close your eyes. Just listen.
Howard, why are you just staring at camels?
Shh. Do you hear them, Sue? They're on a train, just like the camel trains that year after year, century after century, brought silks and spices and men through this same pass. That narrow road down there, that tiny pass, bringing all those people with their different tongues and their different hues into closeness, into intimacy in the middle of nature. That's how we've always been meant to live. Colliding, connecting, moving in a river of differences together, and yet somehow accomplishing great things. What was happening up there? God spoke to me. High along the ancient Khyber Pass, spoke through sights and sounds that helped me travel through time and space. It became the blueprint for the new church I wanted to build.
Listen, I believe you when you say that changed you. But I lost touch with the church years ago. For me, a calling is, I get a call on when they buzz me every time some boy comes in on a stretcher gushing with blood from a stab wound.
We're closer than you might think, Irma. Both our callings are about humanity, flesh, skin, and bone.
Forgive me, but it seems to me that most preachers I know, they don't think about flesh and bone at all. They're too busy worrying about dividing sheep and goats and whatever all you all say.
And I agree.
Tell her, Howard.
Christians care about divisions and barriers too much. Our faith has got to cut across racial barriers.
That's what you saw on Khyber Pass.
Exactly that.
But you didn't have to go to Asia to understand all that.
I most certainly did. No, I had to confront how people viewed the source of Christianity, Christ himself.
And how well did that go over?
Well, on that same trip, I was giving a lecture. It was at a law club, hungry to know about American civics. And this is the political question facing American Negroes. What force exists in the world that will bring our oppressors' souls to their very knees? We cannot any longer wait and rely on governments and principalities to discover a political consciousness that sees us as human. No, never that, when entire economies, whole governments are built on our subjugation. It is in the example of Jesus Christ that we know this. I finished the speech. I'm barely swallowing down some water before this impeccably dressed, angular man strides up to me.
That was an interesting collection of arguments, Mr. Thurman.
Oh, hello, sir. And you are?
I'm Rohan Sen.
Oh, you're the law professor I was told about. I've been so wanting to meet you and talk about your work during the Salt March.
Respectfully, sir, if you know of the Salt March and all the bloodshed that entailed, how could you deliver that absurd speech?
Surely an architect of the Salt March doesn't find liberation absurd.
Correct. Correct, however. What is absurd is a man with this much knowledge and such keen intellect coming here to be a white man's dupe. An absurdity I cannot comprehend.
A dupe?
Sir, 300 years of chattel slavery experienced by your people. Slavery enforced by Christians. Christians who bend open their Bibles and use them as proof that you and every other Negro should be untouchables in the very nation you helped build. A nation that burns and lynches you. And you know this. You know this, sir. I have studied you. You have lived these facts. And yet you deign to come here and tell us that freedom is to be found in that same Bible? You can't be serious.
You take me as a tool of white Christianity, Mr. Sen.
Isn't that why you Christians go on missions and pilgrimages? A chance to convert the other little brown brothers?
Mr. Sin, you misunderstand me deeply. I'm not here as an evangelist.
Then what are you doing here?
You say you've studied me, then you know I grew up in Florida. And then you know I come from a state so deadly for American Negroes that my people have been emptying out of the place in great waves for nearly 3 decades now. I know what it looks like when whole towns are reduced to ashes because the black citizens inside have gall enough to believe they are whole humans.
And yet you preach the same faith of the people who lit the fires.
Mr. Sin, I don't profess Christianity. I preach the faith of Jesus, a poor carpenter's son who became a revolutionary with ideas not so unlike your Mr. Gandhi's.
He's a follower of Jesus, ready to completely remake society. Forgive me, sir. I have my doubts.
Good God, that man absolutely told you about yourself.
You could say that.
Nurse Rhodes, could I see you for a moment at the nurse's station? Well, gentlemen, duty calls.
I'm worried, Howard.
About what?
About how much I agree with that man.
With Rohan?
Yes.
Oh, good, you should.
But if he's right, you and I are just hypocrites and fools.
Worse than that, if he's right, we're tools of oppression.
And that's what you think?
I think, Mike, that it was important for me to see what people thought of me in the starkest, ugliest light, or else I cannot fully comprehend myself.
Like Isola sees me.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do when someone holds up such an ugly mirror in front of your face?
Sometimes you back up. You retreat. That's what I did, so I could figure out what the answer is to Rohan's vision of me.
Where did you retreat to?
Well, maybe your father told you about my day trip to an ashram in the Indian countryside.
The day you met the Mahatma.
And when I say retreat, I mean retreat, Mike. This ashram was in the middle of nowhere. Sue and I get up at dawn, get picked up in this beat-up old Model T and ride out for 20 miles. 20 miles of bumpy, dusty road that's like something out of your Georgian Red Hills.
I just know you felt like you were in high cotton.
We didn't know what we were in. We get to this compound with a tent, and out comes this narrow man in a loincloth.
Mahatma, it is a pleasure to meet you.
Friends, the pleasure is mine.
Mike, this was a world unto itself. He's out here living apart from society. Praying and fasting, sure, but also the man was spending hours just spinning cotton.
Why?
Because people were hungry and selling the cloth could make money to feed people. He knew they couldn't think about political change if their bellies were empty. Being out there gave him clarity about human needs and how he could meet them.
Come, sit. I have heard about your lecture, Mr. Thurman. Your sermons. I have so many questions.
He'd been living in nothing more than a glorified tent.
And Mrs. Thurman, your eloquence and power at the lectern has reached my ears as well.
You do me a great honor there, sir.
From nowhere, the Mahatma pulls out a thick pocket watch.
I want to know so much. Your thoughts on voting rights, your church, education. But my time is so terribly short. So you must start. Why did you come to visit me?
Mahatma, if you were to make a pilgrimage to America, it could ignite an entire movement.
Your words and ideas could spark an awakening for our people. We want you not for white America, but for the Negroes. We have many a problem that cries out for solutions, and we need you badly.
How I wish I could. But I have to make good the message of nonviolence here before I bring it to you.
But that's just it. That message could transform our entire nation.
Perhaps you are already thinking too small, Howard Sahib.
What do you mean?
It could be through the Afro-American,
that the unadulterated message of a non-violence would be delivered to all men everywhere. Make your own message and revolution, Howard, for your own place and people. Then perhaps the rest of us everywhere will follow.
And so he never came?
No, he didn't. But that's not the point. Khyber Pass, Rohan Sen, Gandhi. They made me rethink what I could do, what my path was in this world. I had to throw out the way I was talking about faith and freedom, set my sights on a selfish or narrow, but pull together all manner of folks who'd felt left behind.
All that from India.
All that from finding a new center.
And you think my attacks demand a new center?
I think your destiny demands it. Didn't that story about Rohan Sen ring a bell, Martin?
Maybe.
Well, here. Open your copy of Jesus and the Disinherited to page 10.
I am a Hindu. I do not understand. Here you are in my country, standing deep within the Christian faith. Sir, I think you are a traitor to all the darker peoples of the earth. I am wondering what you can say in defense of your position. Can't believe I forgot about this passage. This is Rohan Sen.
His challenge pushed me to do some of the scariest, most naked writing I've ever done.
But see, that's what we need. We can't keep doing God, church, faith like we've been doing. Isn't that what India shows you?
Yes.
Change is risk, right? It's dangerous.
Mahatma thought so.
And he was right, Howard. Why is it so hard for Negroes here to see that?
Well, there's some particular Negroes you're thinking of?
He was one of your students.
Oh, your daddy.
That's enough, Martin. They bombed your house. Now, I'm not hearing another word about it.
Daddy, the folks in Montgomery need me.
Martin, I'm not going back and forth with you on this.
Sir, I have to go where I am needed.
Where you are needed is in a pulpit preaching the unadulterated word of God, not ending up in a jail cell.
Word of God is useless if all it ever does is sit up in places like Ebenezer for the good Negroes of Auburn, Atlanta.
Son, who do you think you're talking to?
People are tired of you and me getting in our black robes every Sunday and preaching from on high like we don't know the hell our people are going through every day.
I have never ignored them.
No, you just pretend like it's not our job to fix it.
That's because it isn't.
And that's where you and I part ways.
Do you understand what you are playing with out there? Boy, you aren't in sweet Auburn anymore. This isn't Atlanta. The King name doesn't mean anything out here. It has no purchase. These people will kill you. I'm pleading with you. Do not go back out to Montgomery. Please.
You want me to stay safe, and I love you for that, Daddy, but the way you lead is not going to be our way forward. I'm sorry. But I have to go. Left for Montgomery the next day.
He's right, you know.
About what?
You are flirting with death, Martin.
Maybe.
You're okay with that?
We're meant to change how Christians move in America. Maybe flirting with death is the price of change. Wasn't that one of Gandhi's lessons?
Partially.
You sound doubtful.
I don't think it's a price you're ready to pay yet.
You're wrong.
If I was, the dark wouldn't scare you the way it does, Mike. Of that much I am sure.
Oh, I tell you what, Irma, I am so ready for this shift to be done. Did you hear me, Irma?
Oh, yeah.
Ready to be done.
Hello, Irma. Where is your mind today?
It's just the things Howard Thurman was saying to Dr. King, getting away.
Thinking about a vacation?
No, it's something bigger than that. I don't know. I feel trapped sometimes.
All the syringes, injectors, and thermometers have you locked up now?
No, it's deeper than that. It's Dr. King's stabbing, the violence that keeps flaring up. I feel like we keep catching the tail end of all of it.
Well, that's what we're supposed to do. People get hurt. They're not well. We fix them. That's not a trap. It's a job.
A job stitching up violence that should have never happened in the first place? That sounds like a job that is a trap.
Mama! Mama, where is he? Mama?
Cassandra, girl, what is wrong with you?
It's Ronnie, Mama.
What about Ronnie?
He's here in the emergency room. I just heard
God.
They beat him. The cops beat him.
ER is right upstairs. Come on, I will go with you.
Irma, you can't just...
Look, Estelle. Ronnie is like another child to me. He is Cassandra's best friend. I have got to go.
Day of Days is written by Darren Kennedy. It was created and produced by Michael Epstein of Walking Cinema, with direction, sound design, and original music by Jonathan Mitchell. Starring Billy Eugene Jones as Howard, Jordan Mahone as Martin, and Anya Pearson as Irma. The executive producer is Will Rogers, the producer is Andrew Calloway, and Amanda Brown is the dramaturg. It was recorded at Miratone Studio in New York City by Colin Dworsky. Day of Days was made possible by a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities to Walking Cinema, an experiential storytelling studio based in San Francisco. For a full list of credits and a special immersive companion piece to Day of Days, go to dayofdayspodcast.com. On Day of Days.
Martin, are you here? I'm fine.
You had a pulse of 135. That's not fine for a 29-year-old who is supposed to just be laying in bed.
You can't get away from your calling, Howard.
Yeah, well, there have been times in my life when to do my work, I had to go away from the work.
As a follower of Jesus, ready to completely remake society. Forgive me, sir. I have my doubts.
Mama, where is he? Mama?
Cassandra, girl, what is wrong with you?
It's Ronnie, Mama.
What about Ronnie?
He's here in the emergency room. I just heard they beat him. The cops beat him.
You know what happened?
Same story it always is. A white cop thinks we all look alike. He says Ronnie beat up some lady down on 110.
He never.
He was just going out to the movies. He wanted to finally see Vertigo.
Oh, bless his heart.
Minding his own business. A movie.
Cassandra.
I told him to come over and we'd get some donuts.
Come here, baby.
Yeah, look at him. Look. You tell me how an arrest ends up in Harlem Hospital on tubes and wires with bruises on places that should never be touched.
Shh. Baby, I know. Come here.
I can't stay here. Come with me.
Where are you going?
Ronnie makes for the 10th kid beaten by cops in 2 months. There's a rally for all of them. Hotel Teresa.
Cassandra, my shift isn't even halfway over.
I understand, but Mama, it's Ronnie.
I know that, Cassandra.
And these cops got him laid up fighting for his life.
Exactly, and my talents, my work is to bring him through this.
Estelle will cover for you. Mama, we have got to show up and show out if we want any kind of change in this city.
I am unclear who in the world you think you're talking to.
I'm talking to the woman who knows how to make Ronnie's favorite German chocolate cake. Who makes sure that there's a stocking hung for him every Christmas. You love him.
Of course I do.
Then come to the rally.
It is not my place to change this city. I fix people in this hospital.
And aren't you tired of that? Are you tired of mending and stitching and bandaging after punches and beat-ups and stabbings?
Of course I am.
Then come do something about it for Ronnie's sake.
You think it's just so simple, don't you?
Just because it is. When is enough going to be enough?
Could you keep your voices down? Patients are trying to rest.
Sorry, Estelle.
I have nothing to apologize for.
Sandra.
I want everybody to hear. I want everybody in this place to know what kind of city tried to kill my friend, my brother.
All right now, girl.
And I want them to know that you don't care.
Cassandra! Damn it.
Why is she so mad at you?
There's a rally tonight for Ronnie. She wants me to go protest the police with her.
That's just gonna stir the pot. More anger. Anger begets anger.
Well, maybe we need some anger.
Now, wait a minute, Irma. Now, you know I support everybody's right to assemble peaceably. But goodness, these protests, they cause more head injuries than the police do, don't they? Is that what you think folks need?
Cassandra is tired of turning the other cheek.
Well, are you?
Yeah, I am.
Irma, what are you doing?
Changing my shoes.
Okay, your shift's not done.
Yes, it is.
Irma, it's dangerous out there, and just imagine the injuries that'll come from that mess.
Estelle?
We need you in here.
Not now.
There are patients depending on you.
I know.
You could lose your job.
I just might.
You'd risk that over one silly rally.
If you think this is about one silly rally, you're slower than I thought.
We are here tonight because another one of our youth is fighting for his life for no other reason than because he ran into some cops on the street.
Excuse me. I'm trying to get through. I'm looking. Cassandra.
Mama?
Who was this speaking?
His name's Billy Williams. He was running an NAACP chapter down in South Carolina until earlier this year.
Lon, you hear that out there?
Yeah. Been sort of wondering what it is.
Some kind of rally or protest, I guess.
Pardon me, Dr. King. I'm just coming in on my rounds to see if you need anything.
Where's Irma?
She's gone for the day.
Irma normally tells me when she's heading home.
Well, she wasn't heading home.
Well, I hope she's okay.
It's probably none of my business, but she's out there at the rally.
What's all that about?
There was a young man brought to the emergency room earlier. He was a family friend of Irma's, so he came in after he got released by the police.
From the jailhouse to the emergency room.
Well, yes, but those people, the protesters, they're not like you. They don't understand things the way you do.
Oh?
I'm hearing that it's Billy Williams.
I see.
What's he doing up here? Last I heard, he was still in South Carolina.
Well, hard to get media attention in South Carolina, is my bet. He's just here to stoke rage. That's his stock and trade.
Rage has its place, Miss Lindsay.
Harlem has enough rage. Too much. Too many kids landing in my ER from rage. I'm gonna keep on the rounds if you don't mind. Since Irma's out, you let me know if you need anything at all, Dr. King.
All right.
Billy came after me a few months ago.
Attacked your leadership, right?
Yes, he's a separatist. Told me if I wasn't ready to take to the field of battle, then I was no leader at all.
Have you New Yorkers listened to the prophet you have right here on your own streets? Listen to Brother Malcolm X.
Wait, so he's a Muslim?
No, just listen to him,
The
Mama.
black people of America have been victims of violence at the hands of the white men for 400 years, and following the ignorant Negro preachers, we have thought that it was godlike to turn the other cheek to the brute that was brutalizing us.
It's been too long. We won't take it.
I'm telling every Negro under the sound of my voice, Ronnie Jackson is laid up right now because we've been playing nice with whites for too long.
They tried to kill Ronnie.
Dr. King's methods are going to kill us. That's why he and Ronnie Jackson are in Harlem Hospital right now.
Say that.
Right now.
No, girl, you know a black woman stabbed Dr. King.
Mama.
When these cops know that we're going to be docile and kind, they will terrorize us. They will break our bodies, beat our youth, until we stop trying to be safe. We aren't safe. We are human with bodies and souls that will fight back.
I don't like this. Wait, where are you going? There's too many people. I just need a moment.
Wait, hold on. Just wait a minute. minute. Mama, Billy's not finished.
Well, I am.
But he's telling it like it is.
Just hold on.
No.
I need a moment.
Mama, Billy is the one fighting for folks like us and Ronnie.
That man doesn't know us.
He knows us better than some go-along-to-get-along preacher from Georgia. And Billy wants justice for Ronnie.
Justice or revenge?
Cassandra,
we need to go now.
One more boy.
Girl, I am not playing with you.
Not one more boy. Not one
Cassandra,
more
get
boy.
down off of that car.
Mama, I'm gonna scream until Ronnie can hear me.
Baby, I know you're hurt.
Out of my way, lady.
Don't touch her.
Tell this brother back off. You're not gonna talk to sisters like that. Get your ass gone, man.
Wait.
Back up off me, man. No, what kind of way?
Put that blade away. Come on back to the hospital, Cassandra. Now. Are you all right?
No.
You hurt?
No, I'm shaking up a little.
Lord, me too. There's a break room down the hall. Let's just go in there and just sit a bit. Okay. Oh, baby.
Are you okay?
What happened out there? Those boys?
Those idiots are not Billy or Malcolm.
But that's who they stir up.
Ain't you the one who taught me one monkey don't stop no show?
That don't apply here.
Listen, I know what happened scared you.
Oh, hell, Cassandra. It's not that it scared me. My problem is that it didn't surprise me.
You don't mean that.
I see stab wounds, bruises, bone breaks every day.
We're not violent.
Oh, so it's we now. You one of these Negro nationalist folks.
Maybe I am.
And I guess you think that Dr. King had it coming to him, too.
Mama, I don't give a damn about that man. Look, I don't want him dead, and I'm glad that he survived. But he's living his life, getting cozy with white store owners and meeting with Richard Nixon, and the governor is coming to see him. I don't care about any of that. All I know is he keeps talking about nonviolence will save us from the whites. Well, Ronnie ain't violent. Ronnie just wanted to be treated like a human being. That didn't save him, so maybe we ought to be trying something else.
And whipping up a crowd until some boy pulls a switchblade on a grown woman is your something else?
Well, you got some other ideas, Mama?
No, I don't. And Jesus, God, that's what hurts the most.
What are we supposed to do?
Where are you going?
Home. I can't be with you like this.
So I'm not supposed to speak my heart anymore?
Maybe our hearts are too broken right now.
Yes. I know it seems like I'm dodging President Case. Just tell him I'll be back in touch soon. Is that all right? All right. Yeah, I love you too. Thank you for letting me use the phone out here.
No problem, Dr. Thurman.
Nurse Rhodes,
Reverend Thurman.
heard you taking leave for the rest of your shift.
No, it was just a field trip.
I see. Well, lucky you. Martin is taking a quick nap, so you can stay on your break.
Actually, I wondered if you had a moment, Reverend.
Some on your mind?
Yeah, there is. Can we step over here for a minute?
Yeah, of course.
I'm just angry, Rev. Just so enraged.
About that young man, Ronnie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Irma. Is he gonna be all right? Is he?
He's alive. Thank God for now. But he's gonna have a hard road ahead of him, and this boy, Dr. Thurman, he means so much to me.
What's your story with Ronnie?
He and Cass, they have been together since PS 85, first grade. He followed her home from school one day because Sandy told him that I had bought her a set of watercolor paints. She didn't like them. She didn't want anything to do with them. But Ronnie showed up. And he'd stare out the window. And he'd see the grass and the weeds coming up through the concrete. And then minutes later, it's just pages and pages of paintings. They seemed right at home, these little green blades of grass coming out of the concrete. And they give them to me. You know, like a kid does to the parents. So, I get it, Mr. Thurman. I get why Sandy is angry. She thinks I don't, but I do. I can see what looks so good and seductive about these Negro nationalists.
Is it seductive to you?
I went to the protest with her, and there was something in the air. You know, something dynamite in the air. And that thing, that dynamite, that I get, but...
Now something else doesn't make sense.
It's that Billy Williams. Mr. Thurman, that speaker, he was all flash and just quick, cheap anger. And he doesn't care about these kids. And he's not going to be there after he whips them into a frenzy and they go and they break windows and they bust up cars. He's going to be gone. I know his kind.
He has a kind.
You find him in every street corner, in the pulpit of every storefront church in Harlem. They're all threats to me. Mr. Williams or the preachers that I heard when I first moved up here from Alabama.
Threats how?
These preachers, they don't care about these kids. They only care about whatever tiny kingdom they're building in their little church. This God that they talk about, he is not a God that cares that Ronnie and Cassandra are trying to live in a world where they are treated like weeds in cement.
Their God sees something else.
Honey, all he sees is my pocketbook.
I see.
And this Billy, yeah, he'll get Sandy and these kids all heated and riled up, but then what? Where does that rage go? After the blood and the glass and the jail, Billy won't be bailing them out. Then they're just in a deeper hole.
Irma, that is a damning picture.
Dr. Thurman, Harlem is not BU. It is ugly uptown. Uglier than people understand.
Well, believe it or not, I understand ugly. Irma, I study it.
Sir, the kind of ugly I'm talking about
the
is...
very hounds of hell, fear, hypocrisy, hatred. That's what you see out there, right?
Well, yes.
Irma, that's my ministry, what I've spent a lifetime combating.
All right then, Rev. What have you learned?
Well, I have learned to look first at my own complicity in that ugly I see in the world.
What do you mean?
Where are you in that picture you painted of Harlem's fear and anger?
I guess I'm not in it.
You're looking outside for work that has to be done inside.
Sir, I have no idea what you just said to me.
Close your eyes, Irma.
Now, Mr. Thurman.
No. Come on now. Close your eyes.
They close.
All right now, think about Ronnie's watercolors. Really see that thin green blade on that paper. Think what it's saying to you, Irma. It's Ronnie. And he's saying that both of you are like that weed or that grass, maybe a little choked, maybe stepped on, but you coming up through that concrete. Now, what would happen if every day you took just 2 minutes to look at that painting? 2 minutes to say, I am coming up through this concrete. I am thriving.
I don't know.
Irma, it would be an act of divine elevation. Believing in your own unique value connects you directly to the ministry of a Jewish revolutionary who fought those hounds head on.
And that's your Jesus, a revolutionary.
Yeah, absolutely, a revolutionary of the soul, mind, and spirit. He wants you to know the same thing that Ronnie wanted you to know about yourself. And when we believe those things about ourselves, Irma, there's no fear or anger or hatred that can touch us.
You're telling me if I spend 2 minutes a day looking at a 6-year-old's painting. I'll find an answer for the pain that comes in on stretchers and gurneys every day.
I'm standing here flat-footed and telling you exactly that, Irma. No, you and College Martin have a similar struggle.
College Martin? What was happening to him?
Well, he had been on campus at BU only a couple semesters. He came in my office one day with frustration pouring off him.
This is not what I came up to BU for.
I don't understand. Are classes not to your liking? Are you being mistreated somehow?
I'm getting frustrated. The School of Philosophy is more in its head than I thought. I came up here to talk about how we can transform society, move the wealth of the nation around, get these systems we live under to really change.
And you thought a doctoral degree would do that?
No. The degree isn't the point. God is. Listen, I want to see new laws, a civil rights bill.
Well, there's a political science department.
Dr. Thurman, please. I want those changes to come from a spiritual place. I want to apply our faith, the things we believe in, to fighting Jim Crow and injustice.
Have you told your professors that?
They don't understand. They want me to philosophize my way to change, theorize it. Theories don't do anything for people back home. They don't want to hear Plato and Hegel.
So what do they want to hear?
That the racism encircling their lives has a limit. That people can see how beaten down they are.
Is that what you see from Ebenezer's pulpit, a beaten down people?
Many Sundays, yes.
What if they don't want to be that? What if they're more than just Jim Crow victims?
Of course they're more than just that.
And the question isn't what philosophy to put in front of them, is it? It's using faith to get them to access their own power.
Fine, but people need action.
Yes, but don't they have to be spiritually ready for action?
Negroes have been ready for generations.
Negroes have been angry, yes, oppressed, yes, but spiritually ready for the kind of revolution you want is a different question. It's a different quest.
Well, what quest is that then?
What do you know about Mahatma Gandhi and Chari Chara?
Who is she?
Not a she, a town. It was 1922. The Mahatma had been leading his non-cooperation movement for about 2 years. Food prices in India were intolerable, and a group of Gandhi's followers organized a protest in Chari Chara. Police beat many of the protesters.
Sounds terrible and familiar.
Truly. In any case, there was a protest planned against police brutality. At first, it seemed like the protest would be a complete failure, but throngs and throngs of people showed up. The police came again, and it made people restless. The police felt the march was getting out of control and fired shots.
Mercy God.
3 protesters killed. But then the crowd turned in rage, anger, and surged on the police. Police were outnumbered, chaos descended, police retreated to their station house. People chased them through the streets. They descended on the station, set the whole place ablaze.
What?
Killed all 22 officers inside.
I never knew this.
A tragedy, surely. But I want you to understand the Mahatma's response. He was absolutely brokenhearted, bereft. He sent himself and his followers into a 5-day fast.
To grieve?
No, Martin. To fix himself spiritually inside. He realized he hadn't gotten his followers ready in their souls to access their power for good. They had to know and experience the presence of something divine inside themselves. That hellhound of rage was too dangerous without riots.
Did it work? Did Dr. King see his studies differently?
It wasn't his studies he needed to see differently.
It was his people.
Exactly, Irma.
That story you told about the riots and the killings, that's what I'm scared is coming here. Is already here, maybe. That kind of dangerous rage.
The rage is the soul looking for freedom. That journey doesn't start with laws or protests. It starts with each individual knowing the peace of God that is housed inside themselves first. World-changing power comes from that divinity.
There's hope in that idea. I don't know if I have enough faith left in myself to get there.
And then I suppose you may also be like Martin.
He doubts the power of his faith.
All the time. There's a storm coming for him, for all of us, and I worry there's things cluttering up his connection to the God inside him. Something else you both share.
And what happens if we don't clear up that connection?
Well, the movement and our hopes fail.
So are you going to help him clean it up?
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
Day of Days is written by Darren Kennedy. It was created and produced by Michael Epstein of Walking Cinema, with direction, sound design, and original music by Jonathan Mitchell. Starring Billy Eugene Jones as Howard, Jordan Mahome as Martin, and Anya Pearson as Irma. The executive producer is Will Rogers, the producer is Andrew Calloway, and Amanda Brown is the dramaturg. It was recorded at Miratone Studio in New York City by Colin Dworsky. Day of Days was made possible by a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities to Walking Cinema, an experiential storytelling studio based in San Francisco. For a full list of credits and a special immersive companion piece to Day of Days, go to dayofdayspodcast.com. Last time on Day of Days.
Dr. King's methods are going to kill us.
Martin, you hear that out there?
Yeah. Been sort of wondering what it is.
Some kind of rally or protest, I guess.
Cassandra, get down off of that car! I'm gonna scream until Ronnie can hear me! Baby, I know you're hurt!
Out of my way, lady.
Don't touch her! Wait!
Just don't walk me, man.
Put that blade away! Oh, God!
There's a storm coming for him, for all of us, and I worry there's things cluttering up his connection to the God inside him.
And what happens if we don't clear up that connection?
Well, the movement and our hopes fail.
Surely Daddy told you about my trial sermon.
You mean only the most important day in the life of his soon-to-be co-pastor son? Or I might have heard little.
My inaugural sermon at Ebenezer, make or break. I had to prove to these folks I had the unction of the Holy Spirit.
Your father said it did not go according to
Man, who are you telling? I'm telling you, I thought I was going to lay folks out in their eyes with that one. I was sure I was about to preach the next Sermon on the Mount. And so, when we do right, when we do righteous things, surely our righteous Father will see the good works within us. Is there an amen in his house today? Silence. I was like the tomb of Christ Almighty himself. I was ready for a shout, and it was damn near quiet enough to hear a mouse peeing on cotton.
The great scion of the King ministerial legacy striking out in his first at bat.
It was a swing and a miss.
I tell you what, sometimes it's just how it goes for all of us.
Well, you just can't admit that and not share at least one epic failure.
Now, who said anything about epic?
Now, Howard.
Fine. We've all had them. Back at Fellowship in San Francisco, I would try anything just to rattle folks' church experience.
Trying to keep things lively, I get it.
More about being more expansive and expressive. Room to meditate and think. We had drama ministries, visits to tortilla factories, symphonic listening sessions. I started a drama and dance program to accompany services.
Jealous.
So I invited Merce Cunningham's modern dance troupe as guest artists. These dancers are from the Merce Cunningham Dance Company. As they move through and around us, think of Jesus and the Jews of Judea. Pressed in, constricted, controlled by the Romans. They are like the underprivileged everywhere, abandoning hope of salvation when the crucial issues of our day wall them in with despair. I'd come to Merce Cunningham with this idea. I asked him to build us a piece where the dancers had to contend with being pressed against a wall. So I asked the church custodians to build canvas panels that looked like Roman walls, but I forgot to tell the dancers the panels wouldn't support their weight. And the musicians were too close to the dance area, not enough rehearsal time, and... Oh, no. Yes. Before I knew what was happening, there were pieces of walls, dizzy dances, and confused congregants all over the place.
What did you do?
What any self-respecting cleric would do. I just went with it. The walls around us may seem solid, unbreakable. But when we move to our own song, to the song of God within us, they reveal themselves to be weak.
They bought that.
Hook, line, and sinker. It never occurred to me somebody hadn't thought to run the piece through a couple of times with all the bodies in place.
The best laid plans, eh?
Mice and men.
Getting people to see we can do church different is a struggle.
That right there is the gospel.
Now look here. Here's the thing. I know I can't get anywhere with this movement work without the members.
Yes.
Faith and social change go hand in hand.
Of course, yes.
But Rev, these saints of ours,
feet of clay, right?
like red Georgia dust. It's a fight getting them to take their worship and work outside the church walls. God is a God of change.
Yes. Some people want God to be tiny, hemmed into Sunday and the sanctuary.
Exactly what I was dealing with in Montgomery. They love the idea of the boycott sitting in the church pews on Sunday, but get them in their work clothes out in the sun on a Monday morning.
A whole new congregation.
Brand new. It was like they had been replaced with crabs in a barrel.
I'm not riding in Jimmy Turner's old bus trap of a car anywhere. Have me showing up to work smelling like aqua velvet Newports and burning motor oil.
You said I was going to take you anywhere, anyhow, Elvira.
Divisive energies were already spreading.
How am I supposed to get from Montgomery all the way out to the county in that kind of time?
Communication had broken down a bit.
How are we all gonna fit in this car? Girl, if you don't hurry up and come on here.
Folks, I know this morning isn't going exactly as we had thought.
Baby, let me have a word with you.
Yes, Mother Washington.
All this hollering and who shot John out here, it's because we're scared.
I get that. I truly do.
Folks need reassurance. We gotta know there's a bigger plan.
The bigger plan is to follow the example of Christ.
Oh, Jesus wants us to risk our jobs? Reverend, this is no pulpit.
Exactly. Jesus didn't have a pulpit. He had angry people who were fed up.
I know that's right.
Grating against an oppressive force, and he got in the streets of Jerusalem, walked dusty roads, met their physical needs.
Hey. Don't tell me that. Tell them.
Folks, I know you are frustrated and worried, but I want you to know the stand you take today will drive an entire nation forward You are the conscience of a broken America. When you climb into these cars that are too small and cramped on your way to jobs with employers who are angry with you and baring their teeth, you are Christ, throwing out the defilers of the temple, defanging Roman power. The eyes of America and your children are more important than any small back seat or someone's smelly feet. You are sacrificing so that we can call out the lie that we are an inferior race.
Have sermon will travel. Oh, Mike.
I had to say something. And anything, fast.
Well, I love it. And you delivered on that leadership all the way to the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Howard.
Your people believed in you, Martin. You understand community. That's where we draw strength.
It's the only way I've survived this long. I owe so much to those folks. Howard, I'm so scared of failing them.
Well, what if I told you that you almost certainly will fail them?
I'd say I have thought that many times. In fact, I know it's true. Still, this movement doesn't have time for me to fail right now. Our people need change.
But Mike, where does that change come from?
Just like you said, it's the strength of God working through community and collective action.
Oh, yes, surely I agree, but
you think I'm wrong?
I don't like the word wrong. You talk about community and collective action, I hear that. But what of the beings, the individuals inside that community? I wonder what you think of them.
I think individuals on their own can't overcome human sin. It's all around us, ever present. And the evils of this world are social. Segregation, lynchings. They come from people banding together in institutions to oppress us. And so the response can't be individualized. It has to be collective.
I see that, yes, but how is an individual to be of use in that collective if they haven't made a personal soul-level choice not to cooperate with that evil?
Of course, I think that's important. But don't you think change only happens when you take that choice that you talk about and then connect it to community action?
Actually, I think you're jumping ahead of me.
Well, how else do we overcome the evil and sin of the world?
By overcoming the evil and sin that resides in us. Listen, you tell me you carry my book.
Everywhere.
Those hounds of hell I talk about, deception, fear, hate, those don't live in institutions and communities. They live in the hearts of men. All of us, you and me included. I'm calling all of us to account. When we fight those dogs inside ourselves, that's when we become an agent of reconciliation.
Forgive me, Howard, but folks need more than reconciliation agents. And we're so close.
Close to what?
Something that might be justice. An end to separate but equal. Segregation laws crumbling. And these white racists, oh, Howard, they know it. They feel that we're on to something. That's why they're bombing our houses and calling me at night saying they'll run me out of town.
White racists, Negro nationalists. It sounds like you're fighting all these external forces.
We are. Truly, Howard, Jesus and the Disinherited is a blueprint for my work. But there are things happening right now that I don't think you anticipated. Look at us. We are nearly 100 years from the Emancipation Proclamation, and what do we have to show for it?
Well, you just said segregation's end might be in sight.
Might be. Might. But only if I strike while the iron is hot. Only if we carry the lessons of Montgomery up to Arkansas and get those children in their schools. And only if we get folks registered and voting before folks like Nixon lose interest. We're on a precipice, and I have got to fight or we fall off the ledge.
What's that fight doing to you?
I've learned to call on God when I feel lost. You know that.
And is he responding? Mike, you understand the mind understands the motivations of white racists better than anyone. You have seen their evil in intimate ways, but trying to outwit and outsmart them, it sounds like an obsession. It's as if you give them a power that tethers you to them.
I have to stay a step ahead of them.
You're not ahead of them. You're chained to them. You have to hold on to your power, your divine connection.
But my divine connection is through my work defeating these racists.
What happens when you have setbacks then? The times when you fail to change laws and get the kids in schools and get the voters registered. Is your connection to God severed?
I don't have a good answer for that.
Is that where these episodes of yours are coming from?
Perhaps.
I think humans need a piece of ourselves that can't be touched by the world around us. A sealed off place where God dwells in us. And we can have creative encounters with our inner life.
I know I need that. But sometimes I'm not even sure what that looks like. How have you done it?
It's something I started as a child, when I despised the picture an evil person painted of God.
And I have come by here to tell you there's a lesson to be learned from this man in this casket.
I was just a little thing when Daddy died, about 6 years old, I think.
He turned his back on God, turned his back on the church, would not come into the Holy of Holies to have his soul made clean. When you are out of church community like Saul Thurman, you are out of accordance with God. And that's why I'm telling you today, Saul Thurman is on his way to hell.
Eventually, I heard enough from that man.
You don't know Papa. You don't know him.
My grandmother and mother found me sitting by the road on the way home.
One thing is for sure. When I grow up to be a man, I'll never have anything to do with church.
Well, how in the world did little Howard find God then?
God found me. I don't talk about this much, but life was awful for me in some ways. I was picked on, bullied. I was a fat boy and pigeon-toed. Ugly looking, I was told. No father or brothers to protect me. One day I just couldn't stand the taunts anymore. I ran off in the night to the beach. Discovered nature could love me. Just as I was, wrapped me in its most gentle, supple arms. Something mystic and secure was out there in the Florida darkness. The waves crashing on the beach. There was something about the night sky. The stars in it. So dark. Black in the night. And all those stars covered my spirit in love.
Night by Howard Thurman. A spell is thrown o'er land and sea. From all mankind there comes a fee. She reigns upon a throne of might. Her king is God. Her name is Night.
Seems like nature has a powerful hold on you.
Nature's not the point, Mike. It's just the conduit. Nature gives me the cover for that protected time and connection to God when I can work my soul over.
Now I can get that. I think I even felt that once.
Yeah? Tell me, what was it?
It was back during the boycotts. Threats on my life were coming into the church, threats on Garetts and Yoki. People were overhearing whites in town making plans to get me.
I can't even imagine the fear you must have felt.
Honestly, Howard, I don't think many folk can. I don't even tell Garetts how scared I was.
Did something happen?
One night, there's this call to the house. Comes in late after I'd had a long day. I pick up and this voice says, "Listen, nigger, we've taken all we want from you. Before next week, you'll be sorry you ever came to Montgomery."
Oh, Jesus.
I just leapt up and started pacing, keyed up. I go to the kitchen and heat up coffee. I can't even drink it. I'm just thinking I have to find a way out of this boycott without looking like a coward. And then I despise myself for even thinking that.
Mike, I'm sorry.
Finally, I have nothing left. I'm just staring at this untouched coffee. And I call out to God. I still remember the words. I am here taking a stand for what I believe is right, but now I am afraid. The people are looking at me for leadership, and if I stand before them without strength and courage, they too will falter. I am at the end of my powers. I have nothing left. I've come to the point where I can't face it alone. And Howard, this presence just filled the kitchen, the house, my whole soul. A voice said, "Stand up for justice, stand up for truth, and God will be at your side forever." My uncertainty disappeared. I was ready to face anything. I had never felt divinity like that before, and
Mike, what's wrong?
I haven't felt anything like that ever since. I'm scared, Howard. Have I lost my connection to God?
Mike, I think we need some night air.
We what?
Dr. King, you buzzed?
No, actually, Irma, it was me. I need your assistance.
Okay.
It's an unorthodox request.
Will it get me in trouble?
Well, remember when you asked for my help in Dr. King's recuperation?
Yes.
I just need you to get us access to the hospital's roof.
Dr. King?
I don't know what Howard has planned, but if it means breaking out of this room, even for a few minutes, count me in.
All right. Let me get a wheelchair.
Oh, and we'll need that radio over there. We are out here to listen. Shh. Just be still for a moment. Be quiet. You feel that breeze?
Crisp. Cool.
What's it feel like to you, Irma?
Oh no, y'all go ahead with that one.
I'm inviting you in, Irma. It's not hard. Tell me about the breeze. Yeah, close your eyes first.
Oh, good grief. Fine. It's strong up here. It whips.
Crisp. Capricious. Martin, recite something. Anything that reminds you of the person you were when you were sure about your purpose. First impulse, don't overthink this, just go.
The oppressed have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win.
Karl Marx and his Communist Manifesto. A choice.
Don't tell anyone.
Secret safe with me. Now say it again.
The oppressed have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win.
Now your turn, Irma.
Me? We're here about him.
No, we're here about all of us. Start your own mantra. Something from back when you still had faith in yourself and this community.
Some of my own.
Something of your own.
Okay.
Come on, Martin, don't stop. The oppressed
have nothing to lose
Keep
but their
repeating.
chains.
Keep repeating
They
that.
have a world to win.
Weeping endures for a night, but joy comes in the morning.
Psalms 30.
Grandma used to say it back when summer storms were hitting Alabama. I say it every time I leave a shift.
Keep going.
This feels.
Keep going.
Weeping endures for a night, but joy comes in the morning.
Yes.
Weeping endures for a night, but joy
Yes, keep
comes in the
reciting.
morning. Weeping endures for a
Reciting,
night,
keep
but joy
reciting, but
comes
with
in the
every
morning.
word, let the wind touch your mouth as the word comes out. The ending of summer, the crispness. How does that change the way you say chains? The way you say joy? How is this wind bending those words? Now let's send this to music. See the sun. Brooks setting of the cold Nitre. Perfect and divinely ordered. Listen to this. The music of the Lord. Close your eyes. Think of the you from back when you heard this verse, Irma. Back when you first read that manifesto, Mike. The you that had passion and hope, had a sense of possibility, believed you could move and change things. Look at his clothes, Martin. Look at her little hands, Irma. Look at the smile on his face. Look at her cuddling her grandmother. Shake his hand. Wrap her up in a hug. Do you see them?
Yes.
I do.
Just stay here with little Irma and young Martin. Be quiet with them. Let them live again. How does that feel?
I feel a little bit clearer.
That's a start, Irma.
I wish Cassandra knew the little girl I was.
Perhaps you can introduce them.
It's getting chilly.
All right, well, you both go on back down. I'll stay up here for just a few more minutes.
I'll be back in a bit, Dr. King.
All right now.
Hello? I've forgotten my joy. Mama? Yeah, it's me. Forgotten what joy? Oh, the joy of hope, of believing there's more than just hurt and anger. I can't do things like you, Sandy. I'm not built for being in the streets and in rallies and things. Okay. That's okay. But there's no joy, no life to just hiding in people's trauma. I want to know folks before they get laid out on the stretcher with bruises and blood. Well, that's a change I didn't see coming. Neither did I. I love you so much.
Lord, thank you for bringing me to this moment. Thank you for Epiphany. Thank you for showing yourself in the breeze, in the stars, in the sounds of a city. Thank you for revelation. You are not done. Take him where he does not want to go. I don't. He's fine now. I've set him on the path. Take him where he does not want to go. Go where you not want to go.
Day of Days is written by Darren Kennedy. It was created and produced by Michael Epstein of Walking Cinema, with direction, sound design, and original music by Jonathan Mitchell. Starring Billy Eugene Jones as Howard, Jordan Mahome as Martin, and Anya Pearson as Irma. The executive producer is Will Rogers, the producer is Andrew Calloway, and Amanda Brown is the dramaturg. It was recorded at Miratone Studio in New York City by Colin Dworsky. Day of Days was made possible by a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities to Walking Cinema, an experiential storytelling studio based in San Francisco. For a full list of credits and a special immersive companion piece to Day of Days, go to dayofdayspodcast.com. Last time on Day of Days.
You understand the minds and motivations of white racists better than anyone.
I have to stay a step ahead of them.
You're not ahead of them. You're chained to them. Recite something. Anything that reminds you of the person you were when you were sure about your purpose.
I don't
First impulse. Don't overthink this. Just go.
The oppressed have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win.
I wish Cassandra knew the little girl I was.
Perhaps you can introduce them. Go where you do not want to go.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Mr. Thurman. The second day of visits.
Yes, indeed. Coming in fresh from a morning meditation in Mount Morris Park. I was going to come check on Martin.
I think there's someone in Dr. King's room.
He has a guest.
Mm-hmm. They're having quite a festive time in there. She traveled all the way up from Montgomery by herself.
Thank you, Estelle, for being so informative.
Oh, you must be Dr. Thurman.
Reverend Thurman, yes. And you are?
Good morning, Howard.
I'm Carla Mayfield. I was volunteering back with the boycott, and I thought I'd come up and check on Dr. King. But since you got a visitor, Dr. King, perhaps I'd better go.
Having a good time in here?
Carla just came up here to bring me some Montgomery charm and cheer.
I bet that seems in short supply.
Carla came into the boycott plan early when no one thought I could pull it off. She was one who could really see my vision. And she's fearless. Had a couple of bricks thrown through her window and she still stayed the course.
Sounds like a young woman who doesn't care what people think.
I suppose that's probably true. Something that makes me jealous of her. There is lightness when she comes around. Music. She makes me remember I'm still just a human. A really charming, personable human. And I need that. Does that make sense to you, Howard?
It sounds like she's a nice buttress when you are feeling less than human.
Yes. Yes, very much that.
You feel like you need that a lot. A reminder of your humanity.
More often than I care to admit.
Well, she may not have meant it, but Carla might have paved the way for me this morning.
Oh, really?
You know I had a nickname for you at BU.
Well, no.
Let me tell you what my eyes first beheld when you showed up in a puff of energy in Boston. Natty suit, meticulously clipped mustache, and the finest collection of 50-cent words some of the faculty had ever encountered. I thought, well, look here at Slick Mike.
Why does that not sound like a compliment?
Funny enough, Sue said the same thing.
Do I detect a bit of the green-eyed monster?
No, you don't detect nothing, Sue. Big Mike and Berta have raised a slick, charismatic charmer.
Why does that sound like an accusation?
He's hungry, Sue. Like he needs the attention, the adulation that comes from being a preacher man.
Howard, think of all the weight he's carrying being Martin King's son. That's a heavy burden.
Yeah, I know, but as long as he's that desperate for validation, he's more a liability than a leader in the pulpit.
That's severe.
Very.
You thought I was all flash and no substance.
I thought your mind was on suits and ties and women's skirts.
Oh, damn, Howard.
I was wrong, Martin.
Thanks, I think.
But other people don't know you like I do. Martin, I'm your friend. So I see you, the burden of the pulpit. I'm right beside you. Whatever you're using Carla and the Jack Daniels for, it's all just wallpaper over some crater in your spirit. What's down in there, Mike? What are they helping you run away from?
They give me moments.
Moments of what?
Freedom. From the voices that tell me they're right.
They who? What voices?
Malcolm. The Negro nationalists. The Klan. Are they right about me?
What is it you hear them saying?
They think I'm a liar. A manipulator. That I'm full of these pretty words. Malcolm thinks I'm in the streets holding up a picture of America that can never exist.
It's not true.
People think I'm always taking the high road. But I tell you I don't want to. I get angry at all of them. I get enraged all the time. People don't see that part. Only Coretta or Carla or Ralph know what those things they're saying are doing to me. But I can't let the world see that kind of anger. The hypocrisy of it.
So this rage is what scares you?
No. No, the rage is just a cover. Because then I wonder if they're right. What if I'm nothing more than a drug dealer, selling dope, hustling opiates to people and calling it liberation? Sometimes I look at the bombing and now my stabbing, and I wonder if I'm just the first of many. If I'm just turning Negroes into slaughterhouse lambs, trying to make America be who she says she is. Scares me when I think like that, Howard. Scares me so much.
Tell me more about that man.
What man?
The one leading his people to slaughter.
I don't want to talk anymore about that.
Take my hand.
I can pray for myself.
This isn't prayer. This is to steady you for the journey we're about to take.
Where are we going?
To a dark room. There's a man in the room that you know.
Who is he?
He's a Negro. He's about 5'7", maybe 165 pounds. He's got on a black suit, crisp white shirt, skinny black tie. There are people adoring him, listening to him. He's making a meeting with the president. He's being visited by the governor of New York.
Howard.
Don't let go of my hand. I'm in the room too. Now look at that man, the one people adore. I point at him and say, there's Slick Mike. Who is Slick Mike, Martin?
He's a liar.
And
he drinks.
And
he goes to hotel rooms.
And
he is weak.
And
he will destroy the people he loves the most.
Now look at the people who made him. Malcolm, the Klan, Billy Williams, the people who made up that imposter. Do you see them?
I see them.
Walk up to them. What are they saying?
Fool!
Fool.
Traitor!
Traitor.
We'll kill these people because they're following you.
Killer.
What's it do to you to hear that?
It kills me.
What are those accusations doing to you?
They're caging me. They're strangling me. I need something free. I need something to get me away from the me they say I am. It's confusing me. It's killing me.
Can't let them define you anymore. You are letting things outside your personal connection to God tell you who and what you are. Who are you without this fight?
This fight is who I am.
That's not true.
Let go of my hand.
What does God love about you, Martin?
I don't know.
Ask him.
Dear God, what is there to love about me? I love your awareness. I delight in your knowledge of love. I cherish the mighty, fervent fighter in you. I treasure how you see that love is action. Am I a traitor? A fool? You are a child of mine, and I am with you. I'm with you.
Oh, Ronnie, baby. I was out there on that roof with these two spiritual men, and above me was just the stars, breeze, peace, and this energy coming down from the skies. It wasn't like the chaos on the street ever went completely away, but Ronnie, I rediscovered hope in the spirit.
You getting churchy now?
No, not churchy. That ain't for me. But what I felt on that roof, Ronnie, that's the key.
We all have to be on top of Harlem Hospital.
No. But I want my soul to be in that place. I'm close enough to the shouts and the cries and the life in the streets. But I'm surrounded by this force of strength and peace that comes from a source bigger and older and more eternal than me. And when I can feel them both, that source energy and the rage below me, something can transform, Ronnie.
Transform into what?
I guess that's the question.
Sandy? Hey.
Hey, buddy boy.
Why ain't you up at school?
I didn't go today.
You what?
Why not? How are you feeling?
It don't feel as bad as it looks.
You sure?
I believe I asked you a question, Cassandra.
I had a meeting, Mama.
With who?
Billy Williams folks.
Cassandra.
Please don't get mad, Mama. They came to find me at school. Well, actually, they were looking for Ronnie.
Looking for me for what?
I can't even put words to what they want from you, from us. Y'all, they want us to be in the middle of something big.
Girl, what are you talking about?
You think, Ronnie, when you feel rested up and when they let you out, you could talk about how much the rally meant to you?
Oh, I'm not a talker.
Come on now, Cassandra. There'll be plenty of time
Ronnie,
later
I wouldn't ask if... It's just people are making it seem like the rally was all bad. And sure, some of it maybe was, but it was something. It was some action. People felt things.
What's that got to do with me?
Billy thinks if you'd be willing to speak or, call out for some more action.
Sandy, I didn't want to rally.
Baby, I thought you and I came to an understanding.
We did. We came to a beautiful understanding about you. And I haven't felt that close to you in I don't know how long. But Mama, that doesn't change the calling I feel on my life.
I will not let Billy Williams use you children.
I'm not being used. I'm being inspired. We need change, and change demands action. You see that, right, Ronnie? You can be that spark, that ignition switch.
Your mama told me all about that rage from last night, Sandy. I don't want any part of that.
The rage is coming, whether we want it or not.
Ronnie needs his rest. I don't want you upsetting him.
I'm giving him a chance to be a part of something that'll make all this pain that's got him laid up here actually mean something.
I said no.
So it's like that, huh? I hate seeing what they did to you. I thank God you still got life in your body. But let me tell you this. If we don't start telling the world about the hell we live in, the next Ronnie won't be so lucky.
Sandra, wait.
You okay, baby?
No. Now she thinks I'm a coward.
No, baby. I know my daughter. She's just scared about being in this fight by herself.
Maybe she's right. Maybe if I don't go out there and do something, all these bandages and bruises are for nothing. Do you think she's right?
I don't know. I wish y'all had been up there with me, on the roof. Dr. Thurman made it seem like everything I did up there, giving myself over to that source energy, was somehow enough. But seeing you like this, it makes me feel like there has got to be action.
Well, ain't that what Sandy just ran out of here saying?
She wants action from rage, though. No, that energy on that roof that came down from the stars and the skies, it wants for me to be different than my daughter. It wants action from love. And baby, I promise you, when I figure out what that action is, none of your bruises will have been in vain.
I'm going to let go of your hand.
Don't.
It's all right, Martin. You'll be fine.
No. I owe you something.
You don't owe me anything.
No, I do. say one good turn. What's in your dark room, Howard?
Let's not worry about me right now.
Am I your friend, Howard?
There's no mask in there, Martin. I have no wallpapers or craters or
But the room is still there, isn't it?
You want to know what my shadow self is, Martin? He's a small, homely, dark-skinned little boy. He's by himself in that room, abandoned. And he's been walking by my side my entire life.
Hi again, Howard.
God alive, it's hot in here.
You don't keep your promises.
I will. I am. It's just the world. It's
You
not.
promised me you could make things easier.
Well, I'm trying.
You promised me a new religion for Daddy in heaven.
New thinking takes time.
It didn't take us time on Daytona Beach. We found something in one night on the beach, didn't we?
Yes. A beautiful God.
And we felt like somebody finally cared about us. But you forgot about me and the beautiful God. Forgot about Daddy.
No, I remember. I didn't forget.
If you loved me, you'd have made a new religion by now. If you loved yourself enough, there'd be a home for us. We'd be cared for. But those Boston people, do they care for you? Do they care for me and Daddy?
I didn't forget you.
It's too hot in here. People die in heat like this.
I'm sorry. I didn't forget you.
Little Howard can't be as angry as you think.
He can't. I haven't done what I promised.
How can you say that? Look at what you're doing in Boston. The broadcast, the deep learning. You're breaking barriers for Negroes.
The broadcasts are not the point. That little boy's life is surrounded by violence and judgment and pain. Where's the shelter? Where's the shelter for him and his daddy?
And you think you haven't done that?
I know I haven't. There's no one like my daddy walking across BU. I don't see my daddy when I look out into my congregation.
Of course not. Because that little boy, little you, and your father would have never lived in Boston.
But some little boy like me is up there. Some boy who is poor and black and cast out needs to know God cares up in Boston.
And surely your doors will be open to him.
Not if I'm too busy begging the president of BU to make even the smallest structural change.
Then what more are you supposed to be doing?
Well, I thought it would matter to change the face of the chapel, that it would really mean something for there to be a black face on that faculty.
And it does.
No, it doesn't. It hasn't made the worship in that chapel radical or revolutionary. The fresh, renewing God I hoped for isn't there. I didn't see it until...
Until what?
Until you, Lil Howard, would want to follow you. His daddy would be at home with you.
But not with you.
Not with President Case and the Dusty White Methodists of BU.
Well, you're not a sellout, Howard.
Perhaps, but I'm not plugged in either.
Remember when a blade was hanging out of my chest for a few hours? Being plugged in has its costs.
Martin, listen to me. The promise I made to that little boy is my life's work. But I can't fulfill it if you don't work to your fullest potential.
I don't understand.
You might be the one to make the new world that little Howard needs.
Might.
But you have to get out of your own way. Tell me, Mike, what do you dream?
I don't know, Howard. So many things. Times when I'm not scared of police clubs. When my children can be friends with little boys and girls who are different. An America that is who she says she is. All of that. Those impossible things.
They're not impossible. But you can't get them if this movement swallows you whole.
But what is your dream, Howard? What thing are you willing to sacrifice life for? What thing can swallow you up?
I don't know.
So the great Howard Thurman came to me with medicine he can't taste.
I guess not.
Day of Days is written by Darren Kennedy. It was created and produced by Michael Epstein of Walking Cinema, with direction, sound design, and original music by Jonathan Mitchell. Starring Billy Eugene Jones as Howard, Jordan Mahome as Martin, and Anya Pearson as Irma. The executive producer is Will Rogers, the producer is Andrew Calloway, and Amanda Brown is the dramaturg. It was recorded at Miratone Studio in New York City by Colin Dworsky. Day of Days was made possible by a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities to Walking Cinema, an experiential storytelling studio based in San Francisco. For a full list of credits and a special immersive companion piece to Day of Days, go to dayofdayspodcast.com. Last time on Day of Days.
I wonder if I'm just turning Negroes into slaughterhouse lambs, trying to make America be who she says she is.
You can't let them define you anymore. You are letting things outside your personal connection to God tell you who and what you are. Who are you without this fight?
This fight is who I am.
That's not true.
That energy on that roof that came down from the stars and the skies, it wants for me to be different than my daughter. It wants action from love.
Well, what is your dream, Howard? What thing are you willing to sacrifice life for?
I don't know.
Howard?
Yes?
You're brooding.
I am wounded.
I was just asking questions. I didn't mean to.
No. I'm the author of my own injuries.
It seems to me Harold Case helped you plenty in those hurts.
President Case is a straw man. That little boy we encountered, the me from another time, a believing time, Harold Case has nothing to do with him. You asked me what I'm willing to sacrifice for. What will I let swallow me up?
And you said you didn't know.
I don't, but this isn't the question.
Oh, I wasn't trying to offend or get...
I don't want to be swallowed. I don't want you to be swallowed and sacrificed.
I could have used more exact language. Yes, but...
It's not the language. It's the implication.
All right, then. What question should I have asked you?
Say to me, what is it that you want, really?
Something just as simple as that.
Simple. Just, there are men who come to the end of their days not ever having confronted that question.
But that's not you. You probe your meaning and purpose all the time.
No, I haven't been because I haven't been in crisis, not until now.
And we need that, don't we? Moments of crisis.
Yes, they're the crucible, Lord. Yes, that's it. When we experience crisis, struggle, it forces us to ask ourselves what we really want. How did I miss this?
Crisis can be moments of revelation.
Yes, that swampy shack I was in where little Howard is trapped. I had to go to the most personal, tender place of my spirit and sit in the anger and sorrow that's there.
And in that sorrow,
call us both back to having a personal encounter with God. He's talking to us in our suffering. You and the movement, be you and me, but
we have to be quiet enough, silent enough to hear it.
Precisely, and when we sit there, shut up and brood, that is when we know what we are really for and what we are against.
We see what it is that we truly want.
But that's not enough. Tell me something, Martin. Where will you go from here?
Well, when they release me,
No, wait, I'm sorry. This is not to be shared. Just sit in the question. Let it marinate inside you. The answer isn't for me. In fact, perhaps don't even worry about an answer right now. Let the question get suspended.
Where do I go from here?
Where do I go from here? Tell me, what do the doctors say about the length of your convalescence before they'll okay the resumption of your work?
Irma says another day or so.
Ask them for 2 weeks.
For what? My wound will be mended before then.
Wouldn't some silence be nice? Some reading, some stillness with no motion?
Well, yes.
And then, after a full convalescence, what if you just went away?
Away where?
I don't know, anywhere. Just somewhere that calls to your spirit. What if you did that?
Just up and ran off.
Yes, wouldn't it be nice?
I don't know. I mean, there's Coretta and the kids. I don't know what's in my calendar.
Fine, use the 2 weeks to plan. Oh, somewhere warm, somewhere ancient, somewhere that doesn't know you. Could you do that for me?
Okay. On one condition.
I'm listening.
Go on a voyage of your own. Whatever voyage will take you and little Howard out of that hot, horrible Florida shack.
Estelle said you'd be in here.
Oh, that woman is forever telling my business.
Listen, I don't like how we ended things yesterday.
Okay. I'm listening.
Mama, it hurts when you don't understand me.
What makes you think I don't understand you?
You won't stand with me. You keep trying to snuff out my anger. You see this fire in me, and you are always trying to throw water on it.
And that means I don't understand you.
Doesn't it?
Baby girl, not wanting to watch you burn yourself up from the inside doesn't mean I don't understand you. It means I want you to find a better, longer way to live.
That's exactly what Billy Williams wants, Mama. He wants us to have a better way to live.
Sit down here for a minute. I mean it. I'm about to lay some serious shit on you. I think maybe I have failed you.
What?
Some folks send their kids back down south every summer. But me, I never sent you back down to Alabama. I thought, it's safer here. But maybe I robbed you of some things.
What kind of things?
The things being around Grandma and her church and her swamps and her open skies gave me. Oh, Sandy. Oh, Lord, if you could have been on the roof of this place with Dr. Thurman and Dr. King and me. It was such a small, quiet thing. And somehow it was so big. I wish I had the right words for it. All I know is that I got back in touch with those things that I lost. Things I should have given you.
And you think that your grandma's swamps and skies and church could save me from New York City cops?
You're gonna think I'm crazy, but yes, I do.
Mama, listen, I love you too much to say that I believe that. I don't. Look, I believe that you found something so beautiful up there, and I love that for you. But whatever that was, that beautiful moment, that was a secret thing for you. That don't stop a cop from beating Ronnie's ass.
No, it doesn't. But if I come down off of that roof and share that moment of transcendence with that cop, if I invite you and Ronnie and that cop into a moment like that together, well, maybe that will stop him.
Mama, I think that's a dream. A beautiful one, but I don't think I see it or share it.
Even if it's a dream I feel I owe you because I'm your mother and I love you?
Even then.
All right. Then can I ask you something?
What?
Let me try to make that dream real without your judgment or your anger.
I can do that.
Thank you. And Sandy?
Yeah?
After you left, Ronnie made me realize I have no business trying to erase your rage. But can you promise me something?
I'll see.
Whenever you feel it burning inside you, will you just wait a moment? Just wait, breathe, and brood before you go do something.
Brood?
Yes.
I can try. It seems hard what we're asking of each other.
Maybe that's how we know how much we mean to each other.
Maybe so. I'm gonna go visit Ronnie.
I'll see you back home.
Martin, you preach the Holy Spirit right up in this place. Man alive, it's good to have you back home. Been the hardest 3 weeks I survived in ages.
It's good to be home and in one piece.
Amen and amen. Well, I told Juanita you and I are going to go head down to Joe's, so I'll bring the car around.
Don't bother.
You sure? It's a long walk and it's cold, Snappy.
I guess I don't feel much like going to Joe's.
Oh, okay. Well, I understand. Sure, Coretta wants time with you.
Well, maybe, but actually, I think I'll just sit here for a spell.
Just sit here in your study by yourself.
Yes.
My dear friend, ain't you sick of yourself yet? It's just ever since you've been home, there's a quietness about you, a retreat. Sometimes I steal a glance at you, and it's like I see whole conversations and dialogues happening in your head, and not nary a word gets spoken. Level with me, Rev. Did that stabbing, did it take something from you?
Maybe. But it gave me something I haven't had in forever.
What's that?
Solitude.
I see. This is a strange version of you, Rev. New.
I bet.
Want me to close the door on my way out?
Yes, please.
All right, then.
Oh, and Ralph.
Yes.
You don't know how much I'm looking forward to seeing you in the office tomorrow.
And you know I love you, Rev.
And I you.
days I've been trying to get a hold of you.
Oh, I know.
For 2 days, I heard nothing.
The business of Marsh Chapel couldn't withstand 2 days of quiet. You know how ludicrous that sounds, Harold?
Look, it doesn't matter. I can reschedule the board meeting.
No, don't bother.
Pardon?
Don't bother.
What are you saying?
You're gonna send me away, Harold.
Send you away where?
Oh, I haven't decided that yet.
Why would I send you away? Marsh needs you. I need you. You started all this programming.
Nonsense. You do it all the time. It's called a sabbatical.
And we plan them months in advance.
Then maybe it's time to innovate.
Why are you being so flip, Howard?
Harold, go open your window.
What?
Just open your window. What do you hear?
The quad? Students?
Serenity.
Sure, that.
Now let me tell you what I heard in New York, Harold. Anything but serenity. The world is convulsing, Harold. Burrowing in on itself. The streets are jungles one minute and pathways of hope the next. People of all kinds were shouting at Martin. So many are with him. So many are angry at him. But they care. They care deeply and dangerously and fervently about this moment.
Howard, you're just describing Harlem. That's all.
I don't believe that for a moment. The serenity here is beautiful. It's alluring. It's what we've worked for.
Yes.
And it's a bubble that must be popped.
What are you saying? You're gonna just up and leave and move to Montgomery?
I'm not sure.
This is childish.
Well, I certainly hope so.
Are you quitting?
Not yet.
Wait a minute, Howard. Are you telling me one little weekend trip to New York is suddenly the end of the Marsh Chapel dream we built together?
Harold, Marsh was never my dream. Maybe it was yours, but it wasn't mine. You know what I've always wanted? To transform the way we experience God and then transform that action into breaking down the oppressions that have separated us from one another. Martin is doing that work. It's fitful work, dangerous work. But he's just too young. So are his friends, and they need advising.
You have work right here. You are a revolutionary all on your own.
We are not the revolutionaries that we thought we were, Harold. But God willing, I'm called to counsel the ones who are.
Howard,
you're having my sabbatical request on your desk by the end of the week. Well, Mike, I've gone and done it. Kept my end of the bargain. I've told BU I need some time away. And what about you? Are you keeping your word?
I've taken myself away to India, Howard. I feel like I'm following your trail. It's like I'm seeing things just stretch themselves out for miles and continents and years. It's slow, yeah. Slow enough to have a vision. Let us rise up tonight with a greater readiness. Let us stand with a greater determination. And let us move on in these powerful days, these days of challenge to make America what it ought to be. You know, several years ago, I was in New York City autographing the first book that I had written. And while sitting there autographing books, a demented black woman came up. The only question I heard from her was, "Are you Martin Luther King?" And I was looking down writing and I said, "Yes." And the next minute I felt something beating on my chest. Before I knew it, I had been stabbed by this demented woman. It came out in the New York Times the next morning that if I had merely sneezed, I would have died. Kind letters came in. I read a few, but one of them I will never forget. Letter that came from a little girl, a young girl who was a student at the White Plains High School. I would like to mention that I'm a white girl. I read in the paper of your misfortune and of your suffering. And I read that if you had sneezed, you would have died. And I'm simply writing to say that I'm so happy that you didn't sneeze. And I want to say tonight, that I too am happy that I didn't sneeze, because if I had sneezed, I wouldn't have been around here in 1960 when students all over the South started sitting in at lunch counters. If I had sneezed, I wouldn't have been here in 1963 when the black people of Birmingham, Alabama aroused the conscience of this nation and brought into being the Civil Rights Bill. If I had sneezed, I wouldn't have had a chance later that year in August to try to tell America about a dream that I had had. If I had sneezed, I wouldn't have been down in Selma, Alabama to see the great movement there. If I had sneezed, I wouldn't have been in Memphis to see a community rally around those brothers and sisters who are suffering. I'm so happy that I didn't sneeze.
Martin Luther King is dead. This is the simple and utter fact. A few brief hours ago, his voice could be heard in the land from the ends of the earth, from the heart of our cities. Perhaps his greatest contribution to our times and to the creative process of American society is not to be found in his amazing, charismatic power over masses of people, but rather in something else. Always, he spoke from within the context of his personal religious experience, giving voice to an ethical insight, which sprang out of his profound brooding over the meaning of his Judeo-Christian heritage. And this indeed is his great contribution to our times. He was able to put at the center of his own religious experience a searching, ethical awareness. Martin Luther King left as his heritage that a man must be involved in whatever is the ethical affirmation which he makes. For Martin was sure that there is this place in every man's heart that waits and listens for the sound of the genuine in every other man. And we must Therefore, reduce all of the other noises created by fear, by poverty, by panic, by hate, that the sound of the genuine in your heart might come through and be heard by the sound of the genuine in my heart. The time and the place of a man's life on this earth is the time and the place of his body. But the meaning, the significance of his life is as vast, as creative, as redemptive as his powers, his gifts, his wholehearted commitment, and his times can make it.
February 27th, 1959. Dear Howard, I made it here to India. What wonders are to be found, but I need not tell you about those things you already know too well. The world is so wide here and so quiet. It is a center here of so many people, crossing mountains, rivers, whole continents, and then moving on to someplace else. Atlanta, Montgomery, the whole of America, they seem so small here. No, not small. They seem like one piece. Just one piece of a fervent, human, bigger thing. I want to serve that bigger thing when I come home. Yours in Christ, Martin.
Dear Martin, the vivid scenes in your letters make me feel like I'm there with you. I hope in the pause there, in the nature that surrounds you, in the God that you find, that you're turning down the noise that poisons and distracts us. I hope you're finding your heart in the quiet solitude that's there. A great work awaits you here and throughout this world. Only first, you must be still and quiet enough to hear it. Your friend, Howard.
Day of Days is written by Darren Kennedy. It was created and produced by Michael Epstein of Walking Cinema, with direction, sound design, and original music by Jonathan Mitchell. Starring Billy Eugene Jones as Howard, Jordan Mahome as Martin, and Anya Pearson as Irma. With Haran Abisekara, Anthony Arroyo, Phyllis Johnson, Anthony Frankie, Chris Kapiniak, Hemant Kiri, Abraham Michael Magnus, Sharina Martin, Chris McKinney, Kylie Y. Turner, and Amy Warren. The executive producer is Will Rogers, the producer is Andrew Calloway, and Amanda Brown is the dramaturg. It was recorded at Miratone Studio in New York City by Colin Dworsky. Day of Days was made possible by a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities to Walking Cinema. an experiential storytelling studio based in San Francisco. For a full list of credits and a special immersive companion piece to Day of Days, go to dayofdayspodcast.com.
Hello, my fellow misfits. Welcome back to The Cult. I'm Matt Owens. Today I want to talk about false flags, government psyops, and those mysterious drones that are zooming around New Jersey, New York, other places across the country, across the globe. That's why I have this background here. Let's just pretend that's New Jersey, guys. First, I want to give a shout out. I want to give a shout out to South Africa, of all places. I recently just got an email letting me know that The Cult of Misfits, my podcast, is currently ranked 148th in the category of spirituality in South Africa. So, real proud of that, guys. That's a real gold star for me. I've been trying to win over the South African populace for quite some time. So, finally making some inroads in South Africa. And I'm real proud of myself for that. I think this is just proof. This is just proof that Elon and his family members have finally caught on. They're finally watching The Cult of Misfits. So, shout out to Elon. Thank you for supporting the podcast, and I hope it continues to spread throughout the entire continent of Africa, guys. If you're interested, you can follow me. I got other content over on Instagram if you weren't aware, if you've been living in a hole, if you don't know anything about me or my life. I'm on Instagram, guys. You can follow me at Cult of Misfits. I'm on there on the reg, posting, fire memes and reels and stories and just all the things. So, have you ever taken just that perfect selfie where your hair is just on point and the lighting is just, golden? You're sporting that new shirt that you bought. Your skin is flawless. You're basically in full Kardashian mode. That's what I'm talking about here, guys. You ever taken one of those pictures? You post the selfie on Instagram. It's getting a ton of likes. You're feeling like $1 million. Now, imagine what would happen if you were to take that photograph, take it into Costco, print off about 75 or 100 copies of that photo on cardstock, and then mail it. Like, physically mail the photograph, get stamps. Are stamps even still a thing? I don't know, guys. Stamps, envelopes, the whole shebang. Physically mail this photograph to everybody you know. All of your friends, all of your family members, every business associate that you've ever come in contact with over the last 10 years, you're sending that photo out to everybody, right? It'd be complete madness. People think you're insane. Like, who is this guy? This egomaniacal person. But yet, this is what happens every single Christmas. People insist on sending out these Christmas cards with their photos on it. And I don't get it. I don't understand this whole tradition of sending out Christmas cards with your family's photos on it. Because there's always this pressure. There's this expectation that I'm supposed to display this thing, display this photograph, these onslaught of Christmas cards that people insist on sending me, put them up on the fridge or to hang them up on some prominent wall in my home, displaying them like I'm collecting Pokemon cards or something. I don't know. Like, oh, look, I got one from the Smiths. Ooh, that's a rare one. Ooh, I got one from the Wilsons. Ooh, they look nice, right? I have this friend who, she insists on sending me a card every year. This Christmas card, every year we go through the rigmarole. She asks me for my address so that she can send me a picture of her family. And every year I'm like, you know what, I'm good. No thanks, I'm good. I know what your family looks like. Like, I follow you guys on Instagram. I don't need a photo of you guys staring back at me from my fridge every time I open it up for a glass of milk or something. I get what you guys look like. But she insists on sending me this card every single year. So I've got this little tradition where I take her Christmas card and I fold it up real nice and neat and I tuck it into my pocket. And then I go on a walk. Go on a walk with Chi-Chi, my sweet little dog. And whenever he decides to take a dump, reach into my pocket, I unfold that Christmas card, and I scoop up the poop. It's my own little recycling program, guys. It's my way of saying Merry Christmas. I don't want the Christmas cards. It's like if you have a cat, if you have a pet cat, and they bring you like the decapitated head of a mouse and leave it on your doorstep as like a little present. I don't need that. I didn't ask for a decapitated mouse head. In the same way, I didn't ask for a Christmas card. I don't need your Christmas cards. I don't need your decapitated heads. I don't want any of it. And I used to be a professional photographer, and I used to take these Christmas card photos for families every year. It was quite lucrative, actually. And I have to tell you a little peek behind the curtain here that 9 times out of 10, these family photo shoots, they're like a hostage situation. Like the family arrives frazzled, stressed out, like the mom is barking orders. The kids are all almost in tears, on the verge of just losing it. The husband just sort of jams his hands into his pockets and is staring at the ground, just kind of avoiding eye contact with everybody, just trying to get through this, right? When the mom isn't looking, I kind of whisper to the kids, like, blink twice if you're brought here against your will. And they're all just like, blink, 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 blink. Nobody wants to be there. It's all very tense. It's all very chaotic. It's like this high-stakes situation that has to be executed properly and perfectly. Otherwise, somebody's going to legit get executed. And I don't want it to be me. So I'm just there to get us all through this, shepherd us through this photo session. The kids are being promised like bowls of M&Ms for lunch if they'll just cooperate for 5 minutes and stop running around like maniacs. The husband's checking his watch every 5 minutes. Like, it's chaos. Nobody wants to be there. So anyway, guys, this is sort of my long-winded way of saying, just for the love of God, stop sending me Christmas cards, please. All right, guys, I feel like this is a good one. I've been meaning to talk about this for a while. I've been sort of diving deep into the whole drone situation in New Jersey, so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about UAPs. UAPs are sort of this new-ish term, if you don't know, that stands for Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon. It's kind of the military's and the government's way of saying UFO without sounding like a tinfoil hat nut job. So they call them UAPs. They're essentially UFOs. They have no idea what they are. They just want to say that, like, look, we don't know what these things are. We don't want to admit that they're aliens, but like, there's something flying around out there that we don't know what the hell's going on. So, these last few months, I've actually been doing some pretty deep dives into just the whole UFO community. I've been listening to just what everybody has to say. I've been listening to the ufologists, the tinfoil hat nut jobs. I've been listening to congressional leaders and military pilots and these high-ranking military officials and people that have access to these allegedly secret programs. I've listened to what everybody has to say. As I do with everything, I like to just take all the puzzle pieces, hear what everybody's talking about, and then just sort of put it together the best that I can and come to some sort of conclusion. So that's what we're going to be talking about here today. UFOs and objects in the sky, of course, have been reported for thousands of years, since the beginning of time, antiquity itself. And, in the Bible, Elijah gets taken up by a chariot of fire. These ancient tribes and the natives talk about flying crafts, and there's a hieroglyph in Egypt that depicts this thing that looks like a helicopter, real mysterious. And so there's kind of this long-standing tradition of these craft in the sky, and it would appear that they oftentimes will depict themselves or look like near futuristic craft, right? Something that's just beyond the technology that's currently understood. for example, in the 1800s, there were these sightings of these blimps and these airships that were appearing all over in America, and they were appearing before blimps and airships were actually invented. So it was something that humans at the time could kind of conceive, like this flying balloon thing. Wow, that looks kind of wacky. What is it? I don't understand it. And then in the 1950s and the 1960s, we started seeing, these things that are flying saucers that were, we had just sort of invented jet technology here on Earth. And so the idea of this flying saucer, that was anti-gravity, was kind of just beyond the scope of what we can kind of comprehend in terms of what is capable technologically. And nowadays it's sort of advanced. The saucers are still around, right? We still see the saucers occasionally, but now they're kind of being described as drones or these glowing orbs, right? So I wonder, there's this idea that they can sort of morph themselves into something that our human minds can comprehend, which sort of lends itself to the idea that this is something perhaps from another dimension, a higher dimension that we can't comprehend with our human minds. And as these objects or beings enter our dimension or our realm, that they sort of manifest themselves into these things that our human minds and human eyeballs can kind of comprehend, right? If you want to look it up, there's this really interesting case in the 1500s in Nuremberg, Germany, where there was allegedly this massive and epic aerial battle, right, between all of these mysterious airships and aircraft that were flying over Nuremberg, Germany. They were crescent shaped and cylindrical shaped and triangle shaped and spheres. It was all of the above, having this epic battle. So I just find it interesting that we've been talking about this sort of thing since the beginning of time. And then if you're anything like me, you've been following these congressional hearings, and these aren't the first congressional hearings about UAPs and UFOs, and congressional members looking into it and having panels and discussions about looking into what could possibly be happening. The most current congressional hearing, if you're not following it, the main point behind it and what's giving it its full force is that it's a safety issue, right? Because a lot of these pilots, the Air Force pilots and Navy pilots, are going out on training missions and going out for exercises and whatever, and they're seeing these craft in the sky that are UAPs, that are unidentified aerial phenomena. They have no idea what it is. They're not ours. We don't know what they are. And the safety issue comes that there's been a lot of near misses from these objects. There's been a lot of near misses from these objects almost hitting these airplanes when they're in flight, these jets, right, the F-16s or whatever. And so now Congress is looking into it, and they're asking these pilots, like, what the heck is the deal? About 10 years ago, the Navy upgraded its radar systems across the board. And once they upgraded the radar, all of a sudden they started seeing all of these objects sprinkled all across the East Coast. All these objects floating around and flying around. The pilots are reporting these objects as oftentimes being clear spherical orbs that are encased around a black cube. So that's interesting. And these objects oftentimes will defy the laws of physics as we know them. They will, descend from 30,000 feet down to ocean level in like 2 seconds. They will zoom around and take these, right angle turns mid-air, defying G-force as we know it, things like this, right? So as Congress starts to look into these things, we're starting to realize that there's a lot going on under the surface. They are admitting that non-human biologics have been discovered in these UFO crashes, that the aerospace industry has been trying to reverse engineer these UFO crashes over the last 60, 70 years. Just a lot of weird stuff, right? There's a lot of underwater reports of these, they don't have windows on the submarine, so all they see is these radar signatures of an object that's fast approaching the submarine. Oftentimes they think it's like a torpedo or they're under attack, and this mysterious object will zoom towards the submarine and then just sort of hover there for a little bit and then disappear. So a lot of weird stuff going on. Reports from these military people that oftentimes are putting their own, personal reputation on the line by even talking about this stuff. There's this huge stigma within the military community and the government that if you talk about UFOs, you're a weirdo. You're not going to be taken seriously. You're not going to be put on the more important missions. There might be questions about your mental health, and it sort of puts your career in jeopardy. So a lot of times these pilots and these people within the government don't want to talk about it because they don't want to risk, the stigma that comes across when you talk about UFOs and stuff. So anyway, that's what's going on with the UAPs and UFOs. Now, let's shift to this stuff that's happening in New Jersey. And really, it's not just happening in New Jersey now. It's sort of spreading. There's reports of these things over New York and Ohio and California and London and Germany and Australia. And so it's a global thing, right? That's the weird thing about this, is it's not just reporting on U.S. shores. It's not just on the East Coast. It's kind of everywhere now. And I find it very interesting that it was sort of this underground thing that unless you follow UFOs, as I do, follow these accounts as you're wearing a tinfoil hat, you don't really hear about this stuff. But it's slowly leaking its way out into the mainstream media. I just saw The Daily Show talking about it, and all of the major news networks are talking about it, the mainstream networks. But I find it very interesting that they're not referring to them as UAPs. Not one of these places is reporting them as UAPs or UFOs. They're all calling them drones. So what's going on, if you're not following this thing, is there's these swarms of drones that appear after sunset, mysteriously. Nobody knows where they're coming from. And then they sit around and hover or fly in the same area for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. There's been reports of these drones that are flying for up to 12 hours. They're flying over neighborhoods, which is concerning for the residents. They're flying over airports, which several airports have shut down because of all this drone activity. There's not just one or two, it's swarms of drones, right? They're hovering over these military bases. They're hovering over these artillery and ammunition bases and depots, which pose a threat to national security for obvious reasons. And the thing that's so weird about these drones is there's been a couple of them reported, right? But most of them are reported as being car-sized or minivan-sized, which is highly unusual, right? Because the military does have a few of these big drones, but as far as these drone experts understand, that the current technology, these drones can only stay in the air for a couple of hours. Cutting edge technology can stay in the air for like 4 hours max. Like those are the cutting edge, best of the best. These drones can stay in the air for up to 4 hours. But these drones that are hovering over New Jersey and New York, they're hovering for 8 hours, 12 hours, which makes no sense with no way of recharging. So that's super weird. Now, again, this isn't the first time that drones have been sighted. Like, this isn't a new thing. Several years ago, over the last 3, 4, 5 years, this has happened before. And it hasn't been as mainstream as it is now. Most people weren't talking about it. But for those in the know, if you know, you know, there have been reports and sightings of these mysterious drones floating over military sites for quite some time. There's lots of evidence, whether or not it's fake or real. Who knows, right? It's so hard these days just to know what's real and not real with AI and deep fakes and all that stuff. But several of these objects are being described in a couple of different ways. So I don't think that there's just one thing happening, one thing that we're seeing. Now, I think that definitely all of these reports that are coming in are sort of a mix of things. I think that people are confusing real aircraft, real legit airplanes or helicopters. I think that there are actual drones out there doing things, right? There are drones that do surveillance that for various private companies, for gas companies, things of this sort. Then there are the hobbyist drones that are flying around, especially now. I'm sure there are more people that are throwing up their hobby drones just to sort of confuse everybody and fuck around. But these drones are being reported as being car-sized, and some of them are reported as making no noise whatsoever. They're completely silent, which is unusual for drones. And other drones are being reported as making a helicopter or a drone-like sound, right? So a couple of them are fixed wing, like an airplane. So a few of them are fixed wing, and some of them have no wings. So there's several different things zooming around out there. There have been many reports that when a helicopter or a police or military drone goes up to investigate what the hell these things are, they go dark, right? The lights turn off and they disappear. That's the thing about them, too, is they have lights on them, right? So if they're trying to be covert, if they're trying to be all secretive, why do they got their lights on, right? And the lights they have on are lights that are required by the FAA. Those red and green lights that are on airplanes and drones and stuff. So if you have a drone of a certain size, it's required that you have these red and green and white lights on them so that everybody can see what's going on. So if you have a drone that is the size of a car, according to drone experts and military experts, I've been diving deep on this. So according to the people who know what the hell they're talking about, drones of this sort would cost several $100,000 up to perhaps a couple of $1 million in order to have a drone that is capable of staying in the air for up to 12 hours, and that is the size of a car. But the thing that's unusual about this, and I like I said, I find it weird that they're calling them drones and not calling them UAPs, is they're not displaying any of the actions that I talked about earlier about the UFOs. They're not making crazy maneuvers. They're not, descending or ascending 30,000 feet in a matter of seconds. They're not doing crazy right turn angles or anything that defies physics. So it all has to, it's all technology that is conceivable, right? It's conceivable that there's technology that a government has come up with that can allow these drones to stay up for 12 hours. So it's not anything that's like mind-blowing, right? But what is weird about it is that oftentimes when they look up at them with infrared or other scanner systems to see what the hell they are, they have no heat signature, which defies physics as we know it, right? Everything that is flying in the air gives off at least some sort of heat signature. Even the F-16s, I was told by a pilot like he called me, like we talked last week. I heard on a podcast that an F-16 pilot said that they have ways of masking heat signatures, but it doesn't completely reduce them altogether. They can reduce it, but not completely eliminate heat signatures. So it's weird that they have no heat signatures. What else is weird is that these objects, these quote-unquote drones, are not showing up on any of the flight tracker apps. So if you have a drone of a certain size, you are required by the FAA to register it so everybody knows you got it. And all modern drones, especially these big boys that are the size of a car, theoretically, they're all supposed to have these transponders that emit a digital signature letting the towers and the government and the FAA know where the drone is, where it's flying, who it's registered to. All of this information is pinged out and transmitted out of these drones. Now, the weird thing about these mysterious drones over New York and New Jersey is they're not emitting those signatures. They're not pinging out the normal registration information that they're supposed to be transmitting through radio signals or however it transmits out. So maybe one or two people are fucking around, or maybe it's some, deep CIA operation or something, and so they're unregistered. But if they're unregistered, why do they have the FAA lights on? Why do they have the red and green lights on, right? Why not go completely dark and completely black? These things seem to want to be seen by everybody, right? There seems to be confusion being created intentionally. So there's a lot of talk of like, why don't we just take these things down, right? And there's a lot of sources that are saying like, we've tried and we can't. If you were to fly one of your hobby drones over a military base or military installation, it would be shot down immediately, whether with actual ammunition or there is technology that uses electromagnetic pulses that can quite effectively take these drones down, right? There's technology that exists to take these drones down quite effectively. Now, the thought is that perhaps we're not taking these drones down because if a drone were to fall over civilian neighborhoods or houses or even a freeway or something, that it could fall and kill or hurt people, right? Or perhaps that these drones have something nefarious on them, whether it's chemical weapons or a nuke or something along those lines, that we don't want to be shooting these things down because it would just cause further damage and chaos, right? So there's just a lot of weirdness. Now, the mayors of these cities that they're flying over and the governors of these states that they're flying over are demanding answers because they don't know what the hell's going on. They haven't been told. Congressional members have no idea what's going on. The Department of Defense and the Pentagon and Homeland Security, they have said they have no idea what's going on. The FBI is like, we know they're there, but they're not ours, and we don't know what they are. Now, the White House has been regularly saying, basically, don't worry about it. The White House, all they're saying is that these drones have shown no hostile intentions, so we're just going to leave them alone, right? We know that they're there. So all they're saying is, like, we know they're there and they don't appear dangerous. But what is that based on? What are they basing that knowledge on? What are they basing that information on? So it would appear that they know exactly what's happening and that they're not talking about it. But if this were some sort of collusion behind the government, doing this for fear purposes, etc., which I'm going to go into in a minute, they're not. It's not a very coordinated event, right? There are these journalists that will oftentimes say that they have these contacts within the Pentagon or high-ranking military officials or whatever. And when these sorts of things, these sort of topics come up, oftentimes these high-ranking officials will say, look, I do know what's going on. It's highly confidential. It's top secret. I'm not allowed to talk about it, but just trust me. We know what's going on, but I can't tell you any more information. That's not happening. What is happening is they're saying, look, normally we are read into these programs. Normally we do have this top secret confidential information, and we don't. We actually have no idea what's going on. And so there's just sort of this mass confusion amongst government, amongst the municipalities and the states and the federal government. Nobody seems to know what's going on, and everybody seems to be keeping mum about it. So as far as I can tell, here's the different possibilities as to what the heck these dang drones are. First of all, it might be a foreign adversary, right? It might be the Chinese. The Chinese are well known for having these highly advanced drones. Maybe you've seen them on TikTok or Instagram where they, have these swarms of drones that oftentimes will, get together and synchronize and form a cool looking dragon, something like that, right? One New Jersey congressman said that perhaps these drones are coming from an Iranian mothership off the coast, and perhaps part of the reason why the government is not willing to shoot down these drones is because they know that it's sort of an act of war if they are Chinese or Iranian or Russian or something along those lines. But from a logistical standpoint, I've listened to military people and drone people talk about the idea of a foreign adversary launching these drones from somewhere, right? There's been a lot of reports of these drones coming from the Atlantic Ocean, whatever that means, right? Coming off of the water, out of the water, nobody knows, nobody can see them. They are unable to track them at the end of the day when they zoom off. Nobody knows where they go, nobody knows where they come from. But if you were a foreign adversary, you would have to have some sort of ship off of our coast that was somehow remaining undetected, or perhaps a submarine that's somehow remaining undetected off the eastern coast, highly unlikely, right? And they would have to have some sort of a mothership or some sort of base of operations where you launch all of these things from, right? And not to mention the fact that it would have to travel hundreds of miles off of that ship in order to, get to New Jersey, get to Ohio, get to New York, get to all these other spots, right? So it's highly impractical and highly unlikely that this is some sort of foreign adversary. And if it was, why aren't they attacking, right? And if it was some sort of foreign adversary, why aren't they doing a good job of at least trying to hide, right? They're out in the open, these drones, they have lights, they're not trying to be incognito at all. So that's unusual. There's another rumor going around that they are scanning, these drones are scanning devices. They are scanning for some sort of a nuclear weapon or some sort of dirty bomb or something along those lines, because the technology to scan for that sort of thing would need to be utilized at nighttime. And so they think that perhaps that's what they're doing is it's the government scanning for something. They don't want the public to panic and freak out that there's some sort of a rogue nuke somewhere in New Jersey or New York, and and they're scanning for that. Another option that these drones could be, which I lean towards, this one seems probable to me, is that they're using it as some sort of a disruption for the upcoming inauguration. There are elements of the deep state, elements of the intelligence community that have allegedly tried to take out President Trump in various ways. They've used the Department of Justice to, try to indict him and get him in jail, and they've tried to impeach him twice. They tried to impeach him when he wasn't even in office. Like, the deep state is not a big fan of Trump, and that's a whole different topic. But I believe that there are elements of the deep state, the CIA, the intelligence communities, etc., that are not friendly to Trump. And this may be some sort of a way, as a last-ditch effort, to keep him from entering the office in order to declare some sort of a national emergency, and that will sort of suspend the continuity of government, that will keep him out of office, make up this rule and that rule, do anything they can to keep him out. So that's another option that I'm kind of leaning towards as being probable. Also, it could be that they're using these drones in order to justify passing some sort of a bill. In fact, in Congress, they just tried to pass a bill that would sort of restrict the American civilian population's privacy. This Emergency Drone Act that tried to come through, that would allow the government to monitor these drones in a way that they couldn't before, and it would allow, for example, them to monitor if these drones were flying over a public airport, for example. This bill that just got shut down, thank the Lord, this bill that just got shut down, it would have allowed for the federal government to tap into everybody's phones and devices for the sake of drone safety. Got a drone situation, so we're going to tap into everybody's phones in order to make sure that we know where it's coming from, and it's a huge privacy concern. And Rand Paul had big issues with it, so you can check that out on YouTube if you're interested. But the government has a history of doing these sorts of things, that they set up a sort of scenario where they're able to then come in and say, okay, we're going to take care of the problem that we have set up ourselves, and we're going to, for your own good, we're going to restrict your privacy. And it's the same thing as the Patriot Act, right? After 9/11, the Patriot Act was enacted that allegedly was supposed to be to track terrorists, right? But what it did, if you look into it, was allowed them to just monitor everybody, right? It sort of was an open, free pass, get out of jail free card to just allow them to carte blanche monitor all of our cell phones and internet activity, etc., and sort of erase all privacy as we know it. So there could be some sort of situation happening there where they're hoping to sort of enact some sort of emergency congressional oversight or congressional act that will further restrict our privacy. Right? There's another thing that Lou Elizondo, for those of you that know, he's a part of the UFO community. I won't get into it. Personally, just a little side note, I think Lou Elizondo is full of BS, but that's my personal opinion. That's my personal gut feeling, is I think he's a plant from the government. I don't believe in anything he says, but he's saying that this might just be a cover-up, that there are actual UAPs and UFOs flying over New Jersey and New York, etc., and in order to muddy the waters, in order to confuse people, in order to distract the populace, the U.S. government, knowing that these are UFOs, knowing that there's the UAPs, and not wanting to freak anybody out, the U.S. government is then putting a bunch of their own drones into the air, saying, "Oh no, there's nothing to see here. These are just weird drones, right? Don't worry about it." Hoping that if anybody believes they are actual UFOs, that it's just sort of the water is so muddy that nobody knows what the hell's going on. Let's sort of segue into another option that is more fun and that I would like to believe, but I'm a little suspicious of. And that is the fake alien invasion, right? There's sort of been whispers in various spiritual communities and UFO communities that the government at some point is going to fake an alien invasion. In fact, in the 1980s, President Reagan said, "Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our people than war or the threat of war?" So I find that very interesting. And for those of you that aren't familiar, there's a little thing called Project Bluebeam. Okay? Project Bluebeam is this conspiracy theory. Let's just call it what it is. It's a conspiracy theory that was proposed by Serge Monast. He was a Canadian journalist in the 1990s. And he suggested, it's not based on fact, it's not based on anything, it's just this guy's opinion about what's going to happen. Okay? He believed that the global elites, that the 1%, that the cabal is going to use some sort of advanced technology in order to stage an alien invasion or some sort of a religious event. Okay, that he believed that there's going to be 4 different things that could possibly be done in order to completely confuse the populace. The first thing he thought might happen was that the deep state, the cabal, would use fake archaeological evidence to sort of discredit in a major way world beliefs around religions. He also believed that they would use some sort of a holographic or technological hologram display of like Jesus or some sort of a religious figure that would appear worldwide, that would sort of think that there's a second coming of Christ, something along those lines. Which makes me think back to the Nephilim that were supposedly seen in Florida. Remember those dark, shadowy Nephilim that appeared in Florida and they looked fake, but everybody thought like they were demons, or that just sort of was swept under the rug and never talked about again. I always kind of wondered if that's sort of the technology that we're talking about here, this sort of holographic technology meant to scare people, right? So then another aspect of Project Bluebeam that people thought would happen is that they were going to use this advanced technology, this hologram, in conjunction with sort of telepathic technology in order to transmit information into people's minds, which, guys, it sounds crazy, but this technology does actually exist. The CIA has technology that can transmit thoughts and can alter people's thoughts. And so the final stage that he believes that they would use against us is sort of this fake UFO invasion, or the idea that the second coming or the rapture is about to occur. Okay? And so it's this idea that the government is going to use these fake events in order to further their own agendas, right? And it wouldn't be the first time, right? If you've got your tinfoil hat firmly applied to the top of your head, we can talk about 9/11, right? And how the Bush administration lied about all of the things after 9/11 in order to justify invading Afghanistan and Iraq and taking over those countries. There was a think tank that was close to the Bush administration at the time that said that we need another Pearl Harbor level event in order to justify these invasions and in order to unite the populace in the same way that Reagan was talking about, that it would unite us. Remember how united we were all after 9/11? We all felt like one united front. The left and the right sort of disappeared and we were all Americans. We were all together. And in this time of, severe bipartisanship and severe left versus right attitudes in this country, I wonder if the powers that be, whether it's the deep state or the administration or whatever, would be willing to fake some sort of an event like this, like an alien invasion or the rapture or 9/11, in order to bring everybody together, right? So if you're a little leery and suspicious of these conspiracy theories, I just wanted to give you guys a brief history and some examples of in the past what the government has done. It's been revealed after the fact. What the government has actually been willing to do in order to deceive the people, the populace, for its own power and control, and financial interest, right? If you're not familiar with the Bay of Pigs invasion, what happened there was for many years in the 50s and the 60s, the U.S. government wanted to overthrow Fidel Castro in Cuba, right? They were communist, and the United States viewed that as a great threat right on our shores. So the CIA and the Department of Defense and the presidential administrations were willing to do anything that it took to get Castro out of power, right? So one of the things that they did, they tried multiple things. So we're not going to dive into all of it, but what they did was the CIA trained a bunch of Cuban exiles here in America. They trained them with guns and weaponry, and the idea was to train them up and release them into Cuba with the idea that they would overthrow Fidel Castro. Okay. So the wheels were in motion for this Bay of Pigs invasion to take over Cuba and overthrow Cuba. But then when Kennedy came into office, he wasn't a big fan of this plan. And so he was like, whoa, what are we doing here, guys? And so they had this whole invasion plan that had a bunch of air support from United States airplanes and missiles and all this stuff. And at the very last minute, Kennedy called it off. He called off the air support that was supposed to basically be the main defense that was going to back up these guys, that was going to help in the success of this operation. And at the last minute, he said, no, we're calling it off. We're not doing it. And so he pulled out a bunch of the airships and the the island. And all of the Cuban exiles that had been trained by the CIA, they were all captured or killed. It turned into this huge hot mess. The CIA was livid with Kennedy. Because of it, Kennedy ended up firing the head of the CIA, who was Alan Dulles of the airport fame, Dulles Airport. At this time, Kennedy was calling for major downsizing of the CIA and the intelligence community, and the deep state and the CIA were not happy with Kennedy, to say the least, right? Next up is something called Operation Northwoods. After the Bay of Pigs fiasco, Operation Northwoods started coming into play, and this was the CIA and the Department of Defense. They were planning on performing terrorist attacks, fake terrorist attacks. They were planning on blowing up U.S. ships, blowing up their own ships, and then blaming it on the Cubans as a justification for a United States invasion of Cuba, right? They wanted to fake blowing up their own ships, killing U.S. civilians, killing U.S. military, all for the sake of going into Cuba and toppling the Castro regime. So Kennedy said, no, we're not doing that, guys. We're not doing that. Further distancing himself and pissing off the CIA and the deep state. Okay. Next up to bat was the Cuban Missile Crisis, which maybe you guys have heard. And what this was, if you're unfamiliar, was the U.S. had put a bunch of missiles in Turkey, which was close to the Russian border, right? So the U.S. put a bunch of missiles in Turkey, which is a very provocative move. Russia got jumpy and irritable about that for good reason, right? And Russia was like, back off, get those missiles out of Turkey. The United States refused, and so Russia said, "That's fine. That's fine. You're going to put missiles on our border. Well, guess what? We're going to go to our friends in Cuba, and we're going to load up Cuba with a bunch of missiles and see what you guys think about that." So Russia put a bunch of missiles into Cuba, and everybody started panicking and freaking out. And Kennedy was involved in this as well. And Russia started sending more ships towards Cuba with more missiles. The United States set up a blockade and said, no, you're not going to put more missiles in Cuba. It almost started World War III. The tensions were very high. If you look into it, it's a really interesting story. I won't get into it too much here, but it got super intense. It literally almost started World War III. At the last minute, Kennedy was talking to Russia, got everybody to back down. Cooler heads prevailed. Everything sort of de-escalated. Russia agreed to take the missiles out of Cuba. Once everything was all kosher, America sort of quietly said, okay, fine, we'll take our missiles out of Turkey as well, but you guys got to do it first. And so this is just further tensions arising. Then what happened was the Gulf of Tonkin incident. The Gulf of Tonkin incident is where the U.S. lied and faked a naval ship getting attacked by the North Vietnamese. This was in the 60s. The North Vietnamese were the communist regime, the communists within Vietnam. So the United States said, oh, we got shot by the communists in North Vietnam, which is then justification for them to go into Vietnam, right, and start kicking ass there, which it turns out we didn't really kick ass because we ended up losing that war. But it's this idea that the United States is willing to do anything to justify doing whatever their agenda happens to be, right? The U.S. government has a very long history, just so you guys know, of going into countries and toppling their government and sort of putting in a guy that's friendly to our agenda and putting that guy in charge, right? After World War II, everybody who joined the UN sort of made a pact. All the countries made a deal that said, like, okay, look, we're not going to invade any more countries. That's going to be against the rules. We all promise not to invade countries and take over those territories. So in order to skirt around those UN rules, what the United States has a habit of doing now is like, okay, fine, we're not going to go and invade your country, but what we're going to do is we're going to topple your government, and we're going to install a guy that's friendly to us, and we're going to go in and rape your country for all of its natural resources. So technically, we don't take over the country, but like wink, wink, we kind of do, right? We install military bases in these countries. We make sure that they're friendly to us and our agendas. We did it in Panama in the 80s. We toppled General Noriega. Bush did it, like I said, with Iraq and Afghanistan after 9/11. We did it in Libya with Muammar Gaddafi and toppling his regime. Most recently, Syria is in the news with Assad, and we were definitely behind that. We are definitely responsible for all of the shenanigans and nonsense that are happening in Ukraine right now. I don't know if you guys know much about Ukraine. Just a little side note, because it's a deep topic and it's a complicated topic, and I'm not going to get into it fully here. But just the broad brushstrokes are the United States went into Ukraine and basically, like I said, we toppled their government because the previous leader of Ukraine was pro-Russia, and we can't have that, right? We can't have these pro-Russia guys running countries that we want to have on our side. So the Ukrainian president was a little too cozy with Russia, and we didn't like that because the United States is trying to have complete global domination. So what we did is we went in, and the CIA and various elements of our government and deep state went in and dismantled that government, that administration, and we put in Zelensky, right? We put in Zelensky because he would basically do whatever we told him to. He was our little puppet. And I don't know if you guys know this, but Zelensky is an actor. Furthermore, he was an actor on a Ukrainian TV show where he played the president. Like, it doesn't get any wackier than that. Like, he actually was a guy that played the president on a TV show, and then the U.S. came in and said, hey, let's just use that guy to be the real president. Like, that sort of makes sense. That's an easy switcheroo. So what happened was we put our puppet guy in, Zelensky, and said, okay, you're going to do whatever we tell you to. We're going to pump in billions of dollars into your country, and you just shut the hell up and do whatever we tell you. Now, what NATO is, the whole purpose of NATO is basically an anti-Russian military coalition, okay? They're very against Russia, and that's essentially their entire purpose. So what happened was Putin said, look, I promise to stay out of Ukraine if you guys, NATO, led by America, essentially led by America, we're the big dog in town, right? If you guys stay out of Ukraine and keep your NATO missiles and troops out of Ukraine, because it's right on my border, I don't need you guys saddled right up to me. Putin wants to have a little buffer zone, and Ukraine was that buffer zone between Europe, the EU, NATO, and Russia. So Ukraine was this buffer zone that was safe, that was like, look, you guys do your thing over there, I'm going to do my thing over there, let's just leave Ukraine out of this. And NATO and the United States said, okay, fine, we'll stay out of Ukraine. And then we turned around and did just the opposite. This was spearheaded and led by the Biden administration. Biden and Kamala Harris specifically went in and did some trade deals behind closed doors and said, like, look, we're gonna we're going to bring all these NATO troops, and we're going to bring all these NATO, weaponry and tanks and missiles and all this stuff. We're going to bring it right into Ukraine, even though we said we're not going to. And Putin said, that's fine. If you do that, you're going to start a war, and I'm going to kick your guys' ass. So please don't do that. And the Biden administration and NATO and the EU and everybody involved said, nah, we're going into Ukraine. It's the same exact situation as the Russians going into Cuba with missiles right on our border. Think about this. How would America react if China or Russia or one of our adversaries, Iran, got a bunch of missiles, got a bunch of troops, and went into Mexico, right along the Rio Grande, right along the Texas border, and set up shop with a bunch of missiles and tanks and troops and just said, hi, how you guys doing? That's exactly what's going on here. We sent in a bunch of troops, and Russia said, I don't like that. I told you guys not to do that, and now I have to invade, you sons of bitches. So that's what's going on. That's essentially what's going on in Ukraine. But the broader point here is that the United States has a longstanding policy of lying and deceiving the populace for their own nefarious actions, right? For their own power and control. So as much as I would like to believe that these drones, quote unquote drones, are aliens or something cool and fun like that this is actually disclosure unfolding, or we're finally going to get to meet the aliens, I don't think that's what's going on. Unfortunately, I don't think that's what's going on. I think it's just the government up to its old shenanigans, up to its own nonsense. It's regular business as usual, keeping a tight lip about it. Oh, we can't talk about this for reasons of national security. Sorry, can't talk about it. And then it will just sort of quietly disappear. They'll pass a couple of acts in Congress that'll expand their power and authority and diminish the privacy of the United States populace. So, it's a bit of a bummer, but that's what I think is going on. I don't think it's adversarial. I don't think it's an Iranian mothership. I don't think it's Chinese or Russian. I just think it's the deep state up to this business as usual. So I'm a little bit let down by that, but we'll see what happens. I'm kind of curious to see how things unfold, especially as the inauguration comes up here and as this is starting to get more press. I don't believe mainstream media, and I'm highly skeptical of anything they say. And so when they call them drones, when they say that the White House tells us everything's okay, I sort of tend to believe the opposite. So as much as I'm looking for disclosure and UFOs, I think that it's less exciting than that. So, this Christmas, if you hear something, coming down your chimney, it's either Santa or an interdimensional being or just like a Chinese drone. So, happy holidays.
This is the chap who normally comes on at the start of these podcasts. this time affecting a simply dreadful British accent, for if I don't miss my guess, you're listening to this as part of The Rack, the Icebox Radio Theater's new podcast of fantasy and science fiction. And nothing says fantasy quite so much as an American actor attempting to sound like something he's not. Now, we love all of our listeners, of course, but we especially love those who have stepped through the velvet ropes to become a listening supporter. Castles and spaceships are quite inexpensive to render here in the world of audio, but petrol money for actors as well as new microphones and equipment are somewhat less so. So we continue to depend on you, the wonderful listener, to help us continue to bring these stories to the world. Simply go to our website, that's iceboxradio.org, and look for the word support across the top of the page there. On that page, you can learn all about our Patreon, you can learn about our membership program, or even just how to drop a $5 in the post. We're not picky. We just appreciate whatever kind attention you and your checkbook may be able to offer us. And now, since brevity be the soul of wit, I yield for this evening's presentation. You are driving in a dark forest, the pine boughs heavy with snow. At the end of a long dirt track road, you arrive at your destination. It's a small, weather-beaten motel called Toujours Joli. It's not much to look at, really. Just a single weather-beaten shack surrounded by a half-dozen equally run-down cabins. Out back, there's a dingy fishing dock right next to the spaceport. And a few picnic tables for cleaning fish, conveniently placed right next to the time portal. So it's easy to dispose of the chum. Come up to the office now. Let the bear in the tuxedo take your bags. Ask the time-traveling Viking at the concierge desk if you have any questions, and then step up to the main desk to meet the owner, Old Pierre.
Hello, and welcome to Toujours Joli Motel. Looking for something to do? We have all kinds of tourist information right over here. I invite you to select a brochure from The Rack.
On the edge of a vast northern Minnesota lake sits a quiet little village where dogs are allowed to roam free. Free, that is, until they get into trouble. One report of a tipped garbage can, nonstop barking, or car chasing, and the village clerk thumbs through a large book called Doggy Mugshots, identifies the dog from its photo, and places a round sticker on the culprit's page. Too many stickers and the troublesome dog is ordered to stay home, tethered to a chain or locked inside its house or yard. No more roaming, no more adventures with the other dogs in the village. Two such dogs are Keto and Chester. Keto is half Chow Chow, a Chinese breed originally used to guard the emperor's palace, who just happens to be the smartest dog in town. Chester, his partner, is a pure-blooded beagle with papers and everything. The two dogs live with Mr. and Mrs. Hollinghorst in a nice house along the shore of the lake.
They're good dogs,
Mrs. H always said.
You bet.
Mr. H always agreed. And they were good dogs, keeping their noses clean, keeping the Hollinghorst home safe, and generally living a dog's life. That is, until the day when everything changed. Keto and Chester began that day the same way they began every day. A bowl of Hungry Hound, a round of scratches with Mr. and Mrs. H, and then a thorough check of the property.
Chester, how are we supposed to catch anything with you making so much noise? Anytime we get a line on something, your snorting gives us away.
Someday I'll show you what my nose can really do. Jumpin' jitters! Otters were here last night. But they're gone now.
Well, I could have told you that.
That otters were here?
That they're gone. By using my eyes.
Criminy biscuits, Keto. It's only a seagull. You're the scarediest dog in town.
I thought it was an eagle.
An eagle? What next? You'd be afraid of a mouse's shadow.
That's not true. I just get a little nervous sometimes. But an eagle could carry me away, you know.
Ha! What'd you weigh at your last vet visit? 60 pounds?
43, I'll have you know. Now come on, the yard's been checked. Let's head down to the hydrant and get the news.
What's the hurry?
I don't know. Something about today just doesn't smell right.
Keto and Chester trotted out of the yard and headed down the street toward the center of town. All the way, Keto couldn't shake the jittery feeling that something was different about the day. Chester may have a keener sense of smell, but Keto had learned to trust his gut, and he knew something was definitely wrong. The dogs trotted the short distance to the center of town. When they got to the community building, they found Mr. Cutler, the town handyman, teetering on a ladder with a hammer and one end of a large banner that read, Village Celebration, June 21st. Mr. Cutler was in the process of hanging the banner across Main Street. Mrs. Burkowski, the village clerk, stood at the base of the ladder. Each of them had a serious expression, and Keto could smell the scent of worry on the air.
Morning, Keto. Chester.
Morning, fellows. You boys like a treat?
I just don't understand. I put this up just yesterday.
Why the heck would anyone rip down the banner? Makes me think someone has something against our celebration.
Oh, it must be the tourists or the teenager. Or it's maybe like you say, someone with a grudge.
Well, Mr. Cutler, keep a lookout for any more signs of troublemaking, and I'll do the same.
This is interesting.
You bet. Do you think she'll give us more treats?
Not that. I was thinking about that sign. Why would anyone rip down a sign announcing the village celebration?
Well, who cares so long as... Wait a minute. How do you know what the sign says?
Well, that's what Mrs. Burkowski said, remember?
No.
Come on, Chester, everyone's waiting.
The truth was, Keto was the only village dog who could read, a fact he aimed to keep a secret. He didn't want the other dogs to get their snouts bent out of shape. Smart was one thing, show-offy was another. Most dogs understood people, their conversation, bits of radio and TV. But somewhere along the way, Keto had started to make sense of printed words, too. On the corner nearest the community building, at the very center of town, there was a yellow fire hydrant that held a zillion messages in code. Who had been there, who was new, or who was in a bad mood. Like all dog packs, the dogs of Pembroke had an alpha, or leader dog. Her name was Tundra, and she was a white German shepherd as dignified a dog as you've ever seen. But as Chester and Keto trotted up to the hydrant today, Tundra was nowhere to be seen, and 3 dogs were gathered around. There was Schmitty, a black lab as loyal as could be, and friendly with everyone in the village. Gunner, a slow-moving basset hound who was a favorite at the local tavern, and Muffin, a tiny fluff ball who had moved to town from a southern state. All of them were talking at once as Chester and Keto arrived.
Okay, what's the skinny?
The what?
The lowdown. You know, what's going on? You were all talking at once, so it must be important. What's up?
What's up is that Tundra isn't here yet, and something about that just sets my paws to jiggling.
Muffin, did you say Tundra is missing?
Yup, we haven't seen her all morning.
I knew something smelled wrong about today.
That's just the fresh paint on the community building.
No, Gunner, you don't understand. Tundra is our alpha dog. She should be here. Her head held high, letting us know all is well in the village. If she's not, then something surely is wrong.
Wrong as rain.
You mean right as rain, Schmitty?
What could be right about Tundra being gone?
Well, nothing, but the expression is right as rain, not wrong as rain.
Enough! Don't you understand? Tundra being gone is really wrong.
My, oh my.
What, Muffin?
I just thought, without Tundra, who is going to lead us dogs in the big parade?
I hadn't thought of that. Tundra leads us in the parade every year.
Maybe we shouldn't go.
And miss out on all those delicious biscuits? No way!
But we've never done it without Tundra.
Now hold on. We can do this, everyone. You know the drill. The mayor gets a big bag of dog biscuits, heads out at the front of the parade, and we follow on behind.
But we've never done it without Tundra. I don't know if I know how.
I don't think you'll need to. I think we can find Tundra before the parade tomorrow. Listen up. We need a plan. If something's wrong, we'll get to the bottom of it more quickly by working together. I propose we form a scouting party.
Hey, that's a great idea. Just like a neighborhood watch. But we
behind the scenes.
As Pembroke dogs, we enjoy freedoms other dogs don't. And with more freedom comes more responsibility.
You mean we can't have fun anymore?
Well, of course we can. It's just, perhaps it's time to go beyond guarding hearth and home. By working together, we could keep the whole village safe for people and dogs. And right now, this is serious. Tundra is missing. Who's with me?
Got her.
Oops. Gotta go.
Muffin, darling, it's time to go now, sweetie. Gotta run, yo.
Well, that leaves three of us. Are you in? Chester? Schmitty?
Ready for anything, kiddo. Let's shake down the town.
The three dogs took off, making a quick search of the center of the town before moving toward the village beach. Chester and Schmitty were distracted several times, but Keto stayed very focused, his back hairs bristling with tension.
Now let's think. Tundra is the toughest dog in the village, and she always holds firmly to the rules of dog behavior. Where could she have gone?
Well, maybe she went out of town with her owner.
But Mr. Erickson never goes on vacation. Who would take care of the grocery store if he did?
Who would take care of us? He's always so generous with the scraps from the meat counter.
Well, maybe Tundra's just sick today. She could be sleeping in Mr. Erickson's apartment above the store right now.
Sick? Not Tundra. She's as tough as railroad spikes.
But speaking of Mr. Erickson, you smell that?
Ooh, pork scraps.
Wait a minute, you two. We're supposed to be on dog watch.
Yeah, but this is over at the grocery store anyway. Come on.
There's Mr. Erickson now. He's feeding them to the gulls.
That's just because he hasn't seen us yet. Come on.
Woo.
Hello, boys. Like some of this, Chester? Say, have you boys seen Tundra? Didn't think so. I'm getting worried. Not just like her to take off. Haven't seen hide nor hair ever since yesterday evening. Well, boys, that's it. Now, Keto, no sense in getting your back hairs up like that. You know who I am.
Keto, what are you doing?
Yeah, Mr. Erickson's our friend.
Oh, I know. It's just, I'm all jitters. Tundra missing, these seagulls swooping everywhere. I can't concentrate. It's not Mr. Erickson, it's the whole situation.
Well, go make up to him before he reports you.
Oh, it's all right, boy. It's all right. I guess we're all a little on edge today.
Dogwatch moved from the grocery store down to the beach where they made a quick search. But they were distracted when a group of picnickers offered up a few choice morsels. Things were okay for a while, but when a little girl picked up Chester and attempted to take him for an unscheduled swim, the three charter members of Dogwatch decided to move on. They had just crossed the railroad tracks that ran through the center of town when suddenly...
Criminy crackers! There's something here!
What is it?
Just a second. Just a second. Yes, it's Tundra. She went this way.
I smell it too. She went right up here.
To the railroad tracks? Oh no, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Tundra was hit by a train.
Quit your sniveling, Schmitty. It's not like she was hit. It's more like she disappeared from this spot.
Yeah, you can always smell death. And it's nowhere near here, thank goodness.
So she just disappeared? I don't get it. Unless... I saw a TV show once on UFOs. Maybe she was abducted. Maybe they needed an alpha dog on another planet and they took ours.
Too much TV fries your brains. It seems to me she went right here from this spot into a boxcar and got trapped somehow.
But why would she jump into a boxcar? Doesn't she know that's dangerous?
Well, of course she does. Maybe she was lured. What's Tundra's weakness? What would make her forget everything else and jump into a strange boxcar?
Rawhide bones? Chewy sticks?
No.
Oh, but there's always meaty beef bone nuggets. Her absolute favorite, of course.
Tundra's too strong and smart a dog to just take off. But her weakness for meaty beef, that could have done it.
She could have jumped up into a boxcar and been whisked right away. We have to follow her.
Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute, you two. These tracks head in both directions. Which direction should we head?
North, towards Canada where it's cooler. Tundra always hated the heat.
She didn't go that way.
Look, we should stop and think. We can't just take off in one direction and hope it's the right one. Besides, as far as we know, Tundra is still riding the rails. She could be hundreds and thousands of miles away by now. We'd never catch up to her walking. And this sun would turn us into leather chews if we tried.
Oh, it's plenty hot. Maybe if we just head back to the hydrant and check for news.
Yes, and tell the others what we found.
No news I can smell.
Me neither. It's gonna be hard to keep track of things around here with only 3 of us on dog watch.
Hello, fellas.
Here comes Gunner. I love to see him walk. It's so funny. Look at him waddle.
Shh. You'll hurt his feelings.
Basset hounds are the funniest dogs I know.
Shh.
I've been keeping an eye open for trouble.
In your dreams, we saw you snoozing back there behind the tavern.
What are you saying?
While we've been checking the town for any signs of Tundra, you've been filling up on beef jerky at the tavern and took a snooze.
That's not true. It wasn't beef jerky, it was elk. Besides, I can listen to the center of town while you 3 cover the outskirts.
Listen to your own snores, you mean?
That doesn't. You can't talk like that. I gotta slow down in this heat.
Good idea, Gunner. You could hurt someone.
What do you mean?
If someone saw you running fast, they could laugh themselves into a heart attack.
Oh, knock it off.
You guys, let's get serious. We're gonna need every dog in the village if dog watch is gonna work.
I'm just having a little fun with them.
Well, quit. Gunner, you know the tavern better than anyone, right?
I suppose.
That means you know more about what happens at night in the village than any dog in town. And the tavern is one place where strangers hang out. Now, last night, did you see anything unusual, out of the ordinary?
Nope.
Think harder.
Well, maybe a few motorcyclists, some fishermen bragging about what they caught, but mostly just regulars. Everybody seemed plenty nice.
You mean they fed you a lot?
Well, yeah. What else would I mean?
But did you see any strangers?
Of course, you'll always see strangers at the tavern.
And with this stream of tourists and relatives filling up the village, every other human's gonna be a stranger, Keto.
Well, that's exactly what I'm afraid of. It's gonna be mighty difficult to figure out... Wait, do you hear something?
No.
Don't think so.
Why, sure, it's coming from right there.
What's coming from right there?
That hissing sound.
Oh, that hissing sound. I did hear that, yeah.
It's coming from the fire hydrant.
Why would the fire hydrant be hissing?
Well, I can't think of a reason unless...
The fire hydrant's exploded!
The water's shooting everywhere.
It's going to flood Main Street.
We have to get Mr. Cutler. He can come and shut the hydrant off. Come on!
Here he comes! Keep it up, guys!
What's that he has with him?
A wrench, I think. It must be what he'll use to shut off the hydrant.
Come on now, Clara. Come on, get out of the way. Well, that's that, I guess.
Good old handy-dandy Mr. Cutler.
He's like the village that holds the glue together.
You mean the glue that holds the village together?
No, I mean well, whatever.
Hey, look at this. These nicks on the fire hydrant were here this morning.
What do you mean?
These nicks right here. It looks like someone loosened the large washer on the hydrant.
You mean someone made the hydrant explode on purpose?
Who would do that?
And why?
Well, it must be the same person who was up to no good with Tundra, I'll bet.
Dog Watch is gonna find out who that person is. This is our first big case.
I'm right with you, Keto. But, I need to run home for a bite to eat first. Miss breakfast.
What, you ate at the beach? And then the grocery store before that?
So?
So Tundra is missing, the fire hydrant's exploding, and strangers are coming to town, and then...
And Schmitty's right.
What?
We should all head home and check in. This is no time to make our families worry about us. We must hold to our routines of eating, sleeping, and napping. All of us home for a bit, then out the door and back on the case again.
You hear that, Schmitty? A quick bite and then back on the case.
I heard you.
But a quick bite was not in the cards for Keto and Chester. When they got back home, they found Mr. and Mrs. H at the end of their dock next to their idling wooden boat.
Hey, boys, you're just in time. Come on, let's go.
Chester and Keto jumped into the boat without hesitation. Keto pushed away concerns about not being around for dog watch patrol. He loved a good boat ride, especially on a hot afternoon. But what Keto had hoped would be a quick ride turned into a full afternoon of fishing with the hauling horse. Mr. H caught a northern, then Mrs. H reeled in a 2-foot walleye. Keto hoped at that point his owners would head back, but the hauling horse had planned to make a day of it. They boated to a small peninsula with a sandy beach and a cluster of cedar trees, then built a fire and fried up the fish fillets for dinner. Humans lingered over their meal, but Keto and Chester, who were treated to another bowl of Hungry Hound on the beach, kept their noses aimed at the boat, counting the moments until they could return to their real mission. As the sun hung low in the sky, the dogs found they had some very tiny allies. Before too long, mosquitoes began buzzing round their little camp, and the hauling horse packed up and headed home.
Okay, what's the plan?
As soon as we get to the dock, jump out and head over to the woodpile.
Okay.
Sniff around like you're looking for chipmunks. And when they're busy unloading the boat, we can slip away.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, jump for it. Okay, just play it cool.
I'm always cool.
Keep it down. We're almost there.
Wait a minute. There were chipmunks here.
Of course there were chipmunks. There's always chipmunks.
Trespassers. If I could get my paws on one of those little guys,
Guys?
Uh-oh.
Nice going, Chester.
Come on, boys. It's late. Time to turn in.
Oh, no. Now what do we do?
There's nothing we can do. We have to keep to our routines. I guess dog watch will have to wait until morning.
But Tundra could be hundreds of miles away by then. Or worse.
I know.
Within the hour, everyone in the hauling horse family was settled into their usual nighttime routine. Keto was curled up on his cedar-filled dog bed, and Chester, always the baby, was stretched out on the end of the hauling horse bed, snoring peacefully along with Mr. Hauling Horse. From his corner of the bedroom, Keto noticed the book Mrs. H had been reading. Gone with the Wind, the spine read. The words lingered in Keto's mind as he drifted off into a deep slumber, fueled by all that fresh lake air. That was exactly what had happened to Tundra, he thought. She was gone with the wind. The next morning, Keto and Chester raced downtown as soon as they could. The town was bustling with people getting ready for the annual village celebration. One man was unpacking velvet paintings of horses, dogs, and Elvis. Another woman put up a sign that read, Juanita's barbecued turkey drumsticks. Motorcycles, strange cars, and strange people were everywhere. Keto eyed them warily as he and Chester trotted toward the fire hydrant.
I don't like motorcycles.
Keep your fur on. There's bigger things brewing. Look at the hydrant.
Every dog in town must be there.
Oh, but still no Tundra.
Breaking news, Chester! At the beach yesterday, I heard some kids talking about Tundra.
Yeah?
One boy claimed he saw her wandering in the woods and that wolves got her. But then another said he saw her stuck in a bear trap.
Nothing but stories. Yesterday, we followed her trail up to the railroad tracks. It disappeared right where a dog could hop into a boxcar.
Boxcar? Why would Tundra do that?
We have some theories, but the most important thing is to keep alert today. Check things out. By tomorrow, the street will be packed for the celebration. Today is the day to make progress.
Slow down a minute. What was that about theories and Tundra?
Yeah, explain yourself, Keto.
All right. I think someone's trying to ruin the village celebration, and getting Tundra out of the way is part of their plan.
No!
Yes. A banner is ripped down, fire hydrant malfunctions, and the village's alpha dog disappear all in one day. Someone is trying to ruin the celebration, and And if we can find them, we'll get a trail to find Tundra.
Something's up over there.
That's two of the strangers in town.
Those are vendors setting up for tomorrow. Fan out behind the booths and see what's going on.
I'm with you, Keto.
Yippee.
So what is this? Some kind of prank?
I don't know what you're talking about.
My extension cord, it keeps getting knocked out. How will my customers put beads together tomorrow if they can't see what they're doing?
Get a grip, lady. I just got here and I didn't mess with your cord. I had to plug mine in twice already.
Extension cords? Those are in the back of the booths. Come on. Well, if you didn't mess with it, who did?
Yeah, okay, I'll go this way.
Okay, I'll... A stranger.
Wait, Keto, I don't think it's... Keto!
Oh, no, it's Mr. Cutler.
Keto, what's with you? You nipped me right on the hand. There's no blood, thank goodness.
Quick, Keto, roll on your back. Show him you're sorry.
I didn't recognize him. I am sorry.
Oh, Keto, we can't have you nipping at people, especially with the celebration tomorrow. I'm sorry, boy. I'm gonna have to report you.
A red sticker!
I didn't recognize him, I swear. He had his back to me, and he was wearing new overalls. They smelled so different.
What? A red sticker, kiddo? Do you know what that means?
I know. It means I'm gonna be grounded. Don't sigh at me.
Why shouldn't I sigh at you? You get grounded and I have to stay here and keep you company.
It wasn't my fault.
I didn't see some other dog bite Mr. Cutler.
Overalls?
Huh?
He was wearing new overalls. He smelled different. He looked different. You know how nervous I get around strangers.
Well, what are we gonna do now? A day before the celebration and we're stuck here.
You're right. Come on.
What?
Mr. H is upstairs writing his new novel. You know how he gets lost in his work.
Don't I know it? One time, when he was working so hard to make that deadline, dinner was 10 minutes late. I thought I'd die.
Well, while he's distracted, we're going to walk up to the door near his study, scratch and whine at it, and wait for him to come and let us out.
But, Keto, you're grounded.
Chester, I'm a dog. How can I be expected to know that I'm grounded? Come on. Okay, now make it good.
Okay, boys, I'm coming. Oh, you don't understand, Professor. No, that doesn't sound right. I think the whole chapter has to go. Well, now, be good, boys.
Boy, I hope you know what you're doing.
Let's go downtown and check the news. Hey, Connor!
Keto, what are you doing out? Is it tomorrow already?
We're just giving the town the once over.
Have you heard any news?
There's some real nice motorcycle guys down at the tavern. They fed me beef jerky till I was a fit to bust.
What about the Phantom Festival Breaker?
The what?
Chester means has anything else broken down?
Nope, been real quiet.
Well, that's good at least. With the festival coming up tomorrow, the quieter the better.
And if it's quiet, you need to get back home.
Right. Okay, Gunner. You remember where the parade begins, right?
Sure. Pembroke Park.
Okay, we'll meet you there tomorrow. And act like everything's okay.
You mean we're going to march in the parade without Tundra?
Hopefully not. But at this point, we might have to.
Poor Tundra. What could have happened to her?
We'll find her, Gunner. I promise. I just don't know if we'll find her before tomorrow. Keto! Tundra! Keto, help me! Tundra, where are you? Help! Keto, help me! I'm coming as fast as I can.
Keto!
Oh, a dream.
You okay? sickly as a cat.
I had a dream about Tundra. She was slipping down a mountainside towards this rushing river. I was on the other side. I couldn't help her. I tried to jump over the river, and just at the moment when I knew I wasn't going to make it and fall in, I woke up.
Hardy Hound, that's what you need. Come on, it's festival day. Mr. and Mrs. H are expecting us. Are you going to be able to handle all the strangers?
I have to, Chester. I have to.
Take it easy, boys. Come on, relax, Guido.
Maybe we should have left the boys at home.
Ever miss the parade? Not a chance. The Pembroke dogs always lead the parade.
Guido, did you hear? They're thinking of taking us home. You have to calm down.
Oh, I can't help it. All these strangers, motorcycles, weird smells. Oh, what's that?
It's just a man wearing stilts.
He's so tall.
Yes, that would be the stilts. Get a grip on yourself. Think of Tundra.
You're right.
Here comes the mayor.
A parade line up in 10 minutes at the park, everybody. Everyone coming, everybody. 10 minutes at the park.
Okay, this is it. Are you ready?
Like I said, I have to be. Okay, is everyone here? Gunner? Muffin?
Yup.
I'm raring to go, Sugar.
Me too. Oh, those dog biscuits look so good.
Now remember, we can do this without Tundra. Just keep in line, and when the mayor starts throwing biscuits out, don't fight over them. There'll be plenty for everybody.
Guido, come quick.
What is it?
You know the truck that leads the parade every year? The one that belongs to the mayor's mother?
Yeah?
Come look.
Such a terrible thing. What happened?
There's something wrong with the truck.
The tire's been slashed.
Sabotage! The Phantom!
Just like the banner and the fire hydrant.
But this truck leads the parade every year. The mayor always throws the biscuits out of the back of it.
Okay, everyone. Now, calm down. Calm down. We have a little situation here.
What's the mayor going to do? His mother had that truck for ages. She even calls it baby.
Looks like she's crying. Here, I was worried about whether we'd moon the parade, and it looks like the saboteur beat us to it.
All right, everyone. Your attention, please. Now, I know my mother and her pickup truck is the traditional way we begin the parade every year, but, well, gosh darn it, we just can't let something like this stop the show. So if the dogs will all get in line behind me, they're in line, that's good. This year, the Pembroke Festival will officially begin walking the dog down Main Street.
How about that?
It's amazing the way humans control their packs with just words. Tundra would start nipping next in that situation.
Did you have to mention Tundra, Sugar?
Chin up, Muffin. We can't let anyone know something's wrong. Let's join the parade.
I forgot how much fun this is every year.
That's your fifth one, Chester. Leave some for the rest of us.
Oh, it would have hit me in the nose anyway.
They get better every year.
Finally.
Guido, are you going to have any?
I'm keeping a lookout.
Oh, come on, Guido. Have some fun.
I can't. Not with everything that's happened. I just think, hey! I got one!
That's the spirit.
I guess with all the trouble, I forgot what a lot of fun this is.
We'll have plenty of time for sleuthing later. I bet the whole festival wrecker is 1,000,000 miles away from me.
What? Oh no! The fire hydrant! It blew again!
All over the mayor!
He's soaked, and he dropped the dog biscuits in that big puddle.
They're all wet!
I don't care if they're wet.
Me neither! Let's get them!
Wait a minute, all of you. This is a crisis. Dog watch, sniff for clues. There must be fresh ones around here. Chester, drop those soggy biscuits and get sniffing. Think of Tundra.
All right. Honestly, as if it can't wait 5 minutes for a little snack. Wait a minute. There's fresh nick marks on the hydrant, Keto.
Just as I thought. This is sabotage.
Whoever did this has to be around here somewhere.
That's Gunner. It's coming from over behind the tavern.
Let's go. What do you suppose that could be?
I don't know, but I've never heard Gunner carry on this way. He's back again.
Gunner!
Oh no!
Finally, somebody heard me.
Gunner, what are you doing? That's Mr. Cutler.
I know that.
Gunner, let me up this minute.
Why are you pinning him to the wall like that, Gunner?
Let me go, Gunner. What's gotten into you?
Gunner, listen. I know what you're thinking. His new overalls threw me too. But you gotta stop what you're doing. You'll get grounded.
No, Keto, you don't understand. When the hydrant blew, I spotted him running back here. And you know that smell that humans get when they're hiding something? Like when they're fixing to give you a bath or take you to the vet? Well, he was covered in it. So I thought I'd better keep him here and sound the alarm.
Gunner, let him up. Mr. Cutler's our friend.
Wait a minute, Chester. Look what he's carrying.
It's that big wrench of his. So what?
So that's what he used to shut down the fire hydrant last time, right?
So?
So if you can shut down a hydrant with that wrench, it follows you can open it up too.
You can? Wow, I'm pretty smart. What's all that mean?
Oh, you dogs. Yeah, you're my only friends in this town.
What's wrong with him?
He's crying.
Good dogs. You're all good dogs.
Keto, this is getting kind of weird. What do we do?
Do I let him go?
Should we call for help?
No. We do what we've got to do. Everyone, get a piece of these overalls.
Hey, what are you dogs doing?
What do we do now?
Drag him back to the fire hydrant.
Stop that.
Hey, do you mean Mr. Cutler did all that sabotage?
I think so.
Why?
I don't know, but I want to find out.
What are you... Let go of me. Keto.
What on earth is this?
Come on. Let me go. Let me go now.
Let him go.
Okay, Keto. Now what?
I don't know. The mayor is the head of the humans pack. We'll just have to see how he handles this.
Mr. Cutler, what's going on? That wrench in your hand, the strange way the dogs are behaving. Did you loosen the hydrant on purpose?
Yes.
Are you responsible for the power outages, the banner vandalism?
Uh-huh.
Why would he do that?
I don't know.
Mr. Cutler, you've been this town's caretaker for some time. Would you mind very much explaining yourself?
The mayor's race.
Beg pardon?
The mayor's race last fall. You and I tied in the election, and I lost the recount by a measly 2 votes. Probably you or your mother's. And it's not fair. I should have been the one to lead the parade today. I couldn't stand watching the celebration, everyone having fun, and so I just...
Keto, what do you think the mayor's gonna do? Ban Mr. Cutler from the pack?
I don't know. I've never seen humans handle something this serious before.
Well, as far as the hydrant goes, it's a hot day today, and that little shower felt great, right? And as far as everything else goes, well, Pembroke is everyone's village, and I think we can understand your feelings, Mr. Cutler. And regardless of how the election came out, you are one terrific handyman. Can we count on you to help us run things smoothly the rest of the day?
You're the man.
Well, I care about Pembroke, Mr. Cutler, and I care about anything that's good for Pembroke, and having you as our handyman, that's a good thing. Now, will you help us?
Well, I guess so.
Then please, sir, come join the parade.
The parade's back on?
And the dog biscuits are just a little soggy, that's all.
We did it, you guys! Dog watch!
Dog watch! Yay!
When it mattered most, we worked together and caught the culprit.
The village of Pembroke is safe from evildoers once again.
Mr. Cutler is not an evildoer.
Well, whatever he is, we're safe from him.
Yeah, everything's dandy, except for one thing.
What's that?
Tundra, honey. We solved this whole blamed mystery, except for the mystery of what happened to Tundra.
Hold up, everyone. We better wait for the train to pass.
And now a train is running right through the parade. We could be here for hours.
Wait a minute. Did you hear that?
Oh, that boxcar, there.
Hey, you dogs, get back in line. Back in line there.
It's here. It's coming from this boxcar.
Do you think it could be?
Almost too much to hope.
Everyone, we've got to get them to open this boxcar. Sing out now.
All right. Mr. Cutler, you think the engineer would mind if we opened up this boxcar to see what the fuss is about?
I think we'd better before we have a dog riot on our hands.
Tundra!
What happened?
Where were you?
Someone steal you, honey?
Was it Mr. Cutler?
It's good to see you all, too. No, I wasn't stolen. Nothing that serious, anyways. The other day, a train was stopped here, and I smelled the most delicious scent from a boxcar, right up from Seven Oaks. I ran over, jumped in, and you know what I found?
What?
A whole boxcar of dog food. I mean the top shelf stuff. Bags and bags of supreme doggy delight.
To think, I howled all night. I thought you were dead.
Well, it's nice to know you cared, Schmitty.
But what happened?
Well, like I said, I jumped up in the boxcar, and then the train started to move. Next thing I know, the boxcar door slammed shut.
Ooh, were you scared?
Nah, I could think of worse situations for a dog to find herself in. When the train finally stopped and someone opened the boxcar, I jumped out and headed up the tracks the way we come. I walked all the way to Orr until I found this boxcar on a train that was pointed north. So I figured, why not? When it stopped again, I heard some of your voices and started howling. So, anything interesting happened while I was gone?
Back in line, dogs. Train's starting up again.
Later, hon. We got a story to tell you.
Or more exactly, Keto has a story. We formed a dog watch, and then we went...
And first we should finish the parade, Chester. There'll be plenty of time to fill in our alpha dog later. And then Mr. Cutler started to cry, the poor man.
So we dragged him all the way up to the street. And then the mayor punished him.
Don't say.
He didn't punish him. He just talked to him.
Keto said he was amazed on how humans control their pack.
Chester?
He said you'd be biting necks in that situation, Tundra.
Chester!
It's okay, Keto. Actually, I think I understand.
You do? I mean, of course you do. I mean, oh, Tundra, it's good to have you back.
Keto, relax.
Oh, I'm relaxed. I mean, relaxed about what?
I know you're not bucking for Alpha Dog, and I want to thank you for looking after things while I was traveling.
Oh, I didn't really look after things.
Yes, he did.
Chester, quiet.
Well, it's good to know that I've got good dogs behind me. You know that dog watch idea?
Yeah?
Well, I approve. You're right, Keto. It's time we look after more than just the hearth and home.
No, the humans are blowing things up again. You scared, Keto?
Not this time, Chester. This time, things seem okay.
This has been Dog Watch, Trouble in Pembroke by Mary Casanova. Our cast featured
Rachel Adams as the owner of Muffin.
Dave Irwin as Mr. Erickson. Varian Irwin as the Angry Man.
Jeffrey Adams as the mayor and Gunner's owner.
Jelani Irwin as Schmitty.
Jessica Liggins as Angry Lady and Tundra.
Leanne Leightonen as Mrs. H, Mrs. Burkowski, and
Muffin.
Neil Smith as Gunner.
Ayla Nordrum as Keto.
Harley Droba as Chester.
Your narrator was Mary Casanova.
And Gene G played the parts of Mr. Cutler and Mr. Hollinghorst.
Sound design for Dogwatch Trouble in Pembroke was created by Jeffrey Adams. The marching band recording by David Camus and the Seagull recording by Dave Gould were both used as part of the Free Sound project. Music for this production was realized using the Apple software program GarageBand. Dogwatch Trouble in Pembroke is copyright 2006 by Mary Casanova. This audio play of Dogwatch Trouble in Pembroke is copyright 2007 by the Icebox Radio Theater. For more information on children's author Mary Casanova, visit her website at marycasanova.com. For more information on this and other Icebox Radio productions, visit their website at www.iceboxradio.org. It can be in the sound of the orchestra preparing, or in the sound of a sculptor working in stone, or even in the sound of laughter from inside a theater. It is the sound of art being created, and for over 3 decades, the sound of art being created has rung loud and clear in northeastern Minnesota. The Arrowhead Regional Arts Council has been encouraging local arts development in northeastern Minnesota through grants and services for over 35 years. Every year, they give out more than $500,000 to local artists and arts organizations, and that helps create $40 million in revenue and jobs created. To find out more about our arts programs or how you can get involved, visit aracouncil.org. The Arrowhead Regional Arts Council, where the arts flourish, you thrive.
Kathy, where are you at with your love life?
Have you seen 64-year-old straight guys? It's not too good. They all have Bell's palsy. They just don't know it. What are the chances that I'm going to go on Raya? What am I going to do? David Spade? I mean, when I saw his picture on Raya, I almost called him and I was like, David, you are hanging out with Kid Rock way too much.
We love you, David.
I love David Spade. He's one of the funniest people I've ever hung out with. If you're going to go to dinner with someone hilarious, go with David Spade.
What have we done?
We have launched a Patreon.
I'm having so much fun.
We're doing episodes every week. It's a completely different show in my mind. It's such a different vibe. It's me and you
in bed mostly,
and I feel like we got places on this most recent Patreon episode. Mm-hmm. Now there's 3 full bonus episodes up there that you'll get instant access to just at the $5 tier, and all of the proceeds that we make are going to the victims. I don't want to call them victims, but people who lost
my neighbors who lost their homes in the Altadena fires.
We have a couple of huge topics really looking forward to, and we'll see you guys there at the Patreon. There's a link below.
It's our secret space for our slugs.
Shout out to our golden sluggies, Mary, Thomas, Kia, Anthony, Ron, Chrysanta, and Ariel. Thank you so much for your support. Start your initial free online visit today at forhers.com/Trash Tuesday. That's forhers.com/Trash Tuesday for your personalized weight loss treatment options. forhers.com/Trash Tuesday. Hers weight loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions apply. We and Ozempic are not compounded. Actual price depends on product and plan purchased. Welcome back, Kathy Griffin.
I'm so excited to be back with you ladies.
Fan favorite, host favorite.
There's nothing we can't talk about.
That's what's so beautiful.
And you helped push my tour, the Kathy Griffin My Life on the PTSD List tour, which went from 40 cities to 75.
Oh my God.
Last weekend I played Boston Symphony Hall. I'm the symphony or something.
Look at her. She's the whole symphony in a 5'3" body.
That's right. Now, I also should tell you that I'm not saying I'm overweight. I'm not one of those. But I have not stopped eating since election night. And I had to buy these insanely expensive Victoria Beckham jeans in 3 different sizes.
Wait, how much were those?
Are you ready? I've never spent this much on a pair of jeans in my life. $524 for one pair of jeans.
But they do give you a hand job. Directly from Victoria. Or David. You get, he goes, he's not.
I watched that documentary.
I had to have the pants after watching. That's how shallow I am. I watched the documentary and
So
then I was like,
good.
I want those jeans.
Do you realize how much that woman has had to endure throughout his career? Just by the way, aside from the fact that she's a freaking pop star,
Spice Girl.
The fact that she had to go through what she went through from
and
soccer
always
fans.
took the fall.
Always
took the fall. And she was like the kooky one and he was the sane one. And he's no walk in the park. He's gorgeous, but he's no walk in the park. And I love her.
I didn't know she had jeans, and I want to rip them off your body.
Yeah,
for my own.
So I got them in 3 sizes. I tried to put on the smallest size, and my pussy wasn't having it. My pussy was like, meow,
Wait, does your pussy change sizes throughout the week?
Mm-hmm. Throughout the day. It's either plump, medium plump, or deflated. It's like a football. It's like a Super Bowl, like Deflategate.
Is this another thing they don't tell you about getting older?
Oh, the pussy stuff is unreal. Now here, so I was floating a topic with the ladies, which I feel that it's my duty as your aunt to tell you the stuff that nobody will tell you about getting older.
Okay. So
one of them is I was very nervous to come here today without my toupee, because I actually have a toupee.
You do?
I have a fake bangs. I have extensions that clip in. I have a toupee, which you're supposed to call a topper, but who are we shitting? It's a toupee. And then of course I have full wigs, so I call those Big Kathy, and then the toupee is Little Kathy, because I have plenty of hair. This is all my hair, but like bald spots here and here, so I had to spray. Here, touch my hair.
I feel the hairspray.
It's crusty. And I use some old school drag queen hairspray, because otherwise I have like one section of bangs and then there's like 2 blank spaces here.
Boy, have I got the gift for you.
What?
Thankfully for you, I have a hair care brand.
What? I want
This
it
is for
now.
you.
Seriously. Now, is it going to help me with my bald spots?
Honestly, try it. It's the best detangler I've ever used.
All right, I'm going to take
And
this,
it's good for your
leave
toupee.
it on display for the
Use it on your wigs, use it on your toupee, use it on anything. On
my
your
bangs,
pubes.
My pubes?
Yeah.
Okay, what's left of them? You know what I mean? What's left of them? I can count them at this point.
Me too. Wait, can I show you? Wait, no, I don't.
Anytime. I stopped waxing because I got so sensitive that I was convinced that it was going to start to actually take my pussy off.
Wait.
Like I thought there's going to be a missing pussy, and then am I going to feel silly because I paid some chick to wax it right off my body?
I can relate to this. I literally have 3 hairs on my pussy.
Yeah. Because
I cannot relate to any of this.
Waxing hurts. I think all men should have to get their balls waxed even once in a lifetime. And I mean that hard rip where they just boom, rip it off.
When they don't rip sideways, they rip up.
Ow.
Tell us what else they don't tell us.
So the nose running is intense because it's not snot, it's like water that just drips. And I get it when I'm nervous. Sometimes I get it from makeup if I have like too much powder on, but that's more of that kind of makes sense. What's bad is I get it just before I go on stage. So it makes me look like I'm nervous even though I'm not nervous. But I refuse to dab myself while doing my act, because then it would just look like I was doing cocaine. And I'm not.
Imagine if that was just like cerebral spinal fluid just leaking from getting older.
That's the least of it. I mean, who knows where those fluids are coming from? Because like I said, it's like a water faucet someone turned on. And by the way, wait till you start to lose your vision. Last night I was driving in the rain, and I'm telling you, it's a miracle I'm here. I'm an atheist, and I prayed the whole way home. The whole way home I found God. I mean, there's the glares happen at night. Yeah.
The glare. I hear about the glare.
Yep.
Do you have to wear those
sunglasses? Are you on heroin? What's happening?
If you think you're having it pretty rough.
Oh boy.
I have Bell's palsy, so half of my face got paralyzed from stress.
God. Of course it did. Of course it did. What did you think was going to happen with this life? I can't believe you're sitting upright.
I know, me neither.
And functioning. Are you kind of swimming underwater?
I am. You know what the great thing about being on survival mode is that you are not attached to your feelings. Your feelings are all the way over here, and you're using your just reptilian lizard brain to get through each day.
You're like a dude.
Yeah, you're just white knuckling the whole thing, and then the tears will come maybe 3 months from now.
Okay.
That's so foreign to me. I can't detach from my feelings, I don't think.
I'm a prisoner of my feelings.
Yeah.
My feelings have me up the ass like a rusty dildo. And out of all of the trials and tribulations I've had in the last few years, it was actually my divorce that freaking took me out.
Really?
Like, that was the one where I was like, get out of bed, Kathy, get out of bed. Yeah, because I'm such like a fluff ball.
Are you able to
and a
feel
fool for love?
Are you able to feel and cry in the moment as it's happening, or are you like a delayed?
It was a delayed reaction.
Okay.
Because first was survival mode.
Yeah.
So I got roommates, which is hysterical.
You have
I've
roommates?
never had roommates in my life, but now I have roommates. And I know this is a shock, but it's two genuine homosexuals. They're real live homosexuals. They're allowed to move in now. They're allowed to vote. They have all kinds of rights. Now, that may not last with this administration, but that's why I have to buy jeans in 3 sizes because of this administration.
How are you feeling, by the way?
I'm on the enemies list. I did a show last weekend in D.C., and I invited several of the heroes that protected the Capitol on January 6th. And let me tell you, those men and women are on the enemies list as well. And haven't they been through enough? And Trump took away their benefits.
Crazy. Well, while pardoning everyone on all the rioters, yeah.
So we had a pizza party. So I said, what can I do for you since we're all going to the camps together? And they go, we like beer. And I went, I can do that. So after my show, we went back to my hotel and had pizza, and they had beer.
Is he gonna just like never give up power and go for the third term?
Yes, he said the elections are over. We've had our last election. And believe him.
No.
Well, he will die one day.
He will die, but let me tell you something. President J.D. Vance will never die. Like, you can tell he's one of those Republicans that somehow will live to be 200.
Yeah, cockroaches, though.
Yeah,
they
like
live without
Dick
their
Cheney
heads.
and Karl Rove, they just don't.
What is it about politicians that live really long, though? I always do wonder why they never die young unless they're assassinated.
And why don't they get Bell's palsy? How come you have it and J.D. Vance
They're
doesn't?
giving it
That
to all the
pisses me
hot
off.
girls. What is the
That's not
problem?
fair. Use your hot girl privilege. Let's call the vice president on speaker and tell him he is very overdue for Bell's palsy. But let me tell you why. Because they sleep like babies at night. I am convinced. We just got served a big sandwich. So I'm just going to try to tell my jokes. Now, girls, guess what I'm going to do next week? You're not even going to believe this. So I'm 64 years young, right? Don't laugh. You can laugh at me because I'm laughing at myself. This is so revolutionary. You've probably never heard of it. I'm starting my own YouTube show.
Woo!
Okay, that was a
huge.
smattering. That was a smattering of applause.
I literally was scouring the internet for fresh Kathy Griffin content, and I'm like, I'm waiting for this.
Okay, I'm going to call it Good Trouble with Kathy Griffin, and I don't even think I'm going to have guests because, as you know, that can be difficult. Not everyone is Kathy Griffin who just shows up parking 3 blocks away by mistake and then just calling my own assistant going, I'm lost and I don't even know what street I'm on. But I'm going to do it just to have something to do with my brain so I don't get all depressed after the tour. And I'm probably just going to look at the camera and rant, and maybe I'll have guests, but I don't even know what the show is yet.
I'm so glad to hear you say this for multiple reasons. One of which, my theory with Britney Spears, when she shaved her head, is that she just got off tour and didn't know what to do with herself and went crazy. And I think that we as touring comedians and performers need to be prepared for the crash.
The crash is real.
Yes.
And I get the crash even after a pod, which is a small grouping. Like last weekend, I had 3 states in 3 days. And I came home and I was like so depressed the next day. And then I was like, oh, that's right. Because the 3 days you're on that high of performing. And, I'm friends with Sia, the singer. So Sia says,
we love Sia.
Yeah, love. Absolutely
She's
love.
the best.
She's the best. And so she describes it as like you're whitewater rafting and you're going along, and then you just go off a cliff and down you go. So she was like, you got to remember that cliff is coming. Like, enjoy the rafting and it's exciting, but the cliff is coming.
And it's also such a mind fuck because, like, in my mind, I always think, oh, when I'm done with work, life is going to be like perfect,
relaxing,
and free,
and you can do all the stuff you need to do.
And then it's torture.
What is that pathology and sickness that you both have? Because I have the opposite.
I have a stand-up disorder.
That is, which I see a lot.
Comedy disorder.
Bobby has it. All of you guys have it, but
I don't
wondering
have it.
because I think as a normie and an outsider here, when work is done, I am so happy and so relaxed. I do not want to go back.
But then
look at us. We both want
like. Does that not like?
Okay, but
we have to run the show in our heads all night. So first I go home and have a tuna melt, but I'm rerunning the show in my head.
I do love a good tuna melt.
Who doesn't?
But like, wait, but if you were just to have nothing to do for like a month, I think you would freak out.
It's just that I seriously am like, I need to bed rot for an extended period of time.
I'm all for that. I think it's underrated. I think bed rotting is good.
And
I mean, unless you get actual bed sores.
Yeah, we don't like.
And in which case you need some antiseptic.
My mom is an expert with bed sores. If you do get them, she's a hospice nurse.
Oh, then she's
So
seen her.
Her
By the way,
bed
I keep
sores.
hitting my microphone, and it looks like my mic is agreeing with me. Like it's like my microphone is affirming me. Like, yeah.
Wait,
you
Kalila,
said it.
I feel like that's not true. I feel like in your downtime, you take care of like 25 animals and 16 birds.
You adopt ravens.
Do you foster?
I do foster a lot. I've fostered maybe a total of like 22 dogs in the last 2
Okay,
years.
how do you do the handoff?
I know.
Okay.
I couldn't. I would be the foster fail.
I fostered one night. I still think about that dog.
Of course, I
I'm
would have 100, and I would live somewhere in Montana.
The sweetest text messages I get, and I got one 2 days ago, of the most beautiful grown shepherd, and it was one of the puppies that I fostered just a couple months ago. And that's the big payoff, I think. Is
Okay,
seeing them
let me
so
ask
happy.
this, and I'm just going to be bold enough to ask this.
Mhm.
What is it with hot chicks and rescues? Like, I tell my straight guy friends, and I have 7, I tell each one of them, if you want to meet a hot chick, hang out at rescues or get on like a mailing list of rescues, because all the chicks are hot.
I have a controversial take on just the rescue community as a
Go ahead.
whole. And this is like no slight to anyone who's doing an amazing job rescuing dogs.
Or lesbians of all kinds.
Right,
Go ahead.
correct. Is I really think that we are a certain variety of broken that can only be healed through service
innocent
of
puppy.
animals,
Yeah.
not humans.
Right.
Like a dog is just so unconditional, and there's such a
Yes.
true exchange of love there.
Yeah.
That and I've been in rescue for a long time. I cannot say that we are of the sane
Right.
variety.
So you could watch
We're
a
broken.
human being just bleed out. You don't give a shit. But if it's a kitten, that kitten's going home with you.
Correct. Okay. I also think that animals don't have ulterior motives with hot girls. Like they're not trying to fuck them.
Agree. They don't. They think we're all hot. That's why we love them.
Do dogs really think we're all? I don't think so. I think dogs discriminate.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've seen dogs. Like I had one
You're right,
particular
they can be
foster.
discriminatory.
Dude, just could tell if
I
it was like a
know.
meth head,
Right.
and was like, no, thank you,
Right.
not into that,
Yeah.
and would like be totally aggressive.
I need advice.
Go.
Okay, a couple things. First, when you take a break from stand up,
Yeah.
and let's say,
Well, I took a 6.5-year break. But
Okay.
That was for a different reason.
right? That was for a very crazy reason. Okay, so you take a break, and let's say you've burned off your last set and a special. How do you start from scratch? Do you get back on stage with nothing and just ramble? Do you tell me? Because
My
then where do
first
you
show
do it?
back after 6.5 years, the Mirage was kind enough to invite me back, and so I'm doing minimum 90, but I tend to do 2 hours.
Oh my
I don't have an
god!
opener. I write all my own stuff. I tried to write a bunch of stuff prior to the show, but I've been doing it in an improvisational way for so many years, decades, that something happened when my Doc Martens hit that stage, and I just was able to go. Now, I'm not saying it was all gold, trust me, but like,
Chills.
I felt like there was a real flow with the audience, and they were like, we get it. This is her first time back. She's trying all kinds of new stuff. And
did you have a notebook?
Yes. I'm so old school that I still have a notebook, and it usually has about 8 things written down, and that's 2 hours. If I'm good, 2 hours and 15 if I'm naughty.
Let's say you pick a topic, and then
like Kanye is tweeting today. He's tweeting, Hitler was so fresh. SOOOO. Hitler. Just take that in. Yay. Sorry. Yay. Was so fresh.
So disappointing.
And by the way, it was one of like 50 tweets. He also said he's channeling Andrew Tate. Yikes! I know.
What's going?
All of our pussies deflated. Just the mention of Andrew
We can
Tate.
fit into the small jeans again.
Seriously, get me those size 25s.
So you take one topic. Are you going in knowing kind of how you
I know
feel?
my take on it.
Okay.
But I don't know if the jokes are going to work.
And you don't know the words.
Right.
You just know this is how I feel.
Right.
Okay, then. That's how you do stand-up comedy, everyone. I learned.
Because remember, I come from an improv background. So I think it was all those years at the Groundlings, which is an improv group in Los Angeles, similar to Second City in Chicago and in Canada. And I think it was all those years of improvising, but that's the only way I know how to do it. Like,
Who was
I've
in
never
your-
been able to like write an act and then rehearse it and then do it.
Same. People are always like, what's your writing process? I'm like, I just go on stage and talk.
Amen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was your class of Groundlings people? Because I know there's.
Oh my God.
We got Will Ferrell. We got
Will Ferrell was my
Kristen Wiig.
student. So I became a teacher when I was in the company, and Will Ferrell was my student, and Sherry O'Terry.
Oh my God!
So they came up together, and they did the cheerleaders and the groundlings, and they did all their characters. And when I was in the groundlings, it was Lisa Kudrow from Friends and Julia Sweeney, who later got on Saturday Night Live. We all auditioned the same night. Me, Lisa, and Julia Sweeney. And Julia got the job. And Lisa and I were crushed and convinced we were never going to work. And then thank God, I got on a series the next year. And then, of course, she became Phoebe on Friends. And we're friends to this day, all of us.
Whoa.
And so I was even in the company with Phil Hartman, who was on Saturday Night Live. I know, tragically murdered. And I remember that night like it was yesterday. But he was like a genius. Like, there's a few times when I felt like, you know, Robin Williams, Joan Rivers, Don Rickles, where I felt like, I'm in the room with genius.
Really?
I knew. Like, in the moment going, okay, that would be a genius. And that was Phil Hartman. So brilliant and quick and funny and ridiculous, and besides charming and super, super smart and super intellectually curious. And I felt like he was definitely somebody that was influential to watch him work.
Do you know what happened? Like, why that happened?
I know that his wife, Bryn, was a model, and I think she always felt like she was in his shadow, maybe, and because he kind of got the glory because he was so talented and knew all the celebrities. And my guess is that there was an element of the guy that was never the most gorgeous guy in the room, which is Phil, but also every guy in comedy pretty much. I mean,
yeah, true.
I'm being kind. Okay. But, you know, then he gets this literally a tall, blonde, gorgeous model. And then over the years, my guess is they probably didn't end up having all that much in common. They did have 2 kids. And then I don't know if she was doing drugs prior to their relationship or then got into drugs. And then the night that she killed him, she was partying with Andy Dick. Never a good idea. Almost certain to end up dead.
I have an Andy Dick story for you. We had him on Tiger Belly and my other podcast with Bobby Lee. And we have our show in what was our condo at that time, our home. We thought it was just going to be him showing up because, you know, that's what you're a guest on the show, you show up. He brought an entourage of like 13 people I think he had just met. Like,
Andy?
Yeah.
And were they underage?
I don't even know who they were. I just saw this
say
whole...
yes. All of this. Take a leap. Allegedly. Except he went
and
to
I had
jail
a full-blown panic attack.
Like Elsinore.
I had a panic attack. I was like,
course
who
you
the fuck are these people? And I didn't have it in me to be like, everyone get the fuck out.
Hi, bitch! These are my friends. I just met them. I did a gig with Andy one time, and I said, let's go out to eat after, but no boys. I mean it, no boys. And then we get into the car, and this was in Jacksonville, Florida, by the way. And we get into the car, and then this fucking teenage boy gets in. And I go, get out, get out. And then Andy goes, fine, Grandma! So, I mean, as criminal as he is funny.
What happens? That does break my heart, that part, that he is so clearly talented.
He is funny and talented, yeah.
But,
I know.
So I didn't realize that she was with him, that Phil Hartman's wife was with him.
With Andy partying, and then whatever happened that, you know, made her go and shoot him dead in his bed.
She went to Buca di Beppo right before she shot him. That's a fun fact.
Whoa.
In Encino.
That is...
See, it makes you wonder, like, did she have the plan in mind then, or was it just... But it was just... in the comedy, the Groundlings community, we were raw.
I can't imagine.
Like, we just...
It's such a
ever happened like that.
wild, unnatural tragedy.
And you never would have thought that could possibly be his trajectory. And he
Yeah.
was so good, obviously, on SNL for, like, years. Like, I think he was on that show for something like 13 years. But yeah, I loved working with him. And sometimes I'd be in a scene with him and I'd have to get back in the scene because I'd almost like stop acting and just watch him.
Really?
He was so talented, yeah.
Wow, that is because it's just like I hate to say it, but you just usually the husband kills the wife. Right. That's just that's how in the story.
And if the
goes.
wife kills the husband, it's usually on Snap.
Yeah.
And it's a lot more entertaining.
Oh, I'm sure they've done a million like Discovery ID shows about it. So even I think I watched even a doc about it.
Oof,
I know.
Cocaine. It's a hell of a drug.
It really is.
Or Buca de Beppo. Honestly, that might be it.
Also.
That's how you know someone's hit a low.
Yep.
It's Buca de Beppo.
Yep.
Fettuccine Alfredo.
Okay, I have another advice question.
Yes.
And it kind of relates to what you just said about like when you didn't get SNL, you thought your career was over.
Of course.
I have this form of depression where when something bad is happening or whatever it may be, I just cannot imagine that it will never not be this way. Right. I'm always frozen in that bad moment. And I'm like, I'm never going to get better. This is never going to, whatever it is, my career will never go change.
And you believe it. It really is internalized.
What is up with that? Like,
okay. First of all, total sufferer from that. And that's why I said like the divorce took me out. Because I was so heartbroken that I couldn't imagine not being that level of heartbroken, which is not sustainable, by the way. So I do, you guys, the stuff I do is, I'm just going to tell you because it's just embarrassing. I do cold plunges.
Stella, I'm a big cold plunge person.
Okay, so then I don't have to apologize?
No, it's amazing.
It rocks your brain, quite literally, because when you jump in there, it's kind of like whatever problems you thought you had were nothing in comparison to a very fast death. And so you're going to almost survival mode of like, but then your other half of the brain is like, I can make it to 8 seconds, which is still a goal of mine. But I found that like one day I had a show in Canada and I was so depressed and having a panic attack that I was fearful that I would have to cancel the show, which is dumb because I've never done that. But they had a cold plunge. And I was like, okay, I'm ruining the hair. I'm going in. And I did the sauna cold plunge a few times. And I had to even buy a bathing suit at the gift shop. And what's funny is my tits are real, which is a nightmare. And they're like hacky sacks. And I could just put them over my shoulder or I could juggle with them. And so I buy one of those like low cut one pieces. And then I don't notice that one of my tits is just kind of fallen out of a corner. So like Tara Reid in that red carpet picture, poor thing. I know. We always hear her name and go, oh.
She needs to come back.
I think, you know what? I think it's not too late. Rebrand.
Well, okay. I watched her on that Special Forces show.
Oh, that's
you know they have
Dr. Drew
celebrities
was on that. Yes.
No, not Dr. Drew. It's like Special Forces guys that try to put people like Tara Reid into near-death experiences, by the way, and Jack Osborne was in it.
Oh, wow.
It was definitely wild.
And how was she on there?
She was in a lot of pain and had to quit because she, weighs 80 pounds and is very sweet, not entirely lucid, but, I just watched her thinking, okay, honey, you got to quit because you're not going to win. And when they say she was 87 pounds wet, she actually was wet. I mean, they were throwing them into dark rivers at 2 a.m. They were like having them escape a car bomb. Like that show, I don't know why any celebrity does it because it is truly near-death experiences. And I say that as the winner of the Celebrity Mole. I don't know if you guys know that about me.
So your titty fell out on the side.
Yeah, and then the other one was just dangling. It was just like a broken foot. Like Conor McGregor when he broke his foot and it was just dangling like that. So I was like trying to get him in order, but I'm in like a public sauna and I'm taking the elbow, trying to be like, I love it here in Canada. I hear Justin Trudeau single. And so but I look at that bathing suit now and I just laugh.
I do it naked, so.
You can't do that at a hotel, you lunatic. This was a co-ed sauna. Hi, boys. Don't mind me. Naked.
Wait,
let's see, 3 hairs left.
Do you go to any of the Korean spas? It's fully nude.
No, I should though, because those are good, and all the celebrities go. And I do remember going one time a million years ago and seeing Cindy Crawford naked and thinking, it's too bad I'm not a dude, because she was such like the hot model of the moment. Like I thought, oh, my guy friends are gonna be so
right.
pissed.
It was wasted on you. Wasted experience.
Yeah.
Do you?
But I do that. I do like anything I can to like in AA they call it opposite action or acting as if, and just the opposite of whatever you're feeling. Like if you can shake maybe your physical self like the cold plunge does, then it...
Hi, I'm Ruby, the remote receptionist who makes small businesses feel like giants. We answer all your calls live from right here in the U.S. We take messages, answer questions, route calls. Everything an in-house receptionist does over the phone, only better. Because we specialize in turning every ring into a relationship. Experience Ruby for yourself. Visit ruby.com, or better yet, call us 844-400-RUBY.
might shake the inner demons.
HERS is transforming women's healthcare by providing access to affordable weight loss treatment plans delivered straight to your door if prescribed.
HERS offers a holistic weight loss program with personalized solutions, including compounded GLP-1 weekly injections featuring the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy oral medication kit. After submitting an online intake form, a licensed medical provider will determine what plan is best for you. If prescribed, your program includes medication, ongoing care, and online support, all at one low cost.
So if you've been struggling with your weight loss journey, it's time you find the best option that works for you through HERS. Start your initial free online visit today at forhers.com/trashtuesday. That's FORHERS.com/trashtuesday for your personalized weight loss treatment options. forhers.com/trashtuesday. HERS weight loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions apply. Wegovy and Ozempic are not compounded. Actual price depends on product and plan purchase.
I'm about to eat this for the first time. I've never tried these.
With the protein bars? Pretty good.
I'm sorry. It's so good. 12 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, 9 grams of fiber. I'm taking all of them home, and I'm not sharing.
Every serving of Magic Spoon high protein cereal has crazy macros. 13 grams of protein, 0 grams of sugar, 4 grams of net carbs. And now they have protein treats.
Okay, the protein treats are literally crispy, crunchy, airy, tasty, yummy. This one's marshmallow flavor. This is definitely really good. I need to try blueberry muffin. Magic Spoon, if you're a protein and fiber girly, finally the cereal is back in your life. Get $5 off your next order at magicspoon.com/Tuesday or look for Magic Spoon on Amazon or your nearest grocery store.
Oh, and the cereal come in so many nostalgic flavors like cocoa, cinnamon roll. That's magicspoon.com/Tuesday for $5 off.
Magicspoon.com/Tuesday. You need the bars.
The bars are great.
You need the bars.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. If you're anything like me, therapy is an indispensable part of my life.
Well, I'm nothing like you, but therapy is an indispensable part of my life.
I mean, the fact that we have to withstand months of sunsets at 4 p.m.
Oh, see, that's fine with me.
Oh my God. BetterHelp has never been more in need.
Our depression is so opposing.
My depression is peaking. And I am not in a good place, but thankfully there is always therapy. It has been the backbone to my existence for the last 20 years of my life, and BetterHelp is fully online, making therapy affordable and convenient, serving over 5 million people worldwide.
I cannot tell you how much therapy helped me during this postpartum year. Like, I was not going to come out on the other side without my therapist. You guys can discover your relationship green flags with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/TrashTuesday today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/TrashTuesday. I need to remember opposite action. That's always good. Get out of bed when you don't want to.
And they say for in biology, the idea, to evolve, you need medium disturbance. You need some level of disturbance in your life or else you actually don't propel forward.
Oh.
So you cannot...
I love that you think I'm still trying to go forward in my life. Honey, I am treading water like you wouldn't believe.
Wait, I'm with you there. I'm barely surviving. So we've been shipwrecked.
She's barely here.
I
When I said underwater, I was half kidding.
I honestly, I wore this the last episode and the episode before, right?
Oh my God, she stopped showering.
You look bad.
No, you're still the hot chick rescuer. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you guys.
You can see it underneath.
So what you do is you basically you put yourself through any type of physical.
Yeah, I'm also a big, I really do go on a 2-hour walk every day, which is really crazy. I know that's
a very Gen Z of you.
I know.
Hot girl walk.
A 2-hour walk.
Are you listening to something on
I
the
listen
phone?
to either a Rachel Maddow podcast called Ultra, or I listen to up-tempo music, which has not evolved since the 2010s.
True.
I'm Arrested Development. Like my era is pretty much 80s, 90s, 2000s, but anything after 2020, I have no idea. Like the Super Bowl, with Kendrick Lamar, I don't even know if I can name one song. I know that he does a feature on the Sia song, The Greatest, and I doubt that's his entire library of work. And I understand he's in an argument with Drake.
Oh, that's right. They're having an argument,
Yes.
a formal argument.
Yes.
An argument.
And what I get from TikTok is that Kendrick won, but I don't know what he won. But I guess he won the argument, and
that's all you really need to know.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah. And he won album of the year right at the Grammys.
Yes.
Or was it?
Or was it Cowboy Carter?
It was Cowboy Carter. Yeah.
Wait, you mentioned Joan Rivers.
Yes.
What was your relationship with her?
Oh, I loved her. We were good friends. She played my mom on a sitcom.
What?
Yes. I mean, I just was in love with her. And she was my mentor and my buddy, and I miss her every day.
Do you feel like you're sort of stepping into the...
It's the best compliment I get. Every so often if somebody makes that connection.
Yeah.
Do you feel she's kind of passed the baton to you? I wouldn't be presumptuous enough to say yes, but if I think about an incredibly high compliment, it would be the notion to even be put in the same category with Joan.
And is that what you sort of, how you see yourself like?
When I was a kid, I think she was, yes, I saw Moms Mabley and Tony Fields and Phyllis Diller, but I think seeing Joan take over the Tonight Show from a middle-aged white guy was so fucking powerful. And every time she guest hosted was an event. And I remember my whole family laughing, even my dad, and thinking, wait a minute, she even won over my dad, who's like a straight guy, also a white guy. And so I was thinking, let's go. And then I foolishly thought that late night would then be taken over by women. And
we keep
it's
thinking
not
that
been since Joan that there has been a woman in the network daily late night spot.
I think they keep trying, right? Like Lily saying.
They keep acting like it's going to change. And
but not at the Fallon hour.
No.
And not at the, they give the girl the 1:30 in the morning or cable.
Yeah.
Not since Joan hasn't been one of the 4 big networks that they've committed,
I wonder if
misogyny, that's it. And also it's the same guys. You guys, I have meetings with these old dinosaurs that I met with 30 years ago. I walk into meetings nowadays and I go, oh, you're still alive? I can't believe these executives never go away, and they're the same ones, and they have to be Me Too'd out of the business like Leslie Moonves. And then the wife found Jesus. Now every time I watch Big Brother, at the end when she goes, it's Julie Chen Moonves, like that, I'm like, okay, Jesus, get off the cross. But I would find Jesus too if I was with Leslie Moonves. I'd find him real fast, run into his loving arms.
I could see Nikki Glaser taking over for Kimmel or Fallon or something. I
thought she did a great job on the Globes. I love that they signed her up for next year. Just a word of warning, that can be a thankless job. So remember, I love that she did well. And by the way, I also love Tina Fey and Amy Poehler. So hello, considering how many guys bombed at that job, 3 women nailed it.
Yeah.
But it's a rough gig. People think, hosting the Academy Awards or the Grammys, but you got a lot of pouty celebrities. And I just got to say, in one of the shows when they cut away to Selena Gomez and Taylor Swift, 2 of the wealthiest women in the world, and somebody made a joke about them, and they just cut away to them going, I just have to say as a comic, and a Swiftie, and a Gomezinator, whatever that I'm scared of those armies. Anyway, I just don't care for that. I just feel like I know we're getting more sensitive as a society, as we should, but if you're that big of a star, and you're gorgeous, and you're a billionaire, and you got products, and just take the fucking joke. That's why I like the Kardashians. They just take the joke on the chin. And
You're
laugh
right
all the way
about
to the
that.
bank.
They really do.
They really don't give a shit. Like, I've called them dirty whores for decades. And they're still nice, and they invite me, and Chloe texted me on the way here. Like, they know how to do it, man.
We're sponsored by Skims, so we love them.
Yes,
And
of course.
Good American.
And Good American. We love the Kardashian girls.
I do a thing about wearing a Good American shirt in my act that goes up my butt. And then Chloe sent me a funny text about it, and I read it in the show.
Oh.
I know. So I love any celeb, whether they're a reality star or, Glenn Close. I love any one of them that has a good sense of humor.
Yeah, some of them.
And they're still hard to find. So I didn't like when the younger girls, Taylor and Selena, were doing the eye roll. I'm like, ladies, you won. You won the game of life. No need for the eye rolls. The comic knows if no one's laughing. Don't worry. So just take the joke on the chin. Are we making plans?
Just hanging on to them for emotional support.
I brought my emotional support dog, and then he tried to attack another dog.
Did he really?
Yeah. Well, he barked in a chihuahua way.
Oh, yeah.
That's supposed to, but his job is to not. But he just forgot. And I got the jacket from Amazon and everything. I did it right.
The certificates.
I do. I have the certificate.
They're
I have
all
a note
fake.
from my shrink. Oh my God. And my shrink note is so funny. It's like, to whom it may concern, this woman, Kathy Griffin, who I've treated, really needs her support dog with her at all times. She has 4 of them. Whether she has 4 or 1, trust me.
Let her pass
Let
through.
the fucking dog in the restaurant. I don't want to hear about your rules and regulations and citations. This chick is crazy. Give her the fucking dog. Now I'm paraphrasing. Okay, now can you see my nose running?
Oh, yeah, I can when you ask.
No. Don't tell me you're hot and you have a secret nose run.
I
That's
have
my dream.
I'm Jewish. My nose runs all the time too. I'm scared that
Wait, is it religious? Maybe I'm Jewish and I didn't know until today.
I think you are.
I could pass.
Yeah.
Who are we kidding?
You got it all.
Thanks.
Wait, what happens? Oh, I need advice. What happens when your therapist is possibly also displaced from the fires and you've lost your therapist?
Well, then you have to listen to their problems. You charge them the same thing they charge you. I don't
move them
know.
in.
Were you Malibu or Altadena?
Altadena.
So sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Where do you start?
I don't know. Lead
day
abatement.
one?
Lead abatement is where I'm at today.
Okay.
Yeah, they gotta clean a place of lead. High amounts of lead. Did I send you that text?
Okay, did the rain make it worse?
I'm not sure. Everyone's like 50-50 on it, right?
Okay.
They're supposed to wetting the ground is supposed to help, but I don't know. I don't know anything.
Well,
I
then
watched
help
these
the
like
ocean.
Caltech.
Wait. Oh, I love the Caltech lesbian.
Wait, is that? I don't know the Caltech lesbian.
Oh, she's a legend in LA. She's got the gray hair and the cargo shorts. She's
Oh,
serious. Yes, you know her.
Yeah,
Living
I
legend.
didn't realize she was a lesbian.
I'm assuming. Sorry if I've made a leap in error. All right, put up a picture. Bring her back. There she. Come on.
Yeah.
I think that's her. Although she's dolled up in that picture, I'm not gonna lie, but that's her.
Wait, Kalila.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
yes.
earthquake lady.
Wasn't she on like John Mulaney's show, I think?
I'm sure she is a freaking legend.
Kalila-
You know she puts those boys in their place. I guarantee.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, it does say lesbian right there.
How
Lesbian
did I
Kate.
know?
Yeah.
How in a million years am I this intuitive?
Kalila, so why are they doing lead abatement? Like, because then you could maybe get some of your stuff, or no?
No, I think it's for or I don't know. They just tested the
What
home
remains of
and
your home.
what remains, and they were like, "This is high on lead, and we'll see where we go from here."
Okay, I have a controversial take.
Okay.
Okay,
We love lead.
No, but I love Mayor Bass. Hear me out. Beware the Rick Caruso. He is a MAGA Republican.
Of course.
He ran for mayor as a Democrat, but he changed his party affiliation a week before he ran. And he's trying to make a black woman take the fall. She was elected to try to help with our homeless issue. She has been making progress. She's one person. And, climate change is why the fires happen. So I don't think blaming our mayor is the way to go, but just be careful, because when I look at the Palisades, the drone footage of Rick Caruso protecting his mall, the Air One, and everything around it is war zone. And I'm like, no, please don't vote for this guy. So he's probably going to run for governor. I don't know.
No, are you
just
kidding?
beware the Caruso.
He's a mall magnet.
Yeah, he is. Americana is a Caruso, right?
And the
Grove.
So people vote for him because they think, like Trump, oh, he's a good businessman.
No,
but
he's a rich
not
guy.
going to want any regulations for the rebuild. And regulations are your friend, people. Listen to me. Regulations are a good thing. They keep you safe. It's about zoning. It's about fire protections. As much as we can do. So
they will build a condominiums like on apartments on the freeway. Like
out of cardboard. Like that's what I'm saying. It's just he is going to be the first one to dive in there and do stuff probably not up to code.
It's so easy.
Mayor Bass is going to be like, oh,
I will say this.
Banana in hand.
I will say this. I'm not anti-Karen Bass at all.
By the way, there was no looting. Like Fox News is like, there's going to be riots in the streets.
No.
Implying that Altadena was.
Yeah, because it's
lent itself
a brown, black
and
neighborhood.
Thank you for saying it out loud. But I'm just saying that was very much a Fox News.
It's fucked up
point.
too, because I think that a lot of people were texting me too, like, watch out for your home being looted. And honestly, like, there isn't a single person that I know or a neighbor of mine that has been looted.
No.
And in fact, when they were like, oh, there are people biking around, taking pictures of homes.
Yeah.
No, those are the people, like, kind of checking up on their homes. Yeah. And I don't know. It's fucked up.
Have you been let in to look at it?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
How'd you take it?
No, the neighborhood, honestly, devastating.
Did you burst into tears?
It's so devastating. Like I can't even
like
put
shock.
it into
It's more
words.
shock.
Yeah, because Altadena is very picturesque.
Yeah.
We have the mountains, you have the
History,
trees, you have
my
Eaton Canyon.
Yeah.
There's waterfalls there.
Yeah.
It's beautiful there. Altadena is so picturesque, and to see it just in just ashes is.
I live in Malibu, and I haven't had the nerve to drive down PCH the couple days it's
yeah.
been open.
I've been looking at the drone shots.
Sob.
Yeah, terrible.
Yep. I know. But it's climate change, folks.
Of course.
It's not UFOs. You guys.
I can't believe we even have to say
I
that.
can't even. Okay, how about clones?
What about them?
Nothing, except they're not real. What's with your friend? I thought we were cool. Now she just thinks I'm a clone. I'm a clone of Reba McEntire.
I literally haven't even heard about clones since the sheep incident of the 90s.
No. There's a whole TikTok thing where people think Jamie Foxx is cloned.
Of course.
And then, by the way, I'm very deep into the Diddy stuff, but on TikTok, so I'm just getting like some information and then a lot of probably conspiracy
You're still
theories.
on the Diddy? Is there still more to dig?
Look, the word on the street is that Jay-Z is next, but I don't know if the Beyonce Mafia would allow that to happen.
I saw him at the Grammys. They looked just fine.
I know. He looked very comfortable, but he just dropped a claim this week against the minor that is suing him for rape because she described the house, and they said, Diddy never had a house like that? Well, guess what? He did, and they found it. So he had to drop 3 of his claims against the attorney, this guy named Tony Busby. And so it's not looking great for him at this moment. And let's remember, it was a different time, you guys. Like in the 90s, there was an actual reality show about how to be a video hoe. And I believe it was called like How to Be a Video Hoe. And it was the 90s, they had these girls that would show up, nobody checked IDs, and they were in lingerie, and it was like almost a prestigious thing to be like in the background.
Of course.
And then you either get SA'd or you're expected to blow these guys. And it was like a thing. And it was with allegedly, the boy bands as well. Not Lance Bass, of course. He's
Not
the exception
Lance
to
Bass.
everything.
He's saved.
He's
Our
totally
angel.
saved. He's our angel from gay heaven.
I love that he wanted to buy the Brady Bunch house.
He did?
Yeah, he almost got it, and then the renovation show came in and took it out of his hands.
But it was a bidding war.
Yeah, the fact that he was
As
that
if he
cool.
couldn't renovate it with his gay self anyway. Like it would take him a week. You should call him to redo your house. He'll have
My face.
He'll have your face, your house, whatever it
Lance
needs.
Bass, we're calling upon you to rebuild Altadena.
Please do it. And also, there's something delicious about him now being the best looking one in the group. Like he's in the best physical shape. He just looks great.
Well, I mean, come on, we know why.
Well, exactly. And it's got to kill Justin. Because Justin's got like a dad bod now, and he's dancing in sneakers, and look at Lance. Lance gets hotter.
He's
Lance
so
is
cute.
getting
So
hotter.
cute. He
See?
is hotter.
I love it. Do you know I spend every Thanksgiving in his house still?
What?
Since the
so
90s.
sweet.
I know. I've known him since he was straight. That's how long I've known him. I love him so much. And his husband, Michael, and they have twins.
You have the best group of friends.
I have such a good group of friends.
Like, you're a cool girl.
Oh, stop. Well, you know, I have these dinner and lunch salons. You guys have to come to one.
Oh, are we invited?
Yeah.
I would die.
It's 12 people, and I cast it like a play. It's people that you wouldn't normally necessarily meet in life. So I make everybody go around the room and give their name and bona fides. Because there's usually like a couple celebs, but it's not all celebs at all. And you have somebody that's a top-notch lawyer, First Amendment lawyer, which I have many of, sitting next to, Sia. And then I'll make Sia sing. So I always make Sia sing. And God love her, she does it a cappella, and she blows it out of the water. And then I had a Christmas one, and Jennifer Lewis came from Blackish. She plays the aunt on Blackish, and she and Sia were duetting, and they've never met, and that was a love story.
This is your dream,
I know. And then the last one I had, it was more of a politically focused one, and Lisa Rinna came with Harry Hamlin. And that was epic.
I heard it. Well, I'm a housewife.
Okay, now let me just say this. I've known Lisa for decades. She's, the girl that she was on that show, her last season, is really not the Lisa that I know. So I'm not one to say, I should hold my banana. I'm not one to say, it's the editors, because coming from reality myself, it's really not the editing. But I really
You don't believe it's the editing?
On my show, it wasn't.
Yeah.
But remember, my show is from 2006. And so I'm just saying she is a sweetheart. She's a ride or die.
She seems fun.
She's super cool. Harry is a dream. He went to Yale. He's so smart. He can talk about anything. He's still so hot. Okay, so get this. I don't know if you remember. Are you guys housewives at all?
I am.
Okay.
I wish
there was an episode of Beverly Hills where Lisa took a glass and was so pissed at Kim Richards, she freaking broke it and was going to twist it in her neck, which is my kind of bitch. And so she kept saying, because there was a rumor about Harry. I've never heard a single rumor about Harry in my life, and he's been around forever, not one thing. So they're at dinner, and I go, so what was the rumor that pissed you off so much? And she's like, first of all, I blacked out in that moment. I was about to kill someone. And then I go, what was the rumor? I go, Harry, what was the rumor? And there's this pause, and he's such like a quiet spoken intellectual guy, and he goes, he said I fucked a dog. And you guys, I lost it laughing. And I went, what? I go, that's what you were going to fight over? Somebody said Harry fucked the dog? And then I go, well, who did it? No. But I just thought that was the funniest thing of all the rumors. Like, how did even one person be like, that is possible? Like, I thought the rumor was just that he was having an affair with somebody, maybe an affair with like someone on the show. Like, I thought, oh my God. And when he goes, they said I fucked the dog. I said, Harry, if anyone says that about you, you have to just let it ride and just go with it, because that shit is funny.
As somebody who has been accused of
sexual relations
with dogs, I know how I now understand Lisa Rinna.
So maybe the rescue people came after her.
That's exactly the bane of my existence,
right?
Because I once told a story about how when I was a child, I was 5-6 years old, I had a much older cousin basically tell me that
you should set puppies on fire. Because that's extreme, I think.
So my dog was like humping one of us, and he was like, but telling a 5-6-year-old this, to make him feel better, you should do this. And like basically touch the dog. And I was a child, and basically I told that story.
You're not the inappropriate one in that scenario. It's the freaking cousin.
I feel like I was
a freak. That dude's always been a freak from the day he was born, and that dude is still a freak.
Yes, I feel like I was essayed. I told the story, and literally my comments are always like, you still fucking dogs?
I mean, still.
You still jerking off dogs? And I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. And imagine the rescue people seeing that in my comment section. They're like, we're not going to give her this foster.
Of course not. Because that rumor is so credible. But I just thought that was
Harry Hamlin. Oh my God.
Harry Hamlin is not a dog fucker. Stop it. Everyone stop it.
She went so hard.
She went so hard, and she said it was like being in the Matrix, and that she realized she could kill someone. Like, she realized at that moment, like, I could take someone's life. And then she was like, but I'm going to go to prison forever and never see my husband and kids again. And I was like, that was a lot of thinking for just one glass break. And then, but So I thought that was just the funniest thing.
Kathy, where are you at with your love life?
Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm really going to come off like an asshole. Really like an asshole, so get ready. I can't imagine a man out there that would be good enough for me.
Hold on,
hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Not alone. Not an asshole either.
I realize I've really been with gold diggers. Like, I really have. I'm so used to the one working hard, making the money, that I'm just used to broke guys. And I just thought, for once, like, what are the chances of me meeting a guy who does the shit I do? Owns their own house outright, has 4 dogs, flies private, works all the time, has a whole, career that is something they're proud of and have whatever recognition, and, has been through a lot of stuff and is an empath. And I just thought, have you seen 64-year-old straight guys? It's not too good. They all have Bell's palsy. They just don't know it. And so, I have a banging body. I work out 2 hours a day. Come on.
Yeah.
And so, what are the chances that I'm going to go on Raya? What am I going to do? Fuck David Spade? I mean, when I saw his picture on Raya, I almost called him and I was like, David, you are hanging out with Kid Rock way too much.
We love you, David.
I love David Spade. He's one of the funniest people I've ever hung out with. Like, if you're going to go to dinner with someone fucking hilarious, go with David Spade. He is so fucking naturally funny. But when I saw his picture on Raya, and he looks cute, but he's all...
I did see his
profile. Isn't it weird to see someone famous? Because I don't know the apps, so I went on once, and of course one of my girlfriend's accounts. So I was just like, let's see these guys, and they were tragic. And then I saw David, and I just stopped. Right, I couldn't top that. I couldn't top that.
It's very Gen Z of you, though, because that is how all the girlies are feeling. They're like, there's no guys out there that are good enough for me.
And I get lonely. I don't mean to be like, I'm dating myself. No, I get lonely, and I wish, I actually like the institution of marriage. Like, I liked waking up with him every day and going to bed with him every night and doing stuff together and just watching TV together and dumb stuff. And so I feel like I'm actually a couple person stuck in a single person's life. But on the other hand, I don't want another beatdown.
Yeah.
I just can't handle another heartache. So
I will say that there is hope, because I found me the sweetest, kindest, most delicious normie.
Ow!
Unit207 is
also
actively
hot
trying to
chick, so
terminate
not
the
fair.
live stream again and
Well,
failing
also
at
in
12
LA,
p.m.
Thank God for Bell's palsy. That's all she has going for her.
An LA hot chick, but 40 is,
It's like 75 in Idaho.
Right. So, and coming off of a bad breakup, I was like, oh, okay, I'll be fine on my own. And I met this just amazing, wonderful, kind human being. And so I don't think if
out of saying how she met
out of LA, I met him diving.
Did you ship him in?
Yeah,
in a box.
From
That's
Hawaii,
what I think I'd have to do. I think I would have to ship in a foreign body.
I think so. Yeah,
and then train him like my dogs with the jacket on, service human. But I just can't pick up another tab. I can't pay another guy's bills. I can't be with another guy who hasn't paid an electric bill in 10 years. I can't do it.
Yours was extreme. There was thievery.
Well, the first one stole from me.
Yeah, that's insane.
I know. And so I just am trying. Okay, I also sleep in bed every night with all 4 dogs, which I know is a cock block. But I have no cocks to block at the moment. So if I have to start blocking out cocks, then I'll make them sleep on their dog beds. But for now, it is the most loving. It's my favorite part of the day. And I know that's depression talking.
No. That's our
dream. I get in bed and all 4 of the babies are in with me. The fur babies.
That's the best.
The best. And they make their little doggy sounds.
And they do little circles to try to make their beds
cozy.
Yeah.
And they have their little personality. And then sometimes I'll wake up and one's just looking at me like this. And then he'll just start to kiss me. Come on.
We can cut this if we need to,
Yeah.
but there's something going on TikTok right now.
What?
And it's that Candace Owens is somehow becoming popular.
Thank you, because I was at a friend's house yesterday and she put her on YouTube and it was about the topic.
Yeah.
And then I go, that's Candace Owens, and she was like, "Oh yeah, we don't like her, but she'll get to the topic." And I don't even remember what the topic was.
Well, she's been going deep dives into the Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively drama.
Yeah, I don't. Why would I? She's supposedly a political pundit. Why would I care about her opinion on that?
She is like cosplaying as like, I'm a stay-at-home mom researching.
She's a MAGA psycho.
Yeah,
and she's stupid. And she wore, White Lives Matter T-shirt with Kanye.
But
they're besties.
But she went to war with Ben Shapiro, and I think that's sort of the beginning of when, because Ben Shapiro's so hated.
But that's the Ann Coulter game. Like, Ann Coulter's been doing that game for years, and then they always make up, and ultimately they vote Trump and they vote MAGA no matter what. So remember, unlike our team, where we split over every issue, and we
Domestic
split,
terrorists are trying again and failing
no matter
again.
what. So I'll bet she and Ben Shapiro will be doing a
How about you
tour
try
soon.
not to be domestic terrorists and drive your asses
I mean,
down
yeah,
to
it is
Seattle
scary
to
and
the
it is
FBI
dangerous. There's
field
like this
office. How about
pipeline
that?
of like her spilling celebrity drama that's like, I'm scared then that people will like start to trust her.
Right.
And then
believe her political shit.
Because she says nonsense.
Yeah.
All the time.
And she's mean. Like,
Yeah.
she's like a bully. So she's like a Bill O'Reilly or like Sean Hannity, where, she just kind of tries to bully people. And I think she loves the engagement. So I try to never engage with her. Although half the people that I've had major fights with are now in the cabinet. Like, for real in the cabinet. Like buffoons. Like Rick Grinnell was the DNI, and I've been in many a Twitter fight with him. And Dershowitz, who's literally an Epstein guy. And then I went to Harvard last week because I got an award. And I was like, "Where's the Dershowitz rape room?" And they're like, "Oh, awkward." So even the college kids were like, "This lady's scary." But I was like, "I'm here. Where's my award?" They couldn't backtrack. And I didn't even go to college, you guys. I'm like a dumbass. I don't even know state capitals.
But college is college still? I mean, it's like
It's a thing, but the debt has got to change, and that's another reason I'm pissed that Harris lost. Is she would have really let Elizabeth Warren and AOC spearhead a thing about actual college debt forgiveness and kiss that goodbye for the next 4 years or 40.
I still have college debt.
Of course,
I'm
everybody
40.
does. It's terrible. It is a terrible Ponzi scheme, and your legislators that have been trying to change it are all losing. So Cory Booker, Liz Warren, like all of the good soldiers we just keep losing elections. The fact that we lost the trifecta, the House and the Senate and the presidency, I know.
AOC for president.
Yes.
Do we have a chance?
I know. No, because people are too misogynistic, and they're especially her. She's so superior to those guys that hate her. I mean, she's really got haters.
Do you think we'll have a female president like in your lifetime?
I don't know anymore because I really, really was dumb enough to think Harris was going to win.
I was too.
I really thought she's got this. She's the not one scandal, squeaky clean. Hello, trained better than anyone in the country to become the president. We have a history of voting our vice presidents into the presidency. But I've been doing sneaky surveys of my 7 straights. And I found out, you ready? None of them voted for her. These are guys that are my buddies.
What did they say?
They said they didn't vote for Trump, but they just couldn't vote for anybody. And one guy wrote in a guy from his office that he thought would be better. And he's like laughing, and I'm like, we're in the Handmaid's Tale because of you, fucker. Like, you voted for Trump. If you didn't vote, you voted for Trump. And I'm like crushed.
Well, that's sort of what
happened. I haven't
happened.
talked to any of them since then, since I've done my survey question. And I know we're all allowed to vote how we want. And I'm a libtard. That's what they call me. And the whole thing. But, like, what is it about her besides her vagina that you really have a problem with? And they just keep saying the same Hillary shit. She seems like a know-it-all. There's just something
Domestic
off-putting
terrorists are
about
trying
her.
again, this time
I don't know,
utilizing a different
she
method.
seems superior in a way. I can't really relate to
Per,
her.
I believe it's Mrs. 80 plus years.
Just say I'm a misogynist, and that's where I am today.
All I'm hearing is that our first female president should be Tara Reid, because she's none of those things.
She would check every box.
The
And
straight
she's
men would show up.
That's right. That's right. Because everyone loved that movie, American Pie.
Yeah, really did.
Everyone. The whole franchise was popular. I know. Did I bring everybody down?
No,
Bringing you back up.
No.
Up.
We're good.
Okay. Okay, can we just talk about Kanye's wife for a second?
Bianca.
Bianca
Sweet
Sensori,
Bianca.
who is my new Brittany. I want a conservatorship that I'm in charge of with her. I want to bring her family into the fold from Australia. She's got a degree
in architecture.
From University of Melbourne. And I can't imagine that she's in on it, or it's a kink, or all this shit the guys are saying to justify it. She's getting nothing from it. See, when Kim used to do those stunts, Kim would then sell the dress.
Yeah.
Like, if that was Kim, she would have worn a really naughty dress, and then it would be on sale the next day at Skims. So this girl is just like his slave. And how could he not be physically abusive if he could get her to do that? And then he said in an interview yesterday, which he produced through his own company, that he's going to rent her out by the hour.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet Bianca, come back.
I know.
What do you think? Do you think this is all still about Kim? Because she's
Yes,
so
she looks
similar
so
to
much.
Kim.
The body is insane.
Yeah. Is that what this is? Is this?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think he was obsessed with Kim prior to being with her, and then treated her horribly, and then will be obsessed with her. And I think he will torture her the rest of her life.
I think it was also Donda, his mom. I think that fucked him up.
Yeah.
And then
people lose.
Totally.
loved
I'm not
ones.
excusing it at all,
Yeah.
but he really went
I'm
downhill
just saying,
after she died.
today the man tweeted, Hitler is so fresh.
That's crazy.
That was one out, and then there were like a ton more that were super anti-Semitic. Then it was him saying, yes, I'm an anti-Semite, and I'm thrilled to be, like, tripling down and, the same old crap. But I'm sure he just doesn't want to take the cocktail that would make him not do shit like
Well,
that.
someone shoot him with a booty juice.
Yep.
What's the booty juice?
I'll shoot him right in the butt.
Just like with a, like
Like
the
a
straw,
blow
like
dart.
a dart.
Like a blow dart. Yeah.
I'm sure Kim's thought about that a couple times.
If she hasn't, give her my
And he
number.
said he's going to make the daughter into a bigger star than he is. And I was like, he's a child. Please don't say that. Because now I think he probably will. She's just a little kid. Still.
Right.
I mean, I don't even know if she's in high school yet.
I know, I don't think she is. She's not. Yeah.
I have a question. Going back to Kim Kardashian, I think she's in the same position. I don't know who she dates because she's so powerful at this point.
Agree. And she's got 4 kids
Yeah.
by Kanye West.
Right.
So, like, you got to be a lot of man.
Yeah.
And very secure.
Yeah.
And it wasn't Pete Davidson. Who's missing, by the way? Is he still in the...
Oh, yeah. We haven't heard from him.
Right?
I feel like he was making public apperances recently, talking
Those
about his
boys will all
mom.
carry him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those guys have got him.
Yeah.
In a way we never fucking do. We just let our fucking people suffer.
I feel like you and Kim should you both go on the search for a man together.
Yeah, I'd agree.
You guys both, you have the same kind of requirements.
Same. And there's also no one who's good enough for us.
Yeah.
And although Kim is a big Recruso guy, and so we're not politically aligned at the moment, and she's also rolling with Ivanka, which I don't care for. But I don't know that Kim is even, knows what political parties are. I don't think, if you said, what is the ethos of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, I don't think she could answer that question. I think she just goes where dollar signs are. But I didn't know Bezos was a Kiss the Ring guy. I guess I missed that memo.
I missed it too.
I knew about President Elon, who of course I'm also in a beef with.
I know.
Yeah, that.
And I can't wait to run into him. And I will. Someday I'll run into him. And same with Trump. Someday I'll run into him again.
It's just funny because he his claim to fame was PayPal, and then everything you read about it, it's people are no, he kind of almost ruined PayPal.
Yeah.
He really is. I don't know. He's
not a genius. I'm not buying the he's a genius thing. He doesn't have a skill set. He bought a company. He did well. He's in with the other bros. Those trucks are so embarrassing. It's like a used refrigerator. It looks like a refrigerator on its side with wheels. And the light bar is embarrassing because it's like a bad Jedi light bar. And every time I see one, it's just a douche-mobile. And I can't, okay, what if you guys are suggesting maybe I date or be open to dating? What happens when he rolls up in a Cybertruck?
Oh yeah, that's dead and gone.
We can't. You guys, we can't.
But those
Can
guys,
we make a pact, please? To never get in one.
Do you notice that this site? They all kind of have Cybertruck bodies. Someone on TikTok said Elon Musk has an autopsy body. They all kind of have that puffy upper torso.
Don't we
But like weird, they're trying to make gains,
Right.
but the HGH or the T or something
it's
that
not
they're
the right
taking,
concoction.
the concoction is not working. They all look like thumbs.
More ketamine, Elon. More ketamine.
Something. There's like a puffiness about it where
Yeah.
it's like, oh, thank God that.
Well, of course, that shirtless picture of him did him no favors.
Oof.
I know.
Rough.
Doused with water by Larry David and Ari Emanuel. I mean, you can't write it. Oh yeah, I've looked at that picture, and that's who else is in it. Larry David and Ari Emanuel and Elon went on vacation together.
But you know what? We all know.
That's a bummer.
We all know there's one thing that Elon wants, and he'll never have it, and it's something that you have. To be funny.
Oh, I know.
That is true.
He wants it so
He
bad.
does. When Chappelle brought him on stage, it was so embarrassing.
He really wants to be funny, and some people. I don't say this often. I think people can become funny very often but he is proven it's not
Time and
there.
time again.
He
At
cannot
open mic
find
nights.
it. He cannot find it.
No. And he wouldn't know how to make fun of himself, which would be the easiest thing for him to do.
Yeah.
Like that would be, people would be probably extra forgiving if he was trying to be funny about himself. But he doesn't.
That's probably actually what is in the mixture that doesn't make him funny is he takes himself too seriously, and then you can't get over that.
Also being a Nazi.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, when you're doing the Hitler salute, you know,
Twice, not once.
They don't teach that at the groundlings.
No, they don't. Not at any level.
Oh my gosh, Kathy, this is as always.
It's like we're just friends getting together.
I know. This is so
Please
fun.
invite us to your 12
Do I
person
have your
dinner.
personal info?
No,
I don't
we're
think so.
exchanging it now. And everyone has to go see you on your tour.
Go to kathygriffin.com. Follow me on all the social media platforms except X.
I also just found out that My Life on the D-List is on Peacock.
It's on Peacock. I'm so glad people are rediscovering my mom
know.
and dad, who are legends. We're legends.
I am going to be doing a rewatch this week. I just found that out. Kathy, thank you so much for being here. We love you.
First
and
of all, I don't know how to
Sluggies-
add context.
I'll do
I'm
it.
way too famous to know how to do that, but you will.
I will, yeah. Sluggies, we'll see you next week with a brand new episode.
They're trying to
Thank you, ladies. I
terminate
love
the
you,
live
ladies.
stream again and failing again. The domestic terrorist upstairs. I'd bet money Miss 80 plus years is up there. Lady, you're going to prison. Every termination you've told them to perpetrate that they've perpetrated, they'll be joining
The
you.
stock up sale at Safeway
In
and
prison.
Albertsons. Stock up and earn 4 times points
And
at your
Erica
local
will be
store
in
when you purchase
prison.
participating products.
And so
Save
will
on household
Officer Porky
essentials
Pig,
from General
Peekaboo.
Mills,
They'll all be
Kellogg's,
in prison
Philadelphia,
with you.
Quaker, and Tide. Click the offer in the app for
The
event savings
whistleblowers
and
who
look for
testify
participating
against you
items
are
throughout
going
the
to be the only
store.
ones
Shop
that
in
don't go to
store or
prison,
online.
and
Plus,
they're
you
going
can
to
even
get
have your
paid
groceries
in a
delivered
highly
or use
suspect
Drive Up
sum
and
of
Go
them.
to have
Are
your
likely going
groceries
to
brought
take
to
your
your car at
fucking
the
job.
store. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Visit Albertsons or Safeway.com for more details.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
All day. Oh, Mike Lawrence.
Baker, good to see you, my friend.
It's good to be seen. Thank you, Mr. Rogan.
You taking notes already?
I am. He said, good to see you. Yeah, I know. I don't know what I do this.
So
right?
tell everybody what you were doing in the Middle East, because it's pretty crazy.
Oh,
Pretty
thank you.
interesting.
Yeah, thank you for that. Look, it all started with some colleagues of mine from the UK Special Forces Club. And these guys are tremendous, right? But Howard Leadham and some others who came up with an idea. They said, look, we have to do something to help the benevolent fund, which is for the UK Special Forces. It's like Wounded Warriors here in the States. But, and I can say this because I'm a dual citizen with the UK, the British don't tend to be very good at raising money or asking for money for very important causes. So here in the U.S., where you've got 100,000 different groups that are advocating for veterans, over there it's not the case, right? But they have the same need, right? And they have all these wonderful people in their families. So the idea was, what can we do? A big event, something massive that can really help to raise funds and awareness for the Special Forces Benevolent Fund. They came up with this crazy idea at the time, still crazy, to recreate a 1917 epic journey that Lawrence of Arabia did through what was considered the impassable deserts of Saudi and Jordan, to go from essentially northwest Saudi through these impassable deserts and then into Jordan and then down to Aqaba to rout the Turks, who at the time controlled the area. And with a small Arab army led by several sheikhs and Lawrence, they did this trek of about 1,100 kilometers Took them several months because they had to stop along the way. Plus, they were fighting Turks along the way. So we took off in January, mid-January, 5 riders, 10 camels, and an incredible support team. Can
I just stop you there? Is it your first time riding a camel?
Well, we went out in December. Spent about a week and a half. Howard lives out there, as do one of the other fellows. And
so you had to go through camel riding training?
Camel riding training. That's exactly what we did. Oh, God.
What is
So
it
there
like
we are.
riding a camel?
It is not comfortable in any fashion. It's not like a horse. A horse you can fall into sort of a rhythm, and a horse has a much smoother gait. So the camel, basically, all you're trying to do, there's the crew. Wonderful
so
guys,
high.
Howard, James, myself, Tomo. There's Craig in the back. An amazing crew. I've rarely worked with guys that are just so impressive. And again, going with the support team, everybody that was on that group, a small group of 8 or 9 folks.
Why does everybody ride with one leg to the side like that?
It's essentially a comfort issue, and because you'll notice there's those they're not really saddles. They're called shaddads that sit on top of the hump. That's a Saudi shaddad. The Omani shaddad is different. It sits behind the hump and is even less comfortable. And now these things were probably designed some 2,000 years ago, and they've never felt the need to improve them. They're basically just some wood, tied together. And then you try to throw a couple of things on top of this piece of wood to make it comfortable. And I think all the Bedouins and others were laughing at us because we just kept piling blankets on to try to see if we couldn't. It was tough. And so ass blisters are a real thing. And so anyway, that's what you see there. But there's no stirrups on these things. Like a horse, you're riding, you're on the saddle, you got stirrups, and it takes the pressure off your legs. You're just hanging on. So you don't want to ride with one leg on either side because it's just not comfortable. So you hitch your leg over the front, and then you kind of put your leg or your foot behind the other leg.
Is it because they're too wide? Is that why you don't want to ride one leg on the other side, or is it just a ball buster?
I'll tell you, it's a ball buster, particularly if that shaddad shifts and it starts to lean forward, and then suddenly, there's these large dowels in the front, large dowel in the back. They kind of basically look like big wooden dildos on this shaddad, and so if that shaddad shifts forward, as it did on occasion, your package is just jammed against that thing, and you have to cover these guys. Look, I got injured. I had some soft muscle injury, and there's the crew walking through, and I tore some muscles in my rib cage.
Just riding?
No, it was a rather inelegant dismount from the camel, and so I twisted really badly, and then went the other way, and then the next thing you know, I had fucked up some the muscles along my obliques and then rib cage area. And so I spent the next couple of days. We had a team medic, Jed, a wonderful guy, great sense of humor, as did they all. And he eventually got tired of me asking him for painkillers and anti-inflammatories. And so eventually I had to tap out, which was more painful probably than the actual injuries. And the guys just continued to grind it out.
How far was left when you?
I was in the first 25% of the journey, so I had to, and then I went back for the end, for the arrival into Aqaba. There's the whole crew right there. I just can't say enough about these people. Again, 26 days, longer than that, actually a month, out in really bad conditions. People think, it's the deserts, right? Well, it's called the impassable deserts for a reason. Massive sandstorms, freezing temperatures at night, bitter cold, and we were sleeping in one-man tents. And then you'd get up, you'd get the camels ready.
How much supplies did you bring?
Well,
did you have a supply camel?
We had Land Rover did a wonderful job of helping to sponsor this. So they provided vehicles that the support team used to kind of trail and then get ahead and help to establish the next. And we had Howard and Craig had done the recce, so we had the camps mapped out because this is a long trek, 1,100 kilometers, and so they were able to supply and do all the work that kept these guys moving forward. And
imagine doing that without them.
Oh, it would have been it wouldn't have been impossible, but they'd still be out there schlepping. Yeah,
Jesus, you'd have to bring several camels just to carry your food and water.
Yeah, no, it's exactly right.
There's no water out there, right?
No, No, I mean there's
Do you find a spring occasionally.
Yeah, you pass through a handful of areas near small. I mean, when I'm saying small, I mean like there's nothing there. Little tiny village. Maybe there's a mosque, and the mosque would have a water supply, so you could stop and maybe refill, let the camels drink.
Are they getting water from the ground, or are they getting water from? Are they bringing
They're getting
it in
from a well? Yeah, from a well. Okay. So they have. I mean, because talking thousands of years, they figured out where the wells are. And part of this, from 1917, look, the Turks never expected these guys to come from this direction, because who's going to do that?
Right.
And they did it. These guys all did it. I was just honored to be a part of it, even though I had to tap out, which was, goddamn, that was
Jamie, can you show me what that looks like on a map? All right, it's February, and by now, 80% of people have probably abandoned their New Year's resolutions. And it makes sense. Life can get crazy, and all of a sudden, you don't have the time. But one easy habit to stick with is AG1. It's an easy, realistic habit that you can make to benefit your whole body health. AG1 makes hard-to-get micronutrients easy to get and replaces multiple vitamins and supplements with just one scoop. You just mix it in some cold water, take a nice moment in the morning to do your body right. And honestly, it tastes pretty good. It's not easy to pack this many high-quality ingredients with this much nutrient density, but AG1 makes it happen without added sugars or artificial sweeteners ever. AG1 is a great way to invest in your health now and in the long run, which is why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free when you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out. Like what that area looks like?
Yeah, I should have included a map of the route itself.
Where is it? Just tell me where to look.
Look for Al-Waj, Saudi, on the coast, sort of northwest Saudi,
Look at Jamie spelling it correctly and everything.
This guy's crazy. Look at that. He's right there at the top. So we started in Al-Waj, and then there you go. Now click out, and then you start heading north. You start heading northeast. You can see Jordan is up there above that area. You start heading sort of on a diagonal northeast. You pass through all. Just look at it. It's like, what the hell? And you keep going. Eventually, you get, if you zoom out a little bit, so you'll see the border with Jordan. Okay, you go up, you pass, keep going in that direction.
That
then
whole
see,
place looks inhospitable.
There's just not a lot there. Then you come up to where Jordan is. But anyway, at the end of the day, you see Aqaba. We came down through Jordan and into Aqaba, which is at the tip there, right there, which is where the fort was, which is where they routed the Turks, and then eventually that created all sorts of opportunities for the Arab states.
Look at this whole area. There's fucking no green.
No, there's not.
Tiny parcels of semi-green areas.
Yeah. No, there's when I say it's desolate and there's nothing, there's nothing.
Jimmy, zoom back out again. Look how wild that looks. Like, what happened?
So these
doesn't that all look washed out, Jamie? This is all Randall Carlson stuff, right?
Yeah, and we went through the Royal Reserve. The Saudis were very good, and the Jordanians were amazing as well.
Jamie, what were you saying?
In supporting this
basin. Looks like it all washed down.
Yeah, it totally looks like it washed.
Yeah, you'll find like all these wadis that are in there that, it's essentially there's a lot of dried up riverbeds. And the danger is, of course, that there are flash floods on occasion, not very often. But so this thing took place, and they eventually the whole thing ended in Aqaba. Again, the Jordanians couldn't have been greater about supporting this. I think everybody. I know the Bedouins, when we got started, they were staring at us like, "What the hell are you doing?" They couldn't imagine that people would do this willingly, right? For no, especially from their perspective,
soft
no reason.
Americans and Europeans.
Man, I tell you what, I know when I got injured, I know every single one of those damn son of a bitches were laughing. They were like, "What the hell?" And then and they were looking at like our shaddads with all these blankets and furs on them, trying to make it somewhat comfortable.
Those guys must have leather balls.
Yeah, I think, or they just had them removed. I don't know how you do it and you have to trot, right? You can't just walk. Walking was comfortable enough, but you have to cover the distance, right? And the trot on a camel is is not comfortable, right? And so it was, anyway, I just can't say enough good things about these people. But the cause, the UK Special Forces Club Benevolent Fund, if people want to go and read more about this, they can go to, what is it, www.sfc.
That's how old you are. You keep using the W's. Everybody else
I guess I don't have to. So that's 3 W's. And then
Remember used to say that. People used to say HTTP, /.
I still do, because I think that's what you have to do. So it's sfcbf.org. You can go there, you check it out, and if you're so inclined, there's even a button you can click on to donate, even if it's a price of a cup of coffee. If you get enough people putting in the price of a cup of coffee, it makes a huge difference for these people. It was one of those bucket list items that I just can't describe enough.
When you see some of the things that USAID fund, does it get you upset that they don't fund things like this?
Yeah, it really does.
It does me too.
Yeah.
It does me too. It's come on.
Because this is a direct, right? As is Wounded Warriors, as are all the other groups. It's a direct way to help people. And it's not like they've got massive administrative costs, right? Like the government tends to.
Right.
And so no, absolutely, goddamn right. It seems to me, and so we were fortunate to have a lot of corporations that went in on it. There were some that looked at it and goes, okay, so let me see. You're talking about 5 white guys on camels, recreating what we think is it was still sort of the vestiges of that bullshit DEI thing, right? From a corporate perspective.
Right.
So we're like, no, goddammit, it's supporting, veterans. How difficult, and their families. How tough is that to understand? But
you're just taking a difficult trek. It doesn't mean you support colonialism.
Yeah, no, exactly. And by the way,
silly.
the Arab sheikhs led the way, right?
Isn't
it was
crazy,
their effort.
They have to look at things through this lens of who in the furthest left, kookiest perspective is going to be offended by this because it's a bunch of white people in the desert.
Yeah.
If anything, it should give you a perspective on how unbelievably brutal the times were back then.
No, absolutely. And you also think that, honestly, it's just, look at the cause, look at the reason for it, right? But I think we are on the downhill slope of DEI, right? I think the grifters who built up that cottage industry are going to have to be looking for new jobs, because I think most companies are starting to think, you know what, let's get off of this thing.
Yes,
so
I think so too. And I also think that if you look at the overall body of work that they've produced, it's very obvious what many of them are doing. I think there's some genuinely good people that are involved in this that really want to do good work. They're very sensitive, kind souls. They probably grew up rich. But I think there's a lot of grifters too, unfortunately. And the grifters, they've been so egregious and obvious that I think it's turned a lot of people off. Even rational, kind, compassionate, progressive people are like, enough, this is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Especially when you hear like the anti stuff. It's not just like pro whatever you are, it's anti whatever you're not.
Yeah.
And then you realize, okay, this is not rational. This is cult-like thinking, and this is a thing where if you don't agree, the punishment is very grave. Like they'll go after you so hard if you don't agree with them. And then you kind of realize what it is. Like,
and then eventually they start to eat their own.
Yes.
And so
you can never be progressive enough.
No. The mob's always going to turn on no matter who you are and how righteous you pretended to be. And I agree with it. Yeah, good people with good intentions, mixed in. But I think a lot of people saw this as a terrific opportunity, right? And I also think that what it taught me was that, yes, I am racist. I hate elite progressive white people more than I can't stand them. It's the one group that I would say that I just can't stand, because there's something about them, and
I feel sorry for them. I feel like at this point in our culture, the divisions are so fucking crazy, and it's so counter to what America should be standing for, which is a United States, united country, a community, a large group of people that all agree on a few very key rules, one of them being freedom. And I think that
seems logical.
Yeah, we got to stop. All this division is set up not by us. It's set up by world leaders. It's set up by the media. It's set up by the people who benefit from keeping us divided. Most of us agree on a lot. And one of the things you're seeing is like from all these USA disclosures is the mainstream media cannot ever say that anything this administration is doing is positive. So even if they find unbelievable corruption,
right,
and they've found some really wild shit, like what was the $4.7 trillion in untraceable money?
Oh yeah.
I sent that to you, right?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, that was Doge. Was digging through essentially the way that money is audited within the government, and they look at the data sets and how things are divided and how you have to explain what's going on. And the idea is that there's a lack of links to payments, outgoing payments, budget line items. So this payment goes out. What is it for? Right? It would be the same thing if you had I have a business, and in that business you have to know what you're spending your money on, right? That's a logical thing. I'm not a rocket scientist, but what they're saying is that they've well, there you go.
Yeah, here it is. So it's Treasury Access Symbol, TAS, is an identification code linking Treasury payment to a budget line item, standard financial process. In the federal government, the TAS field was optional for $4.7 trillion in payments and was often left blank.
Yeah,
making traceability almost impossible. As of Saturday, this is now a required field, increasing insight into where money is actually going.
It would be like
US
if
Treasury for the great work.
It would be like if I got my monthly reports, my monthly numbers from our finance director, and I looked at it, and there's the outgoing line, so I can see how much money's going out. But there's nothing that links it to where did it go? Did it go to pay a vendor? Did it go to pay rent? Did it go to pay staff?
Who bought a jet?
Yeah, who bought a jet? Yeah. By the way, when a company buys a jet, that's a key fraud indicator.
If a company buys a jet,
if a companies? Not all companies.
UFC bought
not
a jet.
all companies. Let me just make a note of that. UFC jet. No, it's what I mean is obviously it's not like if it's Nike or an established large business.
But you're making so much money, you can buy a jet.
Right. If you've got a business that in a space and it's a growing business or it's a new business or a startup, whatever. A purchase of a jet usually is a fraud indicator on the list of all the fraud indicators.
But you cashed in your meme coin.
Yeah. I'm not cashing mine.
Have you thought about a Mike Baker meme coin yet?
You know what? It's funny you should say that.
It seems like it's legal gambling is what it is. And it seems like even though it's horrible to do and very unethical to dump it, to pump and dump it, it seems like that's legal for some weird reason.
Yeah.
Because I know that's the turmoil around the Haktua coin, and that's the fear about the Trump coin.
Yeah,
and I think, didn't the president of Argentina do a pump and dump as well, allegedly?
Well, allegedly,
What did he do? What did he do, Jamie?
That is getting way messy this week. I wasn't even going to speculate. There's
Tell
all
me.
sorts of shit going on with that.
What do you think's happening?
Puppyzilla had a video come out,
Of course
I think
he did.
late last night.
He's the guy you do not want investigating your shit coin.
Yeah, some guy's admitting to stuff that didn't sound.
They're
legal.
admitting it?
Yeah, I don't. That's where I was like, I didn't even watch the videos yet. I've just seen the stuff on Twitter.
We were trying to figure out as a way to do it where you don't pump and dump it, because anybody can kind of make money now, which is so strange. And we're like, we make a JRE coin. What if we didn't dump it? What if we didn't pump and dump it? Like, what would it be for? How can you just do that?
The regulations have not caught up yet, right? So and you see that any new emerging business industry technology, I think there are people who look and go, oh, there's an opportunity here because regulatory policy hasn't caught up,
right?
And so
Dave Portnoy's been paying attention to all this, and he's been buying coins and tweeting about them and then selling them, and he's been making a lot of money. And he's like, "Am I going to jail? Like, what is this? Because you're making real money. I think didn't he make like $1 million off of one of them?
He's involved in this too now.
It reminds me.
He's involved in what? Which one? The Argentina thing?
That's what I don't know.
Well, fill me in, dog.
I'm trying to find out. I don't like. It's called Libra coin, I think. And I don't know if that's the same as the Argentina coin.
Liberation.
And
I think that's what it is.
Going through like whether or not he knew stuff before, or who told him, and what did he know, and
the Portnoy.
And when did he know it?
Yeah, exactly.
He's pretty careful. Yeah, he's pretty careful. I doubt he did anything illegal.
So.
Also, he's so wealthy, he doesn't have to do anything illegal.
I was gonna say,
But then again, people get fucking crazy greedy.
They do. How much is enough?
Well, they hang out with other billionaires. That's the problem.
Yeah, and you're always comparing yourself to the guy who's got $3 billion. You got $1 billion, and you're not. How the fuck can you have that much money and not be happy? That's the part I don't.
Well, that's
understand.
what it gets weird. But I get it. Like if I hang out with Elon Musk, I feel poor.
So does everybody else on the planet.
Yeah. You know,
he's still the richest
when
guy.
you
right?
meet like really, really rich people, you feel poor, even if you're really wealthy.
Well, that's the funny. That's the funny thing with him. I always think, like right now, the past couple of weeks in particular, it seems like people are just losing their shit and dropping onto the fainting couch over the idea that he's accessing your private information, right? What's he gonna do? He's accessing your private information. You think, okay, well, first of all, I don't think the guy is looking to scam you out of $500, right?
Right, but the argument's good. Like he shouldn't be able to scan your information, but also, is there any evidence that he's doing that? And here's the other question: who else has access to this? Well, it turns out
every company.
Turns out a lot of people have access to this. Even students that are interns who work in the department have access to this.
Yeah, I think what they're doing is
they're making an argument, and it's a good one, right? If you have if he was evil, if you do have this evil billionaire who wants to control the world and has access to everyone's credit card and just steals all your money or does whatever.
Didn't that used to be Jeff Bezos? I thought he was the guy who they were focused on. Who was
they were for a while, but he's just balling. Jeff is just like hanging out on his yacht, bagging his super hot wife. Like he's having a good time.
That sounds a lot better than like chasing government waste and fraud.
Yeah,
frankly.
I remember when Elon Musk was criticizing him for not working hard enough. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What is work for? That guy's got $200 billion. I think you can chill.
Yeah.
When you get $200 billion, then it's time to get that fucking crazy yacht.
Yeah. Once you start launching your own rocket ships.
Yeah, you got a rocket shaped like a dick. You're literally trying to fuck space.
That's Austin Powers.
Yeah, have a good time. Yeah. I like the way Jeff Bezos is doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, but I appreciate the fact that Elon is so psychotic in his drive. It's bizarre, but and also in the face of overwhelming hate.
Oh my God, it is. I mean, part of me finds it very entertaining. Part of me just looks at it and goes, "Oh, you got to." I mean, I think what they're having a problem with is two things: is the messaging and the means of doing this. Right? Everybody, you would think, would agree that you're going to go through government spending with a fine-tooth comb. You're going to find the waste and abuse and fraud. Fantastic, right?
Well, this is one of the things that Clinton ran on,
right?
And implemented during his first term.
Actually implemented, There were
very effectively, by the way, and it was a huge boon to our economy. But it's also
the means were different.
The Democrats were different. That was a different kind of a Democrat. That was the kind of Democrat I would vote for right now. I'd vote for Bill Clinton, despite all the blowjobs and all the crazy shit.
Well, but you weren't involved in that, so
I think that they all did that. I think you get two types of people who want to be president: pussy hounds and warmongers. I prefer pussy hounds.
Well, but you could be both.
Yes, you could be Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
Use both.
Good use of the pronunciation, Genghis.
Well, I'm actually listening to an amazing podcast I'd love to recommend to everybody because Elon recommended it on X, and I've been listening to it. It's fucking great. Fall of Civilizations podcast. They're doing a series on the Mongols right now. Terror in the Steppes. And I am listening to it right now, so that's why I'm saying Genghis correctly.
Okay, no, that's great. All right.
Yeah, they even explain the pronunciation. They explain where it came from and how it got fucked up over the years of translation into languages that didn't have Cheng, and they didn't have that sound, and so Genghis Khan became Genghis Khan. You know, especially when European languages started translating it.
Yeah, that makes everything I know about Khan I learned from Mulan.
Do you know they didn't even fucking know about this whole story until the 1800s? They found a Chinese book, and the Chinese book was written. They thought it was nonsense. They couldn't figure out what it was saying because it was written where the Chinese characters made the Mongol sounds of the words, and so they had to translate it from Chinese to the Mongolian language, and then they realized this was the history of Genghis Khan and the Khan Empire.
Okay, yeah.
It's fucking the secret history of the Mongols. It's fucking amazing. This podcast is fantastic.
Yeah, that does sound great because again, I think when you consider how we're all apparently carrying some of his DNA around.
Not us.
Yeah. Not us.
Not
Not
Europeans.
us.
Mostly
Oh,
Asians,
damn it.
right?
Okay.
Well, I have a little Asian. I mean, I have like 1% Asian.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, 1% Asian. Huh. Close to 2% African. It's like, but I'm from Sicily, my ancestors, and so I think those are the ones that got raped by the Moors. That's in the movie True Romance. Remember?
Oh yeah,
remember that scene? Yeah, Christopher Walken
and Christian Slater. No, not Christian Slater. Christopher Walken.
Who was it with him?
True Romance. There was a whole series of people. Bruce Dern.
Right. Who's laying
Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Hopper.
That's right. Christopher Walken and Dennis Hopper, right? Is that who it was?
Yeah, that's who it was. They had I remember that they had a scene
together.
That
movie's good.
Yeah.
Fuck, that movie's good. That is a great fucking movie.
But yeah, I think if they had come in, if the administration had come in and said, here's what we're going to do. We are going to root out waste and fraud. We're going to go after every dollar that's not spent on behalf of the American public and our national security and advancing American interests, and we're going to do it in this efficient manner. But and again, don't get me wrong. I think sometimes the disruption of fast action is extremely beneficial at times, and sometimes you can't see the benefit until other things happen outside the bubble that we may be looking in. But I think that if they had messaged it a little bit differently, and then with the means, rather than taking a blowtorch to everything, because and again, not saying that it can't be effective, but what I'm saying is that they're losing, I think, important opportunity from a goodwill perspective. And I know they probably don't give a fuck anymore, but all those people who voted for them this time around, gave them that chance that didn't the previous time. They said, "Oh fuck it, I'm so tired with the Biden administration and all this bullshit." They need to see, I think, more stability, less chaos, and I think the Democrats are very good. I think we all thought perhaps that the progressives, the Democrats, were just going to go into a cave and hide, but they're regrouping, right? And they're starting to come
beards.
Back. They're growing beards.
They're all getting on testosterone.
Yeah, that's right. Suddenly, the toxic male is very attractive. Shame they don't have any. But I think that if you give them ammunition, obviously they're going to take advantage of it.
For sure.
I think some of the approach to this, again, not saying it's wrong in the sense of let's find that waste and fraud, but they're giving them opportunities to start firing back.
Who's scoring big in the NBA this year? You are, with all new ways to get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. From monster slams to dishing the rock to cleaning the glass, get behind your favorite players and the prop bets you can make on DraftKings, the home of NBA player props. Plus, for new DraftKings customers, bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Take it to the rack with DraftKings Sportsbook. Every point counts. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Well, I think the problem is they're trying to do it very quickly because they want to get a lot done before the midterms, right? So they only have 24 months to enact real change.
Yeah.
And, did you see Kevin O'Leary talking about on CNN? He was saying they're not doing enough. They should cut more. He's like, if you want to, because he's talking about it from an entrepreneur's perspective, if you're taking over like a failing company that's filled with bloat and waste, and he's like, that is the government. He goes, you got to cut more. He goes, cut everything, cut it all out, and then find out what's necessary and rebuild it from there. Well, I would argue saying it on on CNN, and CNN, they were like, pennies are in a wad.
Oh my God! Well, the 5 people that watch CNN still were probably.
There's probably 20.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, they're all united in their message. Whether it's MSNBC, I watched MSNBC the other day in the gym. Oh my God, it was awesome motivation to work out. because these people looked morbidly obese, and they were given they had this language that they were speaking. It was like almost like they were translating from another language. Like it was all like it didn't make sense. It's like, you know, we're in danger. You know, it was the way they were talking. It's like my people feel like they're in danger, like they're being criminalized. You know, we're being pushed out of society. We're being told we don't exist. And then of course you have to say you're an ally of the LGBTQ+.
You have to be an ally.
They're digging their heels in on all that stuff, though, which is that's not going to win anymore. That's too crazy. Even like kind progressive people realize, like, you know, you've done a weird thing with women's sports. You've done a weird thing with the safety of women in bathrooms, and it's not to say that some of these people who are legitimate trans people who really do just want to use the women's room and be treated like a woman. That's true too, but you open the door for perverts, and you're not admitting that. You open the door, you're just allowing guys with beards and hard dicks to wander around the women's room.
And how tough is it to just have a unisex bathroom, right? Most places, or a lot of places do, right? So you can find
as long as it's not a big bathroom. The problem is a group if it's all single bathrooms, but that's not economically feasible at like a stadium.
Right.
You know, and that's where it becomes a problem. And then it's also this like weird cultural line where we're like, which bathroom do you get to use? Is like this is like a thing in Congress, right? Because there's that one trans person in Congress who, by the way, said that they do not want to use the women's room. So it's not even an issue.
Yeah. No, and I think
notice how I said they.
That was
very good, right?
You're
dance the line.
You're very sensitive. People always say that. How goddamn Rogan is so sensitive. But I think if most folks, right, who are in alternative, you know, lifestyles, whatever, however you want to put it, I think, they just want to get on with it, right? They want to be accepted. They don't want to make, you know, people make a fuss over it. They just want to move on. And then you've got a small minority that just can't seem to get enough attention. And when they can't get enough attention, then they do something, you know, even more wacky.
I think it's a problem with a lot of the people that are quote unquote leftists in general, is that they've been bullied and picked on all their life, and they've been fucked with, and now they have a gang, and now they're going to go fuck with other people.
Yeah, it's not much of a gang, though, is it really?
But it's online. The words,
that's true.
The words they use online, it's like very attacking.
Yeah,
you know, it's like this is like a core aspect of progressives right now online, is that when they're tweeting about stuff, when they're posting about stuff, it's very aggressive and very angry and insulting.
Yeah.
And that this is their way to demean, whether it's Pete Hegseth or Kash Patel or any of these people that are involved, or RFK Jr., any of these people that are involved, in even Tulsi. It's like the way they're doing it. It's like, it's not about policy or agreeing or disagreeing about perspectives or the way they're choosing to govern. It's not that. It's
I think they're angry because for a while, right, the mob rule was working. Right? And everybody, you know, was being, you know, silenced from the bullying or the fear of being bullied. So,
and it lasted for so long.
It lasted for years. Right? You think about it.
It lasted until Elon bought Twitter. Really, realistically.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
If he hadn't done that, and they were all controlled by the left, do you think Facebook would have like loosened up their grip?
No,
I don't think so.
Well, look, Meta, Alphabet, they're all kind of rewriting, toning down their DEI policies, right?
I think that's also because Zuckerberg started doing jiu-jitsu. I really do.
Right? Start taking testosterone.
Yeah, shout out to John Machado.
Yeah.
Jiu-jitsu changed your mind, man. It'll change who you are. You'll realize, like, there's reality in this world.
He's looking a lot more manly.
He does. Looks a lot more manly.
Yeah.
He's got a thick neck now. I think that has a lot to do with it, because you start looking at things from a more libertarian perspective, from a merit-based perspective.
Well, also, you know, you're burning fuel. You're feeling better. You're focused on something other than your own inner angst, or how do you fit in with this? Look, everybody just should be able to live their life.
Absolutely.
And
that's what we all need to concentrate on.
Yeah.
Everybody just live, as long as you're not hurting anybody else with the way you live your life.
Exactly.
Live your life. If you want to wear a dress, God bless you.
Yeah.
God bless everybody. But just be nice. And I think most of the people, the reason why they're not nice is because people have been not nice to them. You know, that's that old expression, hurt people, hurt people.
Yeah.
And the way to fucking unite us is not to keep hurting people. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
No, I think, and it's simple enough. I honestly, I don't care. Someone's got an alternative lifestyle. Now, I don't need to play along with the imaginary idea that a dude's going to have a baby or can,
I like to
breastfeed or whatever.
There's this one TikTok person who trolls.
Oh, God.
And I don't even know if it's a biological woman, because that's one thing that the trans people are very upset with. There's a lot of like really hot OnlyFans girls that are pretending to be trans, and they put like a fake dick in their underwear.
No.
Oh, yeah. And they're like super hot. And so the actual trans people are very upset, and get ready for this. Their argument is, my identity is not a costume for you to wear. Like, wait a minute.
Hold on a second.
Hang on. Because that's a real woman, bro. You're already doing that with her. Like, and like, she's just got a rubber dick in her pants for money.
There really is no. I keep waiting for Jamie to throw one up on the screen. I'm like, oh my God. There's no self-awareness or sense of irony.
So this one lady who's like, I think it's a lady. I think she's a lady who's a troll, and she said that she went to some country and got a chromosome change and a uterus installed, and now she's pregnant. And she like, and I just read the comments, and people are fucking going crazy. There's a bunch of like sub 90 people, IQ people in the comments, just fucking having strokes.
That is the best part when somebody throws some shit out there and people buy into it, right?
Yeah,
and they're like,
yeah. Well, I buy into some of the dumb ones sometimes. I have to send them to Jamie. me and Jamie have to sort out what the fuck is real now. It's so hard to tell. I see things from myself that aren't real. I saw me doing, or I didn't see me. I heard my voice over some narration of something. Of some TikTok story, and I was like, I never saw this. This is not me saying this. It's all done through AI. I'm like, this is crazy.
You're a prime case study for the impact and effects of, and the sort of the downside of AI. Right?
Oh, for sure, with my voice.
Yeah.
I guess now with video as well. If you wanted to have a podcast video of me doing something.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty wild now that, we have a little bit of a problem where a bunch of people are selling like cheap things online and using my voice, and we have to get them removed.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's just opportunists are taking advantage. I'm selling protein powders that I've never seen before, all that kind of shit.
Right.
They're doing that with my voice.
There's very few. We've talked about it before. There's very few because the idea was always sort of detection, right? Okay, we got to create better systems to detect deep fakes.
Right.
But now I think the focus has rightly shifted from sort of the detection to more proactive protection of material, right? So get it at the moment of creation, embed the ability within the video clip, the audio clip, whatever, to show that you've got proof of whatever you want to call it, reality, credibility, authenticity. And that's the way it's all going, because you just can't keep up if all you're doing is trying to create better systems to detect deep fakes. It's a losing game, right? It's like battling terrorists, because you're coming up with an idea to prevent a terrorist attack based on the last terrorist attack, and they're on to something else, right? So it's an interesting world. There's not that many companies out there that are doing a great job of it, but there are some.
It's going to get to a point where it's impossible to tell. And I think that's not far away.
I think we're there.
Yeah,
honestly,
it's pretty close.
Most people aren't curious, right? Most people are, or they don't have time, or they're not cynical, right? And so most people are willing to look at something and go, unless it's just clearly bullshit. But for the most part, if it's a half decent fake, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think most people will accept it and move on. Right?
I like the ones that they're obvious. They're really good, but they're obvious fakes.
Yeah,
like, did you see the one with Kamala Harris after she lost the presidency? She's wearing a bikini top, walking with a beer. It says unemployed.
Yeah. That's good.
But it's obvious that it's not real.
Yeah.
So it's okay. Like the ones where Trump's playing the guitar, and then there's all these other people, like Putin's in the background with the drums. Have you seen that one?
That is good. There's one where I don't think I've seen the one with him playing the drums, but I've seen them where there's a whole series of world leaders, and they're in a ballad together.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Yeah, the one with Trump playing guitar. It's Fortunate Son, right? It is, right? I think it's on my Instagram, right?
Creedence Clearwater
It's
Revival.
so good, and it's obviously fake.
Yeah,
that's why I like it. It's like it's not tricking me, but I'm like, wow, that's really good.
Right. It's interesting. I mean, again, talking about regulatory policy not catching up. I mean, what do you do, right? I mean, like if you were in Europe, right, you could be fined and jailed, right, for in a case for like pushing something that's disinformation or whatever, or you're just goofing, right?
Yeah,
but
you can't goof,
but you can't. You know, if it's an obvious, to your point, if it's an obvious goof, then okay, you can probably get away with it. Maybe not if you're in Germany or somewhere, but
Germany's going crazy.
They are going crazy, and they weren't happy with J.D. Vance's speech. I'll tell you that much.
I wonder why.
Nobody in the EU was happy. The head of the Munich Security Conference literally cried after the speech when they were addressing EU leaders following the speech, right, talking about the impact and what it might have meant for U.S.-EU relations and everything. Literally tears being shed over J.D. Vance's speech.
What was it about his speech in particular that was offensive?
Well, I think what they were anticipating at the Munich Security Conference was he was going to come in and he was going to talk about, obviously, the number one topic on the table for them was Ukraine. Right? And, where are we going with that? Because obviously the EU leaders are now very concerned about U.S. commitment to NATO. What is the Trump administration, planning on doing in terms of further support for Ukraine, really further support for NATO? They looking to distance themselves. And Vance instead came in and didn't really focus on any of that shit. He turned it onto the European Union and to EU countries and the UK in particular, talking about how their biggest threat isn't necessarily Russia or China. Their biggest threat is what they're doing to themselves in terms of suppressing free speech from all the various groups out there, including conservative groups, far left, whatever, determining that this type of speech is illegal. We're going to pursue you. We're going to fine you. We're going to jail you. Armed raids against people that are pushing content online. So he made
including anti-immigrant content.
But to be fair, right? I mean, most of Europe at this point is pretty fed up with the immigration policies that their leaders
Which is why they want to suppress the dissent online.
Exactly.
They're not doing it because they genuinely think this is a moral and ethical thing to do. They're doing it because they sense an uprising.
Yeah, and they rightly should. Look, Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, he's not getting reelected. And their election is coming up here shortly.
Yeah.
And so he's not. It's not going to happen for him. So I think, they're rightly, not rightly, but they are concerned about their own political power. That's
what it is, and that's what people need to understand.
It's not rocket science.
It's not that the Europeans are the kinder, more progressive. No, they understand that it's coming, and they want to do everything they can to stop it because most people are fed up. Most people just want to be left the fuck alone.
Yeah.
And if you tell them that they can't put a flag meme on one of their Facebook pages or they get arrested, which is what happened in Germany.
Yeah, or talk about, so if you talk about the immigration problem and you say, look, we got to stop this, we got to, maybe secure borders. If you talk about the Ukraine war and say, I don't think we should be supporting, dumping more resource into Ukraine, all those things, or reproductive rights, if you're on the wrong side of that from a European perspective, they're coming after you. And so that's what J.D. Vance came after. He turned the tables on them and focused on that. And that was, A, it was completely unexpected. And B, I think, the reality of it, the fact that it's truthful, I think upset a lot of them.
It's truthful, and it also appeals to their citizens. That's the thing. The citizens say, this is the way we want our government to talk.
Yeah. And I think it's funny because a lot of people there's a lot of people on social media right now going, oh my God, you don't realize how hated, you are now as Americans, and the U.S. is so hated. And I think, look, I spent most of my time overseas, right? And most people are going, yeah, it seems like it's common sense. You guys are finally coming around, right? And so I don't think they're going to win the argument that somehow the U.S. is more hated. Look, we've been hated in a variety of locations.
But we definitely are hated in Canada right now.
Oh, yeah.
The hockey game. They were booing the national anthem so hard. They get in 3 fights in the first 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we kick Canada's ass. Sorry, Canada. In Canada. It's not good because that's their fucking sport. That's basically their only shot at beating us at anything.
Yeah. Well, curling.
They might be able to win at that. But if we practice it, we'd be better at that too.
Yeah.
Like they make great mixed martial arts fighters. One of the greatest of all time, George St. Pierre's from Canada.
Yeah.
But after that,
let me think.
Get your football team. Come fuck with America.
I'm trying to think of other things that I could throw out there.
Yeah. Then maybe baseball. They got Blue Jays really good.
Molson.
Yeah, they have strong beer.
Yeah,
they have great people. I love Canada. I love the people.
Likewise,
It's just they're too nice and they let communists run their country.
Yeah.
And that guy's a communist.
Well, it is one of those moments where you think, okay, I understand, I get your point. You know, the talk about turning Canada into a 51st state.
That's a little crazy.
That's a little crazy. It's a little crazy.
He's serious. He told me on the phone he was serious.
Yeah. Well,
at first I was joking around, but then I was thinking maybe it's not a bad idea. Now I think he keeps talking to him. He refers to him as Governor Trudeau. It's so funny.
You know what I love is like I was just out in the Middle East for some things, including the amazing trek with the guys from the SF Club, and it was right during the period of time when President Trump announced his idea during that press conference with Netanyahu about, look, we're gonna own, the U.S. is gonna own Gaza.
Did you see the look on Netanyahu's face when he was saying that?
Yes, which
Netanyahu's
was priceless.
Like, what in the fuck?
I know. And
did I get into?
And now you know what they're all doing. The Israeli cabinet is fully on board with the idea, in part because I think they understand that, okay, look, this is probably not going to happen, but if we take this position, right, it's going to create chaos. It's going to create some movement, right? Maybe that leads to something of interest. And I think when being out in the Middle East, when that idea came out and hearing some of the responses from people out there was amazing. But what I like about it, look, you're not going to move 2.3 million Palestinians out of Gaza, right? Because none of the Arab states want them. The Egyptians have fought against this idea for years and years and years.
That's a good point, and some that maybe a lot of people aren't aware of, is that the wall on the side of Egypt is way bigger than the wall on the side of Israel.
Yeah.
That is an impenetrable wall that's heavily guarded. They do not want Palestinians coming into Egypt, which is kind of crazy.
Well, from their perspective, look, it's a security issue, and there's a lot of Palestinian refugees in Jordan, so it's not like Jordan hasn't tried to do their part. But they also, what are they going to do? Absorb another 2 million Palestinians? No. So the problem from an operational perspective is it's unlikely to happen, right? And also, do you really want the U.S. buying and owning Gaza, right? And then being out there, you think that the cost of supporting Ukraine is high. Wait till you see what the cost of not only the reconstruction, but the security of the reconstruction, right? What that's going to mean. You think there was a boon in private security contractors during the Iraq incursions? This will make that look like nothing.
Right.
So
they got to guard their investments.
Exactly. So the costs involved, the potential for just never-ending trouble. But what I do like about it is, look, now the Arab states are responding by having a summit, right? They're having a summit at the end of this month, and they've been having little mini discussions amongst themselves. But all the key players in the area are now meeting to discuss what's an alternative, right? What is the way to make this happen? And it's not going to be by the U.S. owning it and building the Riviera, right, or a series of casinos. But the Arab states are having to react, and so what that means is nothing's worked beforehand, right? Nothing in terms of the two-state, option, other security agreements, peace agreements that have held for some period of time and then fallen apart. None of that shit's worked. So I think the sort of the disruptive aspect of sometimes of what Trump does, even though you may look at the idea on the surface and go, it's not going to work, you have these other effects, right? So now you've got the Arab states having to respond, coming up with these ideas. They're already, over the past couple of days, saying, well, Hamas can't play a role. If you had said that a year ago, Egypt and Qatar and some of these other Arab states out there would have gotten on board with the idea that Hamas has got to go, that wouldn't have happened, right? I mean, before the 7 October attacks.
Right. They're also talking about rebuilding it themselves. Mm-hmm. They're like, well, we'll do it. We'll do it. Just back off. Yeah. We'll do it. We'll take care of it.
Which is great.
And that's when they have to say Hamas can't be a part of it.
Right. That's because they know what the problem is. And they haven't been willing to admit it before, but because the Trump administration has thrown stuff at the wall, right, to see what sticks, they've got to respond. And so now they're coming up with these ideas. Look, Hamas, they are a shell of what they were, right? But they're still supported by the Iranian regime, which is a big problem, right? And the Iranian regime, do you think they don't want peace? They don't want stability, right? That's not in the books. One of the benefits from their perspective of the 7 October attacks was that it completely scuttled the normalization talks that were going on between Saudi and Israel and the U.S. at the time. So, they're gonna continue to be a problem, but Hamas, is now kind of on its back foot. The Palestinian Authority is saying, well, we'll come in and we'll govern Gaza. Well, the Israelis are saying, no, that's not going to happen either because you guys are, peas in a pod, right? And Palestinian Authority has a program where they actually pay the families of people who kill Israelis, right? It's called the pay to slay program.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what it's called?
Yeah. Pay to slay.
How much do you get paid?
You know what? I'm not sure what the going rate is now, but for out there, it's a payment, ongoing payments to families who have family members who have attacked, wounded, or killed Israelis. And so, that plus, other ties between Hamas and the PA. And look, there's been animosity, obviously. Hamas drove the Palestinian Authority out of Gaza years ago. But, the Israelis see it as the same. And so, my point being is the Arab states are now reacting, and you could end up with something that actually works as opposed to all the bullshit in the past that never did work and always it continued to provide nothing for the Palestinian people. And if you say, look, all this is about is we want the Palestinians to live a better life, then you should want new ideas thrown at the wall, right? And you should want something that eventually is going to work. And from a U.S. perspective, you should want something where the Arab states actually take it on board themselves.
There's also a problem with the reality of the region at this point, right? It's like, what do you want to happen to that area? Because someone has to rebuild it. Look, absolutely, Israel shouldn't have done what they did and kill who knows how many innocent people and literally destroy most of the buildings there. We all can agree that's a horrible thing, but it's done. So now what?
Yeah, and we can also agree that it was not. Look, yeah, I agree. It was a very aggressive action. I would argue that the U.S. would engage in that same aggressive action if we had a proportionate, attack
from Mexico. Or something like that.
So, or Canada.
Right.
Goddamn Canadians. They're plotting something. I just know it. So if so that's true. But again, it was a war that Hamas started. Right? I think you have to go back to the beginning of this one. And yes, there's fault on both sides, of course. But Hamas now at times has been acting like the aggrieved party. Right?
It's fuck around and find out in the worst way possible.
Yeah,
that's what it is. I mean, they gave Israel the green light to just go ham, and now when you see the overhead drone footage of what Gaza looks like now, it's hard to even believe that it's real. Everything's gone.
Yeah, which I get it. I mean, from a real estate developer's perspective, I'm sure he's seen overhead imagery.
Turn it into the Mediterranean of the Middle East.
This looks like a demolition site. So let's clear it out.
The real question is, if that doesn't, okay, then what?
Then
if you don't want that to happen, then what? If the United States doesn't take it over, or who should, and what do you do with it? And how do you get the money to rebuild it? And where does it come from? And how do you do it? Who do you bring in to rebuild it? Who governs it? How does that work? Who gets what building? How does it work?
Yeah.
It's a very complicated thing when you destroy an entire fucking city.
Yeah.
Which is see if you can find some of that overhead footage.
And when you're talking about moving out 2.3 million people to other areas.
Yeah.
But I think again the answer is that the Arab states have to take this on. Right, they finally have to address this issue. They've used some of them have used the Palestinian issue to their own devices.
Here it is.
Without doing anything to the benefit of the Palestinians.
Look at this footage. This is unbelievable. I mean, this looks like they got hit with an asteroid.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. It's just insane.
Yeah.
It's insane to see.
Yeah.
Dave Smith had a very good take on this. He was on one of those Piers Morgan, everybody yells at everybody panels, which are really fun for about 5 minutes. But let me send Jamie what Dave said. Because Dave had, in my opinion, the best take on this. Where it's like, you see, you're like, okay, yeah, that's correct. This is the way to look at it, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's like,
again, I think unless, I don't know who would be on board, take it from, beyond this sort of the initial sentence of the U.S. will take ownership.
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
I'm guessing this is it. I don't know if
Is that Dean Cain on the right? No.
Yeah.
It is?
Yes. it is.
Superman.
I don't know if this is the right brand. I didn't click it from you. I'll click
Yeah.
the one you sent if you just said.
Yeah, click the one I sent. It's probably the same one.
Sometimes I love these Pierce Morgan panels. You never know who you're going to show up in one of those boxes. And it's a bizarre mix of people.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just like the commentary for Wimbledon where we just don't say anything.
Pictures of Gaza? Are you telling me there were Hamas missiles in every single one of those buildings? That's the entirety of the story, is that Israel just had to blow up this building, which, by the way, still I don't think would be morally justified. But, like, come on, man. Look, like, it's just, again, even to Dean's point, I always find this fascinating because somehow Americans could say this about the people in Hamas and go, like, you know, like you said, yeah, I wouldn't like to be kicked out of my neighborhood, but if my government had done October 7th, I'd accept it. Your government, Dean, destroyed Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, the drone bombing campaign in Pakistan. So, like, can you get kicked out of your house now? Is it not ethnic cleansing if we were to kick you out of your neighborhood? This is so ridiculous that we impose these standards on these poor people that we would never dream of holding ourselves to that standard. It logically makes absolutely no sense. And it doesn't really matter what Hamas's approval rating is, in the same way that it doesn't matter that George W. Bush had record high approval ratings. That doesn't mean that the innocent civilians of the United States of America are fair game, and neither should any other group of civilians.
Okay. Perfectly said.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, if you could do surgical strikes and do nothing but kill Hamas terrorists, great.
Yeah.
Right? But, you know, that's not the real world. Dave's talking about a world that we don't exist in, right? I would argue. Like, and this is where we would differ. I like Dave Smith a lot, and I think he's incredibly intelligent. But, you know, we fundamentally look at things sometimes in a different worldview because of our experiences, right? And my experience has been dealing with a lot of hostile actors who, you know, you may look at and think, okay, well, can't we just, I don't say we'll get along, but they exist and we exist, and do we really, that's not the world we work in, right? And urban combat is really ugly. It's not dismissing, you know, the horrific nature of it and the fact that, yeah, sure, in a perfect world, it's morally repugnant, and it is, you know, but it's the world that we live in. So I think, okay, on one hand, I get what he's saying, and I don't disagree on that moral side of things. But, you know, from my background, I don't tend to live in that world. I tend to live in sort of the operational side of things. And, you know, sometimes you have to do things that are not good.
But even as extreme as that?
Well, yeah.
That's the thing. It's so extreme.
Oh, I know. And I don't disagree. And they have, they went above and beyond. There's no doubt about it. But to my point, and I think to kind of what he was saying, look, we, you know, if we did after 9/11, right, and we went above and beyond, you know, from a proportionate standpoint, and we felt certainly justified in doing it, right? We did. I mean, America finally came together as a group, right, as opposed to sort of the partisan way that we live now. But
we were justified based on a lie, which is even crazy because they used that justification and went after a group of people that had nothing to do with it. Based on a lie of weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
Which is even crazier, right?
Yeah.
We went to a completely different country.
Yeah. Well, I think Hamas also, you know, these are disjointed statements, and I'm not really tying it all together very well at all. But you know, there's also this element that Hamas doesn't give a shit about the Palestinian citizens, right? The civilians, I mean. And, you know, if they did, they wouldn't conduct their operations. Their methodology would be different, right? They wouldn't bury themselves in their operations and their command centers and everything that they do, right? Their depots, their missile weapons supply centers within the public environment, right? They just wouldn't, right?
Well, they probably never expected this.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's no way they would have done October 7th if they expected this response.
Well, there's no way that the Iranian regime, I think, would have allowed them to do this if they anticipated they would get this sort of response. So I think you're right. But you know, and again, you know, this is the problem. People only hear what they want to hear, right? So they hear me say from an operational perspective, I understand that they had an aggressive response. But then they stopped listening, right? So what I'm saying is, was it over the top? Well, yes, it was over the top. And could they have been more surgical about this? Well, yes, they certainly could have. Could they have prevented some loss of civilian life? Well, yes. Would that have been difficult? Well, yes. Why? Because Hamas puts themselves in the center of civilian life there. They know this is what's going to happen. This is their currency. Dead Palestinians, that drives their narrative. And they always know it's going to turn against the Israelis as we're having these discussions. That's what happens. And they've got enough of a track record to know that's what's going to happen. So they use it to their advantage. But, again, it doesn't excuse the killing. I keep coming back to that same thing. You could have, disparate multiple, thoughts in your head at the same time, right? You can feel bad about that. And at the same time, you can go, yeah, it was fucked up what they did on 7 October. You're going to go after Hamas. And then what you're going to find is urban combat is really, really fucking ugly, right? And you're going to have casualties that you really, really regret having. Were there more than needed? I would say yes. They didn't need the extent of their response. But I understand their mindset for why they went so hard after Hamas. This is decades and decades, built up saying no more, right? We can't put up with this anymore. Now, again, the problem is, the problem is not that it's not really Hamas. I keep coming back to the same thing. The problem is that the instigator of all this trouble, the instigator of the vast majority of chaos and instability and violence and death in that region is the Iranian regime. Most Arab states will agree to that. Maybe not the Yemenis, right? But most of those Arab states are not going to be sad to see the Iranian regime fall for this very reason. Everybody wants a better life, right? However they perceive it. The Iranian regime, the mullahs and the IRGC, they've got a stated objective, and they are pursuing that. As long as those people are in charge, right? Ultimately, we're not going to get a big sea change here. We're not going to get a huge shift in the way things go. But if you want a better life, then you got to look to the whatever you want to call it, the head of the snake or the top of the mountain. There they are, the Iranian regime driving a lot of this chaos. So anyway, I'm getting away from the point, but I don't disagree with Dave. I always like a lot of the things that he says. I just think that we come at it sometimes from a much different perspective. I don't tend to believe that the world is full of good actors who are just trying to create a community of nations. I don't think that's his perspective either. I'm not putting it well, but I think what I mean is that it's not. I was having a conversation the other day, and it was about U.S. involvement in a variety of groups, activities, associations over the years, looking to topple governments, looking to change, the direction of a government, all the nefarious things that the CIA has been accused of over the years. And I was like, well, goddamn, what did you expect? Of course, that's what we're doing, right? Of course, we're trying to influence hearts and minds. Of course, we're infiltrating organizations to try to influence the direction of the government. That you go all the way back to the Cold War, right? We were convinced the Russians or the Soviets were going to blow us to hell, right? Of course, we're going to be doing a variety of things. You want a government over there that's more friendly to you? Okay, how are we going to go about doing that, right? If that means VOA or Voice of America, or that means infiltrating some organization that's going to try to win them, yeah. So, is that morally repugnant? I don't know.
You think it's necessary?
I think I think it's understandable, and I think also.
Imagine a world without that.
Yeah.
So if that is a vacuum, and we stop doing that entirely altogether, does that vacuum get filled up by another power?
Yeah.
This is the problem, right?
That's the problem, is that we don't live in a world of benign nations who, like, if we're not the police, at the top of the food chain, nobody needs to be there. Someone's going to fill that gap, and you know what? Maybe I'm wrong, but I've been around a long time, and I've spent most of it overseas in unusual places. We make a lot of mistakes as a country. It's a human endeavor, but we do try to correct, and it can take time, right? It can take a lot of time. We make a lot of mistakes, of course we do, but I've seen a lot of players out there, and I'd rather have us and our allies trying to direct traffic rather than some of the hostile actors that are out there.
This is the best case scenario perspective. Worst case scenario perspective is that these policy changes that we are initiating and that we are influencing is for corporations to make more money. It's to control resources and to control areas and to make things friendlier for business. That's the worst case scenario is this is done
Well, that's
in a
what
mercenary fashion.
Yeah.
But is that?
But that's what
just,
I mean. That's what
But is that
the
just
Chinese
sure,
regime.
right.
That's what. And
But
I
is
would
that?
argue,
But here's my question:
Yeah,
is that just what happens? Like when you do have the ability to control other regimes, isn't it almost? Doesn't it almost logical that you're going to need a lot of money and you're going to need a lot of influence to do that, and so there's going to be a bunch of people that say, actually, we could use some of those minerals. Actually, that natural gas is very valuable.
Right.
Actually, if we could destabilize Russia's energy systems and pump up Ukraine's and control it, that'd be pretty good. And so then we start initiating things, and we start the coup in Ukraine in 2014 and a bunch of different things. We started helping things along that would benefit us both geopolitically, but also geopolitically in the sense that like you're controlling the geology of the land, which is the real term, geopolitical, right?
Yeah.
That's the real term, right? Doesn't it have to do with like controlling regions?
Well, sure. Yeah, and I think that it's you're talking about national self-interest.
Right.
I think in the world that we actually live in, every country is acting in its own self-interest. So
but then it's also national self-interest that's kind of prostituted by corporations. This is what people are worried about, is that we engage in certain activity that's avoidable simply for profit.
Yes, absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think, look,
it's just what happens when you have a system like this, right? When you can influence foreign governments and you do have enormous amounts of resources and you do have the ability to change things and install a government that's more friendly to.
But if you're not going to do that, let me go back to I'll go to the Cold War, because that's probably our best example of what happens when you, because you actually had, it wasn't just a unipolar world, right? You had the Soviets and you had the U.S. Yes, there was concern over life itself. There was this concern over mutual destruction. But there was concern over influence. So the Soviets were busy in a variety of places. Let's pick Africa, right? So in the mid to late 50s, right, as Africa was moving, clearly, strongly away from colonialism, right, and independent states started, sprouting up, then there was this concern over, well, okay, the old colonial era is gone. Right, the Belgians aren't going to own the Congo, as an example. The Congo is rich in resources, right? Uranium, cobalt, diamonds, obviously. But let's take uranium. The Belgians were running Congo when we were developing the bomb, and almost all that uranium came from the Congo, right? So that's a good example of the U.S. looking and saying, okay, are the Belgians, good stewards of the Congo? Well, no, right? They were enslaving people and having them work in the uranium mines. And we were taking that uranium and using it to build the bomb, the Manhattan Project. Now, all those years later, the Congo, realized its independence, Patrice Lumumba and all the rest of that history, but now the Congo is wrapped up in conflict still. Why is it still in conflict? Because of its minerals. Cobalt now is the key, right? Uranium you can get from a variety of places, Australia and elsewhere, Kazakhstan, and a variety of other locations. But cobalt, they've got maybe 60%, don't quote me on that, but I think it's about that, of the world's cobalt supplies. What do you need cobalt for? Well, electric vehicles, batteries.
Yeah.
So now the Eastern Congo is still in conflict. That place is a mess. So if it's not the poorest, it's like the second or third poorest country in the world.
And isn't most of those mines, they controlled by China?
Well, a lot of them are controlled on the eastern side by militias, right? Congo's been a difficult place for everybody to try to wrap up licensing agreements, right? But, you've got 100 plus militias out there vying for control because it's money, right? And so I guess my point is it's good you brought up China, because yes, they've been busy trying to lock up a variety of locations in terms of critical minerals, and they've got a monopoly on refining those minerals, essentially at this point in time. But I just think it's maybe what I'm surprised by, because I'm so fucking cynical, is, you know, the idea when you say, you know, it's corporate interests, it's government interests, it's self-interest of a nation, you know, to pursue and do these things. I'll be honest with you, I look at it and go, well, yeah, of course it is. I don't know any other world, right? I don't know that we're not going to walk that dog back over, you know, a couple thousand years. You know, people have been doing the same fucking thing all human existence, I would argue.
Right.
So I just kind of look at it, and I, you know, maybe because I'm not wired that way, I don't sit around and go, that's fucking wrong, we have to rail against this. Yeah, I'm a very simple person, so I look at it and go, yeah, that's how it works. And goddamn right, I'd rather be on the top of the heap than, you know, not. And, you know, as long as we're...
So this is like a pragmatic perspective,
I guess,
based on your experience overseas and your understanding of how these things are done, is that if we don't do something, if we don't act in some way to influence these governments and control these regions and do whatever we can to make sure that our interests are being, that we are the ones that are kind of directing the way things go.
Right. I would rather be directing how things are going than not. And
and those are the two options.
I think those are the two options, because we're not going to live as a community of nations. What are we going to do? I mean, you know, hold hands and say, okay, everybody's going to live as a collective, right?
Right.
Which, you know, so I know that you know, and I'm sure there's all sorts of flaws in the way that I'm thinking, but I'm a very simple person. When I was in operations, you tell me what to do, I'll do it, right? I never sat around and got angsty about anything, because I just didn't see any point in it. And so,
again, pragmatic.
You know, yeah, or just being a douchebag.
Well, there's a lot of people listening that probably come to that conclusion.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah, but this is the reality of that job, right? And this is the reality of international relations.
Yeah, I just, you know, and look, I'll tell you something. Look, there are people over the years. I think, you know, the CIA leadership at times over the years. I'm talking, you know, all the way back to World War II and, you know, beyond, certainly during the Cold War. Alan Dulles is a good example of that, where, you know, they legitimately would sit around and say, well, you know, as far as I know, we're not in the business of overthrowing countries, you know, and you think, like, well, that's bullshit. Of course, that's what, you know, we're trying to do. We're trying to influence countries because we want them on our side. We want to create friendly governments that, yes, will be beneficial to our national security, our economic interests, all those things. So I've always been puzzled also by people who try to minimize that, in a sense, right? I mean, you know, if you're doing something, then, God damn it, maybe own up to it. It's like John Brennan, who was a director at the agency, right? He's a relatively well-known former CIA official for a handful of reasons. He was very tight in the Obama administration. But he said one time, I forget what year it was, but anyway, he talked about the business of the CIA. He says, we don't steal secrets. God damn it, of course we steal secrets. That's the point of the exercise, right? You think the FSB or the Chinese intel apparatus isn't stealing secrets? What the fuck?
Why was he saying that?
Oh, he's trying, you know, it's a kinder, gentler nation, right? He's trying to, like, sugarcoat, you know, that was a laughable statement, right?
Well, why would you say something that's objectively true?
I have no idea. Well, I mean, because, again,
or objectively false, I should say.
Maybe it's the world you want to live in, you know, instead of the one that we actually do have.
Right, but when you're doing it publicly, that's not what you're doing. It's a PR exercise.
It's
right?
a PR exercise.
You're kind of pretending that we're different than what we are.
Yeah, or you're trying to convince yourself. Who knows? Yeah. I don't understand the thinking. I just know what he said. But I think it's an interesting comment from, you know, the director of an intelligence organization, you know, that is in the business of stealing secrets.
So I'm sure you've seen Mike Benn's take on USAID and what USAID was really all about. And his perspective is that it's for everything that's too dirty for the CIA. You send USAID. Do you think there can be a rational argument, though, that a lot of these things that seem ridiculous, like sending all this money to influence the votes in Pakistan or in India, and then we look at it like, why are we spending $21 million on education here and $2 million there? And that these things are actually beneficial to the United States as a whole, because even though we're spending exorbitant amounts of money, the results we're getting is we are maintaining peace by being in control of certain areas where someone else would come over, and then you'd get a regime that's not friendly to our interests.
Yeah. Look, I mean, USAID traditionally, like, they were set up during the Kennedy administration as as an independent organization, right? Because at the time, I think that the thinking was, and they're not the only one that's set up as an independent agency, but at the time the thinking was we don't want it to be seen as like the U.S. administration is picking and choosing and driving sort of where the money's going, which again is kind of a strange way of doing things, right? It's coming from the fucking U.S. government, right? So people aren't going to parse words or discern somehow that, okay, well, it's an independent agency, so I guess it's not really what the administration wants, it's what the USAID wants. So, is it, were dollars going into programs that the idea was, can we turn this country around? Can we change? Who's in charge? Is it Lumumba? Is it Sukarno? Is it, God, pick any number of folks during that period of time, and create a government that's more friendly to our interests? Again, I look at that and go, well, yeah. Is USAID also projecting whatever they call it, soft power, diplomatic power? Well, sure. And that's another way of phrasing it, I suppose. Were they also doing things like feeding the poor, providing medicines out there, doing actually legitimate things that I think sometimes people in a righteous world are like, well, that's exactly what they should be doing. Well, yeah, they should be doing that. We should be. The USAID's got a lot of important programs that they run, right, that actually help people around the world who don't have many options. So
I think what the perspective of this administration has stated is that they're going to review all these programs and keep the useful ones.
Yes.
And I think they're going to run it through the State Department, right? Is that
they're going to run it? Yeah, they're going to slim it down. They've already started. It'll be run through the State Department. Great idea, right? Take off that veil. Don't pretend, right? I mean, this it's a U.S. government agency. What do you that people are going to assume? Some people will assume the worst no matter what, right? But yeah, fine. Again, under the same theory that what you do is you go in and you say, we're going to go through every program. We're going to keep the ones that are important. And I would argue that's food aid, health aid, whatever it may be. And shit can all those others that aren't, being really helpful.
You mean like the $251 million on transgender animal studies?
Yeah, is that helpful or not?
Well, they have to figure out how to do those operations.
Yeah, no, I think that, yeah. So is there waste in there? Of course, there's waste, and are there programs in there that were designed?
So it's the baby with the bathwater. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the point. Is I think going in there and calling it all waste and fraud and a criminal organization, I think is not the right messaging. I think that the American public would be fully on board if you simply said, we're going through, we're going to find the waste, we're going to focus on those programs that help people around the world legitimately.
But I think the problem is the people that are opposed to this administration are never going to see the good in anything that comes out, even if it does uncover undeniable fraud. Yeah. I think we're just so dug in now, especially the fog of war post-election, which seems real in this country. This fog of hate on both sides, gloating on the right, and bitterness and anger and hyperbole as to like the extent of what's happening on the left. It's all a constitutional crisis and a destruction of democracy and a real dictator that's in place, and all the things that they feared coming into this election now have come to light in their eyes.
Yeah. No, that is the messaging that's gone out. You can see them coalesce around it. I think the first weeks after the election, there was confusion and they were going through that grief cycle on the left. But now I think you're seeing that they are, coming together on that messaging. I think they're starting to get more focused. They probably understand they'll probably take the House in 2 years. So they're getting their shit together again. But I think that, and on the right side, I think, you'd like to think that, the gloating is a bit unnecessary, right? You focus on getting shit done now.
Not only is it not necessary, it's counterproductive.
It's counterproductive, yeah.
And it just fuels the other side.
Yeah.
It's stupid. It's like this should be a uniting time for our country.
You would think that creating a more efficient government would be a uniting concept, right? And I think it could be But I keep going back to that same thing. I've never been particularly impressed with the messaging, and I get it. When I say that, people always, on the right come after me and go, "Oh God, well that's what makes MAGA MAGA." That's what makes Trump is just and I don't disagree with sort of again the benefits sometimes of being disruptive, but I do think that you can't just look at USAID and say it's a big old criminal organization, right? You should be a little bit more. I mean, Kevin O'Leary, you mentioned him earlier. For all that talk, I guarantee you, if he was, if he had a large company, he wouldn't just shit can everything right off the bat. I know, maybe that's his implication, but
I think he's talking about failing companies.
Failing companies. He would,
when you take over a failing company that's filled with bloat and waste, you cut more out than even you think is necessary, and then you figure out what you need.
But he would go through. There would be a thoughtful initial review phase in a corporate environment. I think I would argue that even he would do that. He's not just going to pull the pin and throw it in the room and say, okay, now let's see what we actually need.
Well, isn't what this administration has done is putting a pause on everything, and then they're doing an audit of things and then a review.
But that's not the way it comes across in part because the media is not, like you said, they're not going to give them a break, right? So even if they said that that's what we're doing and here's how we're doing it, here are the people on the transition team. I mean, who are the people on Elon's Doge team, right? I mean, can you name half a dozen of them?
Big balls.
Big balls. Well, okay. All right, fair enough. There's big balls.
There's the kid who deciphered those scrolls from Pompeii using AI.
Yeah.
Genius. I mean, it's very interesting because the approach is essentially, he's mimicking the approach that Elon used at Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Just you're saying, okay, I'm going to cut out 90% of this and see how it works.
Yeah. I just think that, and again, you got to go after the waste, the fraud. Is there bloat? Of course there's bloat in the government.
So your perspective is that, of course there's waste, of course there's fraud, but if you don't understand international relations, if you don't understand this long tradition of supporting regimes that have our interests in mind, if we don't do that, someone else will.
Mm-hmm.
They'll gain control of these areas. This is just the reality of the world that we live in, and we should be influencing other countries.
Yeah, that's said a lot better than I could say it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying on the international front. On the domestic front, I'm just saying, go through all these organizations, right? But don't give the other side the ammunition to say you guys you're firing useful people, right? I hear this all the time now in the past few weeks. It's like oh my God, they let this entire group of people who are working on women's health issues, and and they're giving them ammunition that they don't need to by virtue of the way that they're going about it. And again, go about it, do it. So all I'm saying is it's the means of which they're doing it. You can accomplish the same task, and you can accomplish it quickly, right? It's not like your review process.
How could you review USAID while this is all going on, while they're still able to spend money? Because they're still able to, if there is corruption, if they're still able to dump a bunch of money into a bunch of different projects and funnel stuff around and move stuff into these areas where it can't be traced, which is apparently where at least some of it goes.
Yeah. I would look, if you're doing a corporate fraud investigation, you don't walk in and say there's fraud everywhere here, right? Where everybody's going. No, you don't. You go in and you do your investigation because you don't know what the iceberg looks like. You don't know what's underneath the surface. So you want to be able to go through it in a methodical way. And if you walk into the World Bank and say we think there's fraud here in this department over here, right? And the World Bank, just as an aside, they have to, if they think there's fraud somewhere, they have to notify the people that they suspect of fraud that they're going to initiate a fraud investigation before they do it, right? How fucked up is that? Pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. So anyway, that gives them a little time. Give them a little time. So, I don't know. Again, I respect the fact that they're actually making the effort. I think that's great. I'm not sure that it's, there's an immovable object in Washington, D.C., made up of lobbyists, defense contractors, self-interested politicians, right? They're all like this, right? And Doge is obviously, bumping up against them, particularly when they start now talking about Pentagon spending. So I guess my point is, it's complex. I don't know that blowing it up and then saying we're going to rebuild it. It's like when Cash Patel or anyone else, for an organization, they talk about the FBI. Let's raise it to the ground and start over. What? You got thousands and thousands of hard work, right? You can't just say, okay, we're suspending 30% of them, right? You got to go through and say, okay, well, where is the problem here?
And is there enough time to do that?
I think
this is the question. Is like, how is this a more time-effective way of confronting the reality of what they're trying to accomplish, which is government efficiency, right? The Department of Government Efficiency. We don't believe that the government is efficient. We do see that there's at least some waste and some fraud, but it's not being chased down. They're going to chase it down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think I would argue that they're going to find this is a years-long process anyway. No matter how much of a jump they get at the starting block, But I think that
well, Mike Benz thinks it's going to take 50, 60 years.
Yeah, I think he's right. I mean, I don't think it's going to take that long. I think if you're persistent about it, and I think your timeline is that you mentioned the midterms, that would be my focus. Right, I want to get it well done before the midterm elections, right? Because I'm be concerned about losing the House. So you've got that runway to work with, then go. But don't feel like you got to get it done in the first 4 weeks.
Right. So there's a lot of messaging that you hear online that you got to kind of decipher, and one of them is the price of eggs. For whatever reason, the price of eggs is a big one that gets bandied about. People need to understand what the price of eggs is all about. Well, one of the things is they killed a lot of chickens during the Biden administration because of this bird flu thing.
Right.
So they killed millions of chickens because the fear is that these chickens it's gonna hop over to people. And right now, I think it's only in geese and ducks. Is that correct?
Did it move to cattle?
I think it has in some cases moved to cattle.
Yeah.
But the question is like what happens? Is that treatable with antibiotics? Is this overblown? Like what is the actual reality of this pandemic, so to speak? Right. But this is why egg prices are so high. But then, unfortunately, it becomes a political talking point. So it's hard to get to the bottom of it because you're just trying to use it to cast blame. So they're trying to blame this administration on the price of eggs. They're fucking up. Regular people are going to starve. And
Yeah. Look, he's been in office for 23 days. Egg prices haven't come down. You guys were lied to.
Well, guess what? It takes a long time for a chicken to be able to grow from a chick to an egg laying. It takes months.
Yeah.
And so you're not going to get any discount in eggs anytime soon if they killed millions of chickens, which they definitely did.
Oh no, it's remember the old mad cow disease.
Mm-hmm.
Years and years ago.
Sure, right? England had a big problem with that.
Yeah, beef prices.
I had a buddy of mine who went to England and was living over there during the mad cow crisis, and to this day, he can't give blood.
Wow.
It's a prion disease.
Okay.
And the idea is that if he does have it, what is it called? Jacobs-Creutzfeldt disease? I always fuck that up. But what that disease, that prion disease is from cattle eating cattle brain tissue. Which is so crazy.
Or sheep's brains.
Yeah.
Somebody at some point thought, what we could do with all these sheep parts is we could feed them to the cows.
Jesus Christ.
I know.
Grind them all up, and then the cows eat them and get the prion disease, and then they're fucked.
Yeah.
The same thing, which, by the way, happens to cannibals. It's the same thing with Papua New Guinea. And the cannibals get that same sort of problem where the neurologicals, their body breaks down.
Good God.
Yeah, good God.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear the story about Rockefeller's kid? Was it nephew? Was it a nephew that got killed and eaten by the...
he went over there to live amongst them, I think.
Well, he went twice.
Okay.
And apparently the first time he went, he insulted them by trying to acquire one of their sacred things. And the second time he went back, they decided to eat him. And they didn't find out about it for a long time. I think he went missing in the 60s.
Yeah.
We covered it, Jamie. Do you remember what year it was? I think he went missing in the 60s.
I remember that story. Yeah. And there was debate over whether he was actually killed and eaten by the cannibals or not.
Yeah, now they're pretty sure he was.
Yeah.
And at least that's what they're saying.
Who goes back a second time? You piss them off once.
I don't think he thought he pissed them off.
Oh,
I think he felt like, they just couldn't come to an agreement on whether or not he could take home whatever sacred object he was trying to get from them. I forget what it was, but it was something that they would never sell or trade, and he was insisting on it, and they're like, oh, fuck this guy. And then I think they had some time to stew on it while he was gone. And then when he came back, like, this dumb motherfucker's back.
Can you imagine how surprised they were when he showed up again?
Oh, boy, we're going to eat him. Yeah, they're probably thinking of it. If he comes back, I'm going to fucking eat him.
I get the haunch.
Yeah. Well, again, this is, rich liberals.
Yeah.
That's what he was. He was a rich liberal who just wanted to fix the world and travel around, and went into a world that he didn't understand. Like, literally didn't understand. Didn't understand what they were saying. Didn't understand the culture. It was fairly,
Yeah, I'm here to help you.
Confusing.
In my own way. I'm going to bring enlightenment to you.
Yeah, and also, what a great story when you get back to the university. Like, guess what I did?
Yeah.
I went to Papua New Guinea. So interesting. God,
You got to wonder about his family. He was like, yeah, sure, you should go back to Papua New Guinea. Yeah.
Can you pull up a story? We can see this cat. There's photos of this cat, like, with the.
I remember this. I remember kind of his.
Yeah.
There we go.
So 62. Here, hold on. Go back up. It says the first public report that Rockefeller was killed and dismembered. Scroll up. And his long bones turned into weapons and fishing equipment.
Wow.
Was published by the Associated Press in March of 1962. A second investigation later that year by a patrolman named Wim van de Waal on behalf of Dutch colonial government came to the same conclusion. Van de Waal was given a skull bearing no lower jaw and a hole in the right temple, the hallmarks of the remains that had been headhunted and opened to consume the brains, which he turned over to Dutch authorities, who never asked him to write a written report and never asked him to verbally report his conclusion. The information was apparently deemed politically sensitive, in part because of the fragile state of the Dutch Empire in the Indonesian archipelago, and in part because of Nelson Rockefeller's political celebrity in the United States. The findings of van der Waal's investigation are restated in the written memoir of Anton van de Waal, a successor missionary to Van Kessel.
The famous Van Kessel.
Is he famous?
No, I just added that because I thought he deserved it.
Wow. See if you can find photos of that dude.
That's crazy.
Because there's photos of him hanging out with the people that ate him.
I love that. Go out and investigate. This isn't the conclusion we wanted. Don't bother giving us a report. Keep that to yourself. There he is. Yeah, I remember this guy with the glasses.
There he is. Chilling. Go to that one right there. The third one. The third one. That one. Look at that. He's like, I'm going to eat you.
Those classic 60s glasses, right?
And look at the smile on his face when he's looking at that dude.
Oh, I know. Oh, look at them all. Look at the guy behind the front guy. He's looking and he's going, yeah.
And eventually they ate him.
Oh,
crazy. He looks such a nerd.
Yeah, what a moron.
Well, back in the day, he thought he was being, look at him. Soy boy, even back then.
Yeah. Oh, look,
I'm having such a wonderful time with all of you people.
Yeah,
they're gonna eat you, bro.
That is the we're about to cook you dance right there.
Yeah, you're fucking around in a place you don't understand, and you don't understand that they have a long history of that.
You think about his family. Wouldn't his family have said, "Look,
what is
I gotta
that?
tell you, don't." Oh God,
what is that?
Looking around.
Is that supposed to be him?
I don't know.
Oh God, click on that.
Could be anything.
Yeah.
What is that image of? Does it say? Michael, that is him?
No.
It says Michael Rockefeller.
That's probably a picture that he took.
Oh.
Yeah, could be that.
Yeah. Even more fucked up. Like, he already knew they were doing that?
No, that's right.
Jesus, bro.
I'm sure this wouldn't be me.
Someone brings out that. Like, hey, check this out. We did that to this guy.
Yeah.
Like, look at that look at that fucking skeleton. That is so creepy.
I gotta tell you, they look well fed. I would worry about that too.
Yeah, that one guy on the right.
Yeah.
He's got a big old belly.
Yeah.
Just been eating people.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of them, they get bloated because of parasites, too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, tapeworms. 30-foot tapeworm. Oh, God. Well, there you go. So,
click on that one where the guys are holding the arrow right below that, right below your cursor. Yeah. Look, how fucking terrifying is that? Jeez. Imagine that guy. You show him on the beach and that guy's there. You're like, fuck.
You think they do like a movie that give you a 10-second head start into the jungle? And then track you down? I mean, I honestly,
Nez Perce used to do that.
If I was in the tribe, I would do that, right? Why wouldn't you? I mean, it's entertaining.
Yeah, there's a famous story of a guy where they killed his friend, chopped him up, threw his guts on him, and then they gave him, like, I think a 30-second head start, and he escaped.
He did.
Hid in a beaver den.
Nice.
Yeah, I think
That's smart.
this is in Montana.
A couple of years ago? When was this?
1800s.
Oh, okay.
I believe it was the Nez Perce, and I think he hid in a beaver den and made his way naked all the way back to the fort.
God.
I think it was like a couple 100 miles too.
Yeah, people were tougher there back then, I would argue. You had to be.
They had to be.
Yeah. Wow.
What?
Here's the story on what happened to
Michael reportedly told his companions, "I think I can make it," and jumped into the water. That was the last time they saw him. Oh, this is when he swam to the shore. 1961, Michael Rockefeller was traveling to this dangerous area of dense rainforest, mangrove swamps, and crocodile-infested mudflats known as the land of the lapping death, when his small catamaran capsized in rough seas. So Michael Rockefeller, a strong swimmer, immediately jumped to the sea and began to swim to shore. But this is the second time, right? This is when they killed him. But
they don't know. No one saw him after he jumped in the water, so they don't know what happened.
Right.
Now here's an interesting thought. If you're offshore from whatever the lapping island of death, right, and your catamaran it capsizes, and so it's still there, right? It's still floating, and you've got your shipmates, and they're there, and your decision, the way that you process this is to swim to the lapping island of death. That doesn't show a lot of thought there.
Well, he thought he could make it, and he'd already visited them before.
Yeah.
There was another article that I had read, Jamie, that actually recounted the moment he was killed, that they picked him up in a canoe and speared him in the canoe.
That's what I was reading through the Wikipedia. There's been multiple times, starting with 7 years later, to try to investigate what happened, and I don't know how you would really go about doing that.
Yeah, the most recent article was like there was some recent revelation, some information that was given to them by the tribes people about what happened.
Said that they sent a guy down there, private investigator.
You know what
who
we're
came
gonna
back
get?
with 3 skulls. They said one of them was the skull. So I don't know how they would prove that.
Well, yeah.
Why do they have
DNA?
skulls laying around?
Yeah. What's going to solve this problem is going to be the newly formed U.S. government agency for the declassification of documents. That's going to solve this problem.
Federal secrets.
Yeah.
Which one's
federal
that?
Secrets. Yeah, federal secrets.
Is that the JFK UFO one?
Yeah, Epstein files.
Where that hot
COVID,
lady's running it?
Anna Paulina Cruz.
Why is she running it?
Because she's hot. I don't know.
I think maybe they should just release the documents. Like, if you're going to release the documents to the people on the internet. They'll figure it out. They don't need you.
I know. No, they've got this new committee, and they're going to sort of. COVID is also on the table. UFOs. Now Michael Rockefeller.
See,
I would argue.
UFOs. I'm hoping that's where the 4.7 trillion went.
Yeah, wouldn't that be good though? Actually,
I'm hoping that's what it is.
Yeah,
It's all these government crashed retrieval programs and re-engineering and back engineering.
Developing
I'm hoping.
our own technology that we've kept secret.
What a lot of it is.
Yeah.
I could absolutely be wrong, but I think that's what a lot of it is. I think we have some super sophisticated propulsion systems that are way ahead of our time. And then also, I think we're being visited. I think there's a bunch of different things happening simultaneously.
Well, I think 4.7 trillion. Okay, when you think about that, it sounds like a lot. But in terms of government spending, we could blow through that pretty quick. So I'm thinking, yes, I do.
Well, it's over how long though? How long is the 4.7? When
they
say 4.7 trillion, they don't give you a timeline.
Yeah,
it's like that was the thing about Politico, right? Like there was this talk about we gave Politico $8 million. Well, sort of. What the real story was, there's a subscription model for Politico where you get news like instantaneously, and it costs like $10,000, and there was a bunch of those subscriptions that were in many different agencies.
Right. And so
this is over the course of 8 years. Like that $8 million was from like 2016 to today.
Right. So so say that, right? Roll that out rather than saying, they've been funding, political, because in a short burst, it sounds much worse, right? It's still, you still can argue, is this really necessary? Do you need to be doing this? Well, I don't know.
Well, if you want information instantaneously, which would be very beneficial to someone in government,
yeah, you're paying for a database for information that's going to hopefully inform better decision making.
The problem is when the way you say it. If you say we gave Politico $8 million, those motherfuckers, that's why they're fucking, that's why they're biased. And then you realize, like, oh, that's not exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So I think the people that are doing this have to make sure that they're not hyperbolic.
Well, I'm sure. Yes, exactly. And that goes back to this whole thing that I I'd probably beat to a death is the messaging idea. But I think
this is important too, because today now they're talking about Social Security, and that people are receiving Social Security that are 150 years old. But I don't think that is the reality as it's being explained by people who understand COBOL, the language, and this computer programming language that they use is ancient, right? Which is kind of crazy that they're still using that, right?
It's the government. I mean,
right. Yeah. So some guy who understands it was explaining that if certain factors aren't taken into consideration or certain things aren't entered in, like date of birth or when there's certain things
or date of death, or,
right? But it doesn't even necessarily mean that all these people are receiving checks,
right? They're just listed on the files,
right?
And it doesn't mean money's going out to them. And so, again, from a messaging perspective, does Elon need to screenshot that and then send it out as a tweet or whatever we call X nowadays, and then suddenly you've got a couple million people going, oh my God, we're paying dead people. Well,
right. That's the problem with being hyperbolic. I'm going to send this to you, Jamie, because I was confused myself, and so I was like, what exactly are they saying? Because it seems like the people that understand that programming language are the ones that aren't jumping on board and saying, hey, this is what's happening. Vampires exist amongst us. There's 300-year-old people getting Social Security. That's not what they're saying. The people that actually understand it are saying that's not really the case.
Although, how cool would that be if vampires existed among us and we found out the 300-year-old people were making benefits?
That would be crazy. Like, how crazy. So I'll send you this, Jamie. This is this guy's explanation of it.
But that 4.7, I'm sure we're going to find the trillion. Of course, some of that money goes out, and I think if you follow money in the government, it's always more effective and interesting than anything else, right? You always get to the bottom of things by following budgets. Depending on how it's hidden, right? And so a lot of that money is going to be, perhaps it's in black budgets for who knows, for Defense Department activities. It's worth digging into because it's always fascinating.
So in that, this is a guy that explains it. I'll read this. I hope he's correct. This is a gentleman named House of Carter on X. He said, this isn't a vampire conspiracy. It's just COBOL, C-O-B-O-L. Legacy government systems, especially Social Security, still rely on COBOL, a language designed before anyone thought databases would need to track people beyond 99 years old. The numbers you're laughing at aren't literal ages. They're most likely misinterpreted categorical codes or data artifacts from outdated formatting. Social Security isn't paying 150-year-olds. The system uses fixed width fields, and when modern databases misread them, they mistakenly interpret grouping codes as real ages. This happens when old mainframe logic isn't properly translated into newer systems. So no, there aren't thousands of people over 150 getting checks, but there are a lot of outdated systems that need modernization. Maybe focus on fixing that issue instead of hyping up a non-issue. So there's multiple people that have said the same kind of thing. This guy says, I'm an old programmer, coder in today's parlance. As many old programmers know COBOL, young coders don't. When Musk claims that Social Security is paying thousands of 150-year-olds, I think someone should let him know that in COBOL, if data is missing, is missing, the program defaults to 1875. Example, 2025, 1875 equals 150. So for some reason, if data is missing, the program defaults to this ancient date. And it's just a problem with data. Which makes more sense than 150-year-olds.
Exactly. But again, so fine. I dig into it, find out, and you know what? If the end result is, you don't have 150-year-old people getting benefits, but the end result is that you modernize the way that we store information, right? Then great. There's a benefit to Doge right there, right?
Yes.
We've created a more efficient system for tracking and paying out, and good. So, everybody should not have a hard on about an organization called the Department of Government Efficiency,
right?
And I think ultimately they're going to do a very good job. I just think let's
So this is something to think about with Social Security, though. So there's that, which is probably a misinterpretation of data.
Right.
But there's other one that I just sent Jamie. So there's this woman who's a whistleblower, and she's saying they were incentivized to qualify illegals for long-term disability, to qualify illegals for Social Security for life. So they were set for life. And in quote, she says, they wanted us to try to identify them in such a way that they would qualify for long-term Social Security disability. Now, long-term Social Security disability is for life. So if they got identified and qualify for long-term Social Security disability, they're as good as set up for life. That doesn't sound like a refugee to me, she's saying, just being honest. It sounds like someone who's planning on staying here. So they're instructed to try to identify, to try to get the client, because once they arrive here, now they're called clients. So they told us that we needed to talk to the client and ask them if they had any headaches, reoccurring headaches, or any lower back problems. Anything that would qualify them for Social Security long-term disability, which is crazy.
Yeah, and then, but again, trackable information, you would think, right? So you can go in if you're serious and persistent about it. You should be able to go in and identify. Yes,
Let's listen to this lady talk about this, because this is something that when people are talking about the problems with Social Security, this seems, if she's telling the truth, this seems real,
right?
Being honest, that sounds like somebody who's planning on staying here.
Yeah,
a refugee
right.
stays until the problem's over and then goes home.
Well, that's right. And so they instructed us to try to identify, to try to get the client, because once they arrive here, they're now called clients. They're called clients. Yeah,
okay.
Because clients pay.
Sure.
See?
Sure. I'm starting to see where this is leading.
So they told us that we needed to talk to the client and ask them if they'd had any headaches, recurring headaches, or any lower back problems. Excuse me, anything that would qualify them for Social Security long-term disability.
Wait. So let me get this straight. Part of the screening is supposed to be, are you sick, maimed, injured, whatever?
Right.
Okay, good, you can come in.
Yeah.
You get on the airplane, are you sick, maimed, injured, whatever? Yes. Good, so we can give you disability.
Correct.
What?
Yes.
This is insanity.
Yes, it is insanity.
But in order to get Social Security disability benefits, don't you need a Social Security number?
Well, we were instructed in the meeting that one of the first things we were supposed to do was sign them up for Social Security. Yeah.
Wait. This is unbelievable. So they come over here and they get a Social Security number.
Right.
They become legal.
Correct.
Are you pulling my leg?
No, I'm not. And then after we processed them for a Social Security card, then we were to process them for a U.S. passport.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I think we again, fascinating if it's true. It's outrageous.
Fascinating if it's true.
If it's true, but you need corroboration on something like that. Right?
Where's that lady?
Yeah, and that's
Assad.
Dude,
every time we've seen a whistleblower the last few weeks,
she's Russian disinformation.
They show who they are, what they did.
Right, I don't even know where that came from.
Yeah,
see if you can find that out.
I don't even know what that's.
I mean, that's just due diligence, right? Okay, so I think that's great. And the obligation then is to say, okay, well, who is she? Why does she have this knowledge? Is she credible? Can you corroborate it with other sources? And if you can, then yeah, you've got a serious problem. At that moment where she said, get them a U.S. passport, that's where I started, that little flag went off and I thought, hold on a second. Wait, let's dig into this and actually see.
Is that possible?
That video's from 2017.
2017?
Wow.
It's a radio show. A Missouri woman is interviewed by radio show Josh Tolley. So,
wow, that's 2017. That's crazy.
Yeah. God.
So, but what would be the benefit of that? The benefit of that would be you get a voter for life. If you are in whatever party,
you assume,
whether it's the Republican Party or whoever it is that allows this to happen and hooks these people up and sets them up, you would think that those people are going to vote that way for life because those are the people that gave them American citizenship, essentially, gave them Social Security for life. All you have to do is tell them, look, you get this check for life. All you have to do is keep voting, and you
Yeah.
know how to vote.
Yeah,
You know the right way to go, right? You know, I mean, don't vote with your fucking conscience. I want you to vote with, you know.
Yeah, and we'll regularly remind you who to vote for.
We'll
sure.
tell you. We'll send you newsletters.
Yeah, I mean that would be theory, that is the theory, the narrative that says that's why the last 4 years we had essentially an open border policy was to bring in 10, 11, 12 million new voters, right? I mean that's the way that story unfolds.
That's one version of it.
That's one version.
The other version is cheap labor, right?
Cheap labor. Also, just sort of then there's the soft. Well, it's the way the world should work. We need an open borders world.
Yeah, I'm not buying that version.
Yeah, I don't think
that version's horseshit.
Most people don't follow along the lines of I'm doing things for ideology. Most people have other more base motives.
My take is if you got a place that's awesome and you got a system that's awesome, expand awesomeness. Don't bring in people that aren't awesome, and don't bring in people from places that aren't awesome. So the problem is if you bring people in that are criminals and that have a lifelong history of selling drugs and being involved in the cartel, they're not going to come over here. You know what? I need to join the union and be a pipe fitter. They're going to fucking continue to do what they've done their whole goddamn life.
Yeah.
So the problem is not that. The problem is where you're from sucks.
Yeah.
So I think the best way, and I'm not saying we should take over all these countries and run them, but the best way
now
is
you're
to
talking.
That's probably the only way that would really work. But the way to do it is to somehow or another encourage those countries to become more like the United States.
Well, yes, and then you would do that through soft power and organizations that could influence hearts and minds. And
this is so I'm trying to look at this from a bunch of different perspectives. Right, this is a very complicated situation. It's not as simple as we need to stay out of the way of other countries' businesses.
Right. No, it's no. I don't. Again, and that comes back around to it'd be lovely if we were all working on the same team. That's not how I don't think human nature is. So,
well, that's not the state of the world.
It's not the state of the world, and it's in the last 4 years, and I would argue during the Obama administration, they oftentimes from a national security perspective seem to run it based on how they hoped the world would be, right? As opposed to how the world actually is, right? And so, like them or hate them, again, the current administration tends to, I think look at things in a more pragmatic way.
Do you think they'll be able to do that with USAID? Do you think they'll be able to convince some of these other people that are all these USA first people that don't think we should be spending any money overseas, that maybe some of this money is well spent for our best interest?
That's a good
question. Right? Because what is? And are you even allowed to say what you're actually doing then? Because how do we discern whether or not? How are you going to tell people that $20 million for Iraqi Sesame Street is actually a really good idea, and here's why? And
but how are you going to tell them that buying and owning Gaza is a good idea, right? I mean,
I really don't think he's going to do that.
I
think that's one of those things.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Turning Canada into the 51st state.
But to the people on that side of the fence who say no money spent overseas,
right? How are you going to justify that?
What are they going to do? Look at that and go, well, that's a fucked up idea, right? But but it's still President Trump, so yay, we got to support it. I don't know. Do they discern, or do people on the base, do they just say, yeah, everything that comes out of the White House is a great idea? Because that certainly runs counter to the idea that we don't want to spend money overseas. What are you going to do? Substitute Ukraine now because we don't want to spend money in Ukraine? You got to substitute it for Gaza?
Right.
Again, that's
it's the idea that we would protect American interests better if we were in control of that. And so, if Israel did something, if someone did something, we'd be able to respond in minutes versus in days.
Well, that goes against the idea that we don't want to be involved in foreign wars, right? I mean, if President Trump doesn't want to be involved in foreign incursions and wars, he's picked a hell of a spot to not be involved in foreign. You're going to drop yourselves in
no, he's going to fix it.
He's going to fix it. Well, I know.
He's going to make it nice.
Yeah.
Big old Trump hotel.
Yeah. So, I mean, but again, hey, look, I think it's great in the sense that I never thought I'd see the day where some of these Arab states would turn around and say Hamas has got to go. I mentioned it before, but that's a sea change. That's a big goddamn sea change. And it's kind of like with Ukraine right now, right? He comes out and he says, okay, we're going to start these. They finished already. Earlier today, they finished conversations in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, between Sergei Lavrov and Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff on the U.S. side, and to start the discussions about peace in the conflict, right? Without Ukrainian representation or the Europeans there. NATO wasn't represented either, right? So, and
how do they have those kind of conversations if they don't have Ukrainian representation?
A lot of people asking that question.
Yeah.
But now that they've done it, right, again, under this idea that, yeah, you have to bring them in. But the fact that you just jumped into the breach and got started, right? I mean, you think about it. In the previous administration or in a normal administration, I'd argue, getting to the table where you'd sit down and talk. Look, this is the first time we've talked to the Russians really in a serious way since the invasion back in 2022. Right? So the fact that, most administrations would have taken, a year just to map out, okay, well, this is what the talks are going to look like. And this is, we're going to have to, this is what the conference table will look like. And this is where people are going to sit. And this is what we're going to be able to say. And it would take months and months and months to get them. These guys just said, fuck it, let's go over. We're going to sit down. We're going to talk with them. Now that's forced, right? That's forced the Europeans to say, okay, how do we get involved? We got to be relevant. And they do, right? But the European nations and European institutions have allocated more money to Ukraine than the U.S. has, right? I mean, they're up to, depending on numbers you look at, they're up to maybe $130 billion allocated in financial.
How much have we allocated?
Probably about 119, 120 billion.
I thought it was way more than that. I thought it was 100 billion.
No.
Where Zelensky said he hasn't received it.
No, well, when I say allocated, not all of it's been dispersed, right?
Right.
So now the U.S. is the military hardware here, but if you combine humanitarian, financial, and military all together, EU institutions and EU countries have actually allocated more than the U.S. has.
Oh.
And that, logic would say buys them a seat at the table for any peace talks. Aside from the fact that they're sitting right there, close to Russia, they've taken in a vast number of Ukrainian refugees. You've got Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania sitting right there on the border with Russia. They've got a real reason to want to be involved. But again, Trump saying, let's just start the conversation with Russia. It's forced the EU to say, okay, how do we get involved? How do we rethink? Much like the Arab states with the Gaza issue. So now they're saying, well, Keir Starmer over in the UK is saying, we'd be willing to put boots on the ground for some sort of peacekeeping force. And other nations, some are pushing back. Poland, Germany, they're I don't know about deploying troops to Ukraine to enforce some sort of peace deal, but they're talking, right? And that accelerated the process. So, they'll have to be involved, and Ukraine will certainly have to be involved. What are you going to do? You got an invaded country,
right?
And they're not going to be involved in the future of what happens to the invaded country. So they'll be involved, and Marco Rubio has said as much. But I think it's good. I think people are really up in arms over the idea that they've started the talk without the Ukrainians sitting at the table. But I don't think there's any intention in any plausible scenario where the U.S. doesn't get them involved here in the very near future, because otherwise it's going nowhere.
When Zelensky says that he hasn't received $100 billion, what does that actually mean? Does it mean it just hasn't gotten to Ukraine yet?
It means,
it doesn't mean it's missing.
It's not. No, it's not missing. Although,
so this is the thing that people are saying. It's like Tucker Carlson was talking about this, and he was essentially saying that there's a bunch of people that are spending money, and he went to some wealthy ski town, and these Ukrainians, they're all super wealthy, and he thinks that some of that is
he's not going out on a limb there, right? I mean, look, Ukraine, one of their big problems over years and years has been corruption,
right,
and fraud. And one of the reasons why, there was pushback against, this idea of NATO, even though back in 2008 or 2008, at a European summit, they actually said during the NATO summit, they said, yes, at some point in the future, Ukraine and Georgia, will become members of NATO. We're not going to give you a timetable. We're not going to tell you what that's going to look like, but you can become members of NATO. But one of the problems has been the level of corruption within Ukraine. So is some of that money, both from the U.S. and from the EU, gone missing and lining pockets? Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Look at Iraq, the money that we spent in Iraq, and how much. I mean, just any time you've got government disbursement of that size, like fucking COVID fraud, right?
Right.
Anytime you got money going out in large buckets from the U.S. government, you're going to have fraud.
Have some fraud.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, you're going to have people who are going to take advantage of it. So, yeah, that's not a surprise, you know, and Tucker's right for pointing it out. I'm just saying it's not rocket science. How much? Well, that's, again, you would like to think that Doge, one of their jobs would be to go, you know, and I think if there was more transparency in how the money is spent, as there should be, right? I mean, then maybe the taxpayers would be a little bit more understanding or lenient, you know, and if
but they're not going to be lenient or understanding for any fraud where people are getting rich off of this.
Right.
And there are people that are getting rich off of this. I remember there was one guy that had to resign because it turned out he had somehow or another moved around $1 billion that he shouldn't have. Remember that story?
$1 billion.
Yeah, and he's like, well, I'll just step off. And so he kind of went away, and
he's living on a yacht.
There's these stories, and it's so confusing because, you know, we're getting the mainstream media version of what's going on versus boots on the ground. Where's the money actually going?
Yeah.
What is actually happening? Why did Russia actually invade in the first place?
Well, my company was out in Iraq, you know, shortly, actually a little bit before, but then, you know, following the 2003 entry of the U.S. into Iraq. And so we were there for a handful of years, right, providing security assistance to a variety of organizations. And, you know, you didn't have to look hard or far to see, you know, there'd be some group coming into town saying, hey, we just started up this company, you know, and it's, you know, it's an 8A company. Look, we're owned by Eskimos or, you know, handicapped women or whatever. They just set up some bullshit company to get government contracts. No experience, no other. And yeah, so, you know, we watched that unfold. Anytime you have an environment that's steeped in chaos, you know, yeah, that's fraud is definitely going to happen. So you have to be incredibly aggressive and willing to hunt it down, right? But I think sometimes the problem is in government, there's like an accepted loss concept, like with, you know, credit cards or retail operators, right? We ain't got an accepted loss. We know we're going to lose a certain amount each year to fraud.
Columbia Record and Tape Club.
Yeah.
Remember that?
I do. I was a member.
I was too. I think I still owe the money.
That's right. I'm still getting notices. I have not received my.
People don't remember
CDs.
that was when you used to get cassettes and CDs in the mail, and you
Yeah.
sign up and you get like it was a big hustle with the music industry to sell more copies.
Yeah,
it
and you can
made
never
it look
unsign.
like-
You can never get rid of it.
You can never get rid of it.
Yeah.
But it made it look like they had a lot more people buying albums than they were. They weren't really buying them. They're getting them from Columbia Record, and you get like 10 of them for $1. And everybody's like, "Oh, this sounds great," and then you get them for regular price afterwards. Like, well, fuck this.
They send you a little catalog and you check off which ones you want.
Everybody
Yeah,
defaulted.
yeah.
Nobody paid.
Yeah.
It's like all my friends did it.
Oh, God.
Completely weird scam that went on in the 1980s.
It was. I remember Netflix started by mailing you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that. And yeah, you used to get a CD or a DVD in the mail.
Yeah, I told that to my boys the other night. They put on Netflix, and I said, "You know how this got started?" And they couldn't believe it. Right? I mean, they're still amazed when our postman walks by the house. Right? They think it's incredibly quaint that some guy walks by and leaves you with some mail.
I wonder what they would. I mean, imagine taking a kid to like 1988 and bringing him to a Blockbuster video. They would walk around and go, "What is going on?" Well, we don't have the internet anymore. I mean, yet. So this is how you get movies. They'd be like, "Shut the fuck up! You don't watch it on your phone." Like, we don't even have phones.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no one had a cell phone.
Your evenings were spent with a bowl of unshelled nuts, walnuts, and you'd crack them, and that was your activity while you talked to your mom and dad or something.
If you ever showed someone a phone back then and say, "Someday people are going to jerk off looking at that," they'd be like, "What are you even talking about? That's the dumbest prediction of all time. That's not in Star Trek."
You get a phone call. I remember some girl would call and my privacy was only as long as the cord on the phone.
Oh yeah, right.
Because everybody was in.
You'd have to go to the closet.
Yeah.
If you had one of them ones that like had the button, like a little portable one with the cord attached, and then you'd hang it up on there like a desk one. You could bring a long cord if you were lucky.
If you were lucky, but we had the wall ones, and so they had the little curly cords.
Oh, that was the worst.
So I could go around the corner, and then it'd be
and the cord's always fucking tangled. You know, spin the headset around to untangle the cord. These people don't know. The cord gets dragged to the ground.
Yeah. Do you remember your landline phone number from when you were a kid?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I do too. It's the craziest thing. I can't remember what I did 2 and 3 hours ago, and I could still, you put a gun to my head and I could recite the phone number I had when I was 8 years old.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Yeah. We used to be able to remember so many numbers. I only know like 3 or 4 numbers of my friends by heart.
Yeah, you know your kids' numbers by heart. Yeah.
And my wife's, maybe a couple of my buddies that have had, like my friend Eddie's had the same phone. Buddy's got a new one now. So it's weird that we don't have any numbers in our head anymore.
No, I will say, and I know this because just a day and a half ago, I was doing something. I was filling out some application for one of my boys, the middle boy, Scooter, and it asked for his phone number, and I had to look it up. So I was thinking, like, well, I don't know. I just pushed the button.
I have to look up mine sometimes.
Yeah.
Does that change it? When I give someone my number, I have to I have to go. Hold on.
Yeah.
I fuck it up.
I haven't changed my number in fucking generations. I don't know.
It becomes an issue.
Yeah. Well, yeah. For you, I think it's
at a certain point in time, you're just getting bombarded by people that you don't want to talk to. You're like, okay, there's only one way out of this.
I've got all the friends I want.
I got to vanish.
Yeah.
It's not even the friends you want. It's all transactional. That's the problem. The problem is, like, you start realize this person only texts me when they want something.
Yeah.
And the texts before they want something are bullshit. The say hi texts are bullshit because it's coming.
Like,
here comes the thing you want.
Yeah.
And then that comes.
Yeah. I get that from
I've got a startup. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Do you want to invest? Fuck off.
Yeah. I don't get the investments because nobody thinks I have money, but you know, I'll get like sort of a request for, you know, how about a hookup with, you know, somebody in some part of the country or government or, you know, so, and I'm like, I'm not going to put you in touch with anybody. I don't know.
Those are the worst.
Yeah. So it's interesting, but you know what today is? You know what today is?
What's today?
Today is my 20th wedding anniversary.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was thinking about that. I know. It was funny because you proposed the 18th for us to get together. And immediately I thought, well, that's our anniversary. And then I thought, well, she loves Austin, so I could combine the two.
There you go.
And I don't know that I got credit for it. I'm not sure.
You won't.
No,
if you combine work with anything, even if it's the most awesome vacation, but it's also work, you don't get credit.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't even go out of your life to do this.
Yeah.
You know, you kept doing the same stuff, and then you added a thing.
And here it is. Yeah. 20
like
years, and here you go. Yeah. I don't know. Well, but we
going to a nice restaurant.
Yeah, we are. And we had a dinner in Boise with a bunch of folks on Saturday night. That was really lovely. So we got everybody together. And
do you guys have wolves out there, Boise?
Yeah. I saw you put something out about wolves near Aspen.
30 minutes outside of Aspen, my friend has a ranch, and they just released wolves there a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And he's already finding. I took a photo of it and put it on my Instagram. He found a dead elk leg. The neighbors spotted the wolves, and they're on his property. And he has. I mean, they've released them on his ranch.
Yeah.
No one let him know. That's the leg we found in the snow. No one told him. And these are big Canadian wolves that they got from BC, by the way.
Oh no, the repopulation program. Look, the way you feel about it is entirely jurisdiction based. What I mean by that, if you live in New York City or Chicago, you love the wolf repopulation program. If you're a rancher, or you know you live out in the Northwest or the West, you're like, what the fuck are we doing?
Where he lives, it's all ranchers.
Yeah.
This is what's crazy. It's like they released the wolves where the fucking livestock is. What's crazy is they had a mandate to release wolves in Colorado. So the first wolves they released, they got from Oregon, who they took out of areas where they were killing livestock.
Yeah.
So they got wolves that were accustomed to killing livestock and then reintroduced them to Colorado where there's livestock. And what do you know? They start killing livestock.
Yeah. And
kind of crazy.
And it's true. And what you said is absolutely true here. Give it a short period of time, and they're going to start laying on wolf hunts. Right, and
you're not going to find them.
Yeah.
Here's another thing my friend said: you can shoot them if they're killing your livestock, or if they're killing a working dog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you can't shoot them if they're killing your pet.
Yeah.
This is what he said. I don't know if that's true.
I can.
You can in Idaho. Well, in Idaho, you can kill them.
Yeah.
In Idaho, they're giving out tags, and they're giving out tags in Montana. And this is what people need to understand. When they first reintroduced them, there was no way you could shoot them.
Right.
And then it got to a point they're like, okay, this is not just sustainable. This is a large population of animals that is doing a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah.
And they do surplus hunting. So in one place in, I think it was Wyoming, they had killed like some crazy number of cow elk, like 15 or 16 of them.
Type A predators, man. They're incredibly efficient.
And they work together.
Yeah.
They're the only animal in North America, other than coyotes, which are actually wolves too. They're a small wolf.
Yeah.
But they're the only animals that work as packs. And they're so good at it. They're so good at it. And they're so fucking smart. They're so smart. Yeah. They're all psychic. They all fucking think together. They're like a hive mind.
Yeah, their hierarchy is amazing. The way that I did several days out in Yellowstone one time for a TV show, an episode, and following or trying to anyway, the lives of a family out there, and it was amazing, right?
Yeah,
it was
they're amazing animals.
it's just incredible.
They're amazing animals. It's just this ballot box biology. These people that are in Denver and Boulder, they're the ones who are the big population centers. They're the ones who are voting for this. But you're not going to release wolves in the middle of downtown Denver, right? No, you're going to release them out in the area where these people voted against it.
I wish that they would, though.
The area where they released them first were areas where people voted against the wolves, which is like a big fuck you to those people.
Yeah, well, it always is. And if you're a ranch, I mean, even in Idaho, right, and you're constantly fighting for just kind of common sense decision making, and luckily, the state house is very favorable. Who knows? I mean, maybe that changes in 10 years, but for right now, they understand. Look, this is what's important to this state. Right. Why it's such a great place to live. But so I don't know. I saw that, and it's front and center. But I know exactly who's voting in favor of it. Right? Oh yeah. Because I've talked to those people who don't understand at all. How it operates, right?
Well, apparently it's a pet project, no pun intended, of the governor of Colorado's husband. His husband is big on wildlife, which everybody should be.
Who's the governor of Colorado again? It's
I don't remember.
Not important, but
not important. No. It is important if you live in Colorado. But the reality is, it's already started. Yeah. The wolves are there. And they were coming into Colorado anyway. There's Colorado wolves that were moving in from neighboring states. Colorado borders Wyoming, of course.
Right. And they don't stop at the border. It's not like they go, fuck it, it's Colorado.
They travel hundreds and hundreds of miles. Yeah. We showed a video on here once of a friend of mine filmed a wolf in Bakersfield, California. And I was like, well, these people that live out there, the ranchers that live out there, talked to me about it. One of my buddies who actually works on a ranch filmed this wolf, and we actually played the video. It's a big black wolf that's in a cattle field in fucking Bakersfield. It's just outside of Bakersfield. It's like off the 5. What we had Diane Boyd on, who is a wolf reintroduction specialist. Like she studied wolves her whole life. And she's not in favor of reintroduction of wolves. She thinks they should reintroduce to areas naturally, and they were going to do that anyway. They were going to migrate into these areas naturally, and that's the best way to let it happen. But she said they can travel hundreds and hundreds of miles, and that this wolf probably came all the way from Oregon and just made its way down. It probably wasn't even, because their fear was that some crazy wildlife group is like, we're going to reintroduce the wolves ourselves. And they're capturing these wolves and then bringing them to California. Fuck you, rancher. You should be eating soybeans. And they just release them. She doesn't think that. She thinks those wolves actually probably made it from the wild all the way down there because they really travel insane distances.
Yeah. I mean, no, that makes sense. And I'm glad to hear that she's, after all that experience, she's not in favor of a program. I mean, that shows a lot of common sense.
Well, it just throws a giant monkey wrench into whatever ecosystem there is. Yeah. But the reality of the ecosystem in Montana, where they did reintroduce wolves, was that they were very overpopulated with elk, to the point where, she was explaining this, they used to have these winter seasons for cow elk, and it's basically shooting fish in a barrel because they're stuck in deep snow, and you could just pick them off. And they did that because they were heavily overpopulated. The land couldn't sustain the numbers. And so they offered opportunities for hunters. Hey, it's great. You shoot an elk, you get, even a cow elk, you get like 150 pounds of meat, 200 pounds of meat. And it's great. That's your meat for a year almost.
I remember a park ranger out in Yellowstone told me one time, he said he was driving, he was out just sort of like checking things and came across a large, I forget what he called it. It was a van of some sort, but it was like a VW, hippie van of some sort. And there were 4 young folks, he said, early 20s, and they were trying to herd this little baby bison. that had gotten separated from the herd, right, and was now all on its own. And they'd been driving along, and they saw it off in the distance in the fields, and so they decided they were going to rescue this thing. So they were out there trying to get this thing to come towards their van. I have no idea. He says, I don't know what were they going to do, put it in the van? He had no idea what they were trying to do, but he stopped and he said, what are you doing? He says, well, we got this baby thing, we're trying to save it. He said, what the fuck, get in your van and drive off. He said, this is how this works, right? And they go, but it's not going to find its mother. And like,
have you ever seen the Instagram page Tourons of Yellowstone?
Oh,
it's one of my favorite.
Tourons.
Like morons that are tourists. Tourons of Yellowstone. It's a great Instagram page. It's
I'll check
all
that out, definitely.
assholes taking selfies with deer and selfies with bison and
German
selfies.
tourists.
It's people trying to feed bears.
God,
and it's all people just getting fucking thrown through the air by giant bisons.
Yeah, I love that when they're like this and it's right behind them and they're just trying to get that picture, and once that bison starts staring, right? Once it starts staring at you, you got problems.
This is one I saw the other day.
Holy
These
shit.
people are this black bear is eating fish right on the edge of this lake, and they're getting right up to it. I mean, these kids are literally 15, 16 inches away from this fucking thing. And he gets closer too, by the way.
Look at the kid in the red jacket. He said, get our picture. Come on, I got my thumbs up. Yeah.
One of them winds up touching it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he reaches over at the end of this stupid fucking video and touches it. And the bear is just like, get the fuck out of here. I'm trying to eat. They don't care, but they're so habitualized to being around people. No wild bear, a truly wild bear, would ever allow this.
No.
This is just a bear. You know, they start eating people's garbage. They start taking fish from fishermen and that kind of shit. And look at this kid taking this selfie.
God.
He gets closer. This fucking dumbass. Look at this fucking stupid kid. Look, he's gonna move in and touch it. Oh, yeah, that could have been the end of your life, buddy.
Holy shit.
And look, he's got flip flops on. These kids, they're so silly.
We go up fishing in Alaska, and I'll tell you one thing we're not gonna do. A bear comes out of the brush. We're not going to stop and take a selfie.
No, don't take a selfie.
No, not at all.
Alaska, though, they are scared of people because they hunt them in Alaska. It's the only state in the United States. And they want to open up a season in Montana, and there's arguments about that right now because of the interactions that people are having with bears.
Yeah.
This is part of what the governor of New Jersey ran on, that he was going to stop the bear hunt. People are like, stop the bear hunt.
Right. Yeah.
That shit lasted 1 year.
Yeah.
And there were so many problems with bears. They said, all right, you're right. And then they reintroduced the bear hunt.
Most of those are black bears, right?
Oh, that's only black bears.
Yeah.
But New Jersey has more black bears per capita than any other state in the United States, which is nuts.
Yeah, you always forget that New Jersey, how big it is, but also just how green it is, right?
It's fucking rural.
Yeah.
New Jersey is like Newark and Hackensack and those places, and then rural.
It's all pine flats and all the rest of it. Yeah,
mountains. It's like you get into the woods of New Jersey. It's fucking real woods, and it just doesn't seem like it should be because New Jersey's the Sopranos. In our mind, it's Tony Soprano.
It's Newark. Yeah, there's nothing green about Newark.
Yeah, it's like, that's what we think about with Newark. We think about.
Is that your soprano voice? Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Big pussy. Yeah.
You excited about the JFK Files release? We haven't even talked about that.
I feel like Charlie Brown when Lucy keeps pulling that football away. Today's the day I'm going to kick that football. And then she fucking yanks that football and Charlie goes flying through the air and lands on his head.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
It's going to be the way it is, too. I think they'll actually kick out the door. I don't think this time around, I don't think they can hold any more documents. And they don't have that many left to hold.
Well, I think they just found thousands of new documents.
They found 2,400 more. That is actually a good way. They found, the FBI says, oh, look at this. What they did was they did a review. They started in 2020, and they said, okay, all our closed cases, we're going to start, compiling all of them in one place. Why weren't they doing that 40 years ago, 50 years ago? How do you not do that? Right? Have a central repository. Anyway, so they said, but this is what we're going to do. So they did, and they said, we're updating the way that we digitize and hold on to all our records. And during the course of that, then when Trump issued his executive order about the release of the files, and also for RFK and MLK, then the Bureau says, well, we were able to, because we've done this digitizing and this way of tracking our records, we were able to find 2,400 documents that are related that we just didn't know about. So there's those, and then there's maybe 5,000 other documents left that haven't been released.
Well, Trump was quoted as saying that if you saw what they showed me, you wouldn't release it either.
Right.
What does that mean?
You know,
What can that mean?
It's a really good question. Here's what I think. I think, and I don't. Obviously, I don't know what's in those documents either.
Wait a minute, you don't?
Well, you know, remember, I was a toddler when he was shot, and
Right.
although that would have been the perfect cover, because nobody's fucking looking for a toddler to come behind
with a
that
microphone, magnifying glass,
come off that
going
grassy
over the
knoll.
documents.
Right?
But what could I mean? It's not like they're going to say in the documents we did it, right? Like, so what could the documents have that would be so incriminating that they wouldn't want to release them? Like, what would you document if you assassinated the president? We'd say, well, me and Mike were sitting over here on the grassy knoll,
and then I think some of the documents, the redactions are really pedestrian. Like, they've redacted in the old days, redacted a person's name who is an investigator, or a social security number of somebody who was interviewed.
But there's whole
or
pages
something like
that
that.
are redacted.
Right. I mean, so there's like
those are like weird.
Yeah, there's
What's
like
going
I
on
think
there?
they held on to Biden administration held on to like 2,000 some odd.
Well, in
documents.
2017, they were supposed to release them.
Right.
And then this was when the Trump administration didn't do it, and that's when people got mad.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you said you were going to do it. And this time they are saying they're going to do it. And then they got this hot lady who's involved in all this, which is odd.
It does. Well, again,
why'd they pick her?
Why'd they pick her?
Is she,
she
a JFK expert?
I think she's an assassination expert.
Well, it's not just assassination. She's in charge of UFOs too, right?
Right, and Epstein and all the rest. I think what we're going to find is, this is just me speculating, obviously, but I think what we're going to find with the released documents is there's no smoking gun, and it's not going to stop people from believing what they believe. It's not going to put anything to rest. And I think also there probably will be one of the reasons I think some of these things were withheld was because it's embarrassing, perhaps, to the CIA and the FBI also, in terms of their collaboration. Look, Lee Harvey Oswald was on their radar for good reasons, right? For counterintelligence reasons. He had lived over in Minsk. He defected to the Soviet Union. He lived over there for 3 years. Came back. So that in alone puts him on the radar, right? Now suddenly he's a CI concern. So the CIA is definitely monitoring him. And then he goes down to Mexico. He goes to the Cuban and Soviet embassies. Right? He's desperate to get involved in the revolution, even though he's the Soviets by that time had decided he's a complete loser. And I think
is that the narrative, though? I mean, do we know what they really decided?
Well, I think I'm just speaking again from
it is 5 p.m. PST. I am ending the YouTube live stream, but not the offline recording.
Wouldn't that be the perfect person to make a patsy?
Well, unless they decided the guy is just unstable.